Chapter 1. Rebirth through Nirvana. Hit me. Hit me hard. You've entered a women's prison and still pretend to be noble today. I shall teach you what rules truly mean. With the furious roar of the prison's matriarch, the fists and feet raining down upon Shen Mujin became even more ferocious. Pain, a relentless agony coursed through her entire body, especially in her abdomen. She felt as if she were being crushed, an unbearable torment consuming her. Song Sisi had just left. She had believed that she was coming to rescue her. Little did she know, what she delivered was a fatal blow. The triumphant smile of Song Sisi flickered in her mind, haunting her relentlessly. That once warm voice had turned chillingly harsh as she declared, Gu Beisheng has finally signed the divorce agreement. She had also claimed that she was finally going to marry Gu Beisheng, the most coveted man in Lin City. Everything seemed to have gone awry. Shen Mujin could not comprehend, and Song Sisi meticulously enumerated all her actions. It turned out that from the moment Song Sisi came into her life, her intentions were to exploit her wealth and covet her husband, the illustrious Gu Beisheng. Together with Mo Yinji, they had been toying with her, deceiving her all along. One was the man she adored, the other her closest confidant. Step by step, they led her into prison, inching her toward the abyss of death. There's bleeding. The surroundings erupted into chaos, but thankfully the assault had ceased. The voice of the prison's matriarch trembled with fear. What have you done? A mere lesson was enough. Who told you to take a life? The subsequent words became inaudible to her. Someone carried her out on a stretcher, the jolting motion making her feel nauseous. Uterine rupture. Massive hemorrhage. The child cannot be saved. The adult may not survive either. Shen Mujin felt her body growing lighter, the cacophony of voices gradually fading into the distance. After a prolonged period, Shen Mujin sensed the air in her chest was about to be completely stripped away. The suffocating terror compelled her to snap her eyes open. A splitting headache assailed her. Before her stood Gu Beisheng, his gaze sharp and piercing, his hand gripping her throat, exerting a brutal pressure. What was happening? Was she not in prison? Had she not died? She distinctly recalled hearing someone say that the child could not be saved, and neither could the adult. Could it be that Gu Beisheng had rescued her? On the brink of death, and still thinking of your lover? Gu Beisheng's voice was a low rumble, brimming with unbridled fury, snapping Shen Mujin back to reality. Cough, 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 let go. Shen Mujin realized that if Gu Beisheng continued to tighten his grip, she would indeed be at death's door. Finally, he relinquished his hold, and she collapsed to the ground, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath, the dagger in her hand clattering to the floor. The blade bore traces of blood, staining her palm crimson. Drip, drip. Gu Beisheng leaned down, his eyes fixed intently on her, blood seeping from his chest, dripping steadily onto the floor. In his gaze, Shen Mujin perceived a glimmer of sorrow. Do you truly intend to kill me for that man? His voice was frigid, yet Shen Mujin detected a hint of helpless desolation woven within. Faced with Gu Beisheng's inquiry, Shen Mujin instinctively shook her head. Furrowing her brow, she glanced at the dagger and then at Gu Beisheng, whose expression was dark and foreboding. Everything felt eerily familiar. Shen Mujin shook her head, straining to recall. This was a scene from a year and a half ago. Song Sisi had first incited her, claiming that if she killed Gu Beisheng, she could be with Mo Yinji. For the man she longed for, she had dashed into Gu Beisheng's study without a moment's hesitation, dagger in hand. What was happening? Why was she back on that day? On that day, she had harmed Gu Beisheng, yet he had unexpectedly spared her. Suddenly, a terrifying and unfathomable thought struck her mind. Could it be a rebirth? Before she could recover from her shock and confusion, Gu Beisheng seized her, forcefully tossing her back into the room, and as he departed, he confiscated all the sharp objects within. If you don't want the Shun family to fall, then obediently be Gus' wife. Gu Beisheng's words pierced her like shards of ancient ice, leaving no room for her to respond, and with a resounding bang, he slammed the door shut. The curtains drawn tight, the room was shrouded in darkness. She lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, her thoughts drifting. 2 years ago, when an engagement between the Gu and Shun families was announced, Shen Yuaner had been inconsolable, crying and wailing at home. The ever-proud Shen Yuaner would rather die than marry the limping young master of the Gu family, Gu Nanyuan. However, the beleaguered Shen family desperately needed the Gu family support, and after much deliberation, they coerced Shen Mujin to take her half-sister Shen Yuaner's place and marry the Gu family's eldest son. At that time, Shen Mujin was deeply in love with Mo Yinji, and she had heartlessly fled from the Shen family. Mo Yinji, in collusion with Song Cici, had earnestly persuaded her to return and marry the Gu family's eldest son, suggesting that if she performed poorly, the Gu family would eventually divorce her, the unworthy daughter-in-law. Thus, she could save the Shen family while also securing a substantial fortune from the Gu family. Such advice was clearly pushing her into a pit of fire, and at that moment, she had foolishly agreed without a second thought. Yet who could have anticipated that on the wedding day, the limping young master of the Gu family would run away, and the man who married her was none other than Gu Beisheng, the second son and president of the Gu Corporation. This unforeseen turn of events was beyond her imagination. No matter how she acted out in the Gu family after the marriage, Gu Beisheng seemed resolute in keeping her, refusing to divorce her. In desperation, she heeded Song Cici's advice and twice stabbed Gu Beisheng with a dagger, ultimately being sent to prison by the furious Gu matriarch, losing her life in the process. Chapter 2. A Second Chance. Reflecting on the words Song Cici had spoken in prison, Shen Mujin felt a surge of self-loathing. Wishing she could slap herself, how could she have been so foolish, so easily manipulated by Mo Yinji and Song Cici, ending up dead in prison at the tender age of 21? Perhaps even heaven could not bear to watch her live so foolishly, granting her a second chance to turn her fate around. A cold laugh escaped her throat. The timing of her rebirth was fortuitous. She had not yet fallen into complete ruin. Since heaven had shown her mercy by giving her another opportunity to live, she would not allow Mo Yinji, that scoundrel, and Song Cici, that white lotus, to succeed this time they owed her, and in this life, she would reclaim everything they had stolen from her, even a life. Shen Mujin's hand rested on her abdomen, where Gu Beisheng's child had once resided. In her nearly 2 years of marriage to Gu Beisheng, every time he discovered her secret meetings with Mo Yinji, he would become frenzied. The last time being over a month ago, she remembered that he had taken no protective measures. Gu Beisheng was clearly the sturdy tree that could shield and protect her, yet she had repeatedly crossed his boundaries for the sake of that scoundrel Mo Yinji. Gu Beisheng, the most coveted man in Lin City, the president of the Gu Corporation. She could not fathom why, after her repeated provocations, he had still chosen to endure and not divorce her, even refraining from causing her any significant harm. Could it be that he loved her? Shen Mujin chuckled bitterly. Given her foolishness in her previous life, how could Gu Beisheng possibly love her? Fortuitously, she was reborn, and this time she would cling tightly to Gu Beisheng's side, torment the scoundrel, confront the white lotus, and seize her rightful place at the pinnacle of her life with the support of a powerful ally. The incessant ringing of her phone interrupted her thoughts. Shen Mujin glanced at the screen. It was a call from Song Cici. With a cold snort, she hung up the call. Before long, Mo Yinji called again. Shen Mujin sat up, scrolling through the messages on WeChat. Mujin, how are you? Please respond, I'm so worried about you. Mujin, I just heard from Cici that you went to see Gu Beisheng again. What happened? Mujin, you must be all right. Please reply, I'm so worried. Song Cici, Mo Yinji. These two were seamlessly bombarding her with messages. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that the current Shen Mujin had undergone a profound transformation, seeing through their schemes, which no longer worked on her. With a derisive smile, Shen Mujin hurled her phone against the wall, silencing the incessant ringing. Then, she kicked off her shoes and wrapped herself in a large blanket, drifting into a deep slumber. After all, the road ahead was long. She needed to gather her strength to return everything they had taken from her. The following morning, just past 7, Shen Mujin awoke. Rubbing her eyes, the broken phone lay forlornly on the cold floor. She stretched, turned on the television, and upon confirming the date, she felt a weight lifted off her shoulders. She had truly been reborn. In a splendid mood, she entered the bathroom for a refreshing shower, changed into fresh clothes, and descended the stairs with a light step. Young madam, A sudden voice startled her. She recalled that in her previous life, there had been no servants in the Bay residence. Before her stood an elderly woman, around 50 years old, respectfully greeting her. Noticing Shen Mujin's astonishment, the elderly woman explained, "Young madam, I was sent over from the old residence by the young master. I just arrived last night. You may call me Aunt Fong. Had she been transferred here last night?" No wonder she had no recollection of this person in her mind, however. Was the purpose of bringing in a servant merely to monitor her? Shen Mujin felt a tinge of displeasure. Yet upon reflection, it was somewhat understandable after all. In her previous life, she had caused quite a stir, and it was hardly surprising that someone would be assigned to watch over her. With this thought, her eyes darted around playfully before she curved her lips into a smile and nodded. "Good morning, Aunt Fong. I just came down to see if there's anything to eat." Aunt Fong regarded her with a hint of astonishment, though it quickly faded. "I didn't expect the young mistress to rise so early. Please have a seat. I will prepare your breakfast right away. Just some warm milk and fried eggs will suffice. Something simple. I need to head to school shortly," she replied in a cheerful and playful tone, which caused Aunt Fong to frown once more. Upon entering the kitchen, she hastily took out her phone and messaged Gu Beisheng. "Young master, the young mistress is already up. She mentioned that she will go to school after breakfast." Gu Beisheng, sitting in his office, furrowed his brow upon reading the message. When had Shen Mujin begun to rise so early? Since their marriage, she had never left her room before the sun reached its zenith. Furthermore, she claimed she was going to school. The girl who skipped classes every day and failed every subject suddenly showed such enthusiasm for attending school. After a moment of contemplation, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. "Shi Qian, arrange for someone to keep an eye on the young mistress and report her whereabouts to me at all times." Yet after breakfast, Shen Mujin indeed made her way directly to school. From a distance, she spotted Song Cici waiting there. Before she could approach, Song Cici rushed over, her expression filled with concern for her. Shen Mujin remained composed, casually lifting her hand to smooth her hair, causing Song Cici to miss the opportunity to take her hand. Song Cici naturally withdrew her hand and pulled out a box of warm milk from her bag, extending it towards her. "I brought this for you, please drink it." And so it was. Song Cici had gradually bridged the gap in their relationship with warm milk during their university years. Whenever she came to school, Song Cici would always produce a box of warm milk from her backpack. In her previous life, Shen Mujin had been enchanted by Song Cici's caring and gentle demeanor. In this life, however, fully aware of her true nature, Shen Mujin merely curved her lips into a smile and replied, "No need. I've already had breakfast." Chapter 3. Deliberate provocation. Song Cici raised her hand, a hint of embarrassment crossing her features. This was the first time Shen Mujin had rejected her offer of milk. However, her gaze was drawn to the marks encircling Shen Mujin's neck. "Mujin, your neck. Did Gu Beisheng do this to you? How could he be so cruel?" Song Cici's feigned indignation genuinely repulsed her. With a casual wave of her hand, she dismissed the concern, saying, "It's nothing. I have class this morning. I must be on my way." She could hardly wait to leave, as she had no desire to pretend as though she were oblivious to the situation and enact a sisterly bond with Song Cici. "Everything in due time. Let us have lunch together," Song Cici called after her, to which Shen Mujin responded with a nonchalant okay sign. Once Shen Mujin had walked away, Song Cici retrieved her phone and called Mo Yinji. "Shen Mujin is at school that I've invited her to lunch. You should come." There was a pause on the other end before he hesitantly replied, "But I have an important lunch appointment." Frustrated, Song Cici rolled her eyes and retorted, "What important lunch appointment could you possibly have? Dining with others pales in comparison to pleasing Shen Mujin and Mo Shixiang. When will you finally wake up?" Silence lingered on the line for a while. Taking a deep breath, Song Cici softened her tone and gently apologized to Mo Shixiang. "I'm sorry, I was just anxious," and spoke out of turn. Oh, Yinji sighed. "I know you mean well, that it's just that as an illegitimate son, I need to rely on women to carve out a career." "That's not true. Mo Shixiang, you are remarkable in my eyes that I won't allow you to belittle yourself." Song Cici's voice dripped with sincerity, tinged with a hint of guilt. "All right, I understand that. I'll reschedule my lunch appointment and make it over before you finish." After hanging up, Song Cici's face betrayed her disdain for Mo Yinji. Yet, in an instant, She donned her innocent smile and headed towards the classroom. After all, she needed to maintain her image as the elegant, understanding, and graceful academic queen in school. At noon, Song Sisi waited eagerly outside Shen Mujin's classroom. Mujin, over here. Shen Mujin turned slowly to see Song Sisi's delicate, innocent face. Song Sisi joyfully ran over, affectionately linking her arm with hers. Let us go. They're serving your favorite braised fish at the cafeteria today. Shen Mujin replied nonchalantly, and followed her footsteps toward the cafeteria. In her previous life, when she had first attempted to assassinate Gu Beisheng, Song Sisi had likely been lurking nearby. After Gu Beisheng's furious departure, she had come to the North residence, brainwashing her with tales of just how ruthless he was, all while painting Mo Yinji as the gentle and loving counterpart who suffered under Gu Beisheng's oppression. Each time, Shen Mujin's resentment toward Gu Beisheng deepened, convinced he was the one who ruined her happiness. Noticing Shen Mujin's poor disposition, Song Sisi assumed she was still upset over the previous day's events. Putting on a self-reproaching facade, Mujin, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have given you such a bad idea. After Mo Shixiang found out, he scolded me severely, blaming me for letting you take risks. Song Sisi's pitiful demeanor was enough to elicit sympathy, explaining why even the icy Gu Beisheng ultimately fell under her spell in her past life. Shen Mujin felt compelled to applaud her acting skills and finally understood why she had later chosen to abandon directing for acting, quickly rising to fame as a popular star. Inwardly scoffing, Shen Mujin resolved to play along with her games and gradually expose her true nature, rendering all her meticulous schemes futile, oblivious to Shen Mujin's thoughts. Song Sisi maintained her pitiful act, insisting, Mujin, I truly apologize, I was only thinking about you and Mo Shixiang's future. Song Sisi's ulterior motives were glaringly obvious. Her every word revolved around Mo, and no need for that. Came Shen Mujin's flat refusal, leaving Song Sisi momentarily stunned. What? Mujin, what are you talking about? What do you mean no need? Shen Mujin feigned a hurt expression and continued, there is no need to worry about me and Mo Yinji anymore. We're not meant to be. That a flicker of panic crossed Song Sisi's eyes, quickly replaced by a fade of regret. How can you think that? Mo Shixiang is refined, talented, and handsome. How could you give up on him? Shen Mujin shrugged and replied, so he is so wonderful in your eyes. Perhaps you two should be together. Her intention was to provoke, and she noted every micro-expression on Song Sisi's face, the moment her words left her lips. Song Sisi's expression darkened significantly, but she quickly composed herself and exclaimed, what are you talking about? Shen Mujin suppressed a smirk, purposely smiling as she said, I was merely joking. Let us eat. During lunch, Shen Mujin chose a lavish spread, savoring every bite, while Song Sisi found the food tasteless. Today, as Shen Mujin felt foreign to her. It was as if she knew something in the past. Whenever she mentioned Mo Yinji, Shen Mujin's eyes would betray a glimmer of affection. Yet today, she had declared they were not possible. This thought crossed her mind. Song Sisi's chopsticks snapped in her grip. She would not allow such a scenario to unfold. Mo Yinji and Shen Mujin were pivotal pieces in her grand design. She had to rely on Shen Mujin to get closer to Gu Beisheng and needed Shen Mujin's entanglement with Mo Yinji to drive a wedge between Gu Beisheng and Shen Mujin, thereby creating an opportunity for herself. When Mo Yinji arrived, Song Sisi was still lost in her thoughts, her grip on the chopsticks tight. Meanwhile, Shen Mujin appeared unfazed. Chapter 4. The further away, the better. Mo Yinji seated himself beside Shen Mujin. Mujin, are you all right? That scoundrel Gu Beisheng, didn't he harm you, did he? Shen Mujin shook her head and stood up, quickly distancing herself from Mo Yinji. I'm fine. It seems Sisi has something on her mind. You should keep her company. That I'll take my leave. Mo Yinji was taken aback. Shen Mujin usually clung to him eagerly upon seeing him. Her sudden aloofness was unsettling. He frowned and said, Sisi? Sisi. Song Sisi snapped back to reality just in time to see Shen Mujin leaving the cafeteria. Why did Mujin leave? Shrugging, Song Sisi feigned ignorance. She's acting strangely today. She placed her hand on her forehead, expressing exasperation. Aren't you going to chase after her? Are you going to let her get away? Her gaze towards Mo Yinji grew increasingly impatient. Ever since encountering Gu Beisheng, no other man held any allure for her. Shen Mujin entered the school, attending her classes and dining in the cafeteria as per usual. However, since Mo Yinji had joined the school, Gu Beisheng had instructed Shi Sheng to prepare a car to fetch him. After being stabbed by him yesterday, he was now hastily rushing to meet his romantic interest. As this realization struck him, Gu Beisheng's expression darkened further. The car had just stopped at the school entrance when Shi Sheng spotted Shen Mujin exiting. President Gu, the young mistress has come out. Gu Beisheng raised his eyes, catching sight of Shen Mujin, who seemed to have noticed his car and was walking towards him. However, Mo Yinji had chased after Shen Mujin, pulling her into an embrace without hesitation. Mujin, I'm sorry, it's my fault for not being strong enough, causing you to suffer. Shen Mujin struggled to break free from Mo Yinji's hold, but he tightened his grip. Let go. Mo Yinji shook his head. I want to let go. I will never release you that I love you. Mujin that I will plead with Gu Beisheng to release you and support us. Shen Mujin fell silent, her gaze drifting to the Maybach parked across the street. Even through the tinted windows, she could feel Gu Beisheng's icy glare piercing through her. Excellent. This scene successfully enraged Gu Beisheng and created a significant rift between them. She understood that Mo Yinji had been summoned by Song Cici, who was well aware that Gu Beisheng had spies around her, by inciting Mo Yinji to pursue her. Song Cici aimed to stage such a scene for Gu Beisheng's benefit. Shen Mujin also recognized that at this moment, Song Cici must be hidden away in some corner, reveling in the chaos she had orchestrated. Everything seemed to align perfectly with her plan. Shen Mujin chuckled to herself. This was all within her expectations. Once they had savored the drama, she raised her knee to strike Mo Yinji in a vulnerable spot. He winced in pain, releasing her, and she quickly stepped back, creating distance between them. Mo Yinji, we are not meant to be. Please do not harass me any further. Mo Yinji stared at her in confusion, his eyes wide. What is wrong with you? Shen Mujin leaned closer, whispering in his ear, an arm cannot overpower a leg, especially one as feeble as yours. What makes you think you can compete with Gu Beisheng? I have moved on. This marked the first encounter between Shen Mujin and the scoundrel Mo Yinji since her rebirth. Naturally, she could not restrain herself and delivered a striking blow to his vulnerable spot. However, she believed that the physical harm inflicted upon him paled in comparison to the emotional injury wrought by her final words. In her previous life, she had fallen into the honey jar that Mo Yinji had laid out for her, perceiving him as nearly perfect. Yet now, when she looked again, she saw that he was shorter than Gu Beisheng, lacked the latter's physique, and even his aura was utterly overshadowed by Gu Beisheng's presence. Shen Mujin felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. Had she been blind to reality in her past life? How could she have forsaken the powerful and affluent Gu Beisheng to gravitate towards this worthless man, Mo Yinji? Her disdain was palpable, and Mo Yinji gazed at her in disbelief. Mujin, what on earth is wrong with you? If you have something troubling you, tell me, and I will resolve it. Shen Mujin let out a cold laugh. Get as far away as you can. With that, she denied him another opportunity to speak, turning on her heel to cross the street, where she swiftly entered the open door of a Maybach. Inside the car, the temperature was chillingly low. Shen Mujin pursed her lips. Assistant Shi, could you please raise the air conditioning temperature a bit? Assistant Shi appeared taken aback, glancing back to seek confirmation from Gu Beisheng. Noticing this, Shen Mujin was compelled to speak again. President Gu, I have relatives visiting and can't bear the cold. Her tone rose playfully, imbued with an air of childlike charm, as her clear eyes gazed intently at Gu Beisheng. Gu Beisheng frowned. Shen Mujin had never presented herself in such a feminine manner before him, flirtatious and alluring. However, as he pondered, it dawned on him that she might have displayed this demeanor to Mo Yinji, and his expression darkened even further. The atmosphere in the car morphed into something chillingly oppressive. Assistant Shi pressed his lips tightly together, fearing he might inadvertently provoke Gu Beisheng's ire. Once the partition was raised, he discreetly adjusted the temperature upward by 2 degrees. Feeling a hint of warmth, Shen Mujin unabashedly settled into a comfortable position against the seat and sighed. School is exhausting. Out of the corner of her eye, she furtively watched Gu Beisheng. Unsure how to broach the topic of what he had just witnessed without incurring his wrath, it would be best if he asked first. Otherwise, she would pretend that nothing had occurred. Gu Beisheng's anger ignited. Upon receiving news that Yinji was also at the school, the flames of his fury had already begun to brew. Gu Beisheng's wife. How could she shamelessly meet with her lover time and again? In the past, Shen Mujin had acted as if she had been caught red-handed, furious, and unreasonable. Yet now, she sat beside him, seemingly unperturbed and drowsy. How audacious she must be! Gu Beisheng's face radiated a chilling aura. But when he glanced at Shen Mujin, who appeared somewhat pale, he begrudgingly suppressed his overwhelming wrath. Silence enveloped the car until they arrived at the Bei residence. Shen Mujin had already leaned against Gu Beisheng's shoulder, fast asleep. When Assistant Sher opened the car door, he stood there, momentarily stunned by the sight before him. The young mistress had fallen asleep against the esteemed president, whose anger seemed to have dissipated considerably. Gu Beisheng rose and effortlessly lifted Shen Mujin into his arms, making his way toward the villa. Assistant Sher was suddenly jolted back to reality. President, your injury. Gu Beisheng, however, dismissed it coldly. You may leave now. Once the surroundings fell silent, Shen Mujin quietly opened her eyes that, in truth, she had awakened the moment Gu Beisheng had lifted her. Her soft hair brushed against Gu Beisheng's chest as she lazily inquired, "Have we arrived home?" The term home pleased Gu Beisheng, causing a significant portion of his anger to dissipate. Worried about the wound she had sustained, Shen Mujin jumped down. "Let us head inside." Gu Beisheng regarded her with a probing gaze, but ultimately refrained from speaking, instead striding into the villa. As the door swung open, the aroma of a sumptuous meal wafted through the air. Shen Mujin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling, "Did Aunt Feng prepare lunch?" Aunt Feng bent down to retrieve their slippers. Nodding, yes, the young master mentioned he would be home for lunch. Shen Mujin swallowed hard, saying nothing further, and dashed to the dining room. Aunt Feng intended to say more, but was interrupted by Gu Beisheng, who followed her into the dining area. Aunt Feng had only prepared a set of utensils for Gu Beisheng. But to her surprise, Shen Mujin returned and made herself comfortable at the dining table, beginning to eat with gusto. Upon seeing Gu Beisheng enter, Shen Mujin, food in mouth, beckoned. Aunt Feng's cooking is absolutely delicious. You must try it. Gu Beisheng took a seat, well aware that Aunt Feng's meals had been a staple since his childhood. Yet at that moment he lacked the appetite to eat. Instead, he was keen to observe this unusually amiable Shen Mujin and discern what scheme she was concocting. She had already eaten in the school cafeteria, so why feign hunger now? Shen Mujin, aware of his thoughts, muttered between bites, "You can't fill up when eating with someone you dislike, but oh." Gu Beisheng knew she had dined with Song Cici, her closest friend. Her deliberate insinuation about disliking her dining companion was clearly a ploy to gauge his reaction. As she had anticipated, Gu Beisheng remained unconvinced. He awaited her explanation, perhaps hoping she would erupt in fury as before. Shen Mujin instantly lost her appetite and retreated to her room. But within 2 minutes, Gu Beisheng followed her in that he no longer held back, grabbing her and pinning her against the wall. "Aren't you going to say anything?" Shen Mujin gazed at his flawless visage, swallowing hard. "You didn't ask." From the moment she entered the car until they arrived at the Bei residence, Gu Beisheng had maintained a stoic silence, not uttering a single word to her. Shen Mujin relished in keeping him guessing. Gu Beisheng suddenly pressed closer, their bodies nearly touching, trapping her soft form securely within his embrace, his voice as frigid as ancient ice. "Are you so eager to rush off to school and meet your lover?" Under the oppressive weight of his presence, Shen Mujin trembled slightly before responding. "And no, he was the one who pursued me." Gu Beisheng's reaction to her was palpable. Recalling the tempestuous confrontations that followed each time he had caught her with Yinji in her past life, Shen Mujin felt a surge of fear and quickly clarified. "I swear, it's true. He sought me out. I did not arrange to meet him." Her eyes brimmed with sincerity, leaving Gu Beisheng unable to detect any hint of deception. "Have you developed some skills?" Gu Beisheng inquired. Shen Mujin shook her head. "I have evidence. Let me go, and I will show you. Speak now." Gu Beisheng's demand, accompanied by his warm breath against her ear, sent a ripple of anticipation through her. Steeling herself, she explained, I know I once had feelings for Mo Yinji, but now I declare that I no longer like him. Oh, you believe me? Gu Beisheng shook his head, clearly skeptical. Just yesterday, she had been willing to stab his heart with a dagger just to be with Mo Yinji. Today, she claimed to no longer love him. The implausibility of her words was glaring. Shen Mujin struggled to extract her phone from her pocket, producing a recording. Get as far away as you can. You can't compare to Gu Beisheng, especially someone like you, who doesn't even qualify as an arm. Observing Gu Beisheng's expression slightly soften, she quickly continued, I understand you might not believe me, but I speak only the truth. Time will reveal all, in terms of looks and family background. Mo Yinji is incomparable to you. I have no reason not to seek someone else. A flicker of delight ignited within Gu Beisheng. Although she might not be entirely truthful, and even if she was, her choice to pursue him based on superficial qualities was still a victory in his book. At the very least, she had acknowledged her affection for him. Shen Mujin gazed up at the handsome face before her. Her cheeks flushed, and unable to contain herself, she rose on her tiptoes and pressed her lips against Gu Beisheng's. Yet, in the next instant, Gu Beisheng pushed her away, his voice a furious growl. Who taught you to use such methods to curry my favor? In the past, their encounters have been filled with arguments and discontent, with her incessantly extolling the virtues of another man. Yet today, her behavior was inexplicably odd, prompting Gu Beisheng to wonder what scheme she was concocting. However, the honesty in Shen Mujin's eyes betrayed no sign of panic. She even draped her arms around his neck and softly replied, I couldn't help myself. I acted on impulse. Upon uttering those words, Shen Mujin's face flushed with deep embarrassment as she averted her gaze. Pushing Gu Beisheng away, You're so infuriating. However, Shen Mujin swiftly climbed into bed, wrapping herself up like a shrimp. Her voice, tinged with a mix of grievance and shyness, emerged from beneath the covers. My relatives are visiting. It's not possible today. With a loud bang, Gu Beisheng slammed the door and left, leaving Shen Mujin to emerge from the blankets, unable to calm her turbulent emotions for quite some time. In her previous life, the relationship between her and Gu Beisheng had become severely strained, yet upon reflection, she realized it was largely of her own making. Gu Beisheng had never treated her poorly. Regardless of the chaos she caused, he had never inflicted any substantial harm upon her. Moreover, this time, she discovered that Gu Beisheng, the icy and domineering was surprisingly susceptible to gentler approaches. A mere hint of her coyness could dissipate much of his anger. Shen Mujin felt as though she had stumbled upon a secret treasure, giggling foolishly under her covers. Meanwhile, the departing Gu Beisheng contacted Sheng, requesting all surveillance footage related to Shen Mujin from the school that day. In his view, her audacity to so blatantly entice him stemmed from her awareness that he would never force himself upon a woman who was indisposed. The misunderstandings between them had not formed in a single day, and trust was not something that could be established overnight. Women inevitably face those inconvenient days each month. Shen Mujin felt a dull ache in her lower abdomen. She tightened her blanket and dozed off again, only to be awakened by the incessant ringing of her phone. Hello. Her voice carried an unmistakable impatience, startling Song Cici on the other end. Hello, Mujin? What's wrong? Shen Mujin furrowed her brow, squinting at her phone screen before letting out a soft sigh. Her tone softening. Oh, it's you. I was asleep and thought it was some telemarketer. Her explanation made sense, and Song Cici didn't dwell on it further, asking, Are you not coming to class this afternoon? I'm not feeling well. Not feeling well. Song Cici had witnessed her getting into Gu Beisheng's car earlier that day, and her mention of feeling unwell naturally led Song Cici to suspect it was due to what had transpired. Song Cici's hands clenched tightly together. Why was it that Shen Mujin could so effortlessly capture the attention of a man whom all the women in Lin City coveted? Gu Beisheng was like a deity in their city, not only due to his prestigious background and remarkable talent, but also because of his flawlessly handsome features and model-like physique. In Song Cici's eyes, Shen Mujin was merely a spoiled rich girl, endowed with beauty but lacking intellect. She did not deserve to possess someone as perfect as Gu Beisheng. Surely, the one who could stand by Gu Beisheng's side should be a woman like herself, both beautiful and intelligent, graceful and amiable. Noticing Song Cici's prolonged silence, Shen Mujin decided to hang up the phone. She knew that her claim of not feeling well would irk Song Cici for a while. Shen Mujin found Song Cici's petty thoughts transparent now that she had been reborn. Causing Song Cici even a hint of discomfort brought Shen Mujin a sense of satisfaction, alleviating her lower abdominal pain considerably. However, not long after she had fallen asleep, the sound of knocking at the door roused her once more. Young madam, young madam. With a hint of exasperation, Shen Mujin turned over and mumbled, Aunt Feng, what is it? Aunt Feng pushed the door open, finding Shen Mujin with disheveled hair and a look of utter disinterest. The sight stirred the softest corners of Aunt Feng's heart, prompting her voice to soften. There's a woman outside who claims to be your classmate and close friend, named Song Cici. Should I let her in? Song Cici. Shen Mujin swept her hair back, frowning as she replied, What does she want? She said she heard you weren't feeling well and came to check on you. Shen Mujin flopped back on her bed with a thud. Is she still haunting me? Upon hearing this, Aunt Feng suggested, Should I turn her away, saying you're not available? That's unnecessary. Let her sit in the living room. I'll go face that devilish creature. Although Aunt Feng did not fully grasp the underlying meaning of Shen Mujin's words, she could discern her disdain for this classmate. She retreated to the kitchen to prepare tea. She quickly texted Gu Beisheng, Young master, a woman named Song Cici has come to visit young madam. It seems young madam has a strong aversion to her. Additionally, young madam appears somewhat unwell. Gu Beisheng, currently in a meeting, furrowed his brow upon receiving the message, causing his subordinates to break into a sweat. The iceberg EO's frown was always a harbinger of misfortune. However, to their astonishment, after sending a reply, Gu Beisheng's furrowed brow relaxed, and he calmly instructed, Continue. In the northern residence, Shen Mujin changed into a silk nightgown and lazily descended the stairs. Song Cici was seated on their genuine leather sofa, curiously surveying the opulence of the villa. Coming from a humble background, she had never encountered such lavishness. The more extravagant the surroundings, the more envy she felt towards Shen Mujin, yearning to become the mistress of this abode. Shen Mujin, aware of her intentions, coldly remarked, What brings you here? Song Cici quickly stood and retrieved several heat packs from her bag, offering them. You mentioned you weren't feeling well over the phone. Once I checked the date, I realized you must be experiencing your monthly cycle. Knowing that you often suffer from cramps, I bought these heat packs for you in her previous life, such tender care from Song Cici would have moved Shen Mujin to tears. But now, times had changed. She did not reach out to accept them, instead stating coolly, Just leave them there. Though puzzled by Shen Mujin's reaction, Song Cici rationalized that it was typical for someone so pampered and willful to respond in such a manner. With a smile, she placed the heat packs on the table and urged Shen Mujin, Please sit down. Don't just stand there. This display seemed to suggest that she was the mistress of the northern residence. Shen Mujin curled her lips in a faint smile as she settled onto a nearby small sofa, subtly distancing herself from Song Cici. Aren't you supposed to be in class? Song Cici gathered her hair, feigning self-sacrifice. You're more important. I was worried you'd be alone. Shen Mujin rolled her eyes internally, yet maintained a polite facade. So, you mean to say you skipped class for me? Song Cici was renowned at school for her academic excellence, having never missed a single class throughout her college years. The fact that she had made an exception today for Shen Mujin elevated Shen Mujin's perception of her. Song Cici was no ordinary schemer. She had strategically maneuvered her way through, not only displacing Shen Mujin, but also eliminating Gu Beisheng's legitimate fiancé, Chu Manchue, ultimately securing her own position by his side. Shen Mujin understood that she must remain vigilant against her, lest she fall prey to the same fate as in her previous life. With a facade of deep friendship, Song Cici did not hesitate to elevate Shen Mujin. Mujin, this northern residence is truly luxurious. I've never stayed in such a splendid home. I envy you so much. Shen Mujin replied nonchalantly. Is that so? Aren't you the one who knows best what a tumultuous life I lead here? Why would you envy me? Song Cici, quick-witted, immediately retracted her smile. I apologize. I've simply never seen such grandeur before, and I meant to say that your Shen family must also reside in such villas. Which is why I envy you. Shen Mujin chuckled. If you're so envious, why not stay for a few days? She observed the spark of excitement in Song Cc's eyes. Really? Shen Mujin laughed. I was joking. This is Gu Beisheng's home. How could I possibly host you? The light in Song Cc's eyes dimmed at once. Her hands clenched her clothing tightly as she forced a smile. Of course. Her reason for coming to the northern residence was to run into Gu Beisheng. After their brief encounter at the bar, she had been unable to forget him, although she could not claim him yet. Increasing her presence while with Shen Mujin would only serve to enhance her own gentle and amiable persona. Clearly, today had been a wasted trip, as Gu Beisheng was not at home. She scolded herself for being foolish. A man like Gu Beisheng, standing at the pinnacle of the world, was undoubtedly busy at the company during this time. Nevertheless, being able to enter the northern residence was not entirely without merit. Aunt Feng emerged from the kitchen with tea, first politely offering a cup to Song Cc before presenting another to Shen Mujin. Young madam, this was specially prepared for you by the young master. It should help ease your discomfort. Shen Mujin received it with a smile, thanking Aunt Feng sweetly. Aunt Feng then draped a blanket over Shen Mujin. The young master said you mustn't catch a chill. With an even brighter smile, Shen Mujin asked, what else did he say? The young master also inquired about what you would like for dinner, so I could prepare in advance. As she spoke, she glanced at Song Cc. Would your friend like to stay for dinner? No, that's all right. That sounds good. Shen Mujin and Song Cc spoke simultaneously, each offering a different response, momentarily leaving Aunt Feng perplexed. However, Aunt Feng was well aware of her position. Since the young mistress had declared it unnecessary, she naturally deferred to her wishes. Shen Mujin outright rejected Song Cc in front of the maid, which resulted in Song Cc's face shifting through shades of embarrassment. Observing Aunt Feng leaving with a warming pad, Song Cc, feeling wronged, murmured, Mujin, do you dislike me visiting your home? Shen Mujin, secretly delighted by her discomfort, feigned a troubled expression, replying, this is Gu Beisheng's home, not mine. If you were to discover that I invited a classmate over without permission, I would not fare well. But just now, the maid's demeanor towards you clearly indicated a close relationship. Song Cc protested. Shen Mujin looked in her eyes and asked earnestly, do you wish for me to fall out with Gu Beisheng? This question left Song Cc momentarily speechless. Her flustered reaction was evident to Shen Mujin. Fortunately, Song Cc possessed a robust emotional resilience. Quickly regaining her composure to softly say, you misunderstand. It's just that I worry about your situation with Mo Yenji. Shen Mujin interrupted. In the future, do not speak on Mo Yenji's behalf in my presence. You are my dearest friend, and surely you wish for my happiness more than anyone else, correct? Song Cc smiled awkwardly. Yes, I'm tired. You should return to school quickly. You might still catch the last class. With that, Shen Mujin signaled for her to leave, and Song Cc had no choice but to rise and bid farewell. Aunt Feng was preoccupied with some task, and Shen Mujin made no move to see her off. Frustrated, Song Cc exited alone as she passed the garbage bin at the entrance of the villa. She caught sight of the discarded warming pad inside. Her hands twisted her clothing in agitation, fingers turning pale as she took a moment to steady herself before stepping away. Song Cc's visit to the Beijai yielded no benefits, only a bellyful of frustration. This pleased Shen Mujin, who gave Aunt Feng a thumbs up, exclaiming, Aunt Feng, you did splendidly. Aunt Feng smiled in response. Thank you for the compliment, young mistress. The Shen Mujin before her was a stark contrast to the one she had heard about in the old residence. This young mistress exhibited none of the negative traits described. Instead, Aunt Feng discerned a profound affection in the eyes of Gu Beisheng directed towards her. Chapter 8. Waiting for him to dine together after leaving the Beijai, Song Cc took a taxi directly to Mo Yenji's company. Her ease of movement suggested she had frequented the place often. Mo Yenji had just concluded a meeting regarding a project he had been negotiating for over a month, only to have the other party suddenly back out. After much effort, he discovered that someone influential had specifically instructed against collaborating with his company, and he could surmise who that person might be. Song Cc marched into his office and shut the door, unleashing her frustration. She hurled her bag onto the floor, exclaiming, Shen Mujin has gone too far. I visited her with goodwill, and she treated me with such disdain. Mo Yenji rubbed his temples in exasperation. Aren't you two best friends? Song Cc paused, transforming her anger into a sense of grievance. Precisely because we were best friends, I feel hurt that I skipped class to see her. And she treated me like this. It's utterly heartbreaking. As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks, presenting a heart-wrenching image that evoked sympathy from Mo Yinji. He rose and pulled her onto his lap, saying, I think you should focus on being with me and abandon those unrealistic aspirations. All right? Though Song Sisi felt disdain internally, she leaned against Mo Yinji's chest, her voice filled with indignation. Everything I do is for you. If I can win over Shen Mujin, with the Shen and Gu families backing you, your company would surely flourish, rather than languish in its current state. After their encounter, they sat down to meticulously discuss their next steps. Song Sisi sensed that Shen Mujin had seemingly transformed overnight. Previously, she would confide in her for advice, but now she appeared to have developed her own opinions, and most importantly, her relationship with Gu Beisheng seemed to be mending. Mo Yinji shared this sentiment, but was skeptical that a person could change so drastically overnight. Moreover, he firmly believed Shen Mujin's affections for him were unwavering. He could not accept that she would suddenly develop feelings for someone else. Ultimately, they concluded that Shen Mujin had merely become more astute. Learning to perform for the Gu family, Gu Beisheng, Aunt Feng had prepared a delightful meal that made Shen Mujin's mouth water. Yet she insisted on waiting for Gu Beisheng to dine together. Gu Beisheng, engaged in a video conference, resolved his hunger with takeout. Upon returning home just past 9 o'clock, he was greeted by Aunt Feng. Young master, you have finally returned. The young mistress has been waiting for you in the dining room for quite some time. Waiting for me? Gu Beisheng inquired, surprised. Aunt Feng nodded. Yes, she insisted on waiting for you to eat together. This was peculiar. Usually, when Gu Beisheng arranged for a meal, Shen Mujin would refuse to join him. Today, she was actually waiting at home to dine with him. With curiosity, Gu Beisheng entered the dining room to find Shen Mujin dozing at the table. Her mouth slightly open and a drop of drool escaping. He had never seen her in such an endearing, innocent state. Leaning closer, he noticed the faint fragrance that reminded him of their childhood, bringing him a sense of comfort. Though her complexion was pale, her lips were beautifully rosy, nearly tempting him to kiss her. The sound of Aunt Feng serving hot dishes startled Shen Mujin awake. She opened her eyes abruptly, startled by the handsome face looming before her. Did I scare you? Gu Beisheng asked, his presence imposing. Shen Mujin quickly shook her head. No. Why did you wait for me? Gu Beisheng's aura was commanding, making Shen Mujin feel breathless. She leaned back slightly, trying to create distance, and replied, I waited to eat with you. What kind of game are you playing? Gu Beisheng pressed, his demeanor as frosty as ever, making Shen Mujin hesitant. This time, she genuinely wished to cling to him. But his aloofness made her retreat. Although she understood the advantages of having a powerful ally, she felt as though she were freezing in his presence, stealing glances at him. She marveled at his striking features. Perfect to an almost unfair degree, the retreat she had just experienced transformed into a rapid heartbeat, and she muttered to herself, if I were to die, it would be worth it. Such a handsome husband is simply too good to be true. Gu Beisheng frowned. What did you say? Shen Mujin flashed a charming smile, wrapping her arms around his neck in a playful manner. I'm hungry. Let's eat. Being one who preferred gentle persuasion over force. Gu Beisheng found himself yielding to her charm. Shen Mujin thoroughly enjoyed the meal, and later that evening, after showering, she snuggled into bed, noticing Gu Beisheng's throat bob as he swallowed nervously, her heart fluttering with delight. Taking advantage of her menstrual cycle, she felt she could gauge Gu Beisheng's feelings for her. Let us sleep, she softly suggested. Gu Beisheng appeared taken aback before coldly responding, I still have work to do. You sleep. I'll go to the study. Shen Mujin pouted, murmuring, all right, then in truth, she longed to ask him to stay, but ultimately refrained. After all, she had been reborn, yet Gu Beisheng still perceived her as the spoiled young lady who only sought to provoke him. If she changed too drastically, it might backfire. When Gu Beisheng returned to the bedroom, it was already past midnight. Shen Mujin lay curled up, resembling a shrimp in her sleep. Gu Beisheng gazed at her form beneath the covers, reflecting on the fact that this was the specially prepared marital bed. Since their wedding, Shen Mujin had never slept so peacefully in it. Typically, after their encounters, Regardless of her pain or exhaustion, she would immediately leave for the guest room. Don't, Shen Mujin's soft whimper interrupted Gu Beisheng's thoughts. He leaned closer, noticing her pale complexion, furrowed brows, and beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Don't go. Chapter 9. One must always repay their debts. The sorrow in Shen Mujin's voice tugged at Gu Beisheng's heart. Wake up. Wake up. He gently shook her shoulders. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately dove into his embrace, pleading, Don't leave, I'm scared. Her soft voice pierced through to Gu Beisheng's heart, prompting him to wrap his arms tightly around her, providing her with love and warmth. After a while, Shen Mujin pulled the covers down slightly, whispering, Come in. Once they were comfortably settled, she guided Gu Beisheng's hand downward, but he abruptly halted her. Don't move. In her embrace, warm and soft as jade, he found it exceedingly difficult to maintain his composure. Shen Mujin stifled a giggle, resolutely guiding his hand downward until it ultimately rested upon her lower abdomen. I feel unwell. Could you warm me up? Gu Beisheng's entire being tensed momentarily, yet he made no move to withdraw his hand. Nestled within his warm embrace, Shen Mujin softly confided, I had a nightmare. One in which you no longer wanted me, where you wished to divorce me. Gu Beisheng raised an eyebrow, realizing that Shen Mujin's murmurs in the depths of her troubled sleep stemmed from the fear of losing him. The sorrow entwined within those utterances was not feigned. Did Shen Mujin harbor feelings for him? He quickly shook his head. Shen Mujin did not love him. Her heart belonged solely to the scheming Mo Yinji. With this thought, his heart sank further. Seemingly sensing his change in demeanor, Shen Mujin snuggled closer against his chest. You must believe in me. Time will reveal everything that in my eyes and heart. There is only you. Was this a confession? Gu Beisheng pondered for a considerable time, unable to fathom the sudden transformation Shen Mujin had undergone overnight. Meanwhile, she had already nestled into his warmth and drifted sweetly into slumber. The next day, when Shen Mujin awoke, Gu Beisheng's presence was absent from her side. Reminiscing about the tender moments from the previous night, a sweet smile graced her face as she stretched and rose from bed. Aunt Feng, noticing her descent, quickly prepared breakfast. Young madam, please enjoy your meal. Shen Mujin nodded and inquired, Where is Beisheng? The young master left for the company quite early, Aunt Feng replied. Shen Mujin nodded again, swiftly finishing her breakfast before gathering her belongings and heading out. Aunt Feng called after her, Young madam, the young master instructed that you rest at home for a few days. Shen Mujin replied with a smile, I'm fine now. I'm off to school. Her husband worked so diligently. How could she remain at home like a mere parasite? In this life, she vowed to strive and become a woman worthy of standing by his side. Upon arriving at school, the moment she entered the dormitory, a bucket of water was unexpectedly splashed upon her. Caught off guard, she found herself drenched. Ouch! Who is so careless as to run underneath my foot bath? The voice was laced with mockery and sharp disdain. And without needing to look up, Shen Mujin recognized it was Wang Miao Miao. Having shared a dormitory for 4 years, Wang Miao Miao regarded her as a sworn enemy, eager to trip her up and assert dominance at every opportunity. Shen Mujin remained silent. In her previous life, she too had been somewhat spoiled, while Wang Miao Miao was a privileged second-generation rich girl. The two had been at odds since their first day of college. Wang Miao Miao laughed, and Zhao Linger joined in the ridicule. Shen Mujin pushed past them directly into the bathroom. Not long after, she emerged carrying a bucket of water, and without hesitation, she doused Wang Miao Miao from head to toe. Zhao Linger, standing beside Wang Miao Miao, was inevitably caught in the deluge as well. Both girls stared in disbelief at Shen Mujin, shrieking, Shen Mujin, are you out of your mind? With a cold smile, Shen Mujin slammed the empty bucket down before Wang Miao Miao. Do I appear to be insane? Wang Miao Miao, there are consequences for one's actions. Surely you understand this principle? Wang Miao Miao, filled with fury, lunged at Shen Mujin, shrieking, I'll kill you, you wretched girl. Shen Mujin was unyielding, swiftly grabbing Wang Miao Miao's long hair. With a firm pull, Wang Miao Miao began to wail. The commotion attracted the attention of other students, who gathered at the dormitory entrance to watch the spectacle and take photos. Zhao Lingo, timid by nature, shrank back, pointing at Shen Mujin and accusing, Shen Mujin is bullying her classmates. Someone go find a teacher. Before the head of the department could arrive, Song Sisi rushed over, stepping in to separate the two. Let go! Let go! We are all classmates. If there's a misunderstanding, let us discuss it calmly and not ruin the atmosphere. Shen Mujin ignored her, while Wang Miao cried, Make her let go. She's going to rip my hair out. It was Wang Miao who had initially pounced on Shen Mujin, scratching her, but she had not anticipated Shen Mujin's swift retaliation. Seeing that Shen Mujin would not relent, Song Sisi anxiously pleaded, Mujin, you are already failing. If the director comes, you'll receive a demerit, and what about your graduation certificate? Please, just let go. Her words were intended to provoke Shen Mujin. In her past life, Shen Mujin would have disregarded the importance of a graduation certificate, only to escalate the bullying of Wang Miao. However, Shen Mujin was no longer the same volatile person she once was. With a decisive motion, she released Wang Miao, pushing her to the ground, and turned away, effortlessly parting the crowd as she exited the dormitory. Wang Miao, having scraped her palm, cried even louder. Song Sisi approached, feigning concern. Miao, are you all right? What happened? Wang Miao wiped her tears and fiercely shoved Song Sisi to the ground. Get lost. Who asked you to play the good person? You're just Shen Mujin's little lapdog. She treats you like a pet, petting you when she is happy and kicking you when she is not. Watching you fawn over her sickens me. Wang Miao's words struck a nerve, and Song Sisi's face turned crimson. Students nearby began to whisper and point, leaving her feeling embarrassed and wishing to disappear. Yet, playing the victim was her forte. In an instant, she was shedding tears. Miao. Mujin isnt, as you say that I consider you all friends. Why do you speak to me like this? At this, the students began to express sympathy for her again. Seizing the moment, Song Sisi quickly gathered herself, wiping her tears and fleeing the scene. Chapter 10. The prelude to revenge. As Song Sisi had anticipated, the onlookers began to chastise Wang Miao. That you've gone too far. Sisi was only trying to help. Exactly, Wang Miao. How could you say that about Sisi? We all know her character. Song Sisi let out a cold laugh, realizing that Wang Miao was no match for her. If not for Wang Miao's affluent background, which might yield some future resources, she wouldn't have bothered to navigate the tensions between her and the Shen Mujin. Ignoring her damp clothes, Song Sisi hastily pursued Shen Mujin. Mujin, wait for me. Turning back, Shen Mujin saw Song Sisi rushing toward her, looking disheveled, with red-rimmed eyes and tear-streaked cheeks, wearing the expression of someone wronged. What's wrong? Did you get into a fight with Wang Miao too? Song Sisi shook her head. No, I'll just explain a bit for you. Miao misunderstood and pushed me. With that facade, she deftly played both sides, avoiding conflict with anyone. Shen Mujin scoffed coldly. Why didn't you push back? Song Sisi smiled graciously that we are all classmates. She didn't mean it. I don't hold it against her. Always seeking sympathy and trust from others, Song Sisi thrived on being the victim that moment. Shen Mujin felt a tinge of gratitude towards Wang Miao for providing a small lesson to Song Sisi, the White Lotus. Unaware of Shen Mujin's thoughts, Song Sisi continued to cling to her arm affectionately. Mujin, we have no classes this morning. Let us go shopping and pick out some new clothes. Shen Mujin suppressed the urge to push her away and smiled in agreement. She remembered that in a few days, a major film crew would be on campus for auditions. In her previous life, around this time, Song Sisi had also insisted on shopping together, inevitably pressuring her to foot the bill. Having learned from her past experiences, Shen Mujin decided to give Song Sisi a small punishment as a prelude to her comeback. The two entered the mall, heading straight for Shen Mujin's favorite brand, where the clothing was not overly extravagant, but certainly not cheap. Dresses priced at 2,000 to 3,000 were common. Song Sisi, well acquainted with the store, selected several pieces and turned to Shen Mujin. I'm done picking. I'm going to try these on. Shen Mujin nodded, waiting for her to enter the fitting room before casually selecting an outfit for herself. She changed out of her wet clothes and settled the bill before reclining on the sofa, eager to see Song Sisi's reaction. Song Sisi tried on 7 or 8 outfits, each one to her satisfaction. She had signed up for the upcoming audition, knowing that unlike Shen Mujin and Wang Miao, she lacked a strong background and needed to seize every opportunity. Many sought to direct, but not everyone had the chance to actually helm a film. She was clever, understanding that starting as an actress was the way to enter the entertainment industry. That it had been a long time since she and Shen Mujin had gone shopping together. In the past, Shen Mujin had generously paid for all of Song Cici's selections, which had only fueled Song Cici's jealousy. When Shen Mujin had been financially supportive, she had been nothing but a walking ATM for Song Cici. As she looked at the clothing, she found it difficult to part with any of it. Finally, steeling herself, she gathered everything and headed to the counter, knowing it would total over 10,000, a mere trifle for Shen Mujin. Song Cici slipped into a chic little black dress and handed the rest to the attendant. Please wrap these up. Sitting on the sofa, Shen Mujin idly scrolled through her phone. Song Cici leaned over. Mujin, have you made your selection? Shen Mujin nodded. Yes, I've chosen this one I'm wearing. Song Cici furrowed her brows slightly and asked, Are we only choosing one outfit? Yes, is there a problem with that? Song Cici shook her head hurriedly. Every time they went shopping, Shen Mujin seemed eager to empty the entire mall of everything she liked. Why, today, was she suddenly inclined to purchase just this one item? Cici felt a bit anxious. If Shen Mujin was only buying one piece, would she be willing to pay for the numerous items Cici had selected? While pondering this, Cici couldn't help but observe Shen Mujin. The latter appeared unchanged, still exuding the same air of a young lady as she lounged on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. That innate aura of nobility made Cici feel as though she had diminished in stature. Why was it that she could buy whatever she desired, while Cici struggled to acquire a few beloved garments, relying on calculation to achieve them? The more she thought about it, the more unfair it seemed, prompting Cici to stomp her foot in frustration. Sic. What's wrong? Shen Mujin inquired. Cici quickly masked her thoughts with a smile. It's nothing, just a little numbness in my leg. Mujin, let's take a look at bags later. I heard that Prada has received a new batch of limited editions that should be to your liking. Shen Mujin casually nodded. Sure. The attendant soon approached with a packaged clothing, saying, Miss Song, your clothes are ready. You can settle the bill now. Upon seeing her new garments in hand, Cici beamed with joy and turned to Shen Mujin, who remained seated on the sofa. Mujin, I've made my selection. It's time to pay. Shen Mujin stood up, nodding in agreement. Then let us pay. She spoke but did not move. The attendant looked at Cici respectfully. Miss Song, will you be paying by card or cash? At that moment, Cici was taken aback. She glanced at Shen Mujin, who had picked up her phone and stepped outside. Aunt Fong, let us have braised fish for dinner tonight. The attendant, perceptive to the situation, asked again respectfully, Miss Song, will you be paying by card or cash? Cici's hands clenched tightly together, her nails digging into her flesh as she sensed a hint of mockery in the attendant's smile, seemingly waiting for her to falter. She fought to suppress her rising panic and anger. Forcing a smile as she asked, How much is it? With Miss Shun's VIP card and the discount applied, the total comes to 15,600 yuan. Will you be paying by card or cash? Miss Song, 15,600 yuan. Cici nearly stumbled. That amount was equivalent to her living expenses for an entire year. Were these clothes made of gold, with a mere 5,000 yuan in her bank account? She realized she could not afford these garments. She considered the option of simply wearing what she had on, but the sight of the attendants whispering among themselves crushed her self-esteem. And no longer hesitating, she declared, I'll pay by card. The attendant continued to smile respectfully. Miss Song, please follow me. Cici called out to her, Where's your restroom? The attendant pointed the way. Just a moment. I need to use the restroom first. All right. Once inside the restroom, Cici sat weakly on the toilet lid, her fingers pressing in her palm, her complexion fluctuating between shades of green and red. Shen Mujin had genuinely refused to help her pay. She must be doing this on purpose to humiliate her. At this moment, Cici's resentment towards Shen Mujin grew vehemently. She longed to replace her as Gu Beisheng's wife and have those who currently look down on her grovel at her feet. Apologizing one by one. After a brief moment, Cici took out her phone and messaged Mo Yinji, Brother Mo, I'm in urgent need of 20,000 yuan. Could you lend it to me? She appended 2 pitiful emojis for effect. Mo Yinji quickly replied, Didn't I just lend you 10,000 yuan a few days ago? My company is currently in dire need of funds. Can you be a little more considerate? Cici's fingers tightened around her phone. Mo Yinji was a scoundrel. When he was with her, He sweet-talked her. Yet now, when she merely requested 20,000 yuan, he revealed his true colors. She was tempted to call him and berate him. But he was her only lifeline at the moment, and she had to endure. "Brother Imo, my mother is seriously ill that I beg you. Could you lend me the money? I will find a job in a few days and repay you promptly." Imo Yinji did not respond further, but transferred 10,000 yuan. "Cici, this is all I have on hand. Use it as you need. No need to pay me back." Cici glared at the amount, cursing Imo Yinji profusely in her mind, yet she still typed out a message. "Thank you, Brother Imo. You were the best to me." After sending those words, she felt nauseous. What choice did she have? She was impoverished. She still needed 600 yuan. With no other option, Cici turned to her roommate for help. Her roommate was quite agreeable, quickly transferring 1,000 yuan to her. The attendant knocked on the restroom door. "Miss Song, are you all right?" Cici emerged with a cold expression. "What are you rushing for? Let us settle the bill." As she painfully carried her new clothes out, she could faintly hear the attendants mocking her. No money, yet shopping a luxury store. How embarrassing. Indeed, pretending to be affluent, she is probably hiding in the restroom to borrow money. Cici gritted her teeth, swallowing her frustration while silently vowing that once she became Gu Beisheng's woman, her first act would be to buy this store and dismiss those attendants who had ridiculed her. It was still important to dream. After all, what if it came true? When Shen Mujin saw Cici emerge, she approached with a smile. "Cici, what's wrong? You don't look well." Cici shook her head. "I'm fine. Let us continue shopping." She rationalized in her mind that Shen Mujin couldn't have meant to offend her. She must have simply been preoccupied with her phone call and thus hadn't paid for her. They had been together for a long time, and this was the only instance when Shen Mujin hadn't treated her. It was just an accident. She resolved to take Shen Mujin to select an extremely expensive handbag to compensate for her losses today. The mall was lined with numerous accessory shops, one of which was filled with fluffy toys. One particular humanoid doll, dressed in a suit and looking impeccably neat, reminded Shen Mujin of Gu Beisheng, prompting her to step inside. Cici followed her. "Mujin, are you planning to buy a doll?" Shen Mujin nodded, picking up the humanoid doll and selecting another that resembled her own image, saying, "I'll take these two. You should choose one as well." Cici, being a young girl herself, adored such cute plush toys. After glancing at the price, which was only a little over 100 yuan each, she quickly made her decision and said, "I'll handle the payment." Shen Mujin swiftly snatched it away, exclaiming, "What are you talking about? How could I let you pay when you're with me? I'll take care of it." She said this deliberately, and indeed, Cici's cheeks flushed again. "Thank you, Mujin." This confirmation solidified Cici's belief that Shen Mujin hadn't paid for her clothes merely because she was distracted by her phone call. With that thought in mind, Cici's steps became lighter as she linked arms with Shen Mujin, chatting and laughing their way to the handbag store. Inside the Prada store, Shen Mujin was a regular customer, and as soon as they entered, a dedicated attendant approached them. Cici eagerly browsed the newly arrived limited editions, initially considering Shen Mujin as she brought bags for her to try. However, within a mere 10 minutes, she had taken one for herself. Shen Mujin smirked internally, plotting how to extricate herself from a situation. She knew well that having purchased those clothes was the absolute limit for Cici. There was no way she could amass further funds for a handbag of her choosing. Dealing with someone like Cici, who was both hypocritical and self-righteous, the ultimate weapon was to undermine her self-esteem. Before long, Cici returned with a small, exquisite red crossbody bag. "Mujin, what do you think of this one?" Shen Mujin casually glanced at the price tag. 58,000 yuan. Cici truly had the audacity to choose it. Shen Mujin felt a surge of irritation. Upon reflection, she realized how much she had played the fool for Cici in her past life. However, she maintained her composure and nodded. "Not bad. The red really suits you." Cici grinned widely. "I like it a lot." "Then buy it." Cici immediately nodded. "Thank you, Mujin." Shen Mujin raised an eyebrow. "Don't thank me. You chose it yourself." Cici handed the bag to the attendant. "Please wrap it up." Then she turned to Shen Mujin, linking arms again. "Mujin, which one do you like? I think that new one over there would suit you perfectly. Let us go take a look." Shen Mujin shook her head, her tone light. "No, I'm no longer fond of this brand." "What? Why not? Didn't you used to love this brand?" Shen Mujin scoffed internally. "Oh, this brand's bags are everywhere. Anyone can carry them. They lack class. Her veiled jab was aimed squarely at Cece. Yet Cece, lost in the joy of purchasing a bag, completely missed the underlying sarcasm. Young mistress. Shen Mujin turned around, and it was Sheng who called her name. A flicker of joy ignited within her heart. Sheng's arrival was indeed timely. "Ah, yes, there's something you need?" she inquired. Sheng nodded. "The young master is waiting for you." He stood there with utmost respect, gesturing for her to proceed. Feigning a look of reluctance, Shen Mujin replied, "Did you not see that I am out shopping with my dear friend? Let him wait." Song Cece subtly tugged at Shen Mujin's sleeve. "Mujin, why don't we settle the bill, and you head back first? If you take too long, Gu Beisheng will surely not treat you kindly." With a look of desperation, Shen Mujin turned to Song Cece. "Even you are advising me to return? Be sensible. I'm doing this for your own good." Song Cece felt a surge of satisfaction, knowing that the news of Shen Mujin's altercation at school had reached Gu Beisheng's ears. Given Gu Beisheng's status and temperament, how could he tolerate having such a headstrong wife? She could almost envision the impending storm awaiting Shen Mujin upon her return. Shen Mujin, following the path Song Cece laid out, dejectedly shrugged off her hand, resembling friends caught in a petty quarrel. Song Cece continued to gently reassure her, "Mujin, if anything happens, just give me a call. Otherwise, I can accompany you back. With me around, Gu Beisheng won't dare to act too harshly." Shen Mujin scoffed. Song Cece was indeed quick-witted, hoping to use her to get closer to Gu Beisheng. Having lived a second life, she would no longer be foolish enough to provide Song Cece such an opportunity. With a huff, she stomped her foot, displaying the petulance of a young lady, and swiftly turned to leave. This left Song Cece momentarily stunned. She hurried after her for a few steps. "Mujin, we haven't settled the bill for our bags yet?" "Huh." Shen Mujin merely quickened her pace, leaving Song Cece behind. This was the outcome she desired. I could see that moment. Sheng stepped in front of Song Cece. "Miss Song, I apologize for the inconvenience that..." Sheng departed. Song Cece attempted to pursue him, only to be intercepted again by a staff member. "Miss Song, your bags have been prepared. Please come this way to settle the payment." With a loud bang, a thunderclap resonated in Song Cece's mind. This was a classic case of no harm, no foul, and she felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself for dragging Shen Mujin along for bag shopping. Now, Shen Mujin had simply walked away, leaving her stranded in a predicament. "Miss Song?" Snapping back to reality, Song Cece asked, "How much is it?" "That'll be 56,000 yuan. Additionally, we are gifting you a silk scarf." 56. She had intended to take advantage of Shen Mujin, yet instead, she had trapped herself. Song Cece pinched herself hard, the pain snapping her back to clarity. Taking a deep breath, she feigned calmness and furrowed her brow. "I no longer want this bag." With that proclamation, she turned on her heel and swiftly exited, fully aware that the staff would be laughing at her behind her back. It's all about the money. Song Cece felt herself on the brink of madness. Why was it that some were born with a silver spoon in their mouths, living lives akin to princesses, while she had to scheme and struggle for everything she desired? What made Shen Mujin so special that she could marry the most coveted man in Lincheng, Gu Beisheng, and bask in endless wealth and luxury? Meanwhile, she couldn't even claim the right to meet Gu Beisheng. In pursuit of her desires, she had willingly submitted to Mo Yanji. Yet that man only cared for her body. When it came to parting with money, he wouldn't even spare 20,000. The envy within Song Cece intensified as she resolutely told herself, what others possess, she would eventually acquire. One day, she would stand atop the peak, relishing the sight of their folly. Once she had composed herself and exited the mall, the once clear skies transformed into a torrential downpour. Taxis arrived in droves at the mall's entrance, and she watched as groups of people departed, while she clutched the mere 400 yuan left in her pocket, biting her lip, and rushed into the curtain of rain, determined to stretch that amount until she secured a job. Otherwise, she feared she might not even afford a meal. Meanwhile, comfortably seated in the back of a Maybach, Shen Mujin smiled and said, "Let us go." She had waited by the roadside until she had seen enough of Song Cece's disarray before leaving. The car did not head toward the Beijai, but rather to a private hospital. Standing in the corridor, an inexplicable unease gnawed at Shen Mujin as she called out to Sheng. "Assistant Shi, why are we here?" Shi Sheng replied with a blend of respect and distance. The CEO is waiting for you inside. Gu Beisheng was in the hospital waiting for her. Was he unwell? Her concern was palpable, surprising Shi Sheng. He had witnessed Shen Mujin's marriage to Gu Beisheng and the deepening rift between them. Yet in their two recent encounters, he suddenly perceived a significant change in Shen Mujin. She seemed notably softer. He paused to scrutinize Shen Mujin, realizing she was still the same Shen Mujin, yet something about her felt different, though he could not pinpoint it. Nevertheless, as Gu Beisheng's assistant, he felt compelled to remind her of certain matters. Young madam, I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 13. The regretful young wife Shen Mujin was equally taken aback. The usually reticent Shi Sheng actually had something to say to her. She halted and looked at him. Please go on. Shi Sheng appeared to deliberate for a considerable time before finally speaking. Young madam, the CEO is hospitalized due to the injury you inflicted upon him before. His wound reopened last night. Upon hearing this, Shen Mujin instantly understood that Shi Sheng was standing up for Gu Beisheng. Yet, at that time, she had been blinded by Mo Yinji and Song Cici, fixating solely on Mo Yinji, convinced that Gu Beisheng had shattered her happiness, which led her to act as she did. Now, having been reborn, she could not change the past but could only seek to make amends. Looking earnestly at Shi Sheng, she declared, I acknowledge my mistake, and I will make it right. Shi Sheng was astonished. The typically oblivious Shen Mujin was admitting fault. After pondering for a moment, he added, You are important to the CEO, so please do not harm him again. Important to Gu Beisheng? This revelation sparked a flicker of joy within her. She had always been uncertain of her standing in Gu Beisheng's heart, but Shi Sheng's words instilled in her a glimmer of courage to approach him. Shi Sheng informed her that Gu Beisheng had suffered a relapse of his stomach ailment because, after dining last night, he could not bear to let her wait in vain and had eaten a bit more than he should have. Overwhelmed with emotion, Shen Mujin pushed open the door to Gu Beisheng's hospital room. He was reclining on the hospital bed, attending to work on his laptop. Upon hearing her enter, he glanced at her and promptly closed the laptop. Come here. His voice remained icy, yet to Shen Mujin, it held an enchanting allure that drew her closer against her will. She unceremoniously took a seat beside his bed, lowering her head like a contrite young wife. You got into a fight? Her voice barely rose above a whisper. Shen Mujin knew that news of her altercation would not escape Gu Beisheng's notice. However, she could not simply allow herself to be bullied, even if Gu Beisheng sought to chastise her. She would not cower. She bowed her head, bracing for his reprimand. Yet Gu Beisheng's hand began to wander to her ear. The warmth of his fingertips sent a rush of heat through her, reddening her ears and causing her heart to race uncontrollably. What are you doing? Does it hurt? Shen Mujin was taken aback. Huh? Gu Beisheng's fingers lightly grazed the back of her ear, eliciting a slight twinge of pain. Without thinking, she shook her head, only to reconsider and nod vigorously, raising her head to look at Gu Beisheng with a pout. It hurts. As anticipated, Gu Beisheng's expression shifted to one of immediate concern. Shi Sheng, call the doctor. Shen Mujin's eyes darted around, feeling somewhat embarrassed. No need for that. She swallowed the remaining words, for Gu Beisheng's commanding presence left her feeling instantly submissive. She reflected that the injury must have occurred when Wang Miao Miao lunged at her. The wound was so minor that she had hardly noticed it. Yet Gu Beisheng had spotted it the moment he laid eyes on her. Could it be that he truly cared for her? The thought intensified the flush in her ears. The doctor, stifling a laugh, treated her minor wound, allowing Gu Beisheng to finally relax. However, his expression darkened considerably compared to earlier. Shi Sheng, take care of this. Wait. What needs to be handled? This minor issue does not require Gu Beisheng's intervention. Besides, the one at a loss is Wang Miao Miao. Gu Beisheng turned to her, his gaze captivating, as if it contained the most beautiful stars and oceans. Yet in that moment, those stunning eyes held only her, ensnaring her in a trance from which she could not escape. Shi Sheng, awkwardly clearing his throat twice, reminded Shen Mujin to speak. She rolled up her sleeves and boldly declared, there's no need to trouble Assistant Shi. I can handle it myself. She's in worse shape than I am. With that, she proudly gestured her nose with her thumb and let out a cute huff. Her adorable demeanor left Shi Sheng momentarily stunned. Gu Beisheng, displaying a possessive demeanor typical of a man protective of his woman, coldly reprimanded assure Sheng. Leave. Times have changed, and she was swifter than a rabbit. You must never exhibit that demeanor in front of other men again. His voice was commanding, laced with a hint of annoyance. However, Shen Mujin, undeterred, bravely lifted her gaze and inquired, "Are you jealous?" Gu Beisheng pulled her close, compelling her to rest against his chest, asserting, "I said no." Shen Mujin chuckled softly and nodded. The powerful rhythm of Gu Beisheng's heartbeat resonated within her, and as she tilted her head back, their lips nearly met. An air of ambiguity enveloping the hospital room. She found herself yearning for Gu Beisheng to bridge the gap with a kiss. Yet, what she received was a firm grip tightening around her waist, extinguishing the budding intimacy with his icy demeanor. "I ask this how you act coy with Mo Yinji." Shen Mujin rolled her eyes at Gu Beisheng. This capricious fellow had a knack for stirring up matters. It seemed she must offer him some reassurance. Shen Mujin propped herself up, meeting his gaze with sincerity glimmering in her eyes. "Never. It has always been you." She spoke the truth. In her previous life, she had been the insufferably proud young lady, enamored with Mo Yinji, yet had always presented herself as willful and spoiled in his presence. Whatever she desired, a mere flick of her finger would have Mo Yinji dutifully delivering it to her, with no need for her to be endearing or placating. With Gu Beisheng, however, she was irresistibly drawn to him. She instinctively revealed her most feminine side to him, solely because he was Gu Beisheng. These thoughts startled her as they surged within her. In her past life, she had certainly not loved Gu Beisheng. But why, upon encountering him now, did her heart race uncontrollably, and why did she feel an incessant urge to be near him? What precisely did Gu Beisheng represent in her heart? She had merely wished to align herself with a powerful ally for her own ascendance, yet her evolving relationship with Gu Beisheng had far surpassed her expectations. Could it be that she loved him? Shen Mujin furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend her own feelings. Noticing her distraction, Gu Beisheng tightened his grip. Acting on impulse, Shen Mujin reached out to cradle his handsome face, earnestly declaring, only upon uttering these words, she leaned in and pressed her lips against Gu Beisheng. They remained in that position for what felt like an eternity, and just as she was about to flee in embarrassment, Gu Beisheng finally made a move. With a sudden motion, he seized the back of her head, forcefully parting her lips with his, and they became entangled in a passionate kiss. His kiss was fervent and commanding, causing her to melt into his embrace. It was only when she sensed his hand wandering lower that Shen Mujin shyly pushed him away, exclaiming, "It's that time of the month." After their brief intimacy, it seemed their hearts had grown closer. Shen Mujin anxiously pointed to Gu Beisheng's chest, asking, "Does it still hurt?" Gu Beisheng merely shook his head in silence. The pain inflicted by a beloved is the most profound, a hurt that defies description. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated resigning himself to the idea that she would never love him. Yet, he was unwilling to accept that reality. After all, he had encountered her first. How could she have fallen for someone else before him? Shen Mujin, unaware of his turmoil, noticed his expression darkening and quickly bent down to present him with the stuffed toy she had bought. Gu Beisheng frowned. "Do you like this?" Shen Mujin nodded enthusiastically, shoving the doll into his arms. "It's a gift for you, Oh, you like it? What kind of man enjoys toys?" Gu Beisheng's eyes twitched slightly as he observed Shen Mujin's hopeful expression and begrudgingly nodded. Shen Mujin beamed with joy, bending down to retrieve a male doll and holding it aloft. "Look, this one is mine. It resembles you, doesn't it?" The doll was dressed in a sleek black suit, impeccably styled. Gu Beisheng raised an eyebrow, musing to himself, "Is this how she perceives me?" Shen Mujin, still playfully coaxing, urged, "Does it look like me? Does it?" Gu Beisheng cleared his throat and picked up the doll in his arms, responding evasively, "I think this one resembles you." Of course, she had chosen it deliberately. Shen Mujin took both dolls, one in each hand, and began a puppet show. Hello, I am Gu Beisheng. Hello, I am Shen Mujin. Miss Shen, you are quite beautiful. Mr. Gu, you are quite handsome as well." This little performance elicited a smile from Gu Beisheng, who could no longer maintain his composure. What he desired was this, simply to be together with her, after accompanying Gu Beisheng for lunch in the hospital. Shen Mujin returned to school. With her rebirth, she could not afford to squander precious time. She needed to make up for the wasted moments of her previous life. With less than 3 months until the final exams, ensuring that she did not fail and could graduate smoothly was an arduous task. Upon arriving at the dormitory door, she pushed the door open and overheard Wang Miao Miao loudly conversing on speakerphone. The gist of the conversation was her request for money from her mother, who explained that the family business had suffered one setback after another and could not spare any funds for her. Her mother urged her to consider whether she had offended anyone at school, which might have impacted the family business. Wang Miao Miao angrily hung up the phone. A essay student? Who could I possibly offend? It is not like I'm trying to keep all the money for my brother. Zhao Linger attempted to console her. Miao Miao, don't be upset. Perhaps your family is genuinely facing difficulties. If you need money urgently, I can lend you 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan isn't even enough for a piece of clothing. What good is that? Her tone remained sharp and cutting. Shen Mujin could easily imagine the aggrieved expression on Zhao Linger's face. Once the noise in the dormitory subsided, she pushed the door open and entered. Wang Miao Miao immediately sprang up, her temper flaring. Shen Mujin, was it you? Shen Mujin shrugged. What? Did you find someone to undermine our family business? How despicable of you. We had a quarrel, but why involve the family business? Shen Mujin scratched her ear. Keep your voice down. You sound like a shrewd. Do you truly think I have the power to undermine your family business? Her retort left Wang Miao Miao speechless. The Shen family had recently been in dire straits, facing significant financial issues, as reported in the financial news. The Shen family had neither the time nor the energy to target the Wang family in the neighboring city. Realizing this, Wang Miao Miao dropped her accusatory facade and donned a mocking smile. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Your Shen family is in disarray. What is the situation? Have you gone bankrupt? Shen Mujin replied coolly, better than your family holding on for dear life. Indeed, how long could the Wang family withstand the pressure from the business tycoon Gu Beisheng? Shen Mujin chose to ignore Wang Miao Miao as provocations, selected a few books, and departed from the dormitory. As she stepped out of the dorm building, she could not resist calling Shi Sheng. Upon answering, Shi Sheng respectfully addressed her, Madam. Shen Mujin inquired about her suspicions regarding the Wang family's troubles. Did you have any involvement? Yes, President Gu stated that anyone who bullies his wife must face consequences. It truly was Gu Beisheng. Shen Mujin couldn't help but smile at his unwavering loyalty. Leaving him with a warning not to go too far before ending the call, she exited the dormitory. Song Sisi spotted her and quickened her pace to approach Shen Mujin. Shen Mujin, in high spirits, turned to respond with a smile. Sisi, what is up? Song Sisi's gaze scrutinized her from head to toe. Did Gu Beisheng give you any trouble this morning? Shen Mujin replied casually. Not at all. He just waited for me to have lunch. Song Sisi's hands involuntarily clenched. The last time Shen Mujin had seen Gu Beisheng, she had returned with marks on her neck. Yet this time, there were no traces of anything amiss. Previously, whenever they met, it had always ended in loud arguments, and Shen Mujin would vent her frustrations about Gu Beisheng to her. But now, she claimed that Gu Beisheng merely waited for her to eat. Without any sign of dissatisfaction, had their relationship truly progressed to such a point? Song Sisi felt a surge of panic. They could not become close, or she would lose her chance. Shen Mujin, sensing Song Sisi's unease, remarked, Sisi, you don't look well. Song Sisi quickly concealed her thoughts and feigned discomfort, who knew it would rain so heavily after leaving the mall. I didn't bring an umbrella, so I got a bit wet and might be coming down with a cold. She deliberately mentioned the mall, hoping to remind Shen Mujin of her failure to pay for her. However, Shen Mujin was unperturbed. If you catch a cold, just rest more, that I'm heading to the library now. Song Sisi was taken aback. But weren't you always averse to going to the library? With exams approaching, if I don't even obtain a diploma, both the Shen and Gu families will come after me. Shen Mujin's words were so well structured that Song Sisi could find no flaws, and she could only nod in agreement. Then go ahead. If you encounter any issues, feel free to ask me. As Song Sisi watched Shen Mujin's figure retreat, she stomped her foot in frustration. Shen Mujin appeared to be developing her own opinions, while events were increasingly slipping from Song Sisi's grasp. She had to devise a plan quickly to reverse the situation. In other words, Shen Mujin's relationship with Gu Beisheng must become strained. Shen Mujin scoured the library for an abundance of materials. Yet after perusing them repeatedly, she found herself overwhelmed with a throbbing headache. It was entirely her fault for having been preoccupied with a scoundrel in her past life, neglecting her studies, and frequently absenting herself from her professional classes. As she gazed at the densely packed black characters on the pages, she felt her head spin. The content was utterly unengaging. With a pen in hand, she began doodling on a nearby sheet of paper. And before long, a chibi version of Gu Beisheng sprang to life. She took a photo of her drawing and sent it to Gu Beisheng. Moments later, a reply arrived. Bored? Shen Mujin sprawled across the table to respond. Only someone who knows me well would understand. I am utterly bored, a notification chimed in. Come to the company and keep me company. Shen Mujin sat upright in shock. Gu Beisheng had actually invited her to the Gu Corporation and to accompany him no less. Considering they were still in a secret marriage, it was quite bold of him to extend such an invitation. Could it be that he truly acknowledged her? Just as she was about to reply affirmatively, a text from Song Cici came in. Mujin, there's a social gathering tonight. Let us go together. A social gathering. Shen Mujin recalled that she had never attended any such event in her previous life. I won't be going. I still have to study. Besides, aren't you feeling unwell? You should rest. What nonsense about a social gathering. Nothing was more important than Gu Beisheng. Song Cici, undeterred, persisted. Oh, Mujin, you're the best. We're in our final year. Every gathering we miss is one less opportunity. I still don't have a boyfriend. So please accompany me. I beg you. My universe's most amazing Mujin. Shen Mujin looked at the overly sentimental messages and the heart emoji, nearly repulsed to the point of nausea. Song Cici was truly something. Her jealousy towards her was palpable, yet here she was insincerely sending such flattering words. However, Shen Mujin recalled that in her past life, whenever Song Cici urged her to do something, it was always to lead her into a trap. After some contemplation, she realized that in her previous life, Song Cici had never taken her to any social gatherings. Could her rebirth have altered the trajectory of certain events? What exactly was Song Cici plotting against her? Intrigued, Shen Mujin replied, All right, see you tonight. Afterward, she messaged Gu Beisheng. Dear Mr. Gu, with your busy schedule, I wouldn't want to impose. I shall dutifully remain in the library to prepare for the day when I shall achieve academic success and bring glory to you. After sending, she snapped a selfie of herself studying in the library and sent it over. Gu Beisheng, currently in a meeting, couldn't help but chuckle at her amusingly old-fashioned text. His subordinates stared at him in shock, wide-eyed as if struck by lightning. Shi Sheng, witnessing this unusual side of Gu Beisheng for the first time, cautiously mouthed to the others, If you value your lives, keep your heads down. The subordinates hurriedly bowed their heads, engrossed in their documents. After all, this was an unprecedentedly strange behavior from Gu Beisheng, and they dared not provoke him. Shen Mujin couldn't help but laugh upon receiving Gu Beisheng's approval. This sensation felt rather delightful. That evening, Song Cici dragged Shen Mujin back to their dorm to change into evening gowns. Shen Mujin frowned. It's just a social gathering. Why change into an evening gown? You don't understand. This is our last gathering in our final year. Everyone will be dressed to the nines. We must go with the flow. Shen Mujin chuckled silently. Acquiescing to Song Cici's suggestion, she donned a stunning off-shoulder nude evening dress that was simply breathtaking. Song Cici also changed into a white gown. Her hair elegantly styled, revealing her charming neck and collarbone. Standing next to Shen Mujin, while not as strikingly beautiful, she exuded a refreshing and captivating charm. The two made their way to the social gathering. Held at the renowned bar Peach Blossom under the moon, as soon as they entered, the men in the bar erupted into whistles. Shen Mujin glanced around and recognized several familiar faces from their school. The gathering commenced, proceeding quite normally, merely a wine and dance affair. Song Cici, linking arms with her, inquired, Mujin, do you want to dance? Shen Mujin shook her head, not really interested. Then shall we have a drink? I'm on my period. Shen Mujin subtly declined all of Song Cici's suggestions, keenly observing her. Throughout, Song Cici maintained an air of calmness. What was she planning? Did she genuinely just want to bring her to this gathering? Or had her acting skills reached such a remarkable level? Shen Mujin felt a twinge of boredom and considered leaving, but her curiosity about Song Cici's intentions kept her from doing so. Song Cici, of course, would not miss any opportunity to create trouble for Shen Mujin as the gathering neared its conclusion. Mo Yinji finally arrived, holding a large bouquet of red roses, catching everyone's attention. The boisterous music abruptly ceased, and the spotlight focused on Shen Mujin. She smirked inwardly. How predictable. Song Cici was merely using Mo Yinji to provoke Gu Beisheng. If she succeeded, the budding feelings and trust Shen Mujin had cultivated with Gu Beisheng over the past few days would be obliterated. She attempted to step back but was firmly held back by Song Cici. Song Cici, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Mujin, it's Mo Xixiao. How romantic." Shen Mujin rolled her eyes. "Let go of me. I'm leaving. What is wrong with you? Didn't you adore Mo Xixiao?" Shen Mujin replied coolly, "That was in the past. I recall telling you that I have nothing to do with him anymore." While they spoke, Mo Yinji had approached, taking the microphone that had been prepared nearby. Kneeling on one knee, he held up the roses and proclaimed loudly, "Mujin, marry me." "Wow, marry him, marry him." The crowd erupted with excitement. What is going on? The man in the VIP room above, who had been singing solo, was disturbed by the raucous cheers below. The waiter hurriedly explained, "Boss, it's the university students downstairs. Someone is proposing." The man in question was Fu Minglin, the owner of the Peach Blossom Under the Moon, who had been singing the melodious Peach Blossom melody for several hours. Upon hearing it was a proposal, he sighed and stood up. "Let us go see the commotion." This was a spectacle he could not miss. And upon arriving, he was taken aback to discover that the one being proposed to was none other than his sister-in-law. Fu Minglin quickly took out his phone and recorded a video to send to Gu Beisheng. "Bro, your wife is being proposed to." Gu Beisheng, en route back to Beijing, slammed his fist onto the seat in anger. "Head to Peach Blossom Under the Moon." The temperature in the car plummeted as Sheng shrank his neck. Making a sharp turn towards the bar, Shen Mujin found herself surrounded by a throng of people. Unable to escape, Mo Yinji, amidst the roses, produced a diamond ring, lifting it high as he once again declared, "Mujin, I love you. Marry me." His voice was filled with passion and fervor. In her previous life, Shen Mujin would have undoubtedly accepted his proposal without hesitation. Unfortunately, the current her had long seen through Mo Yinji's true nature and found him utterly ridiculous. Song Cici fanned the flames of excitement, and the atmosphere in the venue reached a fever pitch. Shen Mujin smiled and turned to pull Song Cici closer. "If you find this romantic, why don't you agree to it?" Song Cici stumbled back a couple of steps, stammering, "Mujin, don't joke around." Shen Mujin's smile widened. "I'm not joking that you're always praising Mo Yinji in front of me. Why not take him for yourself?" As she spoke, she playfully shoved Song Cici forward. In her high heels, Song Cici stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Mo Yinji, unable to let the charming Song Cici fall, dropped the roses and swiftly caught her in his arms. The crowd gasped in surprise. What was happening? Were they about to witness a scene of a best friend stealing a boyfriend? The onlookers began to murmur, speculating about the relationship between Song Cici and Mo Yinji, given that Song Cici was known to be Shen Mujin's close friend. Shen Mujin, who was always with her even during dates, could it be that Song Cici was secretly involved with Mo Yinji? Song Cici, gritting her teeth, pushed Mo Yinji away and approached Shen Mujin with a hurt expression. "Mujin, what do you mean by this? I considered you my best friend. How could you joke around like this and humiliate me?" Shen Mujin feigned innocence. "How am I humiliating you? I'm merely facilitating your happiness." Song Cici's mind buzzed with confusion. What did Shen Mujin mean? Did she know something? Glancing back at Mo Yinji, he stood there clueless, making her want to spit blood in frustration. Truly, as the saying goes, one fears not a godlike opponent, but a pig-like teammate. Mo Yinji was utterly unreliable. Whispers and pointed fingers surrounded her, as the crowd murmured incessantly, as she witnessed her carefully crafted plans teetering on the brink of collapse. And the flames of calamity drawing near, Song Cici pinched her thigh with considerable force, the sharp pain instantly bringing tears to her eyes. She lifted her gaze, her complexion pale and her face streaked with tears, embodying a picture of delicate vulnerability that had suffered great injustice. Mujin, you often enjoy jesting at my expense, and I can overlook your capricious nature as a wealthy young lady. However, in a moment like this, even if you refuse to comply with Brother Mo's wishes, even if you harbor unspoken troubles, you ought not to use me as a shield. Mujin, am I not your good friend? Why must you hurt me so? With that, Song Sisi wept even more heartily, portraying an image of monumental grievance as she pushed through the crowd and fled. Shen Mujin raised an eyebrow. Song Sisi was indeed adept, managing to turn the tide of public opinion back in her favor with a mere utterance. Now, Shen Mujin's image among her classmates had become even more tarnished, an affluent young lady, temperamental, fond of mocking Song Sisi, employing her as a scapegoat and seemingly not regarding her as a friend at all. Chapter 17. The car plunged into the river Mo Yinji, as if struck by inspiration, once more presented a bouquet of roses, declaring, Mujin, marry me. You are the only one I love. No matter how willful you may be, I shall embrace it. Marry him. Men as devoted as he are a rarity. Indeed, do not be oblivious to your fortune. Shen Mujin accepted the roses with a raised hand, while Mo Yinji's face broke into a triumphant smile. I know you must love me. Shen Mujin scoffed, and in the next moment, she hurled the roses away with force. I have said, go as far away as you can. She lifted her foot to leave, but was seized from behind by a pair of strong hands. Shout Jean. Turning back, she faced a handsome stranger, one she was certain she had never met before. He drew her closer, casually draping his arm over her shoulder, and whispered, little sister-in-law, I am Fu Minglin, a good brother of Beisheng. A brother of Gu Beisheng? Understanding dawned on Shen Mujin. He was here to assist him. She smiled and played along. What brings you here? Just joking. This is my family's bar. I've been upstairs the whole time, and I witnessed quite the spectacle. Shen Mujin gestured with her eyes, urging him to take her away. Fu Minglin nodded in comprehension, turning to Mo Yinji. And you are? Fu Minglin's identity was crystal clear to Mo Yinji. He was the second young master of the Fu family, a legitimate heir, far beyond the reach of a mere illegitimate child like himself. His presence today was in accordance with Song Sisi's plan, and now that she had departed, his continued presence here served little purpose. I am Shen Mujin's male classmate. How pathetic! The surrounding classmates, witnessing his cowardly demeanor, dispersed in boredom. Fu Minglin scoffed at his timidity, casting a disdainful glare and declaring, go as far away as you can. Though Mo Yinji was infuriated, he felt powerless and swiftly turned to leave. Shen Mujin shrugged, shaking off Fu Minglin's hand from her shoulder, and politely stepped back, saying, thank you, Fu Minglin, with a teasing smile, appraised her. Little sister-in-law, no need for thanks. By the time Gu Beisheng arrived, the bar had been cleared. Shen Mujin recognized the icy expression on his face. Today would not end well for her. She began to explain, only to be abruptly pulled by Gu Beisheng. Silence. Fu Minglin chuckled. Hey brother, have you proposed to your sister-in-law yet? With a resounding slam, Gu Beisheng shut the bar's door. Promise. Fu Minglin scratched his brow, finishing his sentence internally, silently wishing for Shen Mujin's well-being. Little sister-in-law, take care. Ouch! Let go of me. Gu Beisheng's grip was like iron around Shen Mujin's delicate wrist, causing her considerable pain. Hearing her cry, his fury intensified, and he shoved open the car door, tossing her inside. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Noticing that Gu Beisheng had not followed her in, Shen Mujin took a deep breath, but the next moment, she realized he had pushed Shishing out and taken the driver's seat himself. She attempted to explain again, but Gu Beisheng pressed the accelerator, and the car shot forward with a swiftness that was alarming. With a thud, her head collided violently with the seat back, causing her to wince in pain. The speed was outrageous, rendering her unable to keep her balance, and she had no choice but to grip the armrest tightly. Swaying with the car's movements, it seemed that Gu Beisheng was genuinely furious. A throbbing headache plagued Shen Mujin as she recalled the punishment she had faced in her previous life after being caught. Fear gripped her as she curled up, contemplating how to explain herself and endure Gu Beisheng's wrath. To provoke the ire of the ICCO was to invite an outcome she dreaded most. Lifting her head, she pondered over her words, preparing to explain herself once more, only to be startled by a sudden scene before her. Break. Break! The screeching sound of tires scraping against the pavement shattered the night as Gu Beisheng's car lost control and plunged over the barrier into the river. Shen Mujin awoke, disoriented and lying on a soaked wooden plank. Floating in the icy, bone-chilling waters of the river, she was drenched, the cold seeping into her bones. A sharp pain throbbed in her head, and as she touched her forehead, she felt the sticky warmth of blood. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, with only the moonlight occasionally glinting off the surface of the water. It dawned on her slowly. Gu Beisheng had driven the car into the river, but where was he? She vaguely recalled that at the moment the car hit the water, Gu Beisheng had climbed to the back seat to kick open the door for her. The impact and the rushing river had knocked her unconscious. And now, it was unclear how much time had passed. Gu Beisheng, in a state of panic and desperation, she called out, frantically crawling along the wooden plank, as if she could pull him from the depths of the water. Gu Beisheng, where are you? Come out, she shouted until her voice was hoarse. Yet still, there was no sign of him. The dark waters seemed to swallow everything. Thoughts of the worst flooded her mind, and she suddenly broke down in tears. Gu Beisheng, you scoundrel, come out. I haven't finished explaining myself. I no longer love Moying. I rejected his proposal today because my heart belongs only to you. It will always be you. Just come out. And I will apologize. I promise I won't look at another man as long as I live. As she cried, her heart poured out in a cacophony of emotions. Just as Gu Beisheng resurfaced from beneath the water, a warmth surged within him. Shen Mujin had indeed changed significantly. Yet hearing her declare that her heart belonged only to him stirred him deeply. The tears slipped from his eye, glistening like a pearl as it fell into the river. Gu Beisheng, Shen Mujin was on the brink of collapse, kneeling on the plank, angrily pounding the water surface, crying out his name. Suddenly, a surge of water erupted from below, causing the plank to rock. Shen Mujin lost her balance and plunged into the depths. Chapter 18. Life and death intertwined. Shen Mujin could not swim. The moment she hit the water, she was paralyzed with fear. A cold finger brushed against her skin, and as she instinctively opened her mouth to scream, she swallowed a mouthful of icy river water. The water enveloped her, and the suffocating terror gripped her, driving her to struggle desperately. Finally breaking free from the terrifying grip, she felt herself sinking into the depths. Utterly exhausted, she thought this time she was surely doomed. Would she be fortunate enough to be reborn again? As she sank deeper, she gradually opened her eyes, and to her astonishment, Gu Beisheng's figure swam toward her. So, she was indeed dead. Yet, it was fortunate to see Gu Beisheng once more. She thought, if she could die alongside him, it was a form of luck. With that thought, she smiled and reached out her hand toward him. As their fingers met, Gu Beisheng pulled her into his embrace and kissed her deeply. After a long while, they sat closely together on the wooden plank. Shen Mujin's cheeks burned like fire. You took advantage of me. After much hesitation, she managed to utter those words. The ice-cold Gu Beisheng couldn't help but chuckle softly. I did that to save you. Besides, I heard your confession. You. Her cheeks flushed even more, and she covered her face with her hands, murmuring, I thought you were dead. Do you wish for my death, so that I could be with Moying? Hearing this, Shen Mujin furrowed her brow and, forgetting her embarrassment, slapped Gu Beisheng's mouth. Pooh, that's bad luck. Don't say such things. I naturally want you to live well. I'm counting on you for the second half of my life. You are indeed my sturdy tree. Clinging to the powerful is the best way to stage a comeback. Gu Beisheng took the opportunity to grasp her hand and warmed it with his breath. Such a Shen Mujin endeared her to him deeply. Unbeknownst to him, he pondered whether this was yet another of her schemes and tricks. Yet even if it were, he was willing to indulge in this fleeting warmth and reliance. An occasional cool breeze wafted across the river, carrying with it the moisture that seeped into Shen Mujin's very being. She let out a forceful sneeze, causing the small wooden board beneath her to shudder thrice more. Gu Beisheng removed his damp suit jacket and draped it over Shen Mujin's shoulders, then retrieved his phone from his pocket. Oh, your phone still works? Shen Mujin inquired, only to instinctively close her mouth afterward. What else could one expect from Gu Beisheng's status? Naturally, his phone was of the highest quality, waterproof and unremarkable. However, after enduring the cold for so long, he finally took out his phone. What could possibly be going through his mind? Quickly call for help. Gu Beisheng nodded and dialed Shisheng. The moment they plunged into the river, he had already pulled Shen Mujin from the car, which was sinking. A wooden board floated just in time. After placing Shen Mujin atop it, he submerged back into the sinking vehicle to retrieve his phone. He had intended to call for help as soon as he surfaced. But unexpectedly, he stumbled upon Shen Mujin's desperate confession. That be why some strange twist of fate. Gu Beisheng put his phone back in his pocket. He suddenly felt that if time were to freeze at this moment, he would have no regrets. Just the two of them. She no longer harbored resentment toward him, nor did she love another. Only they, two souls bound by life and death. Shisheng was remarkably efficient. Within 7 or 8 minutes, a small helicopter buzzed overhead. Gu Beisheng activated his phone's flashlight and waved it toward the sky, and the helicopter soon spotted them. Once they were rescued, the helicopter flew directly back to Beijing. Aunt Feng had long prepared blankets, and as soon as they disembarked, she wrapped them up warmly. "Oh dear, young master and young mistress, you truly scared me. Thankfully, you both returned safely." Aunt Feng's eyes were red, likely from having been frightened to tears upon receiving the news. Gu Beisheng comfortingly patted her shoulder. "I apologize for causing you worried." Gu Beisheng. Aunt Feng was like a mother figure. He relied on her and trusted her implicitly. "Not at all. Knowing you're safe brings me peace. Aunt Feng, please prepare some ginger soup. It's already ready. Upstairs I've set out hot water and added a bag of ginger slices to ward off the chill. Hurry and soak yourself." Gu Beisheng nodded and turned to Shisheng, instructing, "Arrange for the best doctor to come." With that, he swept Shen Mujin into his arms and ascended the stairs. Shen Mujin was startled by his sudden action. "Hey, put me down. I can walk on my own." Gu Beisheng ignored her protests. Flushed with embarrassment, Shen Mujin's small fists pounded against Gu Beisheng's chest. "What are you doing? Stop it. You're making me feel awkward." Gu Beisheng's expression appeared somewhat displeased. Once upstairs, he closed the door with a bang and pinned Shen Mujin against the wall. He lowered his head, resting his forehead against hers. The heat of his breath brushed against her face, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. She pressed her hands firmly between them, flustered and stuttering. "What are you doing?" "Hey." Gu Beisheng's single-word response momentarily left Shen Mujin speechless. What did that mean? She mimicked him, offering a one-word reply in return. Gu Beisheng gazed into her sparkling eyes for what felt like an eternity, and just as he sensed his self-control slipping away, he stepped back, coldly stating, "I am not called a buffed." Shen Mujin couldn't help but laugh. So, Gu Beisheng was simply being awkward. The esteemed president of the Gu Corporation, acting so childishly. Noticing her amusement, Gu Beisheng's expression darkened further, and he leaned closer, his voice more chilling. "Do not call me. Call me husband, call me Beisheng." His request was interrupted by Shen Mujin's exclamation of husband, which caught in his throat. He had intended for her to call him by his name directly, but was unexpectedly pleased by her utterance of husband. Gu Beisheng's face flushed slightly, and he quickly turned to enter the bathroom, leaving Shen Mujin to cover her face in embarrassment and chastise herself. "Ah, Shen Mujin, what were you thinking? How could you be so brazen? Husband, how shameless!" Inside the bathroom, Gu Beisheng shed his clothes. Casting a glance toward the door where Shen Mujin stood, he suddenly called out, "Wife, come take a shower." Chapter 19. Heartfelt Culinary Disaster's Wife. Gu Beisheng called her wife. Shen Mujin's mind exploded in a flurry of disbelief. If she hadn't been leaning against the wall, she might have been toppled by his declaration. She had merely called him husband on a whim, and yet he was so eager to refer to her as wife. Shen Mujin turned away, despairingly banging her head against the wall. Ouch! She had forgotten about her injury on her forehead. The impact sent pain coursing through her, causing her to cry out in a most unbecoming manner. Hearing the commotion, Gu Beisheng rushed out in a flash. "Are you all right?" Shen Mujin cradled her head, whining, "It hurts so much." Her tone was laced with a sweetness that would melt anyone's heart. Gu Beisheng, leaning in closer, gently blew on her forehead, his voice softening considerably. "First, take a shower and change your clothes. The doctor will be here shortly." Pouting, Shen Mujin nodded, feeling a mix of annoyance and embarrassment. If he hadn't so casually called her wife, she wouldn't be in this predicament. But wait, Shen Mujin's mind exploded once more with realization. What was that imposing sight before her? Ah, scoundrel! Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Gu Beisheng, his expression darkening, replied, What else would I wear to shower? Ultimately, they ended up taking separate showers. Gu Beisheng's face bore a hint of irritation. Notions of a romantic bath had clearly been misguided. Observing Shen Mujin's wary demeanor only deepened his sense of frustration. All his life setbacks had stemmed from Shen Mujin. After finally witnessing her transformation, he couldn't help but question whether her guardedness was genuine. Had everything that transpired in the past few days merely been a ruse? After all, just days ago, she had wished to eliminate him and be with him. It was inconceivable for someone to change so drastically in such a short time. A chill crept back into Gu Beisheng's heart. As Shen Mujin went downstairs to tend to her injury, he retreated to his study, with Shisheng following closely behind. President Gu, the car has been retrieved. The brakes were definitely tampered with. Gu Beisheng leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, lost in thought. After a moment, Shisheng spoke again. The old residence has received news and insists that you return tomorrow. Gu Beisheng remained silent. After another moment, Shisheng, concerned, asked President Gu, Would you like to have your health checked? Falling off such a high bridge could result in internal injuries. Gu Beisheng's only internal injury was Shen Mujin. Upon opening his eyes, an icy glint flickered within. Keep a close watch on Mo Yinji. Report any unusual activities to me. Shisheng's brow furrowed slightly. Any unusual activity? Gu Beisheng's cold gaze prompted Shisheng to quickly reply. Recently, it has come to our attention that Mo Yinji has been involved in an improper relationship with your wife's close friend, Song Cici, and it appears that this relationship has been ongoing for quite some time. Shisheng's words sparked contemplation within Gu Beisheng. He recalled Aunt Feng mentioning that Shen Mujin seemed to harbor a strong dislike for Song Cici. Previously, they had been inseparable, sharing everything. Could it be that she had discovered Mo Yinji's connection with Song Cici? If so, her transformation would be understandable. President Gu Beisheng's mood lifted slightly. Should we inform the young mistress of this? No need. Once the car accident is thoroughly investigated, ensure that all security measures at Beijai are upgraded and arrange for protection for my wife at school. Shisheng nodded and departed. Only then did Gu Beisheng leave the study and head downstairs. Upon entering the living room, he noticed the doctor had already left. Just as he was about to return to his room, he suddenly heard laughter emanating from the kitchen. Aunt Feng, isn't this especially adorable? Absolutely adorable. Young mistress, you are truly thoughtful. That moment, Shen Mujin, donned in an apron and wielding a spatula, cautiously flipped an egg while muttering, Oh, Aunt Feng, I've told you countless times when there are no outsiders. Just call me Mujin. All right, Mujin. Aunt Feng's delighted laughter echoed in Gu Beisheng's ears as he curiously leaned in closer, eager to eavesdrop on their conversation, just as he pressed his ear against the door. It swung open with a squeak. Gu Beisheng awkwardly scratched his ear. I came down for ginger soup. Aunt Feng and Shen Mujin exchanged glances, both sporting motherly smiles. Come now. The young mistress has made you ginger noodles and fried eggs. Shen Mujin's ears were slightly flushed as she entered the dining hall first, followed closely by Gu Beisheng. Aunt Feng emerged with a tray, placing noodles and a fried egg before Gu Beisheng. Eat up and savor the young mistress's culinary skills, she urged. Gu Beisheng nodded. The steaming ginger noodle dish, adorned with chopped scallions, looked quite appetizing. As for the fried egg, Shen Mujin had surprisingly shaped it into a heart. Although the shape was somewhat forced, the outline still conveyed her intentions. A warmth spread through Gu Beisheng's heart as he looked up at her. Her cheeks were rosy, resting her chin in her hand. She asked, How? Is it good? It's my first time cooking. Aren't you going to eat? I had ginger soup, and Aunt Feng said you don't like it, so I made you a heartwarming ginger noodle dish. You must try it. Heartwarming ginger noodles. Gu Beisheng nodded in satisfaction. He was quite fond of the term. He hadn't expected the once arrogant Shen Mujin to willingly prepare a meal for him. Regardless of her ulterior motives this time, he resolved to enjoy this bowl of heartfelt noodles. Aunt Feng cast a knowing glance at the young couple before tidying up the kitchen and retreating to her room. Gu Beisheng picked up a strand of noodles, blew on it to cool, and took a bite. Sweet, The ginger noodles were sweet. The spiciness of the ginger mingled with the sweetness of sugar, creating an oddly rich flavor that nearly made Gu Beisheng gag. Meanwhile, Shen Mujin gazed at him with eager anticipation. So, how does it taste? Gu Beisheng suppressed the nausea in his stomach and forced himself to swallow, nodding against his will. It's good. If it's good, you must finish it. And there's the fried egg, too. The fried egg was salty, and Gu Beisheng nearly let out a curse. Under Shen Mujin's earnest gaze, he compelled himself to consume this heartfelt yet disastrous dish while secretly pondering. Shen Mujin, are you doing this on purpose? Shen Mujin raised an eyebrow. Of course. How could this young lady confuse sugar and salt? The next morning, Shen Mujin woke up full of energy, completely ignoring the dark expression of Gu Beisheng behind her. Cheerfully, she finished her morning routine and had breakfast before heading to school. After she left, Gu Beisheng finally descended to eat breakfast. Aunt Feng noticed his disgruntled expression and asked, "Young master, what is the matter?" Gu Beisheng hesitated, shaking his head. "It's nothing. I'm heading to the company." He certainly couldn't divulge that his wife forbade him from taking a romantic bath or sleeping in the same bed in the past. He would have been more assertive, but facing the current Shen Mujin, he lacked such courage. Her words from last night lingered his mind. "I will no longer love anyone else, but I hope you can give me time to slowly accept you." This wasn't a significant issue. He had waited for Shen Mujin all these years and didn't mind waiting a bit longer. However, when he suggested sleeping in the guest room, Shen Mujin had audaciously insisted that to cultivate their feelings, he should sleep on the floor. What a euphemism for sharing the same roof and breathing the same air. For him, every moment was torture. With his beloved so close, how could he remain composed? Thus, he took 5 or 6 cold showers last night, just to manage some semblance of sleep. Meanwhile, Shen Mujin went off to school without a care, which did nothing to improve his mood. As Gu Beisheng was about to leave, Aunt Feng stopped him. "Young master, the young mistress instructed me to ensure you eat breakfast." Gu Beisheng nearly spat blood in exasperation. "I'd truly fallen to the point of being controlled by my wife." Yet, a hint of sweetness surged in his heart. This kind of control didn't seem so bad after all. Shen Mujin took a bus to school today as a major film crew was casting roles, and she needed to see it for herself. In her previous life, Song Cici had seized this opportunity to propel herself into the spotlight. In this life, Shen Mujin would not allow her to sail through so effortlessly. At the school entrance, Song Cici, dressed in the brand-name clothes she had bought last time, rushed over upon seeing her get out of the car. "Mujin, how are you? I heard you fell into the river yesterday. Are you all right?" Shen Mujin shook her head. "I'm fine, just lucky." Although she said this, the bandage on her forehead drew Song Cici's concern. "You're injured, and you still say you're fine. You're so beautiful. What if you get a scar on your forehead?" Her voice quivered with a hint of indignation as she stamped her foot. "You were injured, and Gu Beisheng still wouldn't let you rest at home. He is so heartless." Shen Mujin silently scoffed. Who was truly heartless? If it weren't for her scheme to have Mo Yinji propose to her, how would she have suffered such a calamity alongside Gu Beisheng? The thought of how Song Cici nearly ruined them only intensified Shen Mujin's determination to thwart her opportunities. "Let us not talk about others. I came specifically to accompany you to the casting call." Song Cici smiled and affectionately linked her arm with Shen Mujin's. "I knew you were the best to me." "Mujin." Shen Mujin feigned a smile. "Who says otherwise? But why aren't you carrying the bag you bought at the mall that day? It was so perfect for you, especially suited to your style." She deliberately brought it up to provoke Song Cici. Sure enough, Song Cici's expression faltered. "That bag? I didn't bring it today. I thought it would be better not to be too ostentatious in this kind of setting." Putting on a brave front that if you can't afford it, just say so. There's no need to fabricate a bunch of lies. A chill crept into Shen Mujin's heart. In her previous life, she had lived within the web of lies spun by Song Cici. Song Cici quickly regained her composure and pulled out the casting notice from her phone for Shen Mujin to see. "Mujin, I really like the second female lead. I wonder if I'll have a chance to be selected today." Of course not. Shen Mujin would spare no effort to seize that role for herself. The second female lead in this major production was even more appealing than the lead, and Shen Mujin had to admit that Song Cici had some ability. At least she wasn't like other big-breasted, empty-headed women who only chased after the lead spotlight. neglecting the best roles. The two entered the largest lecture hall at the school, where the casting call was being held. Song Cece pulled Shen Mujin to the front row, and two boys stood up as they approached. "Finally, you're here. Please take a seat." After Song Cece shyly thanked them, she sat down with Shen Mujin. "Oh, clever of you to ask for help in saving seats." Upon hearing this, Song Cece smiled. "These two classmates just happened to be free, so I asked them to help." Just as Shen Mujin settled in her seat, the chair behind her was kicked with force. She turned around and snorted coldly. "What a small world." Wang Miao Miao glared at her fiercely, retorting, "What are you, a directing major, doing here the casting call? If you have any sense, just scram and don't be an eyesore." Just as Shen Mujin was about to retort, she was pulled back by Song Cece. "Miao Miao, Mujin is here with me. We're all classmates. So let's not argue, okay?" Wang Miao Miao disdainfully shot Song Cece a glance, huffing, "Aren't you also a directing major? Why are you here making a fuss?" Song Cece lowered her head. Looking somewhat dejected, I asked. "And they said they weren't only accepting performance majors, so I wanted to give it a try." Wang Miao Miao sat down, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Fine, since you helped me wash my socks yesterday. You can sit in the front. That my aunt is a notable figure in the entertainment industry. If you make me happy, who knows, I might get her to give you a role as a maid." Wang Miao Miao's words were clearly intended to mock Song Cece, yet Song Cece responded with a soft-spoken thank you. How patient. Shen Mujin scoffed internally. The casting call soon commenced with the director, screenwriters, and crew members seated at the front. Various servant roles came and went in batches until finally, the most important character selections began. There were over a dozen students vying for the female lead, but after just 2 minutes of auditioning, they were sent back to await notifications that T.O. Song Cece surprise, Wang Miao Miao, did not audition for the female lead. Could it be that she intended to go for the second female lead instead? Chapter 21. Casting conference as anticipated. During the selection for the second female lead, Wang Miao Miao also stepped forward. She was the first to finish her performance, standing aside with an expression that clearly conveyed, "This role is meant for me." Song Cece, feeling exasperated, realized that Wang Miao Miao had connections and dreaded the thought that this opportunity might be snatched away from her. The other candidates for the second female lead were swiftly dismissed to await further notice, leaving only Wang Miao Miao and the yet-to-audition Song Cece on stage. Song Cece had prepared extensively for this role. She composed herself and performed the most captivating scene of the second female lead. The director and the screenwriter exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with approval. Song Cece even overheard them muttering, "She's quite good." However, the assistant director leaned in awkwardly to whisper a few words in the director's ear, causing the director to furrow his brow and redirect his attention to Wang Miao Miao. While Song Cece maintained a smile on the surface, her heart was filled with loathing for Wang Miao Miao. She had waited and prepared for this opportunity for so long, feeling it was rightfully hers. Who could have anticipated that a privileged heiress like Wang Miao Miao would intrude? The director and screenwriter conferred in hushed tones. When the editor looked up, they immediately spotted Shen Mujin sitting in the front row. Shen Mujin had also come prepared. Having lived a previous life, she had thoroughly studied the character of the second female lead. Although she merely sat there, her ethereal and melancholic gaze captivated the screenwriter. There was a poignant emotional scene for the second female lead, and the screenwriter felt that no one could convey the sense of longing she had penned. Yet, Shen Mujin managed to do just that with a mere glance. The editor swiftly conferred with the director, urging him to invite Shen Mujin to audition. The director respected the screenwriter's opinion, knowing that a successful television series requires not only a good director, but also a talented screenwriter and capable actors. The script was the screenwriter's labor of love. She was best suited to identify the right actors for a narrative. The director turned to the assistant director and exchanged a few words, albeit the assistant director appeared somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, he approached Shen Mujin and asked, "Excuse me, would you be interested in auditioning for a scene?" Shen Mujin feigned hesitation, replying, "I'm sorry, I'm from the directing department and am merely accompanying a good friend today." The assistant director sighed in relief, glancing at the director with a look of helplessness. Unexpectedly, the screenwriter herself spoke up. "This student, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. The relationship between directing and acting is inherently intertwined. Being an actor will only benefit your future directing endeavors. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Mujin stood and nodded appreciatively. Thank you for this opportunity. I am truly honored to audition for a scene from your work. I greatly admire Yorli Renshang. The screenwriter was taken aback. She had posted this novel online, but very few had read it. To her astonishment, Shen Mujin had actually read her original work. Shen Mujin recalled that in her previous life, it was only after the television series had skyrocketed in popularity that people began to notice the screenwriter's novel. Leveraging her knowledge of the original work had certainly proven effective, and the screenwriter's admiration for her grew even stronger. Having never acted before, Shen Mujin had invested considerable effort into researching the role this time, performing the scene for the second female lead. While her performance was somewhat raw and marred by mistakes, the screenwriter promptly made a decision. Classmate, would you consider playing the second female lead in this drama? Song Cici shot Shen Mujin desperate glances, urging her to decline. Yet, Shen Mujin simply replied, "It would be an honor." At this moment, not only did Song Cici's expression turn sour, but Wang Miao's face contorted as if she had just tasted something foul. The assistant director hesitantly approached the director. What about Wang Miao? The director sighed. Another one with connections. Let us assign her to the third female lead. After the casting conference concluded, each had their own gains, but Song Cici, who was determined to secure the role, ended up empty-handed. Wang Miao confronted Shen Mujin in a fury. You shameless woman! How dare you compete with me for this role? Shen Mujin's eyes glinted with icy disdain. Wang Miao, while words may be exchanged, should your tongue remain unclean next time, I shall not be lenient. Reminded of her previous defeat at Shen Mujin's hands, Wang Miao instinctively stepped back, her arrogance diminished. Wang Mujin, I tell you, even if you join the cast, I will make sure you have a hard time. Shen Mujin shrugged. We shall see. Wang Miao shoved past Song Cici. Step aside. Fool. Aren't you supposed to be the closest to Shen Mujin? Yet look, she won to give you an inch for that role that you're nothing but her lapdog. After her outburst, Wang Miao stormed off, leaving Song Cici in tears. Clenching her fists tightly, she struggled to suppress her inner fury and looked up at Shen Mujin. Mujin, is what Miao said true? Shen Mujin patted her shoulder and smiled. How could it be? Did you not see me refuse? But you still agreed. Shen Mujin nodded. Indeed, because even if I hadn't that role would not belong to you. I am merely helping you. You don't get what you desire, so I'll take it instead. It's better than letting it fall into Wang Miao's hands. Song Cici felt utterly defeated. Shen Mujin's words rang true. Today, even without her, the role would not have been hers. Wang Miao's aunt was a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, and as a mere nobody, how could she possibly compete? Seeing Song Cici's crestfallen expression, Shen Mujin felt a sense of satisfaction. She linked arms with Song Cici to comfort her. Come, don't be upset. There will be other opportunities that I'll treat you to a feast to uplift your spirits. Reluctantly, Song Cici nodded. She had little money left, and even dining out was becoming a challenge. If Shen Mujin was treating her, she could order more and take the leftovers home to last a few days. She had to find a way to join the cast, no matter how minor the role. Any chance to earn money would suffice. Chapter 22. Not a single yuan a whole day had passed at the casting conference. During lunch, the two casually shared a meal in the cafeteria. In the evening, Shen Mujin expressed her intention to treat Song Cici to a grand dinner. With ulterior motives, Song Cici ordered extravagantly, requesting a lavish array of dishes. Shen Mujin could only stare in disbelief. Cici, that's quite a lot. Do you think we can finish it all? Song Cici, with a sorrowful expression, clung to Shen Mujin's arm. When I'm feeling down, I just want to eat more. If you think I've ordered too much, I can return some. Shen Mujin chuckled. No need for that. If you're feeling low, indulge yourself a bit. We can always pack the leftovers. Song Cici nodded in agreement, knowing that without ample takeout, she might face hunger the following day. This restaurant was renowned for its exquisite flavors in Lincheng. In her previous life, Shen Mujin often brought Song Cici here. When the dishes arrived, the aroma was intoxicating. Shen Mujin had no intention of skimping on her meal. After all, it was just a dinner, costing a little over 2,000 yuan, compared to the expensive clothes and bag Song Cici had once forced upon her. It was but a trifling sum. Just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks, her appetite vanished when she noticed Song Cici serving her food. Mujin, why aren't you eating? Shen Mujin smirked slightly. I just remembered I'm on a diet. Oh, that is fine then. Song Cici thought little of it and began to feast heartily. Indeed, when one is saddened, food often serves as the best remedy. After a while, Song Cici suddenly set her chopsticks down, her eyes fixed intently on Shen Mujin, brimming with hope. Mujin, how are things with Gu Beisheng lately? Shen Mujin casually sipped her tea, still the same. After much internal conflict, Song Cici finally asked, Mujin, do you think you could talk to Gu Beisheng and see if he could arrange a role for me in that drama? She noticed Shen Mujin's gaze upon her and quickly added, I don't want any significant roles like the second female lead. I'd be content with playing a maid beside you. This way, I could take care of you, right? Shen Mujin nodded. If you could play my maid, that would be wonderful. However, you know that Gu Beisheng and I have always had a contentious relationship. I can't guarantee he would be willing to assist. Hearing this, Song Cici's shoulders drooped in despair. In truth, she had only made that suggestion half-heartedly, secretly hoping for Shen Mujin and Gu Beisheng to fall out. But now, without any connections and having missed this opportunity, was she truly destined to become an extra in a film set? She couldn't bear the thought of being relegated to such a role. Even as a maid, her willingness to stoop low was contingent upon being near Shen Mujin, where she could keep a watchful eye and exploit her. Shen Mujin was well aware of Song Cici's underlying motives. In truth, having her play a maid suited Shen Mujin's intentions perfectly. Such a scheming woman was easier to manage when kept close. However, she had no intention of acquiescing immediately. It was wise to keep her desires piqued. Cici, don't be disheartened. For your sake, I'll try to have a word with Gu Beisheng. A flicker of hope ignited in Song Cici's eyes. Thank you so much, Mujin. The phone of Shen Mujin rang, and Song Cici immediately noticed that it was Gu Beisheng calling. She smirked and answered the call, stating directly upon connection. Hello, I am dining with my dear friend, Song Cici. What do you want from me? She deliberately emphasized the words dear friend to remind Gu Beisheng, who was undoubtedly astute enough to discern what could and could not be said. Tonight, return to the old residence. Send me the address, and I will have sure Sheng come and pick you up. Shen Mujin raised an eyebrow and replied, understood, before hanging up. Mujin, are you going? Song Cici inquired. Shen Mujin nodded. Of course, if I do not make a good impression, how can I ask him for a favor? Song Cici's heart leapt with joy. If Shen Mujin could indeed persuade Gu Beisheng to assist her, then her entry into the production would be secure. The role of the second female lead's maid was numerous. At the very least, it could help her establish some familiarity. However, she feigned reluctance, expressing, Mujin, if it becomes difficult, then do not ask him. I can find a way myself. Shen Mujin patted her hand reassuringly. Do not worry. I will do my utmost to help you navigate this. Soon, the phone rang again. This time, it was sure Sheng calling. Shen Mujin simply hung up and stood up, saying, Cici, enjoy your meal. I must take my leave. Song Cici nodded, take care, after Shen Mujin left. Song Cici lost her appetite and called the waiter to settle the bill. However, the waiter informed her that it must be signed by the person themselves. Song Cici was taken aback. In the past, when dining with Shen Mujin, she often signed the bill, so why was it necessary for the person to sign today? Shen Mujin had a membership card with funds, but she did not. Song Cici frowned, a bit irritated, thinking that her bad luck extended even to the waiter. She coldly retorted, you must be new here. Bring your manager. The waiter scoffed quietly. Calling the manager will not change anything. Signatures must be from the cardholder. Song Cici felt her anger boiling over, and though the manager was much more accommodating, they too denied her request to sign. Miss Song, I sincerely apologize, but our membership system has upgraded, and we can no longer allow proxy signatures. Since you are a regular here, how about this? If you apply for a membership card and recharge it with 10,000 yuan, we will give you an additional 5,000, allowing you a total of 15,000 to spend. Quite a bargain, isn't it? Song Cici nearly choked on her indignation. She didn't even have 100 yuan in her pocket, let alone 10,000 for a membership card. With a pouting expression, she retorted, my friend has a card. Why must I recharge? Your establishment cannot bully customers like this. Do you think I am an easy target? The manager maintained a polite smile. You misunderstood. If you do not wish to recharge the membership card, you can also pay in full. Today's total is 2,198 yuan. I can waive the cents, making it 2,100 yuan. Song CC sighed internally but maintained her composure outwardly. Understood. Please remove the dishes I ordered. I have another friend coming and will settle the bill later. Chapter 23. The adorable jealousy. The manager nodded and instructed the waiter accordingly. The only friend who could come to her aid was Mo Yinji. She had asked him to propose to Shen Mujin, causing him to lose face in the bar, and he had not contacted her all day out of anger. Now, asking him for help was the last thing she wanted to do. But what other choice did she have? After several rings, Mo Yinji finally answered her call. Song CC pinched herself hard and spoke in a soft, choked voice. Mo Shixiang, are you still angry with me? There was a brief pause on the other end before he replied coolly, No, I'm just working overtime at the company. Song CC continued to apologize. What happened yesterday was my fault. I did not think it through. Please forgive me. Mo Shixiang. As she spoke, she began to sniffle. Yinji's heart softened upon hearing her distress, and he readily replied, All right, I'm not angry anymore. Song CC rolled her eyes and continued, Then can I treat you to a meal as an apology? Perhaps another day. I've already eaten. Song CC's voice immediately took on a mournful tone. But I've already ordered the dishes, just waiting for you to arrive. Ultimately, Mo Yinji relented and, as she wished, paid the bill for her. After they left, the waiter asked the manager, Why couldn't we just tell her that the cardholder does not allow her to sign? The manager smiled. Caution is key. Gu Beisheng returned directly to the old residence with Shen Mujin, the old residence. Family gatherings were held monthly, and in the past, Gu Beisheng had avoided them whenever possible, as bringing Shen Mujin would inevitably cause chaos. However, this time, the matriarch had personally insisted that he bring Shen Mujin along, likely due to the incident from the previous night. That on the way, Gu Beisheng took Shen Mujin's hand and assured her, I will handle everything. Shen Mujin smiled and nodded, gripping his hand tightly in return. Yet inside, she felt quite anxious in her limited visits to the old residence in her past life. She had always managed to provoke the matriarch's ire, leaving the Gu family with a negative impression of her. Initially, she was meant to marry the lame Gu Nanyuan, who would have imagined that the most capable Gu Beisheng would suddenly step in to marry her. The matriarch, along with Gu Beisheng's mother and cousin Jiang Xier, had always despised her. In the past, she had wished for a divorce from Gu Beisheng, so their disdain had not bothered her. But now, having resolved to cherish her life with Gu Beisheng, she felt compelled to win over his family. Shi Sheng accompanied them. During the family banquet, Gu Beisheng would inevitably indulge in some drinks. So Shi Sheng stayed behind to escort them home after the gathering. To Shen Mujin's surprise, Chu Muxue also appeared at this family banquet. As soon as she and Gu Beisheng entered the hall, Chu Muxue hurried over, exclaiming, Sheng Gu. Shen Mujin couldn't help but smirk internally, pulling Gu Beisheng closer to her side and turning to Shi Sheng with a smile. Assistant Shi, Miss Chu is calling for you. Though both Gu Beisheng and Shi Sheng shared the character Sheng in their names, their statuses were entirely different. One was the president of the corporation, while the other was merely an assistant. Chu Muxue, as the eldest daughter of the Chu family and a top star in the entertainment industry, would not call Shi Sheng Gu unless Shen Mujin was deliberately trying to belittle her. Now, Gu Beisheng was Shen Mujin's husband. Anyone who wished to covet him would have to get through her first. Indeed, Chu Muxue's face turned crimson with embarrassment. She feigned grievance, reaching for Gu Beisheng's hand, only to have it swatted away by Shen Mujin. Beisheng Gu, Chu Muxue cried, stomping her foot and calling out to Gu Beisheng, her tone dripping with both grievance and a hint of coaxing. Shen Mujin raised her hand to display it to Gu Beisheng, saying, Darling, I just swatted a buzzing mosquito, and my hand is all red. Gu Beisheng smiled, gently blowing on her hand before placing a kiss on it, and softly saying, From now on, leave the mosquito swatting to me. Shen Mujin managed a reluctant smile. As long as you don't attract them. Shi Sheng, feeling a headache coming on, realized that the young mistress was indeed jealous. Her jealousy was so potent that it nearly affected him. He discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow and murmured, Young master, young mistress, I will wait and see as soon as Shi Sheng stepped away. Jiang Xier approached. She supported the visibly upset Chu Mu Shui and loudly defended her. Cousin, how could you treat your wife this way? She was so worried after hearing about your incident last night that she came early to wait for you. Her heart is filled with thoughts of you. How can you allow an outsider to bully her? Jiang Xier's wife referred to Chu Mu Shui, while outsider clearly indicated Shen Mujin. Shen Mujin swallowed her indignation, choosing not to respond, as Jiang Xier was family, and she wished to maintain a semblance of decorum. However, her attitude toward Gu Beisheng was different. She shot him an annoyed glare. Silently conveying her displeasure, Gu Beisheng's smile only widened. He wrapped his arm around her waist and leaned close to whisper in her ear, Wife, your jealous demeanor is quite adorable. Shen Mujin's face instantly flushed bright red. I am not. To her astonishment, Gu Beisheng affectionately poked her nose in front of Chu Mu Shui and Jiang Xier, saying, Let's go greet Grandma. Shen Mujin nodded. Gu Beisheng completely ignored Chu Mu Shui and Jiang Xier, leading Shen Mujin past them. Chu Mu Shui immediately burst into tears. Mu Shui, do not cry. My cousin must have been bewitched by that vixen Shen Mujin. Our entire family stand by your side. You are my true sister in Law. As Chu Mu Shui glanced back at the retreating figures of Gu Beisheng and Shen Mujin, her heart swelled with jealousy. This time, Shen Mujin seemed different from before. Could it be that their relationship had truly reached such depths? Wasn't Shen Mujin always proclaiming her desire to divorce Gu Beisheng? Chu Mu Shui suddenly felt a sense of crisis and resolved that she could no longer wait idly by. Chapter 24. The humiliation at the family feast. Madame Gu sat at the head of the table, her face adorned with a benevolent smile. With age, she found joy in having her children gather around her. The family reunions held each month were her most cherished moments. The elder Mr. Gu, whose health was frail and who preferred tranquility, left the organization of the family banquet entirely to Madame Gu. Yet, she relished the opportunity to fuss over the arrangements, feeling a profound happiness as she watched her children return in high spirits. However, there was one exception. Shen Mujin, the daughter of a humble household. She had married into a prestigious family, revealing herself to be a mere jester. How could she possibly be deemed worthy of Gu Beisheng, the most talented and capable heir of the Gu family? The union between the Gu and Shen families was, to begin with, a farce in their youth. The elder Gu and Mr. Shen had been friends, often gathering for social occasions, during which the two elderly gentlemen had jestingly suggested a closer kinship. However, after Mr. Shen's untimely demise, the two families lost all contact. To their astonishment, the Shen family audaciously approached the Gu family to pursue this marriage. Out of respect for his past friendship with Mr. Shen, the elder Mr. Gu, disregarding opposition, unilaterally decided upon the union. The Shen family was primarily interested in Gu Beisheng. Little did they know that the Gu family had arranged for the crippled eldest son, Gu Nanyuan, to be wed to them. Each family harbored ulterior motives, with the bride from the Shen family shifting from the second daughter, Shen Yuner, to the eldest daughter, Shen Mujin. Meanwhile, on the day of the wedding, Gu Beisheng fled. The Gu family thought they could simply let it go. Despite his physical disability, Gu Beisheng's status could still secure him a suitable bride. Yet, the situation spiraled out of control when Gu Beisheng unexpectedly took to the stage to announce his intention to marry Shen Mujin. Madame Gu, infuriated, hurled her teacup in protest, while Gu Beisheng's mother, Su Yu, fainted at the wedding venue. Mr. Gu Mingda, sighed in frustration, feeling helpless against his son's decision. After all, Gu Beisheng was the de facto head of the family, overseeing all of the Gu family's enterprises and wealth. Fortunately, this wedding was not intended for public announcement. Those in attendance were all members of the Gu family. Madame Gu slammed her hand on the table, firmly declaring that while marriage was permissible, the relationship between Gu Beisheng and Shen Mujin must not be disclosed to the outside world. Should the Shen family refuse, she would rather risk her life than allow Gu Beisheng to marry Shen Mujin. Mr. Shen Wei, nodded in subservience, acknowledging that having a son-in-law like Gu Beisheng was a stroke of luck, and he would never go against the wishes of the matriarch. On the contrary, Shen Mujin's stepmother, Wang Lin, was livid. Had she known that Gu Nanyuan would flee, she would never have allowed Shen Mujin to benefit. However, the matter was already set in stone, leaving her to stew in her anger upon returning to the Shen household. Upon learning that Shen Mujin was marrying Gu Beisheng, Shen Yuner caused quite a scene, convinced that Shen Mujin had stolen her golden opportunity, vowing to reclaim Gu Beisheng for herself. Shen Mujin could only smile wryly to herself. In her past life, her wedding to Gu Beisheng unfolded amidst chaos. With nearly everyone opposing it that time, she had desperately wished to avoid marrying into the Gu family. However, having been reborn, her perspective had shifted entirely. She found herself wanting to ask Gu Beisheng why he had been willing to marry her back then, considering how willful and headstrong she had been, drawing disdain from all the Gu family members, except for him, who stood by her side. Lost in thought, Shen Mujin was suddenly doused with hot tea by Gu Beisheng, having just served tea to his grandmother, turned to find his wife humiliated by his mother. Shen Mujin bore an expression of suppressed grievance, which tugged at Gu Beisheng's heart. He hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe the tea stains from her. In a stern tone, he chastised his mother. "Mother, what has Mujin done wrong to deserve this?" Shen Mujin discreetly pulled at Gu Beisheng's hand, signaling him to cease his protests. She knew all too well how she had wronged the Gu family in her previous life, and their disdain for her was of her own making. If she wished to maintain a harmonious relationship with Gu Beisheng, she had to navigate the sentiments of the Gu family. Tea was merely a cup of hot tea. Having been granted a second chance at life, she could endure tea. Su retorted without hesitation. "Your wife shows no respect for her elders. As her mother-in-law, is it wrong for me to educate her?" Just as Gu Beisheng was about to respond, Shen Mujin stepped forward to intervene. She shed her previous defiant demeanor, placing her hands before her abdomen, and respectfully bowed to both Madame Gu and Su Yu. Apologizing, "Mother, I am truly sorry. I momentarily lost my mind and forgot to pay my respects with tea. Allow me to offer it now." Madame Gu and Su Yu exchanged incredulous glances. Had it not been for her previous behavior, Shen Mujin would have undoubtedly retaliated with a pot of tea. What had prompted this transformation? Did she finally acknowledge her mistakes? Nonetheless, Madame Gu had no intention of letting her off easily. After taking a sip of the tea, she coldly commanded, "Kneel." Though her voice was not loud, it was sufficient for all present to hear. Every gaze turned toward Shen Mujin, eager to witness her humiliation. Shen Mujin's hands clenched tightly together. She endured and ultimately sank to her knees with a thud. Gu Beisheng was taken aback. He had never expected Shen Mujin would genuinely kneel in the Gu family hall before so many witnesses. "Grandmother, what are you doing?" he exclaimed. Madame Gu glared at Gu Beisheng, her voice icy. "What am I doing? Am I not permitted to educate your wife? If not, should I expect you to make your grandmother kneel before your wife?" Gu Beisheng's expression darkened as he replied, "Grandmother, I respect you, but that does not give you the right to humiliate my wife." Madame Gu felt a chill run through her. In the past, regardless of how they had reprimanded Shen Mujin, Gu Beisheng had remained indifferent, save for his refusal to divorce her. But today he was standing up for Shen Mujin, openly defying his mother and grandmother. Was it possible that Gu Beisheng had truly been bewitched by this enchantress? Madame Gu could not allow such a thing to transpire. She had been counting on Gu Beisheng to divorce Shen Mujin and marry Chu Muxue, for Chu Muxue was the rightful fiancé of Gu Beisheng. Without that marriage, how could she face the Chu family? Chapter 25. The refusal of divorce. Gu Beisheng urged Shen Mujin to rise. She shook her head, replying, "I shall heed my grandmother's admonitions." Madame Gu wasted no time. Asking sharply, "Shen Mujin, I ask you once, do you agree to divorce Gu Beisheng?" Shen Mujin felt a sharp pang in her heart, momentarily frozen in place. Divorce from Gu Beisheng? In her previous life, every decision she made had been aimed at achieving that very end. Yet now, the mere mention of divorce left her feeling profoundly pained. She had only been reborn for a few short days. To say she had truly fallen in love with Gu Beisheng seemed implausible. Initially, she had only intended to cling to the powerful figure to reverse her fortunes, should he refuse her embrace. She believed she could still turn her fate around based on her past experiences. As Shen Mujin hesitated, Gu Beisheng interjected, "I disagree." Shen Mujin turned to him, receiving a reassuring glance in return that I in that instant. Her heart was touched. It felt as if it could hold nothing but him. Mr. Gu. Gu Mingda sighed and coldly admonished Gu Beisheng, silence. Your grandmother is asking Shen Mujin to speak for herself. Shen Mujin glanced at Gu Beisheng, who appeared fearful and uncertain. She smiled gently at him before turning back to Madame Gu, stating, Grandmother, I do not agree. Madame Gu, taken aback by Shen Mujin's response, stood speechless for a moment. Chu Mushua, standing nearby, quickly stepped forward to support Madame Gu, expressing concern. Grandmother Gu, please calm down. If you upset yourself, it will worry Mushua. Madame Gu grasped Chu Mushua's hand tightly, nodding in agreement. Mushua is the most obedient, always caring for my old bones. Then she turned back to Shen Mujin, reprimanding her coldly. You are truly a calamity. You nearly caused our Beisheng's demise. What more do you want? Shen Mujin furrowed her brow. In her past life, she had indeed harmed Gu Beisheng twice, the last incident nearly costing him his life. But times had changed. She would never again act foolishly. Gu Beisheng spoke up once more. Grandmother, the car accident was not an accident, nor was it Mujin's fault. In fact, she was the one who nearly perished because of me. Grandmother, you have wronged Mujin. Madame Gu had initially intended to use this incident to pressure them into divorce. But Gu Beisheng had thwarted her. Not an accident. Was someone trying to harm you? Her face filled with worry as she considered the implications. Over the years, the Gu family had grown increasingly powerful, inevitably attracting envious adversaries. Gu Beisheng surveyed the gathered family members before continuing. It was deliberate. As for who was behind it, that is clear to me. There is no need for you to fret. Grandmother, Madame Gu wished to say more, but Gu Beisheng interrupted. Today is a family feast. Let us not dwell on this. Please, let us proceed with the meal. From beginning to end, Gu Beisheng never cast a glance at Chu Mushua. With reddened eyes, Chu Mushua tightly twisted her fingers, harboring an even deeper resentment towards Shen Mujin. The position beside Gu Beisheng, which was evidently hers, had been usurped by Shen Mujin. How could she possibly swallow this indignation? Gu Nanyuan sat quietly in the corner, his gaze fixed upon Chu Mushua. Whether out of guilt or sympathy remained unclear, but on the way back to the Bay residence, Shen Mujin sat quietly in the car. Draped in Gu Beisheng's coat, she had anticipated everything that transpired that day and had prepared herself accordingly. Yet at this moment, she could not suppress the sense of grievance. Shen Mujin, apart from her mother, had never knelt before anyone else. She recalled her mother. Had she still been alive, she would never have allowed her to endure such humiliation. If her mother were still here, she would certainly not be in her current predicament. Although her stepmother treated her well, granting her everything she desired, even demanding Shen Yun'er to yield to her, she understood that her stepmother's true affection lay with Shen Yun'er, while her own was merely a fade. How she longed for her mother. Gu Beisheng glanced at her profile, a single teardrop shimmering on Shen Mujin's cheek. He grasped her hand tightly, remaining silent. The shock Shen Mujin brought him was becoming increasingly profound. Her transformation leaving him at a loss, he questioned whether he should trust her wholeheartedly. Yet he feared that, should this all be a ploy of hers, the pain of losing after having gained would be unbearable, a torment he felt he could not endure. It was he who had encountered Shen Mujin first, yet it was she who had fallen for another. The following day, early in the morning, after breakfast, Shen Mujin headed to school. Song Sisi was still waiting for her at the entrance. Upon seeing her approach, Song Sisi greeted her with a beaming smile. Mujin, you're here. Shen Mujin nodded. Yes, I need to review for the graduation exams. I certainly do not wish to fail. After exchanging pleasantries, Song Sisi got to the point. Did Gu Beisheng agree to help? A cold smile flickered in Shen Mujin's heart. Though she feigned difficulty on the surface, a lot happened at the Gu family's old residence yesterday, and I haven't had the chance to mention it to him. Song Sisi's expression visibly sagged, yet she forced a smile as she asked, Are you all right? Did anyone from the Gu family bully you? Shen Mujin shrugged casually. I'm used to IT. IT's the same as always. I'll find an opportunity to speak with him. Don't worry. We still have a week before the contract is signed. Song Sisi nodded. Let us head to the classroom together. As long as Shen Mujin is willing to assist me. Everything will be fine. Last night, she had inevitably endured more torment from Mo Yinji, who had vented all his anger towards Shen Mujin onto her, leaving her feeling quite unwell. Remembering Mo Yinji's requests, Song Sisi sought another opportunity to speak. During lunch, as she picked pieces of meat from her plate to offer to Shen Mujin, she casually inquired, "Mujin, I heard that you haven't answered Mo Shixiang's calls these past few days. Are you still angry with him?" Shen Mujin absent-mindedly poked at her rice, then glanced up at Song Sisi, asking, "Who told you that?" "I did," came the retort, momentarily catching Song Sisi off guard. Chapter 26. At all costs, Song Sisi had not expected Shen Mujin's focus to shift from Mo Yinji to such an innocuous question. Her mind raced, and, after a brief pause, she lowered her voice, responding, "It was Mo Shixiang who mentioned it. He called me to ask for my help in persuading you to. I only agreed because of his sincere feelings for you." Shen Mujin merely replied with a nonchalant "oh." This response left Song Sisi perplexed. In the past, Shen Mujin would light up at the mere mention of Mo Yinji. Could it be true that she no longer harbored feelings for him? Or had she discovered something? Shaking her head internally, Song Sisi dismissed the notion. If Shen Mujin had indeed discovered something, she wouldn't be this close to her. Unable to decipher Shen Mujin's thoughts, she pressed on, "Mujin, why didn't you accept Mo Shixiang's proposal that day? After all, he loves you so much. He doesn't care about your past with Gu Beisheng. But what if you divorce Gu Beisheng in the future and still refuse Mo Shixiang?" A chill crept into Shen Mujin's heart. Yinji, of course, did not mind her marriage to Gu Beisheng. It was he and Song Sisi who had suggested she marry Gu Beisheng. Yinji's intentions were merely to secure his own interests through Shen Mujin's connection to the Gu family. They had all believed Gu Beisheng would never take a liking to Shen Mujin, thinking that a monetary settlement would suffice to dismiss her. Who would have thought that Gu Beisheng, due to his relationship with Shen Mujin, would repeatedly suppress Mo Yinji's small company? What had once held a glimmer of hope was now on the brink of bankruptcy due to the Gu family's pressure. Yinji was still desperately clinging on, hoping for a turnaround through Shen Mujin. For Shen Mujin, none of this mattered. She continued to gaze into Song Sisi's eyes, asking, "I am now Mrs. Gu, the rightful wife of Gu Beisheng. How do you expect me to agree to Mo Yinji's proposal? Are you not pushing me towards a dead end? Surely you understand Gu Beisheng's methods." Song Sisi, caught in her intense gaze, hurriedly lowered her head to apologize. "I'm sorry, Mujin, I didn't think it through. You right to consider these matters thoroughly." Though she outwardly apologized, inwardly, she felt a wave of relief. From Shen Mujin's words, it was evident that her refusal of Mo Yinji was not out of disinterest, but rather fear of Gu Beisheng. As long as Shen Mujin still loved Mo Yinji, their plans could still progress. Shen Mujin was merely a pawn for Song Sisi to get closer to Gu Beisheng, while Mo Yinji was just a stepping stone, a means to an end in Song Sisi's ascent. Shen Mujin glanced at the food Song Sisi had picked for her, yet her appetite remained absent. She dumped everything back into Song Sisi's bowl and stood up. "I'm full now. I'll head to the library to study. You should eat more. You've been looking thin lately." Her action of returning the food felt like an affront to Song Sisi. But recalling Shen Mujin's usual demeanor, she gradually came to terms with it. She indeed needed to eat more, especially since she had not consumed her evening meal. However, before she could take a bite, Wang Miao Miao approached, pouring the remnants of a drink into her plate. "Hey Sisi, I treated you to some cola." Song Sisi nearly bit her silver teeth in irritation, barely restraining the impulse to dump her plate of food onto Wang Miao Miao's face. "Thank you, Miao Miao, but I'm full." Wang Miao Miao took a seat opposite her, with Zhao Linger following suit. Swiftly, Song Sisi stood to leave, but Wang Miao Miao called out, "Where are you going? Shen Mujin's food is acceptable for you, but you can't drink my cola." Zhao Linger thought Wang Miao Miao was being excessive and gently tugged at her sleeve. "Miao Miao, don't be like this. Sisi is quite pitiful." Wang Miao Miao brusquely swatted Zhao Linger's hand aside. "What? You feel sorry for her? Then why don't you give her your food?" Zhao Linger immediately lowered her head, too intimidated to speak. Coming from a rural background, both she and Song Sisi had scrimped and saved to attend such a university. The money for meals was hard-earned, and she simply could not afford to help Song Sisi. Song Sisi held back her emotions, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Meow meow. Did I do something wrong to upset you? If so, I apologize. She was adept at feigning vulnerability. Wang Meow Meow, unfortunately, was susceptible to this tactic, relishing in her perceived superiority. Sit down, that I'm really full, Song Sisi murmured. Wang Meow Meow raised her voice. I said sit down. What? Are you begging Shen Mujin to get you a roll? If you beg me, it's a piece of cake. Taken aback, Song Sisi had no choice but to comply and sit down. She could not afford to offend Wang Meow Meow. With an air of triumph, Wang Meow Meow pointed at the food in front of Song Sisi, mocking, if you want my help, I need to see your sincerity. Finish that food, and I guarantee you'll get a roll. Beneath the table, Song Sisi's hands clenched tightly together as she struggled to endure. Wang Meow Meow continued with a grin, you better think this through, that a wise person knows which camp to choose. The Shen family is no longer what it used to be. Are you sure Shen Mujin still has the capability to assist you? While Shen Mujin might not, Gu Beisheng certainly did. Outsiders were unaware of the relationship between Shen Mujin and Gu Beisheng. But Song Sisi knew that Shen Mujin's falling out with Gu Beisheng significantly reduced her chances of receiving his help compared to Wang Meow Meow. If she wished to step into the entertainment industry, she had to seize the opportunity presented by this major production. Even if it meant playing a maid, she was willing to do whatever it took to gain entry. With resolve, Song Sisi picked up her chopsticks, lowered her head, and began to hastily consume the food. Her ravenous demeanor successfully disgusted Wang Meow Meow. Wang Meow Meow let out a disdainful scoff. All right. In a couple of days, their essay dinner for the investors of this production. You can come with me then. Song Sisi expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Only after Wang Meow Meow and Zhao Linger had departed did she hastily rush into the restroom, succumbing to waves of nausea. The cold water drenched her face, and in the mirror, her reflection appeared disheveled yet possessed an inexplicable allure. Clenching her fists tightly, she engraved the humiliation she endured today deep within her heart. On the day she would rise above, she vowed to return every ounce of this indignity. Chapter 27. An unwelcome visitor on Sunday. There were no classes at school. Shen Mujin relished the rare opportunity to linger in bed. When Gu Beisheng left, Shen Mujin was still asleep. He had specifically instructed Aunt Feng not to disturb her, allowing her to enjoy a peaceful slumber. In recent days, Shen Mujin had genuinely struggled, burdened by the multitude of lessons she needed to catch up on from her previous life. She longed to immerse herself in her studies, even murmuring about them in her sleep. Gu Beisheng felt a pang of sympathy for her. After all, as his wife, she need not concern herself with the formality of graduation certificates. The wealth he amassed was more than sufficient for her indulgence, yet he was reluctant to dampen her enthusiasm, having witnessed her earnestness in pursuing a task for the first time. Perhaps he could take her out for a bit of relaxation. He left for an important international meeting that morning, while not long after, the doorbell of the Beijai rang with urgency. Aunt Feng glanced at the monitor before opening the door. Miss Jiang Xier nodded, entering without even changing into slippers. Where is Shen Mujin? She inquired. Aunt Feng furrowed her brow, but responded respectfully. The young mistress is still asleep. As instructed by the young master, we should not disturb her. It was evident that Jiang Xier was not a welcome guest, prompting Aunt Feng to mention Gu Beisheng. However, Jiang Xier was unfazed by this. With an air of aggression, she ascended the stairs by the time Aunt Feng hurried after her. Jiang Xier had already stormed into the room, yanking the still slumbering Shen Mujin forcefully to the floor. The sound of her forehead hitting the ground was a dull thud. Shen Mujin cried out in pain, rubbing her head and pulling off her mask. Who is it? Aunt Feng rushed forward to help Shen Mujin up. Young mistress, are you all right? Rubbing her head, Shen Mujin groaned. Aunt Feng, my head hurts. Aunt Feng examined her closely, noting the swelling from a previous injury, now red and tender. Young mistress, please get up. I will fetch some ointment for you. Before Shen Mujin could respond, Jiang Xier scoffed. What do you need ointment for? Are you that delicate? It was then that Shen Mujin realized it was Jiang Xier who had pulled her from the bed. With a resigned shrug, she said, Aunt Feng, I'm hungry. Could you make me some congee? Aunt Feng glanced between Jiang Xier and Shen Mujin, her eyes filled with concern. Shen Mujin smiled reassuringly. She's just a spoiled child. It's nothing to worry about. Jiang Sierra exploded in indignation, shouting, "Who are you calling a child? Who's spoiled? Whoever speaks up is one." Seeing that Shen Mujin did not seem like someone who would back down, Aunt Feng retreated downstairs, though she still sent a message to Gu Beisheng. Inside the room, only Shen Mujin and Jiang Sierra remained. Shen Mujin burrowed back under the covers, closing her eyes. "It's the weekend. Don't you ever sleep in? My grandmother wouldn't allow it," Jiang Sierra retorted. Hands on her hips. "Wait, why should I answer you?" Shen Mujin chuckled. "Ah, so it's Grandma Gu who forbids it. Living in the old mansion must have many rules." Jiang Sierra nodded. "That's true." "Ugh. Why am I answering you again?" Shen Mujin laughed. "Come, sit down. Let's chat." Fuming, Jiang Sierra protested. "Who wants to chat with you?" Shen Mujin, "Get up." Shen Mujin patted the spot next to her, while still keeping her eyes closed. "You can lie down too. I want to talk about your cousin." Upon hearing that they would discuss Gu Beisheng, Jiang Sierra quickly kicked off her shoes and lay down. "Then let us have a good talk about my cousin and Mu Shui." Shen Mujin opened her eyes and nodded. "Let us talk. I'm quite curious." Aside from knowing about the engagement between Mu Shui and Gu Beisheng, she was oblivious to the rest. She was intrigued as to why Gu Beisheng had chosen her over the eldest daughter of the Chu family. It was evident that Mu Shui would not let this matter rest easily. At the very least, she could tell from the previous day's family banquet that Mu Shui still harbored aspirations for the position of Mrs. Gu. She needed to be well informed about her rival. Jiang Sierra, at merely 17 and still a minor, was a naive, rich girl. Her disdain for Shen Mujin stemmed from her preconceived notion that Mu Shui was her true sister-in-law, and that Shen Mujin had disrupted the relationship between Mu Shui and Gu Beisheng. Moreover, Mu Shui often confided in this young cousin about her feelings for Gu Beisheng, further fueling Jiang Sierra's animosity toward Shen Mujin. Dealing with such a young girl was Shen Mujin's forte. With just a few words, she managed to extract the details of the connection between Mu Shui and Gu Beisheng. After hearing it, she chuckled, realizing that what she had uncovered was trivial, a mere engagement arranged by their families. The Gu and Shan families had their engagement brokered verbally long ago by Gu's grandfather and her own. Conversely, the match between the Gu and Chu families had been the result of early negotiations between the two matriarchs, who had been close friends since their youth. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that Mu Shui was the one with feelings, while Gu Beisheng remained indifferent. Shen Mujin chuckled to herself, only to find Jiang Sierra had already fallen into a deep slumber. She carefully slipped out of bed, covered Jiang Sierra with a blanket, and stealthily opened the door to head downstairs, just in time to bump into a hurried Gu Beisheng returning. "Oh, you're back so early today? Aunt Feng is making congee. Let us have some together." Shen Mujin's voice was cheerful. Gu Beisheng furrowed his brow. Puzzled, he knew his cousin well. Her temper was no better than Shen Mujin's had been. Raised in privilege and spoiled by the matriarch, he feared Jiang Sierra might cause trouble for her, which was why he had hastened back from the meeting. "Where is she?" Upon hearing this, Shen Mujin understood that Gu Beisheng was worried she might be mistreated, which warmed her heart. She stepped forward, linking her arm with his, and smiled. "She's upstairs, fast asleep." Gu Beisheng gazed down at her intently. Shen Mujin sighed. "Really, she's just sleeping? Do you think I would harm a child? Does it hurt?" Gu Beisheng abruptly changed the subject, leaving Shen Mujin momentarily stunned before she realized. She pointed to the injury on her forehead, pouting in acknowledgement. "It does hurt. That I must be experiencing a streak of bad luck lately. I keep getting hurt on my forehead." "Hey, what are you doing? Put me down." Shen Mujin was taken aback. Her injury was to her head, not her legs. Was it necessary for him to suddenly scoop her up? Ignoring her protests, Gu Beisheng maintained a stoic expression, carrying her to the sofa before returning with a first aid kit to personally apply ointment to her injury. Shen Mujin winced, exclaiming in mock pain. Yet her heart felt as sweet as honey. Chapter 28. The Mandarin Duck Hot Springs. After they finished their congee, Gu Beisheng took Shen Mujin out. The car journey led them far beyond the city limits. "Where are you taking me? I haven't even changed out of my pajamas." Gu Beisheng ignored her, continuing to drive for over an hour until they were surrounded by mountainous terrain. Shen Mujin could no longer contain herself, sitting up straight and asking seriously, "So, where are you really taking me? Are you planning to sell me off in the mountains?" Gu Beisheng remained unresponsive, but as they navigated a winding road, a resort appeared in view. Hot Spring Resort. Shen Mujin read aloud from the sign, then shot Gu Beisheng an annoyed glance. If we're coming to soak in hot springs, you could have mentioned it earlier. I didn't even prepare a swimsuit. Gu Beisheng parked the car and opened the door, signaling for her to exit. A row of attendants stood at the entrance, bowing respectfully. Welcome, Mr. Gu. Shen Mujin stood there, bewildered, the corners of her mouth twitching. What was going on? This was quite the occasion, and here she was in her pajamas and slippers, looking utterly ridiculous. Embarrassed, she pulled the hood of her pajama top over her head and stared at her feet. As Gu Beisheng turned around, he caught sight of her comical expression and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. He had never noticed how adorable her pajamas were before, suppressing the urge to ruffle Shen Mujin's hair. He maintained his serious demeanor and stepped into the resort. This way, miss, an attendant suddenly spoke, startling the dazed Shen Mujin. She looked up, nearly cursing aloud. For heaven's sake, without uttering a word, they had dragged her to this remote paradise. And now she was expected to enter? With an unhappy expression, she raised 2 fingers to indicate her eyes, then pointed indignantly at Gu Beisheng's back, hurrying to catch up with him. Upon entering a suite with no one else around, Shen Mujin plopped down on the sofa, sulking. The heart of the ice-cold toe was truly difficult to decipher. He had appeared so concerned for her at home, yet outside, he hadn't uttered a single word. Gu Beisheng entered the room, and merely a few minutes later, he emerged clad in a bathrobe. In his hand, he nonchalantly tossed a women's swimsuit onto the sofa. The commanding tone with which he instructed her to change made Shen Mujin's heart ache. Her greatest flaw was her susceptibility to gentleness rather than harshness. I won't. Perhaps when one develops expectations toward another, the fluctuations of their emotions inevitably influence her own. Shen Mujin felt a pang in her nose, her eyes reddening. She had thought that Gu Beisheng truly cared for her. Since her rebirth, she had reevaluated their relationship, particularly the kiss in the river, which had unbidden burrowed into her heart. The tenderness she anticipated had suddenly turned into a chilling distance. A sense of loneliness and self-deception clouding her brow. Gu Beisheng was acutely aware of Shen Mujin's discontent. He was at a loss as to how to proceed. He had intended to bring her here to unwind. Why had the atmosphere between them grown so peculiar? He had always known Shen Mujin's significance in his heart. The day she had called him husband, he had felt for the first time that the seeds he had sown deeply had finally begun to sprout. Yet today, Gu Beisheng sighed, opting for a softer approach, his voice mellowing. Change into the swimsuit. I will wait for you outside. At a door, a wall, separated 2 individuals lost in their thoughts. Ultimately, Shen Mujin changed into her swimsuit, and when she emerged wrapped in her bathrobe, Gu Beisheng stood against the wall opposite the door. He was perfection incarnate, so flawless that Shen Mujin began to feel inferior. Why would such a perfect man ever love her? I'm ready, she announced. Gu Beisheng sensed the melancholy in her voice and stepped forward, pinning her against him with a wall slam. His long fingers lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Shen Mujin, on the verge of tears, looked at him. I have told you before, I do not wish to be addressed as a or that. So it turns out, Gu Beisheng's cold demeanor all along was merely because I didn't call him husband? Shen Mujin suddenly burst into laughter, tears spilling from her eyes as she did so. Gu Beisheng, alarmed, stammered, What is wrong with you? Forget it. Call me whatever you like, just don't cry. Shen Mujin, wiping her tears while still smiling, replied, This is the first time you've spoken such a lengthy sentence to me. You find me tedious? Shen Mujin shook her head. No, I enjoy it when you talk more. Otherwise, I might think you dislike me. Just as Gu Beisheng was about to agree, Shen Mujin added, If you want me to do or say something, please tell me. All right? I don't like guessing. Endless speculation will only push us further apart. Gu Beisheng nodded thoughtfully. Shall we go? Aren't we supposed to soak in the hot spring? As they approached the hot spring pool, Shen Mujin's eyes widened. This is a swimming pool. How can a hot spring have such deep water? Gu Beisheng shed his bathrobe, revealing his sturdy physique, and with a splash, he leaped in. Moments later, he surfaced, running his hands through his hair in a manner so captivating that Shen Mujin was momentarily entranced. Come down. Shen Mujin immediately shook her head like a rattledrum. No, I can't swim. I will support you. Swimming is an essential skill you must master. Had Gu Beisheng not been there during the last incident, Shen Mujin would have surely drowned. Thus, he had long sought an opportunity to teach her to swim. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Mujin finally stepped into the water. Gu Beisheng embraced her. The water isn't deep. Your feet can touch the bottom. Shen Mujin clung to him tightly, cautiously rising, the water reaching her chest. The water is warm. It's pure natural hot spring water designed to help you relax that you've been studying so hard these days. Shen Mujin bitterly smiled within. To relax, I still have to learn to swim. Come on, try to float. Shen Mujin nodded, gripping his arms tightly as she carefully lifted her legs off the ground. Thanks to the buoyancy of the water, she initially floated, but in an instant, she lost control and plunged beneath the surface. Despite clutching Gu Beisheng's arm, she still choked on a few mouthfuls of water. Help! Chapter 29. The dinner party. Gu Beisheng dove back into the water, retrieving Shen Mujin and capturing her lips in a kiss. Time seemed to halt, and the world faded away, leaving only the intertwining of their heartbeats. Composing a waltz of love, as they broke the surface, Shen Mujin clung to Gu Beisheng's neck, their foreheads touching, breaths coming in rapid succession. You're the only one in my heart. Gu Beisheng's sudden confession left Shen Mujin's mind in a daze. Yet he did not allow her a moment to ponder, leaning in to kiss her once more. His heated lips left her dizzy, but she knew deep down that she did not reject him. On the contrary, she relished his embrace and the kisses he bestowed, which drew her deeper into a state of blissful surrender. The Bay residence. Jiang Sierra awoke to find it was already noon. Surveying her unfamiliar surroundings, she took a moment to grasp that she had come to confront Shen Mujin, but had inadvertently succumbed to sleep. Her phone, lying beside her pillow, began to flash. Jiang Sierra reached for it. Discovering a call from Song Cici, with over 20 missed calls. Where is Shen Mujin? Jiang Sierra wondered as she grabbed the phone and descended the stairs. Downstairs, only Aunt Feng sat knitting in a wicker chair by the floor-to-ceiling window. Upon seeing her, Aunt Feng put down her work and approached. Miss, you're awake. Jiang Sierra nodded dismissively, her eyes scanning the room. Where's Shen Mujin? The young mistress went out with the young master. Jiang Sierra rolled her eyes in annoyance, carelessly tossing the phone onto the sofa. There are many missed calls inside. Aunt Feng nodded. Understood. I will inform the young mistress when she returns. Thank you for the reminder. Mississippi, why thank me? I'm not helping her. Aunt Feng smiled. I know Miss has a kind heart. Flattered by the compliment, Jiang Sierra's demeanor softened. I'm leaving. Aunt Feng quickly called out. Miss. The young mistress specifically instructed me to prepare lunch for you. Would you like to eat something before you leave? As she spoke, she went to the kitchen and began bringing out dish after dish of warm food. Just as Jiang Sierra was about to refuse, the tantalizing aroma wafted toward her, and her stomach betrayed her with a rumble. Aunt Feng's culinary skills were impeccable, and Jiang Sierra soon succumbed to the delicious temptation. Devouring the meal, between bites, she mumbled, why does the bed at the Bay residence feel more comfortable than at the old residence? Even if food tastes better, just a little girl. Aunt Feng chuckled kindly. If you like it, you can come to the Bay residence more often. I'll cook for you. Jiang Sierra raised an eyebrow. You invited me, so you can't complain about the trouble. I want to. Aunt Feng thought to herself that Miss must harbor some prejudice against the young mistress. If she visited the Bay residence more often and they spent time together, perhaps that bias would dissipate. The phone on the sofa continued to flash, and soon enough, Song Cici called again, making several more attempts. Mo Yinji had also been spurred into sending numerous WeChat messages to Shen Mujin, but their calls and messages sank into silence. Receiving no response at that moment, Song Cici was in the dormitory's bathroom, clutching her phone tightly. She had called Shen Mujin all morning, yet not one call had been answered. Wang Miao had already informed her that she would take her to a dinner party that night, and had specifically urged her to dress sexily. She was well aware of the entertainment industry's underbelly. It often involved either drinking or sleeping with someone. Wang Miao was her last chance. She would not take such a step unless she was utterly desperate. Yet, with Shen Mujin not answering her calls, if she failed to make it with Wang Miao, her aspirations of becoming an actress would become increasingly challenging. In an instant, her resentment towards Shen Mujin swelled. The role of the second female lead, which she had coveted, had inadvertently fallen into Shen Mujin's hands. She had promised to help her, yet now she was being ignored. With no money left, she was so broke that she could hardly afford a meal. If she wanted to rise above, to live a life free of worries, she had to fight and scheme for it herself. Why was it that Shen Mujin and Wang Miao had it so easy from start? Whenever she desired something, she always had to pay a price, whether it be her conscience or her body. Shen Mujin's phone remained unanswered well into the evening, dressed in a nude-colored trench coat that enveloped her. Song Cici appeared as a pure student girl at first glance. Wang Miao, upon seeing her, scoffed disdainfully, adorned in a graceful white dress, exuding an impressive aura. Just before entering the private room, Song Cici nervously grasped Wang Miao's arm. Miao, I'm a bit scared. Scared of what? Are there wolves or tigers inside? Do you think they'll eat you? Song Cici was terrified of the predatory individuals within, knowing that someone without connections like her would surely become nothing more than a mere morsel. If Wang Miao could shield her even slightly, perhaps she might escape unscathed. Miao, I've heard that the hosts at such gatherings often have wandering hands. Could you possibly assist me? Wang Miao interrupted with a cold snort. What's this? Are you reluctant, or are you just pretending to be innocent? I'm only bringing you here today. Whether you secure a role or not depends on your ability to navigate these waters. But, what but? If you don't want to go in, then leave now. Wang Miao's words were sharp and unyielding. Clenching her fists tightly, Song Cici finally nodded in resignation. Let us go in. The entertainment industry was indeed treacherous. Only by being willing to sacrifice oneself could one thrive. With nonchalance, Wang Miao pushed the door open. Inside was a large round table where 6 or 7 greasy men sat, accompanied by several alluring women indulging in alcohol. Wang Miao flashed a bright smile at the middle-aged man in the main seat. Uncle Zhang, I apologize for my tardiness. The man quickly rose with a hearty laugh. Not at all, not at all. He gestured towards Wang Miao to introduce her to the others. This stunning beauty is Wang Miao, the niece of President Wang from Shillong Film Industry, and she has been selected as the 3rd female lead in this production by the director and screenwriter. Please take good care of her. The men, who had been leering at her moments before, suddenly had their eyes brightened with interest. President Wang's niece had indeed inherited her beauty. She was captivating. Wang Miao smirked inwardly and pushed Song Cici forward. Gentlemen, this is my good classmate. I hope you'll extend your kindness towards her. Hello, everyone. I am Song Cici, Miao's good classmate. She deliberately emphasized the word good to leverage Wang Miao's connections for her own benefit. The gazes of the executives flitted towards Song Cici, but out of respect for Wang Miao's background, they merely smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Please, take a seat, invited President Zhang to everyone's surprise. Wang Miao offered only a toast before making an excuse to leave. Abandoning Song Cici to the gathering, it was evident to the discerning that Wang Miao was merely connecting Song Cici to the opportunity. If they were truly good classmates, why bring her to such a well-known gathering? She could have simply approached President Wang directly to resolve any issues. Once Wang Miao departed, Song Cici felt increasingly out of place. She had never been in such a scenario. While she understood the underlying dynamics, at heart, she remained an inexperienced university student. Noticing her discomfort, the executives grew even more pleased that in this day and age. Women were abundant. What was lacking was novelty. The seasoned women, adept and self-assured, no longer captured their interest. Instead, the timid and somewhat fearful presence of Song Cici intrigued them. President Zhang raised a glass. Cici, join me for a drink. Song Cici stood quickly, downing her drink in one go. Gulp. She choked on the liquor, coughing violently, which elicited a round of laughter from the other women, who cast her disdainful glances. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She wished for nothing more than to disappear into the floor. President Zhang approached with a smile, casually draping his arm over her shoulder. If you can't handle your drink, just tell me. I'll drink for you. Song Cici awkwardly attempted to shrug off his arm, but he tightened his grip, pulling her closer. President Zhang, are you intoxicated? Let me take you home. His statement prompted murmurs of discontent from the men present. Come on, Zhang. That is not fair. We haven't even had a chance to drink with the beautiful Cici. What's the matter? Can't you see that Cece has a low tolerance with so many ladies present? Let them accompany you for drinks. As for Cece, I'll take her home. The others laughed, but sighed inwardly, lamenting the fate of such a wonderful woman now being squandered by President Zhang. The women who had been beside him now wore sullen expressions. They had hoped to win his favor and land a good role, only to have their plans thwarted by Song Cece. Though Song Cece had steeled herself for this moment, facing a man who could easily be her father filled her with revulsion. Upon exiting the restaurant, she hesitated. President Zhang, thank you, but I can take a taxi back to school. How could President Zhang let such a prize slip away? I'll drive you. After all, you're Miao Miao's classmate. I must ensure you return safely so I can report back to President Wang. Unable to refuse, Song Cece reluctantly climbed into President Zhang's seat. As they sped out of the city, she felt a twinge of panic. President Zhang, this route seems off. That he merely chuckled, placing his hand on her thigh. So, what kind of role are you hoping for? Song Cece was momentarily at a loss for words. Her purpose for attending the gathering was precisely to secure a role, something President Zhang could indeed provide. Cece, don't feel embarrassed. This is how the industry operates, that if you want to get in, situations like tonight are inevitable. If you stick with me, I can ensure you rise to stardom within 3 to 5 years. Following me is far better than stumbling around aimlessly. Song Cece fidgeted with her fingers, remaining silent. You saw for yourself. The table was filled with beauties. Such opportunities are rare. Some women climb into bed with various executives, yet receive no rewards in return. That happens more often than you think. Song Cece understood the truth in his words. The entertainment industry was ever-changing, with newcomers flooding in like a harvest of chaff. For someone like her, lacking connections, the only way to break through was to take such shortcuts. She glanced at her phone. There were still no messages from Shen Mujin. Frustration surged within her as she closed her eyes, no longer resisting. The car came to a stop in a private villa area on the outskirts after over an hour. President Zhang dismissed the driver and wrapped his arm around Song Cece's shoulders as they entered. The villa's opulence rivaled that of any luxurious residence she had ever visited. How do you like it here? Song Cece quickly lowered her gaze at ITS. I've never seen such luxury before. President Zhang, my family is struggling. I work to pay my tuition, and my mother has been ill. That's why I'm so eager for a role, to send money back home. Her voice trembled as tears welled in her eyes. She was adept at portraying herself as a pitiful victim. Even if it meant engaging in such disreputable acts, she wanted to appear as a helpless white lotus. Men often fell for such tactics. As expected, President Zhang gazed at her with sympathy. Just stay close to me. Money won't be an issue. Song Cece nodded through her tears. Thank you, President Zhang. Her pitiful demeanor stirred something within him. Come, let us go to the room and discuss things further. When Shen Mujin returned to Beijing with Gu Beisheng, it was already the following morning. Though Gu Beisheng had not gone all the way, he had done everything else. For the first time, she felt completely at ease in his embrace, nestled against his solid shoulder, drifting into a sweet sleep. Gu Beisheng no longer forced her. He had promised to wait until she was willing. Shen Mujin awoke refreshed, only to find numerous missed calls from Song Cece. The previous day, she had mentioned Song Cece to Gu Beisheng, who had nodded in agreement without further inquiry. Now, as she prepared to head to school after breakfast, she decided to return Song Cece's call. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. Hello, Cece, regarding the role. Forget it. Song Cece's curt reply shocked Shen Mujin, who hung up in disbelief. In the following days, Song Cece, who had been attending classes rain or shine, suddenly requested a leave of absence from school. Shen Mujin attempted to reach her again, but her phone went straight to voicemail. However, while returning to her dorm one day, she inadvertently overheard Zhao Linger lamenting to Wang Miao Miao. Miao Miao, why did you give the third female lead role you promised me to someone else? Wang Miao Miao's voice dripped with impatience. Why are you crying? It's just a minor role. Do you really want to play that badly? Zhao Linger sobbed even more. I just wanted to act alongside you. Enough. You'll still get your role. Just make sure to come with me on signing day. Really? Shut up. Are you annoying or what? If you dare to disturb me again, do not expect me to accompany you on the afternoon of the signing day. It was indeed Zhao Linger who followed Wang Miao Miao. To Shen Mujin's astonishment, Song Cece, who had been unreachable for several days, also made an appearance at the signing event, surprisingly carrying the red handbag she had refrained from purchasing at the mall that day. However, she seemed troubled, frowning as she made a phone call in the corner. Shen Mujin was curious about how Song Cici had secured her role. As she pondered this, she approached Song Cici and gently tapped her shoulder. Cici? Song Cici jumped in surprise, forcing an unnatural smile before swiftly turning back to her call, saying a quick goodbye before hanging up. Shen Mujin feigned concern as she looked at her. Cici, what's wrong? Is something troubling you? Why haven't you been to school these past few days? Song Cici hurriedly tucked her phone away. Nothing at all. That a classmate helped me find a part-time job. Is that so? Well, Mujin, did you need something from me? Observing the guilt written all over her face, Shen Mujin had an inkling of what was amiss and said, You called me many times on Sunday. Was there something urgent? It's all settled now. The fleeting expression of jealousy and despondency that crossed her face did not escape Shen Mujin's notice. Shen Mujin smiled and clarified. All right, that day I went out with Gu Beisheng, and I accidentally left my phone at his place. I hurried to call you as soon as I returned. Mentioning Gu Beisheng, Song Cici's demeanor shifted slightly. So, did he give you a hard time? Shen Mujin shook her head and slightly altered the details of that day. No, he simply accompanied me to the hot springs. Song Cici fidgeted with her fingers. You both went to the hot springs together? Indeed, it's a delightful time for such a retreat. I can take you along next time. The notion of Shen Mujin and Gu Beisheng's relationship growing so intimate sent a wave of panic through Song Cici. She could not allow their bond to strengthen. How could you go to the hot springs with him? Did you not despise him? Shen Mujin nodded with a look of resignation. True, but I had my reasons to seek his assistance. I managed to appease him, and he agreed to help with your role. But when I called you, you said it was unnecessary. Shen Mujin sighed dramatically, shaking her head. All my efforts were in vain. Out of the corner of her eye, she noted Song Cici's expression of discomfort, akin to one who had swallowed something bitter. Shen Mujin deliberately waved her hand in front of her. Cici, what on earth is the matter? You look quite unwell. Song Cici forced a smile. Perhaps I didn't sleep well last night. Internally, she loathed herself. Had she trusted Shen Mujin and waited a little longer, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. She had accompanied someone but failed to secure the desired role. Mr. Zhang, now in his middle age, had demands that exceeded his capabilities, yet this did not deter him from tormenting Song Cici with various props and substances, nearly costing her life. The next day, she could barely rise from bed, her body covered in bruises. Fortunately, Mr. Zhang promptly provided her with a letter of intent for the role and a card worth 100,000. Today, she made a point to strut into the mall and purchase the 5,600 yuan handbag she had previously coveted, but just as she arrived at the signing event, she received a call from Mr. Zhang, informing her that her role as the second female lead had been downgraded to the third. Song Cici's face fell with reluctance. How could she approach Mr. Zhang when he was so adamant? If only Gu Beisheng had advocated for her, she would not have been so abruptly demoted. This moment, she wished to slap herself awake. It was all her fault for being so impatient. Those who aspire to great things must learn to remain composed. Nevertheless, this incident only solidified her belief that Shen Mujin remained unchanged. Her willingness to plead with Gu Beisheng on her behalf indicated that Shen Mujin was still easily manipulated, which was in fact the best news she had received in recent days. Shen Mujin affectionately linked arms with her. Have you managed to secure your role? Before Song Cici could respond, Wang Miao approached with Zhao Linger in tow. Could she truly handle it on her own? Song Cici was deeply apprehensive that Wang Miao might publicly disclose her dinner engagement, so she quickly interjected, How could I possibly manage such a significant matter? I owe everything to Miao. Without her assistance, I would not have this wonderful opportunity. As she spoke, she released Shen Mujin and grasped Wang Miao's hand. Miao, thank you. If you ever need my help, do not hesitate to ask. Wang Miao scoffed, disdainfully retracting her hand to blow on it. Ha! As a matter of fact, I do need your help. I am in need of an assistant for the production, so you could be my maid and handle the assistant duties as well. Before Song Cici could respond, Zhao Linger tugged at Wang Miao's sleeve, anxious that she might renege on the assistant position she had initially promised her. Why was she reversing her decision? Meow Meow. Chapter 32. An Encounter with Fortune. Wang Meow Meow shot Zhao Linger a fierce glare, prompting Zhao Linger to withdraw her hand in silence. Shen Mujin chuckled to herself, glancing at Song Cici before casting a sidelong look at Wang Meow Meow. Relishing the unfolding drama, why would Cici serve as your assistant? If anyone, she should be mine. Wang Meow Meow entirely disregarded Shen Mujin's provocation, confidently turning to Song Cici with an air of superiority. Of course, I would not let you do it for free. How does a monthly salary of 5,000 sound? Song Cici was in need of money. But now she had a benefactor, and Mr. Zhang was quite generous, having given her a 100,000 yuan card in a single instance. Having encountered such wealth, how could she settle for Wang Meow Meow's meager 5,000? However, she could not afford to offend Wang Meow Meow, given that her benefactor was secured through her. Weighing the pros and cons, she decided to acquiesce. Shen Mujin was surprised to see her nod in agreement, knowing well Song Cici's inherent pride and self-importance. How could she willingly serve as Wang Meow Meow's assistant? Although the situation remained unclear, they would simply take it one step at a time. The events of the past had altered their trajectories due to her rebirth. This time, she was here for revenge and a comeback, with the added benefit of some side dishes to alleviate the tedium. It was only during the contract signing that Song Cici discovered the second female lead had been awarded to Zhao Ling. It dawned on her why Mr. Zhang was so unyielding. It turned out Wang Meow Meow was the one pulling the strings. The second female lead's role had far more screen time than the third, and the character was far more appealing. Song Cici nearly ground her teeth in frustration. Not only had she failed to secure the second lead, but she couldn't even grasp the role of the second female's maid. She glared resentfully at the retreating figures of Shen Mujin and Wang Meow Meow, her desire to stand out intensifying. She was tired of being trampled underfoot, relying on others' mercy for leftover opportunities. Nonetheless, everyone was quite curious about who the male and female leads of the production were. They did not even need to attend the signing of such an important contract. Surely, they were not students from their school. That evening, Shen Mujin dined with Song Cici at their favorite old restaurant. With a beaming smile, Song Cici pushed the menu towards her, saying, "Mujin, order whatever you like. Today it's my treat, Ditto." "You're treating." Shen Mujin thought she was merely trying to take advantage of her again. "I recently landed a part-time job and earned quite a bit. Today, you can indulge. Also, I want to thank you." Shen Mujin raised an eyebrow. "Thank me for what?" "Thank you for being willing to plead with Gu Beisheng for me. I know how much you dislike him, and yet you helped me. I was inconsiderate. Well, what can I say? You are my friend. It's not a big deal to ask him for your sake." Hearing this, Song Cici's smile broadened. Taking advantage of Shen Mujin's trip to the restroom, she gleefully confronted the service staff who had previously denied her a card, effortlessly purchasing a membership card worth 10,000. She also sent a message to Mo Yenji, instructing him to hurry over. Meanwhile, Shen Mujin had just answered a call from Gu Beisheng while in the restroom, asking him to swing by and pick her up on his way home. Just as she opened the stall door, someone suddenly burst in. The intruder was equally surprised to find someone inside. They quickly raised a hand to cover Shen Mujin's mouth. Shen Mujin gasped, fearing she was being robbed. However, the person made no further moves, merely listening intently to the sounds outside. As Shen Mujin gradually calmed down and examined the intruder, she was taken aback. She tried to speak, but her mouth was firmly covered, leaving her to emit muffled sounds. The intruder, startled by her commotion, looked up in astonishment. In the moment their eyes met, they both exclaimed, "Qian Tu!" "Shen Mujin." Shen Mujin gasped for breath before asking, "What are you doing?" Qian Tu, keeping a keen ear on the outside, gestured for silence. "It's a long story. Someone's after me. Please help me hide from this predicament." Shen Mujin nodded slightly. Qian Tu, her roommate from the same dormitory and a journalism major, was known for her reclusive nature and aversion to conversation. Throughout their 4 years of college, the number of words exchanged between them could easily be counted on one's fingers. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. Shen Mujin quickly tapped Qian Tu and gestured towards the toilet, signaling her to stand on it. The restroom door had a gap at the bottom, exposing 4 feet, making it easy for anyone to discover her presence. Just as Qian Tu stood atop the toilet, a shrill scream erupted from outside. "Da-da! This is the ladies' room. What are you doing? Get out. The sound of restroom doors being forcefully pushed open for inspection followed. When it reached Shen Mujin's door, it remained closed, but a violent knocking began. Come out. Shen Mujin furrowed her brows. What do you want? I'm using the restroom. The voices outside showed no intention of leaving. Banging on the door, even harder, if you know what's good for you. Come out quickly. We're just looking for someone, and once we verify, we want to make things difficult for you. Feigning fear, Shen Mujin replied, Oh, just a moment. She motioned for Qiantu to move toward the inside of the door while she cracked it open just enough to poke her head out. I'm just having an upset stomach. The individuals outside glanced at her, shook their heads in unison, and turned to leave the restroom. Qiantu clasped her hands together in gratitude and was about to rush out when Shen Mujin pulled her back. Don't rush. They're likely still outside. Wait a moment before you go out. I could see that moment. Shen Mujin's phone rang. Hearing the sound, the people outside seemed to return. Shen Mujin quickly pointed to the toilet again, urging Qiantu to stand up there once more. She answered the call, deliberately speaking loudly. I think I might have eaten something bad. I'm experiencing stomach issues. The footsteps outside retreated once more. The call was from Song Cici, who wanted to check on her. Shen Mujin hurriedly replied, No need. I'll be fine shortly. After hanging up, she gestured for Qiantu to input her phone number into her device, then whispered, Stay here. I'll step out to see if the coast is cleared. I'll message you when it's safe for you to come out. Qiantu clasped her hands in gratitude. I cannot express my thanks enough. Chapter 33. The little sister-in-law as Shen Mujin exited the restroom after washing her hands. The long corridor was deserted except for the occasional passing server. After standing there feigning a phone call and observing for a few minutes, she finally messaged Qiantu emerged from her backpack wearing a duckbill cap. Shen Mujin then noticed she was also carrying a camera. Are you filming? Qiantu shrugged. No choice. As an intern. The editor-in-chief assigned me this task, so I had to come. Shen Mujin nodded in understanding. Did you offend someone just now? Qiantu flipped through the photos on her camera and nodded. Yeah, after trailing for half a month. I finally captured some juicy material. Before Shen Mujin could inquire further, several men in black suddenly appeared down the corridor. Just as she was about to urge Qiantu to flee, the men had already spotted them. Stop! Shen Mujin swiftly grabbed Qiantu and they took off. They were on the second floor of a restaurant, navigating through a maze of twisting corridors lined with private rooms as they darted back and forth. They inadvertently found themselves at a dead end. Qiantu glanced back, the sound of footsteps growing nearer. Anxiously, she turned to Shen Mujin. You need to go quickly. They're looking for me, and I can't let you get dragged into this. Shen Mujin shook her head. Leaving Qiantu alone was not an option she could entertain. With no escape in sight and pursuers closing in, Shen Mujin seized Qiantu and forcefully pushed open the door to a nearby private room. Bursting inside, they pressed against the door, gasping for breath, only to be startled by the scene before them. Little sister-in-law. Shen Mujin frowned at the man who had called her that, struggling to recall his name. He pointed to himself and then to Shen Mujin, prompting, Yushang Taohua, Fu Minglin. Realization dawned on Shen Mujin. Oh, hello, I'm Shen Mujin. Qiantu, however, was staring in astonishment at the exceptionally handsome man beside Fu Minglin. Exclaiming, You. The man grinned excitedly and greeted Shen Mujin. Little sister-in-law, it's finally a pleasure to meet you. I'm Situ Feng. Shen Mujin knew who Situ Feng was, the hottest star in the entertainment industry right now. A triad of talents in acting, singing, and modeling. She nudged the stunned Qiantu and awkwardly smiled. Hello, I'm Shen Mujin, and this is my classmate. Qiantu pulled Shen Mujin aside and whispered, Is this really Situ Feng? Shen Mujin nodded. He looks like it. Why does he call you little sister-in-law? I'm only acquainted with the person next to him. He just joined in, before Qiantu could say more. Fu Minglin approached little sister-in-law, and this young student shouldn't just stand and chat. Please have a seat. Shen Mujin shook her head, pulling out her phone. I need to make a call. Situ Feng stood, flicking his fingers lightly, skillfully sending Shen Mujin's phone soaring into his grasp. Don't rush, little sister-in-law. My big brother keeps you under wraps, and it's not every day we get to meet. Let us have a meal and chat. It would be wonderful to bond. Footsteps approached the door, and Qiantu could even hear them knocking on doors one by one as she stepped back, looking at Shen Mujin in alarm. What should we do? Maybe I should just go out. It's a lawful society, and I trust they won't do anything to me. Sita Feng frowned. What's this? Little sister-in-law, are you in trouble? Shen Mujin nodded. A group of people is chasing us. We hid here out of desperation. Sita Feng angrily ran a hand through his hair. Who dares to bully my big brother's woman? As he spoke, he made a stride toward the door. Fu Minglin caught the impulsive Sita Feng. Hey, you're a public figure. Let me handle this. After a moment of thought, Sita Feng acquiesced. That's true. Second brother, go and deal with him for me. Before stepping out, Fu Minglin comforted Shen Mujin with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Don't worry. The second young master of the Fu family leaned against the doorframe, pretending to make a phone call. The pursuers, upon seeing him, quickly averted their gazes and retreated, not daring to utter a sound. Shen Mujin's phone rang in Sita Feng's hand. Song Cici? He was about to return the phone to Shen Mujin when she coldly interjected, It's fine, just hang up. Nodding thoughtfully, Sita Feng pressed the end call button. Just seconds later, the phone rang again. Sita Feng mischievously waved the phone in front of Shen Mujin's face. What about this one? Should we also hang up? Shen Mujin smiled wryly to herself. If she hung up on Gu Beisheng, she would have to provide a lengthy explanation upon her return. Give it to me. Sita Feng turned, making Shen Mujin miss her grasp. In an instant, he answered. Hello, big brother. Gu Beisheng frowned, glancing at the phone before coldly commanding, Return the phone. Come on, big brother. I'm with little sister-in-law at the old restaurant's regular spot. Come join you, Gu Beisheng hung up without a word. Shen Mujin felt conflicted, glancing at Qian Tu, who was equally quick-witted. Thank you for today, Mujin. I need to return to the office to submit my manuscript. Let us have dinner together another day. Shen Mujin looked at Fu Minglin, who immediately nodded. Don't worry. I'll see her out. Nothing will happen. With that assurance, Shen Mujin finally relaxed. As Fu Minglin escorted Qian Tu out, they happened upon Mo Yinji heading upstairs, only to be abruptly slapped on the back. What are you looking at? Gu Beisheng had arrived, startling Fu Minglin that I wasn't looking at anything. I was just waiting for you. He feared that mentioning Mo Yinji would trigger an unpredictable reaction from Gu Beisheng. After all, the last time, he had nearly lost his life in a car plunge into the river. However, he did relay the incident Shen Mujin and her classmate had faced to Gu Beisheng, advising him to arrange for a bodyguard for Shen Mujin. Upon hearing the details, Gu Beisheng's expression darkened considerably. When the private room door swung open, Shen Mujin instinctively lowered her head, feeling as though she had committed a grave error. Chapter 34. The indescribable incident in the restroom. Song Cici had been on the phone for a while. O Yinji had arrived, but Shen Mujin had not returned since heading to the restroom. Could it be that she had learned of Mo Yinji's arrival and left early? That seemed unlikely. Song Cici had communicated with Mo Yinji via WeChat. How would Shen Mujin know? Moreover, Shen Mujin's refusal of Mo Yinji's proposal was likely due to her current circumstances rather than a lack of affection. Avoiding him at school was one thing, but was there really a need for her to hide during a private dinner? Contemplating these possibilities, Song Cici took Mo Yinji by the hand and headed outside. Cici, what are you doing? Where's Mujin? Song Cici frowned. She mentioned going to the restroom, but she hasn't returned since. Come with me to check if something has happened. Mo Yin knew helplessness as he nodded. In truth, he held no genuine feelings for Shen Mujin. His initial pursuit of her was merely a fa prompted by Song Cici's words, believing that she could offer him some assistance. However, it had become evident that all she had brought him was misfortune. Gu Beisheng was on the verge of utterly collapsing his company. Shen Mujin's phone continued to ring. She glanced at Gu Beisheng, curling her lips into a smile that bore an air of flattery. Only then did Gu Beisheng nod in response. Shen Mujin, clutching her phone, gestured towards the door, saying, I'll go, and sent her away. As she stepped out of the private room, Fu Minglin immediately stood up, declaring, I need to use the restroom. Sita Feng scoffed, Go. Hurry up, and come back sober. Shen Mujin walked ahead, and Fu Minglin hurried to catch up with her, suddenly giving her shoulder a playful slap, startling her. What was that for? Shen Mujin exclaimed. Fu Minglin grinned. Where's my little sister-in-law off to? Shen Mujin frowned at him, offering no reply. Did Gu Beisheng not trust her? Sending Fu Minglin to keep an eye on her? The thought sent her mood plummeting. She wanted to turn and leave, but Fu Minglin suddenly pulled her back as hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Cici, are you sure she's still in the restroom? Fu Minglin inquired that I can't be certain, so you should go in and check out if she's there. You can take the opportunity to do something. When you both come out, I'll discreetly snap a photo to send to Gu Beisheng. This was the voice of Mo Yinji and Song Cici. A chill ran down Shen Mujin's spine. They were so eager to set her up at the first opportunity. Once their footsteps and voices faded, Fu Minglin remarked, I happened to run into Mo Yinji while escorting your classmate downstairs, which is why I followed you out to give you a heads up. Thank you, she replied, and no need for thanks, little sister-in-law. We are family at that moment. Shen Mujin felt a pang of envy for Gu Beisheng. It was wonderful for him to have such brothers, while she was surrounded only by superficial friends like Song Cici. Lacking a true confidant. Now was not the time for sorrow. Those who dare to conspire against her must be prepared to face the consequences. A flicker of determination ignited in Shen Mujin's eyes as she turned to Fu Minglin and said, You can head back. I'll be right there. I'll accompany you. If something happens, my brother will have my head. Fu Minglin insisted. Shen Mujin relented, pulling out her phone to activate the camera function as she strode towards the restroom. As she rounded the corner, she spotted Song Cici shoving Mo Yinji and urging him to enter. Mo Yinji wore a reluctant expression, but, unable to resist Song Cici, reluctantly stepped into the women's restroom. However, it appeared to be empty at the moment, and soon enough, Mo Yinji's voice echoed from within, calling for Song Cici. Song Cici entered with a frown, asking, What is it? Shen Mujin coldly laughed and turned to Fu Minglin, instructing, Go find a security at the old restaurant and have them come up to give them some embarrassment. Fu Minglin nodded and departed. Inside the restroom, Shen Mujin was nowhere to be found. Mo Yinji had called Song Cici in, but it was in a unique setting that special desires ignited. He wrapped his arms around Song Cici, pushing her into a stall. Mo Shixiao. What are you doing? She protested. Our objective today is Mujin to It was Mo Yinji's first time in a women's restroom, and the peculiar thrill overwhelmed him. He barely registered anything else. After a flurry of activity, they gradually came to a halt. With tears in her eyes, Song Cici pushed Mo Yinji away, her legs weak as she sank onto the toilet seat. Mo Yinji grinned with satisfaction. Darling, you are truly beautiful. Song Cici offered a forced smile, realizing that Mo Yinji's youth and vigor far surpassed that of her former boss. Having endured grievances with her previous employer, she finally felt vindicated in this moment with Mo Yinji. Shen Mujin, growing impatient, understood all too well what was transpiring between the two in the restroom. She picked up her phone and dialed. After a brief pause, Song Cici answered, Mujin, where did you go? I'm still waiting for you. Shen Mujin chuckled. I ran into Gu Beisheng. He took me back with him, but I'll invite you next time. Reluctantly, Song Cici agreed and hung up. Let us go. Mujin has already left. Yinji nodded, and as he embraced the somewhat exhausted Song Cici, they stepped out of the stall, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before exiting confidently. Shen Mujin raised her phone, snapping a flurry of photos, even capturing an image of Mo Yinji leaning down to kiss Song Cici. Then, she beckoned Fu Minglin, who nodded, signaling several security personnel to rush out. Stop. Shen Mujin continued snapping photos, documenting the embarrassment on their faces that a guest has reported that you two were engaging in inappropriate activities in the women's restroom. Please come with us. Song Cici's face flushed crimson with shame, and Mo Yinji scoffed. Who is spreading such nonsense? My girlfriend just had an upset stomach, and I was simply accompanying her to the restroom. Song Cici quickly corroborated. I merely had a bad reaction to something I ate, and it was from your restaurant. I'm a regular, a VIP, and I just recharged a membership worth 10,000 yuan. Your food must have a problem. I haven't even sought compensation, yet you dare to make such accusations. The head of security glanced back at Fu Minglin, who nodded in understanding, leading Shen Mujin swiftly away. The captain's tone softened considerably. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. My apologies. You two may go. Chapter 35. Wishing to grow old together, Shen Mujin returned to her seat beside Fu Minglin. Both smiling, Gu Beisheng's expression darkened further. Situ Feng, unafraid, jested, second brother and little sister-in-law have been gone so long. Come clean. What were you two up to? At his words, the atmosphere in the room was instantly enveloped by Gu Beisheng's icy demeanor. Shen Mujin remained silent, obediently sitting next to Gu Beisheng, even daring to place her small hand into his larger one, feeling the warmth enveloping him. Gu Beisheng's mood gradually lightened. He could see that moment. Fu Minglin looked at Shen Mujin with admiration. Recounting the earlier events in detail, he concluded with a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother, little sister-in-law is amazing. Dealing with such people requires her audacity and cunning." You should have seen the look on their faces. Situ Feng clicked his tongue in amazement. They say little sister-in-law is a spoiled rich girl, but it seems those rumors are false. Seeing is believing. Shen Mujin bowed her head, a wry smile tugging at her lips. Sensing her embarrassment, Gu Beisheng stood, pulling her up to leave. "Hey, brother, you're being ungracious. We finally get to see little sister-in-law, and you're leaving without even a meal." At Situ Feng's words, Fu Minglin nodded vigorously. "Exactly, brother. We finally gather together. Let's have a drink before you go." Gu Beisheng shook his head. "Next time, I'll bring the fourth brother along and formally introduce you to my wife." With that, he paid no heed to their insistence and opened the door to depart. Situ Feng sighed as he drank, shaking his head. "So it seems our eldest brother is truly smitten with little sister-in-law." Fu Minglin chimed in. "Who could disagree? I believe the woman who has always held a place in his heart is none other than little sister-in-law." Shen Mujin and Gu Beisheng returned to the Beijai. Aunt Feng had prepared dinner long ago, and after they ate, Shen Mujin pulled Gu Beisheng to the sofa. She produced the signed contract and handed it to him. "Take a look. I signed it without your consent." The Gu Beisheng quickly flipped through the pages, frowning. "Aren't you studying directing? How did you end up signing an acting contract?" Shen Mujin pondered before explaining. "Directing and acting go hand in hand. Besides, my directing classes haven't been particularly impressive. When this opportunity arose, I thought I'd give it a try. You wouldn't disapprove of me becoming an actress, would you?" Gu Beisheng did disapprove. How could he bear to let his wife expose herself on the screen? He preferred to enjoy her beauty in private. "Oh, you enjoy acting?" he inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Mujin replied, "I wouldn't say I have a particular fondness for it. I simply want to pursue my own ambitions. To achieve something for myself, so that I may be worthy of you." Gu Beisheng turned to gaze deeply into her eyes, which sparkled with clarity and sincerity. Her desire to act stemmed from a wish to accomplish something for herself, to be deserving of him. This reasoning warmed his heart. Shen Mujin seemed genuinely transformed. He couldn't help but pull her into his embrace, tenderly saying, "You need not go out of your way to earn my approval. You deserve nothing but the best." The sudden affirmation caused Shen Mujin to shed tears uncontrollably. In her previous life, she had lived in utter failure, with everyone harboring ulterior motives toward her. She believed that those who professed to love and care for her were merely deceiving her with false pretenses. However, Gu Beisheng was the sole exception. Regardless of her past life or this rebirth, he remained steadfast, unchanged. As long as she treated him sincerely, he would reciprocate with genuine affection. Shen Mujin suddenly felt unworthy of such devotion from Gu Beisheng. This realization ignited within her a fervent desire to strive and build a career that would match the brilliance of the extraordinary Gu Beisheng. She envisioned a day when she could stand proudly and without insecurity by his side. Gu Beisheng meticulously reviewed the contract for her. As a newcomer, her remuneration had been significantly suppressed by the production team, yet other terms, including post-production promotional cooperation, were relatively reasonable. The contract stipulated that the filming would necessitate the change of 3 locations, and her scenes would take approximately 2 months to complete. The timeline was manageable. Gu Beisheng had glanced over her shooting schedule and ensured there was room for her to return to school in between. Moreover, he could visit her during that time. However, the only aspect that displeased him was one of the locations situated in the snow-laden Bahang grassland. Known for its harsh climate, he couldn't bear the thought of her enduring such hardship. This was the sole point of dissatisfaction he had extracted from the lengthy contract. Moved, Shen Mujin clung to Gu Beisheng's arm in a playful manner. "I adore the snow. It's such a place I long to visit." She had already discerned his weakness for her softer approach, a slight show of affection, and he promptly acquiesced. Yet he added, "I will clear my schedule to accompany you during those days." This took Shen Mujin by surprise. "You'll come with me?" Gu Beisheng nodded. However, upon hearing her hesitant, but his expression darkened immediately. Shen Mujin sighed softly. But isn't our relationship supposed to remain undisclosed? She asked him plainly, do you want me to go? But no buts. Just answer me. Do you want me to go? The icy so was truly domineering. Shen Mujin, biting her finger and lowering her head in contemplation, finally nodded decisively. Of course, I hope you can accompany me to MY scenes aren't numerous, and during our leisure. We could even build snowmen together. Gu Beisheng nodded in satisfaction. I've heard that when two people in love walk together in the snow, they will continue to walk hand in hand until they grow old. Shen Mujin laughed. Come on, do you really believe in such nonsense? Gu Beisheng gazed at her, pausing for a long moment before speaking. I only wish to grow old with you. Chapter 36. An unexpected encounter with Qian with just a week before joining the production. The school unexpectedly issued a notice, requiring students from the directing department to submit a short play within 3 days as part of their graduation examination. The subject matter of the short film was unrestricted, with a duration limit of 20 minutes. Shen Mujin was suddenly flustered. A short play required not only a director, but also a screenwriter, actors, and a reliable filming crew, all within a mere 3 days. How was she to manage? Song Cici hadn't anticipated that the school would impose such an assignment at this time. In the days leading up to her joining the production, she had promised director Zhang to accompany him at his villa. But now, with this last-minute change, she found it difficult to explain to him. Fortunately, after discussing it with Zhang, he was very accommodating. Not only did he agree to let her return to school to complete her assignment, but he also personally arranged for an excellent filming team. When she encountered Shen Mujin, she kindly inquired, do you want to join me? Shen Mujin shook her head, indicating she would manage on her own. The filming crew following Song Cici carried professional equipment, far beyond what she could afford to hire. Shen Mujin initially thought it must have been Mo Yinji who had arranged this for her. But she didn't want to get distracted by the antics of scoundrels at this critical juncture. Seeing Shen Mujin decline, Song Cici did not press the matter further and took her team to search for a suitable filming location. Shen Mujin furrowed her brows in deep thought when suddenly the memory of her encounter with Qian at the old restaurant resurfaced. His camera was quite impressive. It should suffice for a simple short film. With that in mind, she called Qian Tuesday. Though Qian seemed busy, he readily agreed to her request. They arranged to meet in the afternoon at the school. However, when the time came, Qian did not appear. Shen Mujin, not well acquainted with him, had seen him only a few times in her previous life. Their last interaction was merely him helping her out at the restaurant. Could it be that Qian stood her up? Waiting anxiously, she decided to call him, but after several rings, he finally answered. His voice trembled slightly, betraying an underlying fear. Mujin, I'm really sorry. Something came up today, and I can't make it. You should find someone else to help you. Don't wait for me. Before Shen Mujin could respond, he hastily hung up. When she tried calling back, the phone was already switched off. What was going on? Her instinct told her that something must have happened to Qian Tuesday. Qian was a journalism major and had been working part-time in an entertainment news magazine since entering university. The last time they met, he had mentioned that he had finally captured a significant scoop. Shen Mujin frowned as she recalled their last encounter. It seemed that when she left with Gu Beisheng, she had caught a glimpse of a popular star, Qin Tian, through the partially open door of a private room. Qin Tian. Shen Mujin's heart raced. She recognized his name from her previous life when he had made headlines for a nervous breakdown and an accidental homicide, the victim being a female paparazzo. Could it be that Qian had gone after him? Her heart sank as she hurriedly left the campus and took a taxi to Gu's group. The receptionist did not recognize her and refused to let her upstairs without an appointment. In desperation, she called Gu Beisheng. Within 2 minutes, he arrived to escort her upstairs, though he was still in a meeting. Young madam, please have a seat and rest for a moment. The boss will finish his meeting in about half an hour. Shen Mujin was too anxious to sit still. What if Qian was indeed in trouble with Qin Tian? That was a matter of life and death. Assistant Sure, please inform Beisheng that I have an urgent, life-threatening matter to discuss. Her expression conveyed the seriousness of her claim. Assistant Sure frowned, but quickly entered the meeting room to relay her message. Gu Beisheng immediately sprang up from his seat, rushing back to the office. What's wrong? He placed his hands on Shen Mujin's shoulders, concern etched across his face. Shen Mujin managed a slight smile. I'm fine. Assistant Sure, who had followed him in. looked innocent. It's young madam who mentioned a life-threatening matter. Shen Mujin nodded vigorously, briefly explaining the situation with Qian Tuesday naturally. She omitted the part about Qian Tu potentially meeting a tragic fate in her previous life, only stating that they had arranged to meet, but it seemed he was in peril. I could only think of you. You are the only one who can help me rescue my classmate. Gu Beisheng nodded and asked her to provide Qian Tu's number to Assistant Sure. Don't worry. With the phone, we can quickly locate her. That I'll have Assistant Sure handle it. Thank you. Gu Beisheng ruffled her hair. I'm pleased that you thought of me first in a time of need. Just minutes after Assistant Sure left, he quickly located Qian Tu's phone, as Shen Mujin had suspected. She was at Qin Tian's private villa. Anxiously, she turned to Gu Beisheng, her eyes pleading. What should we do? How can we rescue her? How did your classmate end up at Qin Tian's villa? Shen Mujin shook her head. I'm not entirely sure. She's turning in entertainment news. I guess she must have gone to shoot something with him? Paparazzi. That term sounded harsh, and Shen Mujin retorted. Let us not get caught up in semantics. The priority is to rescue her. Seeing his wife upset, Gu Beisheng nodded swiftly. Assistant Sure, which company does Qin Tian belong to? He asked with our High Tian Entertainment. Gu Beisheng nodded. That simplifies matters. You go and bring Mujin's classmate back. Assistant Sure took his orders, and only then did Shen Mujin feel a slight sense of relief. Chapter 37. The scoop on Qin Tian and director Lu Hai Tian Entertainment is yours. Shen Mujin was astonished, knowing that Gu Beisheng's assets were primarily confined to Gu's group. Gu Beisheng pulled her onto the sofa and clarified. To be precise, it's ours. What's mine is yours. Shen Mujin was taken aback. Gu Beisheng continued. I have many assets under my name. I'll make a list for you one day. However, regarding High Tian Entertainment, if you're considering entering the entertainment industry, it would be wise to sign with our own company, ensuring various matters are secure, that I can arrange for you the best agent and assistant. Shen Mujin's heart danced with joy, for it was indeed a privilege to lean against a mighty tree for shade. Haitian Entertainment, a paragon among domestic entertainment companies, was a dream come true for countless aspiring artists. In the blink of an eye, it had become hers, an enormous surprise for the fledgling and inconspicuous Shen Mujin. Her imagination had already conjured up a tale of a domineering so lavishly supporting his beloved starlet. However, she merely entertained this thought. After experiencing failure in her past life, she understood all too well that only by becoming formidable herself could she traverse the world. After much deliberation, Shen Mujin resolutely declined. I do not wish to rely on you to traverse a smooth path. It is far more reassuring to carve my own way, step by step. Gu Beisheng gazed at her with a newfound admiration, surprised that she would refuse such a golden opportunity. I want to stand beside you through my own efforts, not through any shortcuts you may offer. Can you comprehend my stance? Gu Beisheng nodded earnestly, looking into her eyes. I simply do not wish for you to endure such hardships that we are one entity. You may rely on me completely. Shen Mujin felt tears of gratitude welling up. She had not anticipated the icy so would occasionally shower her with sweet words. It felt as though she were drowning in a pot of honey. Let me first try on my OWN. Gu Beisheng expressed his support at that moment. Sure Sheng, accompanied by Lu Haiqiao, the executive general manager of Haitian Entertainment, personally went to Qin Tian's villa to rescue Qian Tuesday. As for Qin Tian, Sure Sheng issued a direct order to suspend all his work and activities. After taking Qian Tu away, Qin Tian angrily swept all the teacups off the table. Manager Lu. What on earth is he? How can he simply say stop? Don't forget, you promised me. Lu Haiqiao felt helpless. After all, Sure Sheng represented Gu Beisheng, who is the true mastermind behind Haitian Entertainment. Lu was merely a general manager working for the boss. Why did you have to provoke anyone? You chose to kidnap that female paparazzo. Who knows what relationship she has with President Gu? Sure Sheng is President Gu's special assistant. His presence must mean that President Gu has taken a liking to him. As much as I might want to protect you, I cannot go against President Gu's wishes. Qin Tian's anger gradually subsided as he leaned closer to Lu Haiqiao, resting his head against his back and lowering his voice. Manager Lu. That Qian Tu has pictures of us in an intimate rendezvous. What? Lu Haiqiao could no longer maintain his composure. Are you saying she has pictures of the two of us? Qin Tian nodded. His brow furrowed. What do you think drove me to risk kidnapping a female paparazzo? I did it all for your reputation and future. What am I to myself? Everything I did was for you. Lu Haiqiao, now alarmed, asked urgently, what kind of pictures does she have? Eating, drinking, or hand-holding, kissing, sleeping? She has it all. What? Qin Tian, now calm, shrugged helplessly. So, Manager Lu, what that woman possesses must never see the light of day. Lu Haiqiao was already sweating at his forehead. He knew the catastrophic consequences if such material were to be exposed. Stay low for a while. Just wait at home for news, and do not make any appearances. Are you going to put me on ice? Lu Haiqiao sighed in resignation. I do not wish to keep you hidden. Just be cautious. After he stormed out, he failed to notice the sly and shadowy smile that crept across Qin Tian's face. Sheng directly returned Qian-tu to the school. Upon receiving the news, Shen Mujin hurried back to wait for her at the school gate. Mujin. Shen Mujin rushed forward, grasping Qian-tu's hand and inspecting her closely. Are you all right? Qian-tu shook her head. Sheng greeted Shen Mujin. After receiving a sharp look from Shen Mujin, I shall rephrase. Miss Shen, there is nothing wrong. I will take my leave now. Shen Mujin nodded. All right. Take care on your way back. Sheng's identity was not lost on Qian-tu. Being a journalist, she was well aware of the influential figures in Lincheng. Even the person who had previously escorted her to the old restaurant was someone she had thought about later. Realizing the significance of his status, curiosity piqued, she asked, Mujin, what is your background? Shen Mujin smiled awkwardly. I'm the eldest daughter of the Shen family, though we've been classmates for 4 years. And you were unaware? Qian-tu also smiled sheepishly, knowing full well about the Shen family's decline, having even penned a documentary piece about it. However, it made sense. A once wealthy family would naturally have connections with affluent young heirs. You sought my help to film a video. Shall we begin? Shen Mujin shook her head. Not just yet. I would like to discuss the script with you first. Qian-tu felt a bit awkward. I'm not very knowledgeable about scripts. That's all right. I merely wish for someone to discuss it with. Qian-tu nodded in agreement. Very well, but why not invite Song Sisi to join? Aren't you two the closest? Shen Mujin took her hand, leading her towards the library while explaining. She is also quite busy that a simple statement sufficed. She had no intention of sharing her grievances with Song Sisi with anyone else. Regarding the script, Shen Mujin had developed a few ideas. Finding other actors would undoubtedly be challenging given her connections, so she decided to write a short play based on her own journey of rebirth. Tentatively titled Silence, Qian-tu raised both hands in approval. After finalizing the script, the two went out for dinner, during which Shen Mujin could no longer contain her curiosity and asked Qian-tu, what exactly happened today? Qian-tu's hand trembled as she held her chopsticks, looking up with lingering fear in her eyes. I stumbled upon a major scoop and nearly got killed to cover it up. Chapter 38. Completing assignments. Qin Tian was an artist under Haitian entertainment. If it was a scandalous revelation, it would undoubtedly affect Haitian entertainment, and in turn, impact Gu Beisheng. Shen Mujin hesitated for a long moment before furrowing her brow and asking, what kind of major scoop? Qian-tu had not anticipated Shen Mujin's detailed inquiry. Mujin, thank you for rescuing me twice. I will remember your kindness. However, as journalists, we have principles. Undisclosed matters cannot be leaked. She spoke with difficulty, hurriedly adding, it's not that I do not trust you. I simply fear that knowing could put you in danger as well. Shen Mujin nodded in understanding. I comprehend. I was merely curious, and if it is inconvenient to discuss, that is perfectly fine. Qian-tu awkwardly nodded. I apologize. Shen Mujin smiled and shook her head. It is all right, but do you intend to continue that line of work? It is far too perilous. Qian-tu set down her chopsticks and propped her chin on her hand. Contemplating. I am also considering it that I majored in journalism, and I always dreamed of becoming a reporter for documentary news. That'd be why a twist of fate, I ended up in entertainment news and became a paparazzo. Though it diverged from my original dream, this internship has revealed the significance of being a paparazzo. It allows the public to see the truth, to expose some of the ugly realities that need to be unveiled and serve as a warning. Qian-tu spoke sincerely, and Shen Mujin nodded in agreement. Yet her concern remained. What if you encounter someone as unhinged as Qin Tian again? How would you protect yourself? Qian-tu paused, furrowing her brow. You know it was Qin Tian who kidnapped me? Shen Mujin smiled awkwardly. Yes, Qin Tian is an artist from my friend's company, which is why I was able to rescue you. Now, Qin Tu understood. Shen Mujin was worried about any potential negative revelations regarding Qin Tian that could impact her friend. Since Qin Tian was under Haitian Entertainment and its hidden owner was Gu Beisheng, it explained why Gu Beisheng's assistant had come to her rescue. Regardless, she felt indebted to Shen Mujin. Sheng had already suspended all of Qin Tian's activities, and what he had done was not something irredeemable. As long as the company handled it properly, it should not be an issue. Considering this, Qian Tu resolved to repay Shen Mujin's kindness. Mujin, rest assured, I will keep Qin Tian's matter to myself and will not let it leak. Shen Mujin expressed her surprise. Can it truly be managed? Qian Tu nodded. Do not worry, since the company has already halted all his activities. I believe they will resolve the situation on their own, that if I were to expose it, it would only ruin his career. If he can change, why not give him a chance? Shen Mujin inquired further. But how will you explain this to your company? Qian Tu waved her hand dismissively. I will not return to a company that exploits interns so ruthlessly. Let them deal with it as they wish. What are your plans for the future? Qian Tu smiled. With graduation approaching, I will focus on preparing my thesis. After graduation, I plan to establish a small studio and work for myself. Shen Mujin nodded with a smile. That sounds wonderful. Who knows, we might even collaborate in the future. Qian Tu chuckled, raising her drink with enthusiasm. Let us toast with drinks in place of wine. Two individuals, engaged in laughter and conversation, shared a dinner that significantly altered their perceptions of one another. However, unbeknownst to them, the decision made that day would eventually lead to considerable troubles in the future. Life's journey entails corresponding challenges at each step, and this particular situation would later evoke deep regrets. After all, when a person is inherently wicked, the prospect of their repentance seems almost impossible. They tend to lie in wait, ready to strike with devastating blows. That evening, the script for the short drama was finalized. The following day, within mere hours, Qian Tu assisted Shen Mujin in filming it. The script was but a few scant lines, devoid of any dialogue. This was a portrayal of an emotional journey. Shen Mujin selected a vacant classroom. Drawn heavy curtains, plunging the space into darkness. By the time Qian Tu completed filming with the camera in hand, tears streamed down her face. Shen Mujin took a considerable amount of time to regain her composure, as those 20 minutes transported her back to her previous life, allowing her to relive the pain of being used and deceived. It was not until the curtains were gradually drawn back that she felt as though she had been reborn. Qian Tu, choked with emotion, wept openly while cradling the camera. Yet, Shen Mujin exhaled a long sigh of relief. To relive and digest those experiences felt like a true rebirth for her. She sensed a newfound lightness in both body and spirit. Qian Tu, why are you crying? She inquired with a smile. Wiping her tears and sniffles, Qian Tu responded, I don't know, it was just so overwhelming. Your performance felt like a knife piercing my heart. Shen Mujin reached out and embraced her. Is that so? Can I take your words to mean that I possess a certain talent for acting? Qian Tu nodded vigorously. Absolutely. Shen Mujin smiled, unaware that the emotions she had stirred were rooted in genuine feelings. Each sentiment she conveyed had been personally experienced. I'll leave the short drama in your capable hands. After you finish post-production, please credit it to director Shen Mujin and cinematographer Qian Tuesday. Just make sure to submit it for me, she instructed. Qian Tu, having regained her composure, asked in confusion, aren't you going to watch the final cut? Shen Mujin shook her head, lacking the desire or courage to view it. I'm about to join the production team, so I won't be attending school for the next few days. Just handle the submission for me. Qian Tu nodded. I promise to complete the task. That afternoon, Shen Mujin returned directly to Beijing. Song Cici had completed her own assignments and called to invite her for dinner. Although Shen Mujin initially hesitated, Song Cici insisted that she had a surprise in store, urging her to attend. A surprise? Shen Mujin had only ever experienced fright from Song Cici's gestures. She was relentless, always scheming whenever she had a spare moment. Shen Mujin ultimately agreed, eager to uncover the true nature of Song Cici's ulterior motives. Chapter 39. The birthday banquet. Song Cici arranged for Shen Mujin to meet at a KTV venue. Just a meal. Why KTV? Shen Mujin thought, It was hard to believe there was no trickery involved. Upon arriving downstairs, she sent the address and room number to Gu Beisheng, explaining that Song Sisi had invited her, requesting him to pick her up in about an hour. After sending the message, Shen Mujin calmly ascended the stair. She pushed open the door to the private room. A loud bang ensued, showering her in confetti. "Happy birthday! Happy birthday!" Inside were only Song Sisi and Mo Yinji, both beaming as they greeted Shen Mujin with laughter. Brushing off the remnants of confetti from her attire, Shen Mujin entered, slightly perplexed. "It's my birthday." Song Sisi eagerly linked arms with her, exclaiming, "Of course, today is your special day." Surprised, Shen Mujin glanced at her phone, confirming the date. It was indeed her birthday, though she had completely forgotten. "Thank you." Song Sisi guided her to the sofa, where a grand six-tier cake awaited, the top adorned with a doll dressed in a pink princess gown. And 18 candles flickering atop. Yinji lit the candles and dimmed the lights. "Mujin, make a wish and blow out the candles." Shen Mujin nodded, recognizing that it was customary to make a wish on one's birthday. She closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and silently wished, "May all scoundrels and scoundrelesses vanish from my life." The scoundrels she referenced were, of course, Mo Yinji and Song Sisi. Their efforts in preparing for her birthday were indeed commendable. Had this been her previous life, she would have been utterly moved. However, now, a cold smile lingered within her as she sensed a hidden trap behind this celebration. After extinguishing the candles, Song Sisi turned on the lights. Mo Yinji then knelt before her, presenting a large bouquet of roses. Shen Mujin internally rolled her eyes. Was this the extent of their creativity? This trick was becoming tiresome. Her surprise, rather than presenting a diamond ring and proposing. Mo Yinji simply wished her a happy birthday, kneeling with the roses in hand. Shen Mujin casually accepted the flowers and set them aside. "It's not even New Year's yet. I haven't prepared a red envelope for you." Mo Yinji, caught off guard by her sharp retort, remained awkwardly kneeling, words stuck in his throat. Seeing his discomfort, Song Sisi felt a surge of frustration and stepped in to help him up, providing a way out. Mo Mujin loves to joke around. "You shouldn't take it to heart." Yinji chuckled awkwardly. No, I was just momentarily blinded by Mujin's beauty." Shen Mujin smirked internally as Song Sisi continued her supportive role. "Mo, you're completely smitten with Mujin. It's truly enviable. Song Sisi, I've told you before. If you envy me, just take your pick," Shen Mujin quipped. Song Sisi feigned irritation. "Mujin, why must you joke like this? I might genuinely get angry next time." Shen Mujin replied with a serious expression, "I'm not joking. I merely believe that good fortune should remain within one's grasp. Don't you think?" Song Sisi froze momentarily. Shen Mujin had always been generous with her affections. Could it be that she wanted to offload a man she didn't desire onto her? In Shen Mujin's eyes, Song Sisi was merely a pawn. Shen Mujin gestured toward her. "So, have you made up your mind?" Song Sisi, feeling the pinch of reality, forced a smile and shifted the conversation. "Mujin, I've made reservations at it's been ages since we've had a proper drink together. Let us celebrate your birthday and not return until we're intoxicated." Shen Mujin merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. While waiting for the dishes, Mo Yinji took the microphone and serenaded her with love songs. Truth be told, in her previous life, she had found Mo Yinji to be a charming crooner. However, in this life, hearing his voice only made her feel nauseous. The food was laid out on the large coffee table in the KTV room, with Mo Yinji and Song Sisi flanking Shen Mujin. Mo Yinji poured her a glass of red wine. Raising his glass, "Mujin, cheers to your birthday." Shen Mujin merely cast him a detached glance, offering a curt thank you without lifting her glass. Song Sisi, seeing this, raised her glass to clink with Mo Yinji's and then turned to Shen Mujin. "Mujin, let us drink together." Shen Mujin eyed the bright red liquid with trepidation. Could it be that they had spiked the drink? She resolved not to partake. "You two enjoy yourselves. I need to return to Beijing tonight. That I can't afford to stir up trouble with Gu Beisheng." Despite her evasions, Song Sisi persisted. "Why not come back to school with me tonight? It has been ages since we've truly gathered. Let us drink until we can't anymore." The more Song Sisi insisted, the more suspicious Shen Mujin grew about the wine. She poured herself a cup of tea from the kettle beside her. Here, I'll toast with tea instead. A hint of disappointment flickered across Song Cece's face, but she quickly masked it. All right, it's your birthday. You call the shots. Cheers, believing that she had evaded their trap at the red wine. Shen Mujin felt a moment of relief. Little did she know that Mo Yinji, unfazed, downed his glass in one gulp. The two of them showered her with flattery, leaving Shen Mujin momentarily perplexed. Could it be that they were genuinely celebrating her birthday? Seizing the opportunity, Mo Yinji grasped Shen Mujin's hand and pressed it firmly against his chest. Mujin, do you know, I regret pushing you toward Gu Beisheng. Can you forgive me? Will you divorce him? If you do, I'll marry you immediately. A chill ran down Shen Mujin's spine. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but Mo Yinji tightened his grip. He even forcefully embraced her, leaning in to kiss her lips. Shen Mujin gasped in shock, swiftly raising her knee to jab him in the chest. The pain caused him to loosen his grip, and she seized the moment to break free, delivering a sharp slap across his face. You re-drunk. Please conduct yourself with dignity. Yet Mo Yinji wore an unsettling grin, disregarding everything as he lunged toward Shen Mujin. Once more that I'm drunk. I'm not as intoxicated as you. Be good and give in to me, and I'll treat you well. Chapter 40. The sister-in-law's plight. Mo Yinji's words left Shen Mujin in utter shock. Could it be that the tea she had sipped was tainted as she engaged in this series of actions? Shen Mujin felt her body grow increasingly weak, and a surge of heat rose within her heart. It was imperative that she escape. Remaining here, she feared, would mean that before Gu Beisheng could arrive, she would already have fallen victim to Mo Yinji. When Mo Yinji lunged at her once more, Shen Mujin swiftly stomped down hard on his foot. As he bent over in pain, she seized the opportunity to fling open the private room door and dashed out. The glass door was heavy, and she exerted every ounce of strength to push it open. The corridor was desolate, devoid of any presence, illuminated only by dim, ambiguous lighting that made Shen Mujin's head spin. She gripped the door tightly and could even hear Song Cece frantically urging Mo Yinji to pursue her. Growing increasingly weak and aware of the rising heat within her, she knew she was on the brink of losing her sanity. As Mo Yinji yanked at the door from inside, she glanced at the adjacent private room door and suddenly released her grip, pushing her way into the neighboring room. Inside, a solitary man sat on the sofa, casting dice, and he looked astonished by her sudden intrusion. Shen Mujin merely gestured for silence before darting into the bathroom, locking the door behind her with urgency. Exhausted, she slid down to sit against the door. And outside, Mo Yinji's voice rang out. Excuse me, have you seen my girlfriend? She just ran out after drinking too much, and I'm concerned she might disturb you. The man on the sofa feigned ignorance. Shrugging his shoulders, after scanning the room, Mo Yinji reluctantly nodded in acknowledgement and hurriedly exited. Shen Mujin had only a minute or two to evade him, as he began searching the other private rooms on this floor, likely deducing she was hiding in one of them. The dosage of the drug he had administered was substantial. She wouldn't be able to escape far. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, the lone man rolling dice was named Jian Fan. A close friend of Gu Beisheng, he had merely sought refuge from the clamor of affluent socialites who had summoned him to sing. Not long after he settled in, the door was yanked open forcefully. The woman who entered was evidently a victim of foul play. He was about to express his curiosity when he realized she was none other than Shen Mujin, Gu Beisheng's restless wife. Although he had never seen her in person, the group had thoroughly reviewed her background and photographs after Gu Beisheng's marriage. How could Gu Beisheng's wife be ensnared? Jian Fan could not stand idly by. After dismissing Mo Yinji, he hurried to knock on the bathroom door. The coast is clear. You can come out now. A faint thank you was the only response, followed by the sound of running water. Hey, Shen Mujin, how are you? He inquired, but all he received was the sound of splashing water in reply. Meanwhile, Gu Beisheng had reached the first floor and called Shen Mujin, only to find the line unanswered. By the time he called again, her phone had already been turned off. Concerned, he ascended the stairs with long strides. Jian Fan, unable to open the bathroom door and fearing for Shen Mujin's safety, quickly dialed Gu Beisheng. The latter was solely focused on his wife's well-being and, without a second thought, hung up the call. Jian Fan then contacted Shi Sheng. Hello, where's my brother? Shi Sheng replied gravely. Mr.Gu has an urgent matter. I will remind him to return your call later. Before he could hang up, Jianfan quickly interjected, I have an urgent matter too. Tell him his wife is with me. Sheng paused, then called out to Gu Beisheng, Mr. Gu, Jian de Gongzi is on the line. Hang up, Gu Beisheng commanded, brows furrowed. Sheng, however, continued, he says the young lady is with him. Just as the words left his mouth, the phone was thrust into Gu Beisheng's hands. Address, Huangjiao KTV, luxurious room 228. Gu Beisheng frowned. Shen Mujin had given him the address of 227. How had she ended up in 228? The call remained connected. And Jianfan shouted, Brother, hurry! It seems something is seriously wrong with my sister-in-law. At that moment, the door to the private room was flung open with a loud bang. Jianfan stood there, astonished. What the hell? Brother, are you some kind of time traveler? Gu Beisheng had no time for jokes. Where is she? Jianfan pointed toward the bathroom. I in there. Gu Beisheng knocked on the door, but Jianfan said it's no use. It's locked tight. What is going on? Gu Beisheng's icy demeanor made Jianfan instinctively retract his neck as he explained, it's not a holiday. She was ambushed by someone. Gu Beisheng pounded on the door again. Mujin, open up. Silence greeted him. Jianfan added, it seems she's been drugged. This. Gu Beisheng's aura grew colder. He stepped back, shouted, Mujin, can you hear me? If you can't move aside, I'll count to 3 and kick the door down. 1, 2, 3. With a powerful kick, he forced the door open. As he stormed in, he found Shen Mujin's head submerged in cold water at the sink. Mujin, he pulled her out, hastily wiping the water from her face, only to discover her cheeks were feverishly hot. Gu Beisheng quickly carried her to the sofa. Jianfan, take a look. Jianfan, astonished, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Brother, I'm a doctor, but perhaps you've forgotten that I'm a plastic surgeon? Aren't all doctors the same? Hurry. If anything happens to my wife, I will dismantle your clinic. Jianfan and Sheng exchanged worried glances. Sheng appeared helpless, urging him to act quickly. Jianfan hesitated before approaching. Taking a quick glance and whispering, from my years of experience, your wife seems to be in a state of heightened arousal. It's akin to a female dog in heat. Just provide her with a male. Chapter 41. Tales of the Aristocracy. Jianfan, wiping his sweat, subtly offered advice to Gu Beisheng, but was met with a piercing glare. Gu Beisheng shrugged off his coat, wrapping Shen Mujin in it, and began to carry her out. Before exiting the room, he turned to Sheng, cancel the next season's investment in Jianfan's clinic. Hey, brother, you can't do this, Jianfan exclaimed, but Sheng couldn't help but chuckle as he attempted to leave, only to be grabbed by Jianfan. Assistant Sure, do you think my brother is ungrateful? Sheng shook his head. In this world, you are probably the only one bold enough to compare the boss and the young lady to a female and male dog. I believe the boss's cancellation of the investment is already quite lenient. Being alive is a small miracle. Realizing his folly, Jianfan covered his mouth and stammered, I didn't mean it. Gu Beisheng, carrying Shen Mujin, headed straight back to the BI's in the car. Shen Mujin was in a dazed state, oscillating between clarity and confusion. Gu Beisheng felt her burning forehead and attempted to loosen a button to help her cool down. Shen Mujin, in her stupor, sensed someone moving her and swung her hand, landing a slap. Bastard! Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Gu Beisheng grasped her hand, calling out, Mujin, it's me, Gu Beisheng. Open your eyes and see. It's Gu Beisheng. Gu Beisheng. Had he come to rescue her? Shen Mujin blinked, raising her eyelids to scrutinize before bursting into tears. Husband, you finally came to save me. I was almost violated by that bastard. Her heartfelt sobs ignited Gu Beisheng's fury. It was likely Mo Yinji's doing, and he realized he had been merciful. However, at that moment, he could not afford to be distracted by thoughts of revenge. Once Shen Mujin confirmed that Gu Beisheng was by her side, she relaxed and began to touch him inappropriately. His cool hands felt so comforting. Shen Mujin nestled closer, unexpectedly straddling Gu Beisheng's lap. She pressed her feverish forehead against his cool neck. Oh, comfortable. I'm so hot. Husband, I'm so hot. Shen Mujin's actions were utterly provocative. Undeterred, she reached to unbutton Gu Beisheng's shirt. He quickly seized her wandering hands, clearing his throat as he commanded Sheng, drive faster. In the master bedroom of Beijing, a night of passion unfolded. The next day, as the sun climbed high, Shen Mujin finally awoke. Rubbing her temples, she opened her eyes to find herself in her own room. Releasing a deep sigh of relief, her head throbbed painfully. Recalling the events of the previous day when she had narrowly escaped Mo Yinji's clutches, she felt a surge of resentment toward those two scoundrels. Having been on guard, she hadn't anticipated their treachery. Who would have thought they would resort to drugging her drink? This time, she had truly underestimated them. Yet, it served as a lesson, now that the mask was off. There was no need for pretense in the future. Habitually, she reached for her bedside, but her phone was missing. It must have been left along with her bag at the KTV yesterday. Frustrated, she ran her fingers through her hair and descended the stairs. The downstairs was unlike any other day, with vibrant roses adorning every vase, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. Aunt Fong greeted her as she came down, offering a bowl of bird's nest porridge. "You must be hungry. Have some porridge quickly. I prepared a feast for you at noon." Shen Mujin smiled as she sat on the sofa, sipping her congee while casting her gaze upon a magnificent bouquet of roses on the coffee table. "Aunt Fong, did you change these roses?" Aunt Fong poked her head out from the kitchen and replied, "It was the young master's instruction." The mere mention of Gu Beisheng caused Shen Mujin's face to flush with a deep crimson hue. Although she had been under the influence of medication yesterday, her memories remained intact. The recollection of her own initiative and Gu Beisheng's boldness made her wish to bury herself deep into the sofa. Aunt Fong, wiping her hands on her apron, stepped out and asked, "Young mistress, why is your face so red? Are you unwell?" Shen Mujin set down her bird's nest congee and pulled Aunt Fong to sit beside her. Resting her head affectionately on Aunt Feng's shoulder, "No. Aunt Fong, could you tell me about Beisheng when he was younger?" Aunt Fong patted Shen Mujin's hand and nodded. In families of such affluence, there exist secrets and pasts unknown to outsiders." Though Gu Beisheng appeared to lead a life of grandeur, only Aunt Fong was privy to the burdens he bore within that it was during his middle school years that you took his sons, Gu Nanxian and Gu Beisheng, on an outing, where they encountered a group of kidnappers. The assailants sought wealth, not lives, yet the impetuous Gu Beisheng disregarded his father's and elder brother's warnings, confronting the criminals head-on. In the ensuing chaos, both Gu and Gu Nanxian were injured while attempting to save him. That was then that Gu Nanxian suffered a gunshot wound that shattered his leg, forever branding him as the lame young master. While Gu bore no grudge against Gu Beisheng, Mrs. Gu, out of concern for her eldest son, began to distance herself from him. It was during this tumultuous time that Aunt Fong was reassigned from her role as a cook to that of a dedicated caregiver for Gu Beisheng. Isolated from the rest of the Gu family, he resided in the back courtyard of the ancestral home, with only Aunt Fong as his companion. As Aunt Fong recounted these memories, tears welled in her eyes. "I know that the young master has longed for redemption, but the elder young master has never afforded him the opportunity. Once inseparable brothers, a rift formed between them after that incident. After coming of age, the young master moved to the north residence and has not smiled since." Shen Mujin frowned, saddened by the revelation. "I had no idea he endured such a past." Aunt Fong nodded, gripping Shen Mujin's hand tightly as she gazed at her earnestly. "Young mistress, the young master must love you dearly. Over the years, he has only smiled in your presence. I implore you, please stay by his side and care for him." Tears streamed down Shen Mujin's cheeks as she finally felt the depth of Gu Beisheng's love for her. Whether in the past or last night, his affection for her had remained unwavering. She nodded earnestly, raising her hand to swear to Aunt Fong. "Aunt Fong, bear witness for me Shen Mujin, vow today to love Beisheng wholeheartedly. Unless he ceases to love me, I shall never betray him or leave his side." Aunt Fong held Shen Mujin's hand, tears of joy streaming down her face. "What good children you both are. I hope to witness your everlasting happiness." Shen Mujin smiled. "We will." Chapter 42. Couples rings. That evening, Gu Beisheng called Aunt Fong in advance, instructing her not to prepare dinner for them. Upon learning this, Shen Mujin eagerly selected her attire from the wardrobe. After falling in love, every meeting made her wish to present her finest self. After much deliberation, she finally chose a white dress and twirled in front of the mirror. satisfied with her reflection. However, when Gu Beisheng returned, he draped a light-colored coat over her shoulders, noting, "It's gotten chilly outside." Shen Mujin nodded, her smile radiant. Gu Beisheng dismissed Sheng and personally drove her to a suburban estate. As soon as they arrived, they were greeted by a sky filled with fireworks. Shen Mujin was ecstatic. It had been ages since she had witnessed such magnificent pyrotechnics. The dazzling display mirrored the brilliance of their love at that moment. With a tender embrace from behind, Gu Beisheng professed, "Our love will forever shine as brightly as these fireworks. Yet I assure you, it will not be fleeting, nor will it ever fade." Those words are the most beautiful she had ever heard. Shen Mujin nodded, moved by sentiment. Suddenly, the fireworks morphed into a stunning blossom, culminating in 4 large characters. "Happy birthday." Shen Mujin turned around excitedly. "You remember my birthday?" Gu Beisheng seized the moment to kiss her. And after a lingering moment, he explained, "This surprise was meant for you yesterday, but I hope it's not too late." "Not late at all, I love it." The moonlight and fireworks danced together, illuminating Gu Beisheng's handsome face. Shen Mujin found herself entranced. Though Gu Beisheng remembered her birthday, she realized she did not even know his. Feeling inadequate as a wife, she resolved to memorize his birthday and their wedding anniversary, ensuring they would celebrate together every year. Not only had Gu Beisheng prepared fireworks, but he also retrieved a simple ring from his pocket and slipped it on his Shen Mujin's finger. Elated, she feigned annoyance. "Gu Beisheng, is there not even a diamond in this ring?" Gu Beisheng remained silent, raising his hand to reveal a matching couple's ring adorning his own finger as they held their rings under the light. The inscription revealed their initials, S.J. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Mujin understood they were the first letters of Sheng and Jin. She curiously inquired, "Why not use our surnames?" Gu Beisheng replied proudly, "There are too many surnames. I wanted something unique." As they sweetly celebrated her birthday, an unexpected visitor arrived at the North residence. Song Sisi, who had come to deliver a package to Shen Mujin. After ringing the doorbell for a while, Aunt Feng finally answered, Miss Song. Song Sisi greeted Aunt Feng with a feigned innocence. "Hello, Aunt Feng. I'm here to find Mujin." Aunt Feng nodded but did not invite her in. Unfortunately, the young mistress is not home. Song Sisi peered inside, unwilling to give up. Aunt Feng shifted to block her view. "Miss Song, what brings you to seek the young mistress?" Song Sisi awkwardly smiled. "Yesterday, Mujin left her bag and phone behind, so I brought them to her." Aunt Feng smiled. "How kind of you, Miss Song. You can give the items to me, and I will pass them on when the young mistress returns." However, Song Sisi had no intention of relinquishing the items to Aunt Feng. She had dressed up specifically to see Gu Beisheng that if she could embellish yesterday's events just a little, she could surely incite Gu Beisheng's fury. "Aunt Feng, is the CEO home? Perhaps I could give the package to him instead." Aunt Feng's smile faded. She had encountered too many women attempting to curry favor with Gu Beisheng, and it seemed Song Sisi was no exception. Although she claimed to be the young mistress's classmate and close friend, Aunt Feng understood the need for vigilance against opportunistic acquaintances. "I'm sorry, Miss Song, but the young master is out with the young mistress." Song Sisi clenched her fingers and took a step forward. "It's still early. I'll wait for them inside." She thought her words would compel Aunt Feng to let her in. However, Aunt Feng remained steadfast, extending her hand to take the bag from Song Sisi. "Miss Song, it is against the rules of the North residence for uninvited guests to enter when the hosts are absent. Please hand over the bag and return home." Just as Aunt Feng's hand brushed against Shen Mujin's bag, Song Sisi quickly stepped back. Aunt Feng frowned. "Miss Song, you only need to hand over the young mistress's bag." Internally, Song Sisi loathed the elderly woman. Her smile faded as she retorted, "Aunt Feng, I believe it's best for me to deliver the bag personally. As the contents are valuable, it would be difficult for us to explain if something goes missing. Suit yourself." Song Sisi's words subtly ridiculed Aunt Feng as merely a servant, yet Aunt Feng remained unperturbed, pivoting to shut the door with a decisive bang. Through the peephole, she observed as Song Sisi stomped her foot in frustration, yet she still lingered outside. Aunt Feng shook her head. Today's young ladies have truly lost their sense of dignity. After speaking, she returned to the living room and picked up the phone to call security. "Hello, is this the security office? We have a lady loitering at the North residence. Could you please escort her away?" Meanwhile, Song Sisi waited at the entrance, thinking that they would eventually return in the evening. She did not want her trip to be in vain, even if it was just to catch a glimpse of Gu Beisheng. She was determined to wait. Little did she know that Aunt Feng had already alerted security to remove her. The guards were not gentle, approaching her and dragging her towards the exit without hesitation. "Stop! What are you doing? Be quiet. This is a private residence. You cannot linger here without an invitation from the hosts." Song Sisi was furious. How dare a servant treat her with such disdain, and even the security guards dared to be so rude. Her carefully styled hair became disheveled in the scuffle, as she found herself in a most undignified state. "Let go of me. I am a friend of Gu Beisheng." Chapter 43. Expelled by security. Song Sisi, in a state of anxiety, wished to assert that she was a friend of Shen Mujin, but fearing the security guards might not recognize the name, she hastily claimed to be a friend of Gu Beisheng. The moment those words escaped her lips, they incited a chorus of laughter from the security personnel. "If you say you're friends of the CEO, then I might as well claim to be his brother." One of them jeered. "Indeed, these days there are plenty who cling to the CEO. Who do you think you are?" Despite being a beauty in her own right, accustomed to the adoration of men wherever she went, Song Sisi found herself unexpectedly humiliated at the hands of lowly security guards. Fuming, she flailed her arms and shouted, "Let go of me! If you don't, I will call the police." The security guards continued to drag her towards the exit before finally releasing her grip. "Go ahead and call the police. We are merely executing a lawful eviction of an unidentified individual. Don't think you can intimidate us with threats of the authorities." In a fit of rage, Song Sisi raked her fingers through her hair and pointed at the guards, about to argue further, when suddenly they stood at attention. "The CEO's car is back. What do you think? Aren't you his friend? Should I help you stop him?" Just as Song Sisi was about to accept the offer, she was suddenly struck by the realization that her current disheveled state was entirely unsuitable for an encounter with Gu Beisheng. She could only lower her head and turn away. Once Gu Beisheng's car had passed, she hastily departed amidst the mocking remarks of the guards. Before entering the filming set, Shen Mujin had not intended to visit the school. But after hearing Aunt Feng's words, she decided to go. She was curious to see what trick Song Sisi could still muster, considering she had the audacity to come to Beijing. The following day, upon stepping onto campus, Song Sisi received news that sent her rushing towards Shen Mujin. "Mujin!" Shen Mujin halted her steps, casting a cold glance at her. Song Sisi, appearing close to tears, grasped Shen Mujin's hand, only to be forcefully shaken off. "Stop with the phony act." With a sorrowful shake of her head, Song Sisi replied, "Mujin, you misunderstand me." Feigning anger, Shen Mujin retorted, "Misunderstand you? Do you take me for a fool? The surprise you orchestrated yesterday was, to put it plainly, nothing but a scare tactic. I have told you more than once that there is no possibility with Mo Yenji. Why do you continue to conspire with him against me?" "That's not how it was. Mujin, please let me explain." Shen Mujin's gaze was heavy with pain. "I don't want to hear it." Her demeanor resembled that of a spoiled young lady throwing a tantrum. Song Sisi, adept at manipulation, squeezed out a few tears, wailing, "Mujin, you are my best friend. If I had known that Brother Mo would put something in your teacup, I would never have let you drink it." Shen Mujin turned her back, her expression cold and profound. Yet Song Sisi persisted, turning to follow her and continuing her heartfelt explanation. "Mujin, think about it. I have always encouraged you to drink. If I were truly aiding Brother Mo, I would have urged you to drink tea instead. That if you just consider it, you'll see I am being wronged." Finally, Shen Mujin lifted her gaze to meet Song Sisi's, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Song Sisi pressed on, "Really, Mujin, you must believe me. Later, I even pulled Brother Mo back to give you a chance to escape. You are my best friend, and I will always stand by your side." "Really?" Seeing Shen Mujin relent, Song Sisi hurriedly raised her hand in a vow that, "I swear." "Mujin, you must trust me." With a deep sigh, Shen Mujin replied, "Initially, I thought you and Mo Yenji were plotting against me, which deeply saddened me. Since you were unaware of it, I won't hold it against you." Wiping her tears with a smile, Song Sisi handed over a bag. "Here, I retrieved this for you. Your phone is inside. Quickly check if anything is missing." Shen Mujin accepted it, extracting only the identification documents from her wallet and casually handing the bag to an unassuming classmate. "Here, it's for you." The classmate, taken aback, hesitated to accept it. Shen Mujin firmly placed it in her hands. "It's mostly brand new. Take it and use it." As she spoke, she pulled out her phone, performed a factory reset, and handed it to the classmate as well. "You can have this too." The classmate remained in disbelief. Song Cici, feeling anxious, interjected, "Mujin, that bag is a limited edition. Are you really giving it away?" Shen Mujin casually nodded. "That I simply don't wish to use it anymore." At that moment, the classmate finally grasped the situation, bowing to Shen Mujin with gratitude before quickly departing with the phone and bag. A heavy stone weighed on Song Cici's heart. She had adored that bag. Having accompanied Shen Mujin to purchase it, it was a limited edition worth 100,000. The money Mr. Zhang had given her was barely enough to afford that bag. She had to grit her teeth to buy the 5,600 yuan bag. For 100,000 was an enormous sum for her at present. She had assumed that even if Shen Mujin didn't want it, she might casually hand it to her, yet Shen Mujin had given it away to a stranger without hesitation. This left Song Cici feeling profoundly unsettled, especially since the high-spec phone was something she had long coveted. How infuriating it was to compare oneself to others. Out of the corner of her eye, Shen Mujin regarded Song Cici's variable expression, feeling considerably lighter in spirit. The longing for something unattainable was indeed a torment. She had no intention of simply letting Song Cici off the hook, for the latter had nearly allowed Mo Yanji to ruin her. Such an offense could not be dismissed with mere irritation. However, for the time being, since Song Cici had not exposed her true feelings, Shen Mujin found herself intrigued enough to play along a little longer. Recalling the sight of Song Cici's disheveled state at the gate the previous day, Shen Mujin resolved to let her suffer a bit more. As she took Song Cici's hand, leading her towards the library, she said, "I heard you came looking for me at Beijing last night." Song Cici nodded. "Yes, I intended to bring you a bag, but Aunt Feng said you weren't there, so I had to leave." After a moment's thought, she added, "Mujin, is your relationship with Aunt Feng not very good?" Chapter 44. A joke. Upon hearing Song Cici's question, Shen Mujin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Why do you ask?" Song Cici fiddled with the corner of her clothing. "Because when I mentioned I was your good friend, she seemed to take an instant dislike to me." "Surely not. You must be overthinking it. Aunt Feng is quite kind. Didn't you see her last time you visited? She was very respectful towards me." Song Cici nodded thoughtfully. She had indeed observed Aunt Feng's demeanor towards Shen Mujin during her previous visit. Perhaps that was the nature of wealthy families, where even servants carried an air of superiority. Suddenly, Shen Mujin seemed to recall something and broke into laughter. Song Cici, perplexed, inquired, "Mujin, what is so funny?" Shen Mujin replied, "Did you happen to see that crazed woman we encountered at the gate yesterday? Disheveled and in a pitiful state, the security guards told me she was delusional, attempting to flirt with Gu Beisheng." Song Cici's countenance turned ashen, and she shook her head in despair. "Is that so? I didn't see her." Feigning regret, Shen Mujin remarked, "What a pity. It must have been quite amusing. Just think, how could someone as cold and ill-tempered as Gu Beisheng attract such relentless attention?" Song Cici appeared lost in thought. Suddenly, Shen Mujin halted and playfully slapped her shoulder. "Tell me, if you don't want to Mo Yanji, could it be that you're interested in Gu Beisheng?" Startled, Song Cici nearly choked on her own saliva. "Cough, cough, cough. What? Why so excited? You can't possibly be serious about Gu Beisheng, can you?" Flustered, Song Cici replied, "Mujin, could you please stop joking around? I know my own worth. I wouldn't dare aspire to someone like Brother Mo, let alone the most coveted man in Lincheng, Gu Beisheng. Please stop teasing me." Shen Mujin burst into laughter. "I was just joking. Why take it so seriously?" With a forced smile, Song Cici attempted to redirect the conversation. "Let us go to the library." In the days that followed, Shen Mujin remained at home to rest while preparing for her upcoming role in the film set. Meanwhile, Song Cici visited Mr. Zhang's villa, and they coexisted peacefully for several days. Upon entering the set, Shen Mujin declined Gu Beisheng's offer to arrange transportation for her, opting instead to take a taxi to the film city. Since taxis were not allowed into the film city, Shen Mujin had no choice but to disembark at the entrance, dragging her suitcase along. After inquiring with the security guard, she learned she would need to walk for nearly an hour to reach her filming location. Shen Mujin regretted not having requested Gu Beisheng to arrange a vehicle to take her directly to the set. After all, the film city was said to be larger than a small town. Just then, a minivan pulled up beside her. The door swung open to reveal Wang Miao lounging comfortably in a business seat, with Zhao Linger and Song Cici peeking from behind her before Wang Miao could speak. Song Cici greeted Shen Mujin. Mujin, didn't you hire a minivan? It's quite a trek to the filming location from here. Shen Mujin smirked slightly, just trying to lose a few pounds. Wang Miao scoffed openly. Song Cici, can't you see? The Shen family has long fallen from grace. They probably can't even afford to hire a minivan for Shen Mujin. How absurd that the second female lead is walking to the set. Song Cici presented herself as an archetypal, good-natured person. Miao, we are all classmates. Why not invite Mukjin along? Your vehicle is so luxurious and spacious. Accommodating one more person should be no issue. Wang Miao's eyes nearly rolled to the heavens, her expression rife with disdain. Not everything is worthy of a ride in my cart. If you sympathize with her, why not accompany her on foot? Song Cici's countenance dimmed. As Wang Miao's assistant, how could she possibly leave to walk with Shen Mukjin? Wang Miao, with an exaggerated eye roll, admonished, get your priorities straight. Know whose side you're on. If you dare speak up for Shen Mukjin again, I won't hesitate to spread the word. Song Cici grasped the implication behind Wang Miao's words, her spirit deflating instantly. She cast an apologetic glance at Shen Mukjin before retreating into the backseat. Wang Miao contemptuously raised her middle finger at Shen Mukjin before slamming the door shut, and the car sped away. Shen Mukjin brushed off the dust kicked up by the departing vehicle, unperturbed. After all, she was someone who had lived through a lifetime. Such petty insults couldn't even graze her. The little extra walking could only serve to aid her in shedding some weight. Aunt Feng's culinary skills were undeniably exceptional. Having feasted on her meals daily, Shen Mukjin noticed her clothes feeling a tad snug. With a resigned smile, she dragged her suitcase toward the film studio. The film studio was truly vast, and Shen Mukjin felt as though her legs would give way beneath her, yet she had only traversed a fraction of the distance. The suitcase behind her grew heavier with each passing moment. Just as she sighed in exasperation, another van pulled up beside her. Today was the first day of shooting, with the opening ceremony scheduled for 9 a.m. It was already 8:50. All the actors had arrived. Yet Shen Mukjin was still absent. Wang Miao stood beside the director, shielding her eyes from the sun as she complained, "Director, it's a bit much for a newcomer like Shen Mukjin to be late on her first day." The director glanced at his watch. "There's still time. Let us wait a bit longer." Wang Miao nodded reluctantly. "By the way, director, my aunt specifically asked me to convey her greetings, suggesting we have a meal together sometime." The director merely nodded absent-mindedly before turning back to converse with the screenwriter. Wang Miao felt slighted, rolling her eyes and muttering under her breath, "Humph, it's just a mediocre director. Why act so high and mighty?" Zhao Linger quickly tugged at her arm. Miao, stop it. What if the director hears?" Wang Miao shrugged off her grip. "So what if he does?" Zhao Linger lowered her head, silenced, while Song Cici, standing behind them, harbored disdain for Wang Miao. With her foolishness, if not for her aunt's influence, she would have likely been the first to be dismissed from the crew. As the time drew near, Song Cici glanced at her phone. Exuding calm confidence, it appeared Shen Mukjin was poised to offend the director on her very first day. The opening ceremony was of paramount importance, should the director decide to expel her due to her tardiness. The role of the second female lead would most likely fall to Song Cici. However, her scheming ultimately bore no fruit. At 8:58, a van rolled directly into the set, and as the door swung open, the first to emerge was none other than the popular star, Situ Feng. Following closely behind him was Shen Mukjin. Chapter 45. Engaging with the male god, a chorus of murmurs erupted among the crowd. The director personally stepped forward to greet Situ Feng, his face beaming with gratitude. "I can't believe you actually came to save us. I'm truly thankful." Situ Feng chuckled in return. "Not at all. It's my honor to be filming your project." The director glanced between Situ Feng and Shen Mukjin, both having exited the same vehicle. "Could it be?" Before Situ Feng could respond, Shen Mukjin quickly interjected. "Director, you're overthinking it. I was nearly late, and he simply gave me a lift." The director nodded in understanding. Since everyone has arrived, let the ceremony commence on time. After the director offered his prayers, everyone followed suit, inserting their incense into the burner. Meanwhile, Wang Miao Miao was seething with resentment, kicking her foot in frustration. She lamented her decision not to offer Shen Mujin a ride, thus granting her the opportunity to interact with Sidu Feng, her longtime idol. Once the opening ceremony concluded, the originally planned schedule underwent minor adjustments. Sidu Feng had made a last-minute decision to portray the male lead in this drama, and due to his tight schedule, all scenes involving him were rescheduled accordingly. The first female lead also managed to rearrange her time to join the project. When she finally arrived, everyone was taken aback to discover that the highly confidential first female lead was none other than the popular actress. Gu Beisheng. Shen Mujin rubbed her temples, exhaling in exasperation. Now it seemed that everyone who had been plotting against her had gathered in the same production. What was initially a casual outing with Song Sisi and Wang Miao Miao had unexpectedly turned into a scenario where she found herself entangled with Gu Beisheng as well. With so many scenes between the second and first female leads, it promised to be quite a trial. Sidu Feng was well aware of Gu Beisheng's past relationship with Gu Beisheng. Noticing Shen Mujin sulking, he approached her, holding a thermos cup that he adored joking with acquaintances, and stealthily crept up behind her, suddenly tapping her shoulder. Little sister-in-law. Shen Mujin, startled, clutched her chest, and shot him a glare. Sidu Feng. Superstar, what do we discuss in the car? Sidu Feng chuckled. Oh, I know. We can't let anyone know about your connection to my brother, nor that we're acquainted. Shen Mujin nodded. If you know, then step away from me. Sidu Feng suddenly extended his hand and proclaimed loudly, Hello, I'm Sidu Feng. Everyone in the crew turned to look. Shen Mujin, embarrassed by his antics, reluctantly extended her hand in response. Hello, I am Shen Mujin. I suppose we're friends now. I look forward to working with you. Shen Mujin nearly choked on her indignation. Sidu Feng's antics were completely unorthodox. She had intended to conduct herself modestly and complete her scenes. But his ostentatious declaration of friendship would inevitably attract the ire of some of his fans toward her. Sadly, Sidu Feng, oblivious to the brewing storm, quietly sought her praise. So what do you think? Little sister-in-law, now we're officially friends. Shen Mujin waved her hand dismissively and turned to leave. Keep your distance. Hey, I have something to discuss with you. Sidu Feng pursued her relentlessly, finally cornering Shen Mujin in the makeup room. He slammed the door shut. Little sister-in-law, am I really that terrifying? Shen Mujin sighed in defeat. What do you want? I have important news for you about Gu Beisheng. Although Shen Mujin had no interest in gossip, any information regarding her rival piqued her curiosity. What is it? Sidu Feng leaned in conspiratorially. Gu Beisheng was once my brother's fiancé, and then Shen Mujin pressed it. That's all. Sidu Feng was taken aback. ISNT that a big deal. Shen Mujin shrugged. I've known that for ages. Did you know that Gu Beisheng still harbors feelings for my brother? Yes. Sidu Feng scratched his head awkwardly. It seems my brother has shared everything with you. Never mind, I just wanted to tell you that I'm on your side. Shen Mujin smiled and nodded. Thank you. Previously, when Shen Mujin had seen Sidu Feng on screen, he always appeared aloof and handsome. But she never expected him to possess such a childlike demeanor in private. A knock came at the makeup room door, prompting Shen Mujin to open it and leave swiftly, while Sidu Feng donned his sunglasses and followed suit. Before long, the gossipmongers in the cruise chat group were abuzz. They claimed that the newcomer, Shen Mujin, was quite the strategist, not only hitching a ride with Sidu Feng on the opening day, but also managing to spend time alone with him in the makeup room. Shen Mujin glanced at the group messages and quietly exited the chat. Shortly thereafter, Song Sisi approached her. Mujin, have you seen the messages in the group? Shen Mujin remained noncommittal. I've already left. They've gone too far, claiming you're flirting with Sidu Feng. Do you not believe them? Song Sisi smiled. Of course I don't, as I know your heart belongs to someone else. Shen Mujin furrowed her brow at her. Song Sisi hastily changed the subject. All right, let's not dwell on the unpleasantness. When that's your first scene? Shen Mujin flipped through the script. This afternoon, my first scene is with Gu Beisheng. Wow, I envy you. Gu Beisheng is such a popular star. Acting alongside her will surely attract fans. Shen Mujin scoffed. If you like her, you can have a role. Song Sisi's head drooped. Mukjin, please don't joke with me. You read the director and screenwriter's chosen second female lead. I could only wish to be in your shoes. Shen Mujin chuckled inwardly, yet still patted her hand. We're such good friends. What is the difference between your role and mine? A significant difference. The second female lead is a rather charming character, endowed with ample screen time. Following the broadcast of this drama, she is poised to ascend the ranks of the entertainment industry, a feat that has eluded her after much contemplation and effort. The ease with which Shen Mujin has seized this opportunity, coupled with her nonchalant assertion of there's no distinction between us, has ignited a tempest of jealousy within Song Cici, who has merely portrayed an inconsequential maid. This envy torments her incessantly, plunging her into an inescapable abyss of anguish. Chapter 46. Filming begins. Song Cici has scarcely spent a few minutes with Shen Mujin when Wang Miao's voice rings out. Assistant. Where is my assistant? Feeling a mix of grievance and helplessness, Song Cici hastily rushes to Wang Miao's side. Miao, is there something you need from me? I want some water. Without delay, Song Cici scurries back to the nanny van to fetch mineral water for her. Wang Miao takes a sip and disdainfully spits it out at her feet. Song Cici, get this straight. You are my assistant now, if I catch you running off to Shen Mujin again. Don't blame me for being loose-lipped. Some words, if carelessly uttered, could have an adverse impact on you. Gritting her teeth, Song Cici nods. I understand. Having been introduced to Zhang Zong through Wang Miao, she is now at the mercy of this leverage, forced to bide her time. Otherwise, given Wang Miao's explosive temperament, she could easily spill everything, thereby jeopardizing her fledgling career in the entertainment industry. Wang Miao, proud and arrogant, relents and refrains from venting her frustrations on Song Cici. Go fetch Ling for me. Qian Ling, cast as Shen Mujin's maid, is currently changing costumes and preparing for makeup. Upon learning that Wang Miao is looking for her, she dares not delay. Miao, did you call for me? Wang Miao beckons her closer. After a brief exchange, Qian Ling appears troubled. Miao, this doesn't seem appropriate. Don't forget, your role was granted to you, that if you fail to follow my instructions properly, I can easily have the director replace you. Another threat, mirroring the one directed at Song Cici, that it is a pity that Qian Ling, much like Song Cici, is a background player with no connections. Forced to obey Wang Miao's whims for a mere chance at recognition, as Qian Ling departs, Wang Miao advises her to act with a modicum of wisdom. After a brief lunch break, the first scene is officially set to commence. The director first provides guidance to the two leading actresses. Chu Muxue plays the first female lead, Mu Wanting, while Shen Mujin portrays the second female lead, Xia Bing. Qian Ling takes on the role of Xia Bing's devoted maid. Cui Cui Mu Wanting is depicted as a gentle and cultured heiress from the Republic of China, while Xia Bing, the daughter of a warlord, is portrayed as spirited and unrestrained. The scene unfolds simply, capable of being captured in a single shot. Mu Wanting is strolling by the lake with her pet dog, Mao, when a mischievous canine accidentally tumbles into the water, prompting a panicked Mu Wanting to cry for help. Xia Bing, out for a picnic with her maid Cui, hears the commotion and leaps into the water to rescue Mu Wanting's dog. Shen Mujin's portrayal of Xia Bing is that of a bold and accomplished woman, adept in various sports, from horseback riding to archery. Yet ironically, she cannot swim. Although Gu Beisheng had previously offered her lessons, their training had morphed into a budding romance. Shen Mujin had discussed her swimming limitations with the director, who understood the risks involved in jumping into the water to save the dog. The director arranged for the dog's owner to use a stunt double, allowing Shen Mujin to film supplementary close-up shots in shallow water later on. Before filming officially begins, the director allows the two leads to familiarize themselves with each other. Shen Mujin anticipates a frosty reception from Chu Muxue. However, to her surprise, Chu Muxue warmly grasps her hand. Beaming, Mujin, it's a pleasure to collaborate with you. Don't be nervous during the shoot. Feel free to ask me anything if you have questions. Though Chu Muxue's smile appears friendly to outsiders, only Shen Mujin is aware of the force behind that handshake and the malevolence lurking in Chu Muxue's gaze. Shen Mujin is acutely aware that this woman covets her husband. With a smile curving her lips, Shen Mujin reciprocates the grip. Thank you, Sister Muxue. Chu Mushue's expression falters momentarily before she swiftly withdraws her hand. Their eyes lock in a silent exchange. Shen Mujin, who are you calling sister? Am I older than you? That is certainly the case. You are several years my senior. Shen Mujin, keep your distance from my brother Sheng. Chu Mushue, you should keep your distance from my husband. In this exchange, Chu Mushue finds herself at a disadvantage, for Gu Beisheng is legally wedded to Shen Mujin, while she holds no claim whatsoever. All right, everyone, prepare for the scene. The assistant director's call snaps the two women out of their silent confrontation. They both manage faint smiles and retreat to their respective positions. Qianlinger follows closely behind Shen Mujin, her hands nervously entwined. Wang Miao Miao observes from the sidelines. Upon locking eyes with her, Qianlinger feels an acute sense of unease. The director, peering through the lens, raises the megaphone. Chui, focus on your emotions. Be natural and don't be tense. Qianlinger nods awkwardly. She closes her eyes for a few seconds to adjust, and when she opens them, her demeanor has transformed entirely. In that moment, she genuinely embodies the character of Chui. Yet her mind is still preoccupied with the task assigned by Wang Miao Miao. Action. Mu Wanni's pet dog, Mao Mao, makes its first appearance in the frame, a bundle of snow-white fluff frolicking joyfully on the grass by the lake. Next, Chu Mushue enters as Mu Wanting, clad in a white lace blouse and a wooden red plaid suspender skirt, complemented by black leather shoes and white socks pulled to her calves. Her two braided pigtails cascade elegantly, styled to reflect a casual yet historically accurate look. With her porcelain features, she truly embodies the essence of a refined young lady from the Republic of China, instantly transporting everyone into that era. Her every smile and graceful movement elicits admiration and affection. The grass in front has been deliberately excavated by the assistant director, leaving only a thin layer of grass covering the ground. In a moment of distraction, the pet dog tumbles into the lake with a splash, startled and flailing in panic. Chapter 47. In the water, Chu Mushue rushes forward, panic etched across her face as she cries out. Mao Mao, come back. Mao Mao. Mao Mao, being a small breed, struggles to swim toward the shore but only drifts further away, kneeling on the grass after realizing her attempts to reach the dog are futile. Chu Mushue frantically calls for help. Is anyone there? Help! Someone! At this moment, Shen Mujin dashes out of the frame and reaches the lake. With Chui closely trailing her miss, slow down. The camera cuts off here. In the next scene, a stunt double is set to jump into the water to rescue the dog. However, just as Shen Mujin steadies herself, she is unexpectedly shoved forcefully into the lake. Mujin, Qianlinger. Reaching out to grab Shen Mujin, barely grazes her before she too stumbles into the water. The director, momentarily taken aback, quickly shouts, Someone help! Quick! Save her! Shen Mujin is overwhelmed by the water, panic flooding her mind as memories of that fateful night when Gu Beisheng drove off the bridge resurface. Bringing with them a wave of terror, in her struggle, she unknowingly gulps down mouthfuls of murky lake water. Qianlinger, having grown up in the countryside and knowing how to swim, positions herself in front of Shen Mujin as the dog swims toward them. Taking the brunt of the dog's sharp claws on her back, the crew descends into chaos, some attempting to shoo the dog away, others trying to devise a plan to rescue Shen Mujin. Yet no one dares to plunge into the water. Sidu Feng, having just spoken with Gu Beisheng, learns that Shen Mujin is filming with Chu Mushue by the lake today. He promptly advises Sidu Feng to check on her and to ensure that if any water scenes arise, he should negotiate with the director to have a stunt double perform. After hanging up, Sidu Feng hurries to the filming location, only to arrive amidst a cacophony of frantic calls for help. He dashes a few steps and spots his sister-in-law struggling in the water, surrounded by onlookers, none of whom have the courage to intervene. As he runs, he sheds his outer garments and leaps into the lake with a splash. It's Situ! Someone take a picture! A group of onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, whip out their phones to capture the moment. Situ Feng manages to pull the nearly drowning Shen Mujin to safety, her face pale with fear and her body trembling. Get a towel. Situ Feng's assistant quickly brings over a towel and hot water bottle. Situ Feng gently wraps Shen Mujin in the towel, placing the hot water bottle in her hands, whispering soothingly, Don't be afraid. It's all right. Dazed, Shen Mujin looks at him and murmurs, "I want to go home." I too, Feng nodded, swiftly lifting her once more into his embrace as he hurried towards his RV. The vehicle sped away, and it was only then that the director received a call from C2 Feng's assistant. "Director, Miss Shen is not in good condition. Feng Ge has taken her to the hospital." The director, a man who had weathered many storms, simply nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood. Please keep me updated on any developments." After hanging up, he instructed someone to escort Qian Linger to the hospital, then waved his hand decisively. "Prepare for the scene. Adjust accordingly. We will first shoot the female lead's solo scenes in 15 minutes. Although the crew was rife with curiosity, they had no choice but to comply with the director's orders and busied themselves. Inside the RV, the heating was cranked up, yet the early autumn chill seeped through as Shen Mujin's damp clothes clung to her, causing her to shiver. The hot water bottle nestled in her arms seemed to offer little relief. Anxious, C2 Feng quickly dialed Gu Beisheng as he had anticipated. Gu Beisheng was furious and instructed them to rush to Beijing at full speed. He also canceled his upcoming meetings, arranged for a doctor, and hurried back to Beijing. Aunt Feng received the news and had hot water and ginger soup ready in advance. When C2 Feng's RV arrived, Gu Beisheng, visibly displeased, swiftly carried Shen Mujin out of the vehicle and into the house. After giving her a warm bath, he dressed her in soft fleece pajamas. "Sheng, call the doctor in." Shen Mujin clutched Gu Beisheng's hand tightly throughout. As if it were her lifeline, that "don't leave." Gu Beisheng nodded, holding her hand in return. "I won't leave. Let us have a doctor check on you." Only then did Shen Mujin nod slightly. The water was filthy, teeming with microorganisms and bacteria. At Gu Beisheng's request, the doctor drew blood from Shen Mujin for testing, then prescribed some common cold medicine before departing. After drinking the ginger soup Aunt Feng prepared, Shen Mujin still felt acutely cold. Gu Beisheng had no choice but to shed his suit, lay down, and hold Shen Mujin close. His body temperature radiated warmth, banishing the chill from her frame. Embraced by warmth and inhaling the scent uniquely belonging to Gu Beisheng, she eventually drifted into a deep slumber. Gu Beisheng dared not leave her side for a moment, enveloped in blankets while cradling her. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Shen Mujin rested her head on his arm, and soon he felt a tingling numbness spreading through his limb. Though uncomfortable, witnessing Shen Mujin's reliance on him for comfort made Gu Beisheng realize for the first time what it meant for life to be worthwhile. As long as she was well, everything was worthwhile. This slumber saw Shen Mujin sink into a heavy sleep until the break of dawn. When she finally opened her eyes, the first sight to greet her was Gu Beisheng's flawless and handsome visage. It was Gu Beisheng who had held her throughout the night. In oh wonder, she felt an unending warmth and an overwhelming sense of security, gazing at the face so close to hers. Shen Mujin couldn't resist pursing her lips, longing to plant a kiss marked with her affection on his cheek. Just as her lips puckered, Gu Beisheng suddenly opened his eyes. Shen Mujin jolted, choking on her own saliva. "Cough, cough, cough. What, do you want to kiss me?" Gu Beisheng's straightforwardness caused Shen Mujin's cheeks to flush crimson. And no, my lips were itchy, so I was pouting to relieve it. Gu Beisheng nearly burst into laughter at her feeble excuse, leaning closer to her, breathing warmth against her ear. "How about I help you with that itch?" Chapter 48. Relieving the itch. Shen Mujin's mind momentarily short-circuited. Gu Beisheng wanted to relieve her lips' itchiness. His heated breath against her ear sent shivers down her spine. Relieve the itch? Why not? After all, you are my rightful husband. With that thought, Shen Mujin closed her eyes and leaned in. However, after a long wait, she felt no soft, warm contact. Peeking through one eye, she saw Gu Beisheng wearing a pained expression before he suddenly collapsed against her. "What is wrong with you?" Shen Mujin, startled, supported Gu Beisheng with a worried expression. "Is your stomach upset? Or somewhere else?" Seizing the opportunity, Gu Beisheng leaned against her and murmured, "My arm." "Your arm? What about it?" "It's numb." Having maintained the same position throughout the night, Gu Beisheng had dared not move, and now his arm was both numb and immobile. Shen Mujin, feeling a pang of sympathy, sat up and began to massage it, chiding playfully, "Honestly, are you foolish? I was asleep. You could have just pulled your arm out." Gu Beisheng teased her. "I would have, but you clung to me for dear life." mumbling not to leave. Shen Mujin's face reddened further, and she quickly interrupted him. Stop talking. After they washed up and headed downstairs, they found C2 Feng waiting in the dining room. Shen Mujin was taken aback. What are you doing here? C2 Feng feigned anger. Really now, little sister-in-law, you can't forget your benefactor. Yesterday, when you fell into the water, I jumped in to rescue you. How can I not spend the night here and share a meal? He then turned to Gu Beisheng, adopting a pitiful expression. Big brother, your wife is quite stingy. Gu Beisheng dismissed him lazily, while Aunt Feng chuckled. Anyone who speaks ill of our young madam will go hungry. C2 Feng immediately begged for mercy. I was wrong. I was merely longing for Aunt Feng's culinary skills, and that's why I stayed. After which, he gallantly pulled out chairs for Gu Beisheng and his wife. Please. Little sister-in-law, you are truly impressive. I never expected you'd win over Aunt Feng. I hope you'll look out for me, so I can come over for meals. Gu Beisheng picked up a newspaper from the table, browsing it as he coldly remarked. Is the C2 family so impoverished that they can't even afford a meal? C2 Feng scoffed. What if we are? I still want to eat Aunt Feng's cooking. If not, just lend me Aunt Feng. At this, Shen Mujin interjected. That is not acceptable. How stingy. Their playful banter was interrupted by a series of knocks at the door, just as Aunt Feng was about to set down the knife to answer. C2 Feng leaped up. Aunt Feng, I'll go. I can tell from the sound that it's Lao Si arriving. Shen Mujin furrowed her brow and asked Gu Beisheng, Who is Lao Si? Gu Beisheng frowned slightly, about to respond when a figure clad in white burst into the kitchen like a whirlwind, planting a kiss on Aunt Feng's cheek. Aunt Feng beamed with delight. Shen Mujin stared wide-eyed. Is that Aunt Feng's son? Gu Beisheng shook his head. Aunt Feng isn't married and has no children. Before he could finish, the figure in white rushed out, arms wide open. Had it not been for Gu Beisheng's warning gaze, he would have already leaped into Shen Mujin's arms. Instead, he turned and flung himself at C2 Feng, then plopped down beside Shen Mujin. Little sister-in-law, long time no see. Shen Mujin was taken aback. Long time no see. Have we met? She had no recollection of him whatsoever. Feeling embarrassed, she glanced helplessly at Gu Beisheng. Only then did Gu Beisheng lower the newspaper, looking coldly at the newcomer and stating, Who let him in? Get him out. Shen Mujin was even more perplexed. Who was this person? Seeing Gu Beisheng's cold demeanor, the newcomer lowered his head and leaned toward Shen Mujin, pulling her arm as he began to whine. Little sister-in-law, look at how my big brother treats me. He is so unkind. How can he treat me this way? Back in the day, I saved you from a villain, and now my big brother is repaying kindness with malice. Shen Mujin was utterly baffled. Saved her? How could there be another person claiming to have saved her? She at least recognized C2 Feng, who had indeed rescued her from the lake yesterday. But who was this naive and clumsy fellow? She had no memory of him saving her thus, so Shen Mujin subtly withdrew her arm, inching closer to Gu Beisheng, and politely asked, May I ask who you are? At this, C2 Feng couldn't contain his laughter. I say, Lao Si. Turns out little sister-in-law doesn't remember you at all. You came all this way to apologize for nothing. Apologize? Shen Mujin was even more confused. She turned to Gu Beisheng, her expression imploring him to clarify. Finally, Gu Beisheng spoke. Last time at the royal dynasty, you barged into the private room he was in. Shen Mujin furrowed her brow. That time, she had been schemed against by Mo Yinji and Song Cc, drinking tea that had been tampered with. And then, yes, Shen Mujin finally recalled. That day, there had indeed been a man seated on the sofa. He was also one of Gu Beisheng's brothers. Shen Mujin smiled wryly. Perhaps this was fate. Every time she faced a problem, it was Gu Beisheng's brothers who came to her aid, like Fu Ming Lin, like C2 Feng, and now this fellow before her. Shen Mujin extended her hand. Hello, I'm Mujin. Thank you for what you did last time. Not at all. I'm Jian Fan. Jian Fan shook Shen Mujin's hand tightly, unafraid, and remarked, Little sister-in-law, your skin is so smooth. Gu Beisheng shot him a sharp look, causing Jian Fan to retract his hand in embarrassment. Then he dashed out the door, only to return shortly with a gift box in hand. Little sister-in-law, this is a present for you. Shen Mujin was taken aback to discover that he had brought her a gift. At a loss, she turned to Gu Beisheng for guidance. After a nod of approval from him, she accepted the gift, The box, a deep shade of purple, exuded an air of mystery. Unable to resist, she opened it right there in the restaurant. But the contents caused Gu Beisheng to spit out the water he was drinking in a fit of surprise. Shen Mujin's face turned crimson as she hastily shoved the items back into the box and tossed it aside, fleeing upstairs as if escaping from scandal. Chapter 49. Trending on social media get lost. Gu Beisheng barked. Jian Fan, feeling aggrieved, fidgeted with his fingers. Brother, Gu Beisheng shot him a cold glance. Can I not finish Anfeng's breakfast before leaving? Another piercing look from Gu Beisheng made Jian Fan shrink back. What about my investment in the hospital? Leave now or withdraw your funds. Jian Fan stomped his foot, huffed, and ran out, turning back at the door to shout. If you dare withdraw your investment, I will throw myself at your doorstep. C2 Feng, observing from the side, laughed heartily. Gu Beisheng shot him an icy glare. Aren't you going to leave as well? C2 Feng's smile froze on his face. Brother, can you not be so harsh? Your little brother has to look after your sister-in-law for a while. Look after. She fell into the lake on the first day. How do you account for that? C2 Feng, momentarily speechless, stammered. Can you blame me? That's a debt from your past. Enough. Shen Mujin reappeared after changing her clothes, a bag in hand. Si2 Feng, we should head to the set. Gu Beisheng furrowed his brows. Shouldn't you rest a few more days at home? No. As a newcomer, taking too many days off would leave a bad impression on the director. Besides, I'm fine. I should go and shoot. Gu Beisheng beckoned with a finger. Shen Mujin trotted over. What is it? He placed his hand gently on her head, ruffling her hair as he advised. Don't push yourself too hard. If anything happens, let C2 handle it or call me directly. Understood? Shen Mujin smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I'm not a child. Si2 Feng, looking rather gloomy, chimed in. Sister-in-law, can't we have breakfast before we leave? Shen Mujin shook her head. No, superstar. Aunt Feng smiled as she handed him a thermal bag. Take it with you for the road. Si2 Feng's face brightened. Aunt Feng is the best. Once the two departed, Gu Beisheng picked up the gift box from Jian Fan, deep in thought, and returned to his room. After scrutinizing it closely, he placed it in the wardrobe. Upon arriving at the film studio, Shen Mujin, wanting to avoid suspicion, prepared to get out and walk in by herself. However, C2 Feng immediately rejected that idea. Sister-in-law, I was the one who took you away yesterday. Isn't it a bit late for you to get out now? Shen Mujin frowned. C2 Feng was a top-tier celebrity, while she was merely a small fry. Their first collaboration had already led to so much interaction that it could easily spark unwelcome speculation. Si2 Feng chuckled. Don't overthink it. It'll be fine. Reluctantly, Shen Mujin nodded. Si2 Feng's vehicle had access to the set, and as they exited, the crew members cast curious glances at them, their eyes brimming with gossip. The director shot them a stern look and quickly approached. After nodding to C2 Feng, he turned to Shen Mujin. Are you all right? Shen Mujin shook her head. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, director. The director hesitated, glancing at Shen Mujin as if he had something to say. Si2 Feng frowned. Director, if you have something to say, just say it. The director sighed. Yesterday's incident trended on social media and implicated Chu Mushue. She has now left the set. Implicated Chu Mushue? Director, what exactly happened? The director pointed to his phone. You can see it for yourself. Here's the plan. Mujin, take a couple more days off until this blows over, then return to filming. Also, check on Qianlinger. She was injured trying to save you and is still in hospital. Shen Mujin felt a cold laugh rise in her chest but nodded nonetheless. All right, I understand. Sorry for the trouble. The director waved his hand. This is how the entertainment industry works. Feel free to take your time. I have to get back to work. Si2 Feng quickly called out to the director. Then I'll take a couple of days off too. All right, you're excused as well. Once back in the car, Shen Mujin swiftly opened a social media app and checked the trending topics. The first trending topic read, Chu Mushue framed. The second, Shen Mujin, the scheming bitch. The third, Shen Mujin flirting with C2 Feng. Shen Mujin's head spun. What on earth is happening? I merely fell into the lake. How did it stir up such a commotion? C2 Feng leaned in. Look, A-list star's crew is being sabotaged by an unknown newbie. The article was quite detailed, complete with clear photos. There were candid shots of Shen Mujin before she fell into the water, with Chu Mushue standing behind her, raising her hand. Anyone unaware of the situation would easily conclude that Chu Mushue had pushed her into the lake. C2 Feng frowned and continued scrolling through the news. The initial reports claimed that Chu Muxiue had bullied a newcomer, purposely pushing the supporting actress into the lake during filming. The leaker was a minor account that often frequented the set, sharing behind-the-scenes snippets and gaining a following, thus deemed credible. In no time, some of Chu Muxiue's haters spread the news, causing it to trend and drawing attention from her agency. Her public image had always been gentle and gracious, and even her handshake with Shen Mujin had been orchestrated by her manager. They had intended to create a buzz about Chu Muxiue's friendliness towards newcomers, but backfired. They forwarded the photos to several influential gossip columnists, and once released, the narrative shifted dramatically. That it was now being said that Shen Mujin had deliberately fallen into the lake, even hiring someone to take clandestine photos to exploit Chu Muxiue's fame for publicity. The article concluded with, "Everyone makes mistakes. Chu Muxiue does not intend to pursue this matter as long as Shen Mujin can turn over a new leaf." It phone was furious. "What is this? The wicked strike first? We haven't even retaliated, and she is already on the offensive." Shen Mujin casually scrolled through the comments, branding her a scheming bitch, feeling a headache coming on as she tossed her phone aside. "Sister-in-law, don't worry, I'll contact Haitan. Their PR team can handle this." Shen Mujin smiled wryly. "C2, please don't get involved. Can't you see we're already trending? If you help, we'll be in even deeper trouble. Then we could just reveal your relationship with my brother, right? After all, you're Gu Beisheng's wife. Who would dare to slander you?" Chapter 50. Forget about it. Reveal her relationship with Gu Beisheng. What a joke. Shen Mujin cast a helpless glance at C2 Feng. "Don't be reckless. My relationship with him cannot be made public." As I2 Feng nodded. "Understood. So what now? First, let us visit Qianli. I need to clarify a few things." Outside the hospital, a few reporters were lurking, and when they saw C2 Feng's vehicle pull into the parking lot, they pounced like wolves that hadn't eaten in ages. Upon noticing Shen Mujin getting out of the car, their eyes sparkled with interest. As I2 Feng, "Is it true that you have an improper relationship with this newcomer, Miss Shen?" C2 Feng shot a piercing gaze at the reporter, causing him to promptly shut his mouth. "I'll say this once. Miss Shen and I are merely acquaintances. We're both working on the same film and helping each other out. Isn't unusual. As for the unfounded rumors, I reserve the right to pursue legal action." That a young reporter pressed on. "If you're just friends, why are you accompanying her to the hospital? Does this mean there's a possibility of a relationship beyond friendship?" "None of your business." C2 Feng's assistant quickly intervened, ushering them into the hospital lobby. Within minutes, photos of the two entering and exiting the hospital were circulating online, and C2 Feng was trending again. Gu Beisheng called Shen Mujin. "What is going on? Where are you?" Shen Mujin, feeling rather displeased, explained, "I did not frame Chu Muxiue, nor do I have an improper relationship with C2's day." She assumed Gu Beisheng was questioning her trustworthiness. Detecting the disappointment in her voice, Gu Beisheng sighed. "Where are you? I'll come pick you up." "No need. That you're the president of Gu Corporation. You must be busy. That I'll return to Beijing by myself shortly." Before he could respond, she hung up the phone. The crew had arranged for Qian Linger to stay in a VIP room. Deep scratches from dog claws marred her back, and the doctor warned she might be left with scars. After the crew took care of everything, they left in the hospital room. Qian Linger clutched her phone, crying helplessly. When Shen Mujin opened the door, Qian Linger seemed startled and quickly wiped her tears away, looking at Shen Mujin with a hint of apprehension. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "What are you doing here?" Shen Mujin glanced back at C2 Feng. "You wait for me outside." I2 Feng nodded. After the door was closed, Shen Mujin approached the hospital bed. She looked down at Qian Linger from a position of authority, and the questioning gaze made Qian Linger feel out of sorts. Lowering her head, she anxiously twisted her fingers and stammered, "If there's nothing else, please leave. I wish to rest." Only then did Shen Mujin smile, gracefully settling herself on the sofa in the ward. "Classmate Qian Linger, it seems you were injured while trying to save me. Why do you appear so frightened at my visit?" Qian Linger was momentarily taken aback before raising her head. "What am I afraid of? I'm merely tired." Shen Mujin regarded her, non-committal, before speaking again. "Go on, speak." "Speak of what? I trust you lack the courage to act on your own. Is it not Wang Miao Miao who has instigated you?" Qian Linger's fingers, still twisted nervously, had turned pale, and beads of sweat began to form on her anxious forehead. I don't know what you're talking about. Shen Mujin chuckled lightly. Stop pretending that I'm quite aware of who pushed me into the water. If you choose not to speak, I shall have no choice but to expose you that in an instant. Fear filled Qian Ling Er's eyes, but recalling Wang Miao Miao's orders, she gritted her teeth in denial. I truly don't know what you mean. Shen Mujin, I fell into the water to save you. If I hadn't shielded you from the dog, it would have been you lying in this hospital. Shen Mujin fixed her with a cold stare. That is precisely why I came to inquire personally, rather than exposing you outright. Qian Ling Er was engulfed by anxiety. This incident had also implicated Chu Mushui. Although Chu Mushui's team had expertly deflected all blame onto Shen Mujin, if Shen Mujin were to reveal the truth now, Qian Ling Er's budding career would likely come to an end. After all, she was still a newcomer. If a newcomer were found lacking in character, who would employ her? Yet, if she were to divulge that Wang Miao Miao was the mastermind, her fate would be no better than if she admitted guilt. Thus, she could only stubbornly deny everything. What evidence did Shen Mujin possess? Her injury while saving Shen Mujin was an undeniable fact witnessed by all. However, the accusation of pushing her into the water was merely Shen Mujin's conjecture. Furrowing her brow, Qian Ling Er looked at Shen Mujin, no longer hesitating. Shen Mujin, what are you talking about? I don't know. But say what you must, I believe the eyes of the public are discerning. I was injured in the act of saving you, that if you choose not to be grateful and instead slander me maliciously, I will not accept such baseless accusations that I trust in the fairness of the law. Shen Mujin stared at her for a long moment, her gaze reflecting a mix of fear, determination, and a hint of helplessness. Ultimately, she sighed, for she understood that Qian Ling Er was not inherently malicious. This entire affair was orchestrated by Wang Miao Miao from behind the scenes. Moreover, Qian Ling Er had, in a sense, exhibited a flicker of conscience by shielding her from danger and sustaining injury in the process. It could be considered a repayment of sorts for the debt of having pushed her into the water. Shen Mujin rose, casting a deep glance at Qian Ling Er before speaking. In truth, you have potential. If only you could discern right from wrong, you would have a bright future ahead. Qian Ling Er lowered her head, remaining silent. Shen Mujin turned and exited the room. Rest well. The door clicked shut behind her. Shen Mujin stood quietly outside, and soon, the sound of desperate sobbing echoed from the ward. She shook her head and sighed. Perhaps it was best to let it go. Si Feng approached with 2 cups of hot coffee. How did it go? Shen Mujin shook her head. Nothing much. Let us go. Chapter 51. Drowning sorrows. Once outside the hospital, Si Feng offered to escort Shen Mujin back to Beijing, but she politely declined. After seeing him off, she stood at the hospital entrance, surrounded by the hustle and bustle of people and traffic. Alone, she gazed at the lively scene, suddenly feeling as though she had lost her sense of belonging. With her mother gone, her father weak, and her stepmother's polite demeanor merely a facade, she understood all too well that since the last time the Shen family had forced her to marry her stepsister, Shen Yun'er, she had no intention of returning home again. Yet now, she realized that without going back to Beijing, she seemed to have nowhere else to turn. How pitiful. Ultimately, she returned to school, where only Qian Tu was present. Upon seeing her, Qian Tu wore an incredulous expression. Mujin, how come you're back? Aren't you supposed to be shooting with the crew? Shen Mujin offered a wry smile that I was given a break. Is it because of the situation online? Shen Mujin nodded that indeed it's unavoidable. When someone gains fame and has numerous fans, a few careless words can transform me, the victim, into a villain. Qian Tu jumped down from the upper bunk and opened her notebook. Do you want me to help you? Help how? Just state the facts. If it wasn't your doing, you must explain. Shen Mujin chuckled again. Qian Tu, you're about to open your own studio, right? Do you think anyone would believe my side of the story if I spoke up? Qian Tu scratched her head. So, should we say nothing and let those unscrupulous netizens slander you? Whatever, it's not like it hurts. Shen Mujin shrugged and sat down. Qian Tu frowned, her fingers swiftly tapping away. Suddenly, she let out a shriek. Mujin, you're trending again. Shen Mujin lazily glanced over. Whatever, too many lice don't itch, you know. Qian Tu shook her head. I don't understand. This time, it's not just Chu Mushui's fans criticizing you. Si Tu Feng's fans have joined the fray. I too phone. Why would his fans be mad at me? Qian stood up and tapped Shen Mujin's forehead. Are you foolish? Just as the gossip about you seducing a male idol was dying down. Reporters revealed that C2 Feng accompanied you to the hospital. That as she spoke, Qian brought her notebook closer. Look here. They even say you're pregnant with C2 Feng's child and went to the hospital for an abortion. And this one claims you're forcing him into marriage. Here, they say you're promiscuous, trying to seduce C2 Feng for personal gain. These comments are just too harsh. Shen Mujin casually glanced over. The comments were distinctly divided into two factions. One supporting Chu Mushui, accusing her of being unscrupulous and scheming against her seniors for personal advancement, while the other defended C2 Feng, branding her as licentious and shamelessly pursuing a male idol. Shen Mujin spread her hands, looking at Qian Tuesday. What do you think? Do you believe me? Without hesitation, Qian nodded out. Of course, I believe you. Shen Mujin smiled. Then that's good. As long as those I care about believe me. It doesn't matter what others think. I couldn't care less. Qian stared at her for a long time, ensuring she was in good spirits before pulling her along. Come on, let us go eat. It's on me. Although Shen Mujin had little appetite, she found staying idle boring and decided to accompany her. Qian led Shen Mujin to a bustling street vendor, filled with the aromas of grilled meat and the sounds of lively chatter. Mujin, while you're still not famous, you should enjoy this chance to feast and drink heartily. Once you're famous, you might not have the opportunity again. Shen Mujin noncommittally nodded, casually brushing her bangs aside to cover her face. After all, she was trending. If someone recognized her and hurled rotten eggs, she certainly wouldn't be able to accept it. Qian, however, was all smiles. Boss, 50 skewers of lamb, a jug of beer, and a platter of cold dishes. Mujin, what else do you want? Order anything. Their skewers are truly authentic. Shen Mujin was infected by Qian joyous spirit, and after clinking their beer bottles together, they took hearty swigs. Haha, how does it feel? When you're in a bad mood, just come here to eat and drink. No matter how bad things are, you can cast them aside. Shen Mujin nodded. The cold beer indeed brought her a sense of relief. For the moment, she pushed Gu Beisheng to the back of her mind. Regardless of trust or mistrust, she had no desire to think about it now. Her phone had been ringing incessantly, but amidst the lively chaos of the street vendor, the cold, unfeeling ringtone had long been drowned out. As they indulged in their merriment, a man wearing a duckbill cap and a mask sat alone in a corner, having ordered a whole table of skewers but not touching any of it. Instead, he fiddled with his phone, the camera aimed in the direction of Shen Mujin and Qian Tuesday, oblivious to everything. They continued to drink merrily. Shen Mujin's bag hung carelessly on the back of her chair, and four burly men at a nearby table, having caught sight of her, exchanged glances and swiftly approached. Hey, little sister, do you want us older brothers to join you for a drink? Qian slammed the beer bottle heavily on the table. No need. Well, aren't you feisty? But I like that. I insist on sharing a drink with you today. As he spoke, the man reached out with his greasy hand to touch Qian face. A slightly tipsy Shen Mujin swiftly grabbed a beer bottle and smashed it over his bald head, causing blood to gush forth. Get lost. This sudden turn of events stunned not only Qian but also the group of men, who were momentarily taken aback. And one had expected that the seemingly delicate girl would dare to strike back. The man, clutching his head and glaring at Shen Mujin with malice, cursed, "You filthy woman. Do you want to die?" The burly man exchanged a glance with his companion, who stealthily approached Shen Mujin from behind and forcefully snatched the bag hanging from her chair. Then, the burly man bellowed, "Brothers, take these two women back. Today, I shall teach them what it means to beg for mercy." Shen Mujin huffed coldly, shaking a beer bottle in her hand, and defiantly shouted, "What do you think you are? Dare to lay a finger on me, and I'll make sure you're left searching for your teeth." Qian discreetly took out her phone, preparing to dial 110. Chapter 52. Courage fueled by alcohol, the three burly men advanced towards Shen Mujin. Seizing a moment of opportunity, Qian brandished her phone and shouted, "Stop! If you continue this nonsense, I will call the police." The bloodied burly man snorted dismissively, swiftly lunging toward Qian, and in an instant, he crushed her phone beneath his foot. "If you have the guts, go ahead and call." Terrified, Qian-tu fought to suppress her rising panic and turned to the crowd at the food stall, calling for help. Help! Someone is harassing us. Please call the police. The burly man showed no concern, casually picking up a chair and casting a menacing glare at the onlookers. Let us see who dares. The food stall owner hurriedly approached, bowing and scraping. Biao Gu, please calm down. My brother is just trying to run a business. Give me some face, and I'll waive your bill today. The man addressed as Biao Gu scoffed. Glancing back, do I look like I need your meal money? The owner trembled in fear. No. How could you possibly need such a trivial sum? I was merely hoping to show my respect. Please spare these two ladies. Biao Gu wiped the blood from his forehead and spat on the food stall owner's shoes. Show you face? Who the hell gives me face? As he spoke, he raised the chair menacingly, ready to strike. It is often said that alcohol emboldens the timid. That moment. A slightly intoxicated Shen Mujin pointed her beer bottle at the burly man and shouted, "What are you doing? Bullying the innocent. If you dare come over, let us settle this one-on-one." Biao Gu, unfazed, replied with a sinister grin. One-on-one? Fine. Let us take it to the bedroom. If I don't make you beg for mercy, then my surname isn't T. Biao. His lewd words left Shen Mujin feeling disgusted, and she hurled the bottle at him. Prepared for her attack, Biao Gu dodged slightly, and the bottle shattered on the ground, sending shards of glass scattering. Biao Gu smirked. Spicy enough. I like that. Hey, don't be scared. Come back with me, and from now on, if anyone mentions Biao Gu on this street, I'll protect you. He reached out with his greasy hand to grab Shen Mujin. But before he could touch her, he was sent flying by a swift kick. Meanwhile, Gu Beisheng, who had been trying to call Shen Mujin, wore an expression of innocence that he was baffled as to why his wife was suddenly angry. So he waited at home for her return. However, as time passed and she did not come back, he called C2 phone, only to learn that Shen Mujin had left on her own. He hurriedly called her again, but the phone rang without answer. Worried about any potential mishaps, Gu Beisheng immediately contacted Sheng, tracked Shen Mujin's location, and swiftly drove to the food stall. Upon arriving at the entrance, he spotted several shirtless men surrounding his wife. The Gu Beisheng's expression darkened to the point where it could freeze the atmosphere around him. He watched as Shen Mujin threw her empty beer bottle and rushed to her side, kicking the nearest burly man away just before he could reach her. Biao Gu, having suffered the blow, lay on the ground, clutching his chest, unable to rise. Brothers, get over here. Sheng moved with agility, swiftly dispatching the remaining thugs. Shen Mujin stood to the side, tilting her head to gaze at Gu Beisheng with a dazed expression. Onlookers whipped out their phones to capture the scene. Sheng quickly advised, "Gu Zong, please take the young lady home. I will handle the aftermath here." Gu Beisheng hoisted the intoxicated Shen Mujin onto his shoulder and tossed her into the car, which sped away. Sheng then pulled out his wallet, deleting the photos taken by the onlookers one by one and offering them compensation. As for the gangsters, he called the police to have them arrested, even going so far as to hand his business card to the officers, requesting they ensure the thugs received special attention. Finally, he approached Qian-tu, saying, "Miss Qian, allow me to escort you home." Coming back to her senses, Qian-tu gazed at Sheng with admiration. So handsome. Sheng awkwardly smiled. "Let us go." Qian-tu then glanced down at the shattered phone on the ground, which was beyond repair. She sighed. "It seems this can't be fixed." Without a word, Sheng hailed a taxi and gestured for her to enter. Qian-tu put the broken phone in her bag and climbed in. The cab drove directly to the mall. And Qian-tu, puzzled, remarked, "Isn't this the school?" Sheng nodded. "Please wait for me a moment. I need to take care of something." Qian-tu nodded in agreement. Sheng returned quickly, within 10 minutes, carrying a bag which he handed to Qian-tu as he entered the vehicle. Taken aback, Qian-tu hesitated to accept that. "No, you didn't need to." Sheng insisted. "Take it. Your phone is broken, after all." Qian-tu was even more surprised. He had bought her a new phone. "You really didn't have to." Sheng persisted. "You are Miss Shen's friend. It's only right for me to replace what was broken while you were with her." This revelation was significant for Qian-tu, as it hinted at Shen Mujin's true identity. Reluctantly, she accepted, asking, "How much was it?" "I'll pay you back." Sheng shook his head. "No need. Just use it with peace of mind." Qian-tu quickly retrieved a notebook and pen from her bag, handing them to Sheng. "Please write down your phone number. I'll reimburse you once I get back. Sheng politely jotted down his number and slipped a business card in her notebook, stating, if you need any assistance in the future, feel free to reach out. As Qian-tu exited the taxi at the school gate, she watched the car, carrying Sheng, drive away, glancing down at the new phone in her hands with a bittersweet smile. It wasn't the phone she lamented losing, but rather the precious photos within it, her material and leads for stories. Today's events had left a profound impact on her. She shook her head and turned back toward her dormitory. Chapter 53. Gu Zhong's protection of his wife, Shen Mujin, was intoxicated. Her cheeks flushed as she leaned against the passenger seat. Her eyes glazed over as she gazed intently at Gu Beisheng. Unable to resist, she reached out with her cool little hand to caress his perfectly sculpted cheek, exclaiming, so handsome, it's infuriating. Do you think those people online are blind? I have a husband as handsome as you. Why would I need to flirt with that little brat, C2 phone? Gu Beisheng feigned nonchalance. Sit still and don't move around. Shen Mujin tightened her grip on his face. What good is being this good-looking if it only attracts trouble? At this, Gu Beisheng could no longer muster a smile. She had recently joined a film crew with Chu Mushui, and it was inevitable that she would face some grievances. His brow furrowed. Perhaps he should leverage his connections to have Chu Mushui removed from the production. It was only a leading role. After all, Shen Mujin rested her head on Gu Beisheng's arm, mumbling softly, seemingly unaware of her surroundings. Gu Beisheng, mistaking her murmurs for signs of distress, gently stroked her fluffy hair. If you're unhappy, then don't do it. I can support you, my wife. Shen Mujin chuckled lightly. She merely lamented why she had been so blind as to fall for that scoundrel, Mo Yinji. In the tranquil confines of the car, Gu Beisheng's phone suddenly rang, an unwelcome interruption from his grandmother at the old residence. Grandma, bring that wretched Shen Mujin back to the old residence immediately. Gu Beisheng's expression darkened, his brows knitting together. Today, I isn't convenient. What is inconvenient about it? Is it convenient to drink and fight on the street? If you don't bring her back today, I'll make a scene at the Shen family's house and demand they retrieve their disgraceful daughter. Gu Beisheng's grip on the steering wheel tightened. Who dared to take his wife away? The car turned sharply toward the old residence. It was time to clarify certain matters with his family. His wife was his choice, and no one had the right to interfere or insult her. As the vehicle entered the old residence, Shen Mujin was already on the verge of falling asleep. Her cheeks flushed from the alcohol, appearing particularly alluring. Gu Beisheng opened the car door, and couldn't resist pressing his lips against her cheek. Shen Mujin murmured, her eyes fluttering open to see Gu Beisheng, who playfully extended his arms for a hug. Feeling her warm cheek against his neck, Gu Beisheng's lower abdomen tightened involuntarily. Holding the fragrant softness in his embrace, he felt an overwhelming urge to consume the person he cherished. Just then, the butler of the old residence interrupted his thoughts. Young master, you're back. Gu Beisheng merely nodded in acknowledgement. The butler glanced at Shen Mujin and added, the old lady is waiting for you and the young madam in the hall. Gu Beisheng bent down to carry Shen Mujin out, nodding slightly, and directly strode towards the hall. The butler hurried after him, saying, young master, the old lady is not very pleased. Perhaps it would be better for the young mistress to walk on her own. Gu Beisheng cast a cold glance back and retorted, what? Am I not permitted to carry my wife? The butler awkwardly chuckled. Young master, I merely fear that the young mistress's current state might further provoke the old lady. Gu Beisheng chose not to respond, resolutely continuing to carry Shen Mujin into the hall. Inside the hall, Chu Mushui was beside the old lady Gu, wiping her tears, while the old lady Gu sat beside her. Her face a mask of fury. Gu Beisheng took a cold glance around and understood why the old lady Gu insisted they return today. Presumably, Chu Mushui had come to weep and lament once more, and the old lady intended to use his wife to placate her. Upon seeing Gu Beisheng enter, holding Shen Mujin, the old lady Gu slammed her cane down heavily, turning her face away in displeasure. Chu Mushui's tears flowed even more profusely. Observing this, the old lady Gu's anger flared, and she shouted in broad daylight, what kind of behavior is this? If Shen Mujin lacks decorum, must you, Beisheng, also disregard propriety? Gu Beisheng nodded respectfully, maintaining his composure as he replied, As a legally married couple, not only is it normal to embrace, but even intimate affection is entirely appropriate. His assertion of their legal union left the old lady Gu momentarily speechless. With a look of exasperation, the old lady Gu pointed at Gu Beisheng, scolding, "How could you be bewitched by that shameless vixen? You forsake such a good girl like Mushue to pursue a reckless Shen Mujin." Gu Beisheng's gaze turned icy. "Grandmother, I respect you, and I hope you can extend the same respect to my wife." His voice was cold, imbued with an undeniable authority. Chu Mushue, choking back sobs, gently shook the old lady Gu's arm. "Grandmother, please do not be angry with Brother Beisheng. It is all my fault. Everything is my wrongdoing. That if she realized her mistakes, it would be better to step back voluntarily." Gu Beisheng retorted without hesitation, causing not only Chu Mushue to be taken aback, but even the old lady Gu to become incensed. "Beisheng, one must not overstep bounds. Mushue has always cared for you, yet you disregard your engagement and marry another. And now you wish to further humiliate my Mushue." Gu Beisheng remained courteous towards the old lady Gu. "Old lady Chu, the engagement was arranged between you and my grandmother. I never consented. This scene is indeed unbecoming. Perhaps you could advise Miss Chu to visit the Gu family less in the future. It would be better for both her and my wife." The old lady Gu was taken aback by Gu Beisheng's unyielding stance, directly declaring in front of their elders that the Gu family did not welcome her granddaughter. Enraged, she struck the floor with her cane. Well, does this mean no one wants my Chu family's daughter? Beisheng, you are indeed ruthless." Chu Mushue began to sob uncontrollably, seeing her dear friend suffer at the hands of her grandson. The old lady Gu smashed her teacup at Gu Beisheng's feet. "Ruffian, apologize to old lady Chu." The sound of shattering porcelain startled the drowsy Shen Mujin. She tightened her grip on Gu Beisheng's arm and looked up, exclaiming, "Husband." Her tone was soft and clingy, striking a chord deep within Gu Beisheng's heart. He gently replied, "It's all right, sleep now, dear." Witnessing this, Chu Mushue's delicate hands clenched tightly together. Everything before her was supposed to belong to her, yet Shen Mujin had seized it away. Now, they were flaunting their affection before her, making it unbearable for her to accept. Chapter 54. A unified front. The old lady Gu, in a fit of rage, stepped forward, attempting to pull Shen Mujin down. Gu Beisheng respectfully retreated 2 steps, saying, "Grandmother, Mujin is unwell today. We can discuss matters tomorrow." Without waiting for the old lady Gu's response, he carried Shen Mujin upstairs back to their room, leaving Chu Mushue to weep silently. The old lady Chu sighed heavily, rising to pull Chu Mushue along. "Come on, since they've spoken so plainly, must we linger here and make a fool of ourselves?" "Grandmother," the old lady Gu quickly interjected, "Sister, is this truly necessary? We have known each other for years. The child is just being foolish. Must it affect our relationship?" The old lady Chu, hanging her head, sighed, "If it weren't for Mushue's feelings, I truly wouldn't want to lower myself to engage with the Gu family." "Sister, don't go. I will surely give Mushue justice tomorrow. Let's stay here tonight." Chu Mushue clung to the old lady Chu's sleeve. "Grandmother, I only love Brother Beisheng. No matter what happens, I will only marry him." The old lady Chu stomped her foot in frustration. Here was her own cherished daughter, intent on marrying a man who harbored no feelings for her. The Chu family, despite their circumstances, were still a prominent family. Why should their daughter demean herself so? Yet, Chu Mushue remained resolute in her affection for Gu Beisheng, leaving the old lady no choice but to endure. "Let us stay one night and see what Beisheng has to say tomorrow." Chu Mushue nodded through her tears. After arranging for the two to stay, the old lady Gu retreated to her room to discuss strategies with her daughter-in-law, Suyu, mother of Gu Beisheng. The old man Gu, adjusting his reading glasses, perused the newspaper. "Why are you fretting over the children's affairs? One should respect their choices and not interfere too much." This remark incensed the old lady Gu, who promptly shooed him away to the study. Out. If not for your pride in agreeing to the Shen family's marriage proposal, would I be so troubled over the children? In the end, it's all the same. My agreement with old man Shen was merely verbal. How is that different from your arrangement with old lady Chu? Go to the study. Tonight, you shall sleep there." The old lady Gu vented her frustrations upon the old man Gu, who dared not oppose her. trembling as he leaned on his cane to make his way to the study. Sighing all the while, Su closed the door and comforted her mother. Mother, father is getting older and his health is not good. Please do not hold a grudge against him. The old lady Gu nodded helplessly. If I let my temper get the better of me, the marriage between the Gu and Shen families will not come to fruition. Su Yu agreed. Initially, we thought a compromise for Nan Yuan to accept this marriage, but who knew it would lead to this? You see, if Beisheng truly does not wish to marry Mu Shue, it might be better for Mu Shue to consider Nan Yuan instead. They grew up together and share feelings, and even though Nan Yuan's leg is injured, we would treat Mu Shue well and not let her suffer. Mentioning Nan Yuan's leg, both women felt a pang of sadness. If not for saving Beisheng, he would not have ended up with a lifelong disability. Since then, he had become despondent, and no matter how his family tried to console him, he could never regain his former self. The old lady Gu also ached for her eldest grandson, wishing to find him a kind and gentle woman to care for him throughout his life. Yet, ever since Nan Yuan's failed wedding, he had developed an aversion to women in that moment. The old lady felt at a loss for other solutions. Upon hearing her daughter-in-law, Su Yu's remarks, she contemplated carefully, but ultimately shook her head in resignation. Mu Shue has declared she will only marry Beisheng. This matter seems unlikely to resolve. Su Yu frowned slightly. Regardless, what we value is Mu Shue as a person, but if Beisheng does not work out, and Nan Yuan does, then Mu Shue would still become part of our family, which isn't too different. The old lady Gu sighed, shaking her head. That is another matter. I called you here primarily to discuss how to facilitate Beisheng's divorce from that Shen Mujin. That woman is becoming increasingly indiscreet. She previously had a suitor, and while it said they have parted ways, she has now entered the entertainment industry and has been rumored to be involved with a young man from the Sidu family. Moreover, today I received some photos from an unknown number, showing Shen Mujin out drinking and even fighting with ruffians. Mother, are you serious? The old lady Gu produced her phone, displaying the incriminating photos to Su Yu. Take a look for yourself. Su Yu glanced at the images and furrowed her brow. This makes things easier. What kind of family are we? We are a respectable household. How can the wife of the Gu family go out exposing herself? Even engaging in brawls with ruffians? Such barbarism is utterly inappropriate. Tomorrow, we will confront her about this. If she still refuses to divorce, we shall take the matter to the Shen family. Seek out the Shen family? Yes, let them discipline their daughter. Though the old lady Gu nodded in agreement, she still felt uncertain. This matter rests on Beisheng. If he insists on not divorcing, we cannot use the Shen family as leverage. Then let us use the Gu family to threaten him. I refuse to believe he would forsake the entire Gu family for that Shen Mujin. You are ruthless. The old lady Gu gave Su Yu a thumbs up. Su Yu smiled awkwardly. This is merely to ensure they divorce. I am not serious. The old lady Gu waved her hand dismissively. You may go now. We will see how things unfold tomorrow. Su Yu nodded and stepped out of the room. Closing the door behind her, the smile that had graced her face immediately darkened, and after rolling her eyes at the door, she turned and descended the stairs to return to her own chamber. Within the opulent household, particularly amid the dynamics between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, it was impossible to avoid friction. Although at present they stood united, the discord between them was no less than that which she experienced with Shen Mujin. Especially with the return of Gu Yenruo, her married daughter, the situation had already breached Su Yu's limits. To make matters worse, the elderly matriarch of the Gu family had taken her granddaughter Jiang Xier under her wing. The family assets of the Gu clan were rightfully meant for Su Yu's branch. Yet now, Gu Yenruo and Jiang Xier were both eyeing the family's wealth with avarice. Su Yu's resentment towards them deepened as a result. If Mu Shue could marry her son, be it the second son Gu Beisheng or the eldest Gu Nan Yuan, it would bolster her own family's status, the Gu Beisheng, being her own flesh and blood. Was someone she understood well. If he was unwilling, there would be no turning back. Thus, Su Yu could only place her hopes on Gu Nan Yuan, whom she had always favored. Chapter 55. Conflict. The inebriated Shen Mujin was quite clingy. Unwilling to detach herself from Gu Beisheng, he leaned close to her ear, affectionately suggesting, "It's time for a bath." To his surprise, Shen Mujin shamelessly replied, "I want you to help me wash." Gu Beisheng could hardly let such an opportunity slip by. The two of them engaged in a passionate escapade that spanned from the bathroom to the bedroom, leaving traces of their fervor on the washstand, the bed, and everywhere in between. Drunk Shen Mujin shed her usual reserve and became quite proactive in her delightful state. She didn't hesitate to unleash her enchanting voice, her melodic hums ensnaring Gu Beisheng in a web of desire. Outside Gu Beisheng's room, Chu Mushui stood listening to the sounds of gasping emanating from within, wishing she could smash the door open and drag Shen Mujin out. That room was one she had envisioned countless times, imagining herself sleeping alongside Gu Beisheng. Yet now, he was inside with another woman, and she could only stand outside in envy. Digging her nails in her palm, the pain served as a harsh reminder of her current plight. At some point, Gu Yuan had appeared behind Chu Mushui, holding a glass of red wine and gently patting her shoulder. Looking for him? Chu Mushui awkwardly suppressed her jealousy and nodded, her face betraying her discomfort. From within the room, faint sounds of cooing drifted out, and Gu Yuan shrugged. Clearly, this isn't the right time. Mortified, Chu Mushui turned to leave, but Gu Yuan called after her. Come, let me keep you company for a drink. After a moment's hesitation, she followed him to the back garden. Nan Yuan poured a glass of red wine and handed it to her. Drink a bit. Wine dispels sorrow. Chu Mushui took the glass and downed it in one go, forcing a bitter smile. Drowning my sorrows only deepens them. Nan Yuan raised his own glass and drank it down. Then asked, Do you hate me? Chu Mushui gazed up at the pitch-black sky, remaining silent. If I hadn't run away from the wedding, I would have been the one marrying Shen Mujin, and Gu Beisheng would still be yours. Chu Mushui let out a hollow laugh. Fate surely plays cruel tricks. On that fateful day, she had attended Gu Yuan's wedding as Gu Beisheng's fiancée, only to find herself witnessing her own betrothed marry another. And one had anticipated that Gu Beisheng would insist on marrying Shen Mujin. Blame me, do you? Chu Mushui mused. What good would that do? Gu Yuan observed the sorrowful expression on her face and fell silent for a long while before finally saying, I'll help you that you'll help me. How can you help? Can you turn back time? Can you make Sheng agree to divorce Shen Mujin? Chu Mushui's barrage of questions struck a chord deep within Gu Yuan, causing him inexplicable pain, and no one knew why he had fled from the wedding. No one understood what he truly desired. Now, he felt unworthy of pursuing his own wants. Yet the developments had left the very thing he wished to protect in a state of utter ruin. How could he bear to remain hidden, watching the chaos unfold, a chaos of his own making? Since all trouble stemmed from him, it was only fitting that he be the one to bring it to an end. A bottle of red wine was soon downed by the two individuals, each lost in their own thoughts. Nan Yuan's hazy gaze lingered on Chu Mushui's flushed cheeks, and his hand lifted. Just a little farther, and he could touch the one he yearned for. But ultimately, he sighed and withdrew his hand. Summoning a maid, he had Chu Mushui escorted back to her guest room, while he meandered through the dimly lit back garden, swaying unsteadily. His legs faltered, nearly causing him to stumble several times. Finally, he chose to lie back on the grass, staring up at the pitch-black sky devoid of stars, a vast, bottomless abyss that seemed to consume him little by little. The next day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Shen Mujin slowly regained consciousness. The headache from her hangover plagued her as she hazily surveyed her surroundings, taking a moment to realize that she was in the ancestral home. The sound of rushing water came from the bathroom, and soon after, the door swung open, revealing Gu Beisheng emerging in all his glory. Seeing such a sight so early in the morning made Shen Mujin blush. Burying her face deep into the comforter, Gu Beisheng smirked and swiftly joined her beneath the covers. His damp, cool skin pressed against her warm body, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Feeling shy, Gu Beisheng teased, but Shen Mujin feigned sleep, refusing to respond. However, his large hand deliberately roamed around her, igniting a spark of warmth. Last night, you were positively fiery, his words, laced with heat, brushed against Shen Mujin's ear, and as memories of the previous night flooded back, she wished she could bury her head like an ostrich. Ah, how could she face anyone? Shen Mujin's entire face turned crimson, observing his wife's bashful demeanor. Gu Beisheng smiled indulgently. pulling her closer as she shrank away. Come on, the air under the covers isn't good. At that moment, Shen Mujin felt as if her ears might burst from embarrassment, that Gu Beisheng's deep voice was filled with endless affection, nearly overwhelming her. Yet she remembered why she had drunk so much the previous night. If she hadn't tea, she wouldn't have found herself in such a compromising position. It was all Gu Beisheng's lack of trust that had led to this. With this thought, Shen Mujin's smile faded, and she huffed. Get away from me. Gu Beisheng wore an expression of innocence. Just moments ago, his little wife had seemed to enjoy herself. So how had her mood shifted so suddenly? Wife, leave. Gu Beisheng felt a chill sweep over him as the atmosphere turned frosty. Sensing the sudden tension in Shen Mujin's body, she pushed him away in frustration. Gu Beisheng, I know you've never trusted me, but I, Shen Mujin, am someone who acts with integrity. I would never harm another. Now Gu Beisheng understood. Yesterday, when he had called, Shen Mujin's sudden anger stemmed from her belief that he doubted her. He swiftly drew the upset Shen Mujin into his embrace, disregarding her struggles as he held her tightly. Wife, you've misunderstood. I called purely out of concern for you. Shen Mujin remained unconvinced. Her abrupt change in attitude only fueled Gu Beisheng's suspicions about her. She found herself trapped in a conflict, wishing for Gu Beisheng to trust her while also feeling that his distrust was justified. Gu Beisheng's large hand gently stroked her back. Mujin, do you not trust me? This question left Shen Mujin speechless. In her second chance at life, she had become cautious, terrified of missteps that might lead her back down the path of despair. Chapter 56. The sun rises high. The feelings of doubt that accompanied her rebirth washed over Shen Mujin once more. She was afraid that everything she had invested her heart into might repeat the tragic mistakes of her past life. Trust led to betrayal. Love was fraught with schemes. Gu Beisheng seemed to see through her heart. This seemingly stubborn woman was, in truth, deeply insecure. Those who feign strength bear the most fragile hearts. He placed Shen Mujin's hand over his chest, asking, Do you feel it? Shen Mujin, filled with sorrow, asked, What? My heartbeat. Gu Beisheng's strong, steady heartbeat resonated through her palm, striking at the core of her being. This heart is filled with you. From the beginning to the end, no matter what happens, it shall remain unchanged. As long as you are safe, as long as you are by my side, it will always beat for you. Tears welled in Shen Mujin's eyes. Gu Beisheng's love for her was both silent and fervent. She had momentarily lost herself in her own stubbornness, nearly pushing away the one who truly loved her. To have Gu Beisheng was a stroke of immense fortune for Shen Mujin. Don't be afraid. Whenever you say so, I will believe. Tears streamed down Shen Mujin's face, falling into Gu Beisheng's palm. And at last she smiled, her eyes brimming with tears of happiness. Gu Beisheng ruffled her fluffy hair, wiped away her tears, and leaned down to kiss her ruby lips. This kiss was filled with a love that intertwined and lingered. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone rapping at the door interrupted Gu Beisheng's next move that he rose in displeasure, throwing on a robe before opening the door. Young master, the old madam has summoned you several times. Gu Beisheng replied coldly, I understand. Closing the door, he turned back to Shen Mujin, who frowned. Grandmother is looking for me. Gu Beisheng nodded. If you have a headache, you can sleep a little longer. Shen Mujin hastily rose to freshen up, for she needed to earn the acceptance of Gu Beisheng's family. It was rather inappropriate to remain in the ancestral home until the sun was high in the sky. Previously, Shen Mujin had never spent the night at the old residence. Apart from the wedding gown and undergarments she had once donned, there were no other garments available for her to change into. As she awkwardly emerged wrapped in a bath towel, Gu Beisheng chuckled and offered her one of his white shirts to wear. The shirt hung loosely on Shen Mujin, draping over her thighs. She twirled playfully, remarking, Is it proper to go out like this? Gu Beisheng's gaze was fixed intently on her as he shook his head, stating, No, in this state, only I should be permitted to see you. With that, he opened the wardrobe, removed the corset belt from Shen Mujin's gown, and fastened it around the loose shirt to cinch her waist. He then rolled up the long sleeves and finally handed her a pair of fitted shorts. Let's make do with this, he suggested. Shen Mujin turned to inspect herself in the mirror. The shirt, having been meticulously adjusted by Gu Beisheng, now resembled a chic mini dress. The cinched waist imbued the originally formal shirt with a hint of allure, prompting Shen Mujin to shyly fasten the collar, concealing the marks left by Gu Beisheng the previous day. You truly underutilize your talents as a designer. Gu Beisheng regarded her with confusion until she added with a smile. You could indeed pursue a career in fashion design. I am thoroughly pleased with this outfit. Then I shall make time to be your exclusive designer, he replied. Shen Mujin's smile brightened, and she extended her hand to Gu Beisheng as they descended the stairs together. In the dining room, preparations for lunch were already underway. Upon seeing the two, the matriarch of the Gu family slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "What sort of decorum is this? Sleeping until noon at such a young age." Shen Mujin inwardly clicked her tongue. Life in the old residence adhered to a strict schedule. The younger generation was expected to rise by 6 in the morning, the last time Jiang Sierra had dozed off at the north residence. She had lamented the hardships of life in the ancestral home. Little did she expect that this time it would be her turn to incur the matriarch's ire. Before Shen Mujin and Gu Beisheng could speak, Chu Muxia interjected, "Grandmother, Brother Sheng is often busy with work. It is understandable for him to rest longer on his rare day off." The matriarch's expression softened slightly as she reached for Chu Muxia, saying, "Muxia, you indeed have a heart that cares for Beisheng." Chu Muxia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze to Gu Beisheng, however, seated Shen Mujin on the sofa, inquiring, "Does your head still ache? Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Shen Mujin shook her head. Their affectionate demeanor deeply pierced the eyes of those present. The elder lady of the Chu family sighed heavily, while Chu Muxia noticed Shen Mujin wearing Gu Beisheng's shirt, her jealousy intensifying. Everything that belonged to her seemed to be slipping away. Seeing the displeasure on the face of the elder lady of the Chu family, the matriarch swiftly shifted the conversation to the matter at hand. "Shen Mujin, I have heard that you have taken to acting." Shen Mujin promptly stood up, respectfully replying, "Yes, grandmother." The matriarch slammed the table once more, chastising, "Nonsense! How can the daughter-in-law of the Gu family go out to flaunt herself and become a disgraceful actress?" Shen Mujin observed Chu Muxia sitting beside the matriarch, her expression one of discomfort, and felt a flicker of delight. "Grandmother, Mujin is part of the same production team as Sister Muxia. Sister Muxia is a popular leading lady with exceptional acting skills and great popularity. She has been very caring towards me on set." The matriarch was momentarily rendered speechless. She had been so focused on her belief that a Gu family daughter-in-law should not be an actress that she had overlooked the fact that Chu Muxia was also in the same profession. Shen Mujin's demeanor was humble and courteous, even referring to Chu Muxia as sister, which only fueled Chu Muxia's resentment, as it felt like a direct affront to her age. Acting was merely a hobby for Shen Mujin. She relished the adoration and flattery she received. Yet these accolades paled in comparison to what Gu Beisheng provided her. Thus, she hastily added, "Grandmother, my entrance into the entertainment industry was merely for training and learning. At that time, I thought I could assist Beisheng in managing high-end entertainment, which is why I wanted to understand the rules of the industry better. That, if you disapprove, I shall cease this endeavor immediately." So you emerged from the kitchen and promptly attempted to mediate. "Muxia, grandmother naturally understands that all you do is for Beisheng's benefit. You have worked hard over the years, and besides, you are a model actress, embodying both virtue and talent. Not just any actress can compare." Yes, she spoke of actors. Suyu's gaze directed itself pointedly at Shen Mujin. Though Shen Mujin felt discontent, she still managed a polite smile. "Mother speaks the truth. Mujin is also learning from Sister Muxia, as I aspire to support Beisheng in the future. Since high-end entertainment is our family business, my initial motivation for entering the industry was indeed for Beisheng." At this moment, Shen Mujin was artfully navigating the conversation, ensuring she neither offended the matriarch nor exacerbated her own predicament. Suyu nodded. "With such intentions, it is commendable, but one must recognize one's limitations. It is best not to embarrass oneself publicly." The matriarch agreed. "Speaking of being in the same production team, Muxia is known for her kindness and generosity, often looking after you on set. Why would you wish to wrong her?" Just as Gu Beisheng was about to interject, Shen Mujin gently tugged at his hand, signaling him to let her handle it. "Grandmother, this matter is purely a misunderstanding. Mujin has never wronged Sister Muxia." That day, I simply fell into the lake by accident, and someone with ulterior motives captured it and posted it online. The netizens misinterpreted the situation, angering Sister Mushiwa. I am here to apologize on behalf of the netizens. Her words deftly absolved her of all responsibility, igniting a fierce anger in Chu Mushiwa. Despite her fury, feigned calmness, saying, Mujin, you jest. I have never blamed you, so there is no need for an apology. Ultimately, I once had a past with Beisheng. Even if you dislike me, I can understand it is I who should be apologizing to you. The elder lady of the Chu family could no longer contain her indignation, exclaiming, What humility is this? You are the victim here. Who's to say that someone didn't act with ulterior motives, deliberately causing you to fall into the water? If not for those with discerning eyes who witnessed your kindness towards her, you would have been publicly disgraced. As the elder lady of the Chu family scolded, Chu Mushiwa's eyes brimmed with tears. Grandmother, I believe Mujin did not mean it. Always considering others, yet you remain unaware of how someone may conspire against you behind your back. Gu Beisheng, displeased, retorted, Elder Lady Chu, one must speak with evidence. Your insinuations against my wife are defamatory, and she has every right to pursue legal action against you. Outrageous. The matriarch was taken aback by her grandson's defiance toward her good friend. Her anger boiling over. Beisheng, you once understood decorum and manners so well. Since marrying Shen Mujin, look at you. You dare to oppose your elders. Today, I demand you and that vixen Shen Mujin divorce. Shen Mujin cast a helpless glance at Gu Beisheng. Recognizing the familiar tactic of pressuring for divorce, Gu Beisheng offered her a reassuring look, firmly grasping her hand. Grandmother, I can consider any matter you present, but when it comes to Mujin, there is no room for negotiation. The gravity of his declaration struck deeply within Chu Mushiwa, causing her to stagger back 2 steps, calling out, Brother Sheng. In a voice laced with anguish, Gu Beisheng coldly replied, Miss Chu, please conduct yourself with propriety. Although we grew up together, and it is natural for you to call me brother, I am now married. To avoid any misunderstandings with my wife, it would be best for you to refer to me as Mr. This moment, Chu Mushiwa could no longer hold back her tears, crying openly. The elder lady of the Chu family slammed her cane against the floor and stood up, pulling Chu Mushiwa by the arm and declaring, Come, our Chu family's daughters do not suffer indignities from their family. Grandmother, please. Gu Beisheng's grandmother rushed to intervene, but the elder lady of the Chu family was resolute in her decision to leave. Su Yu then reassured, Mushiwa, you should return with grandmother for now. Beisheng has me and the matriarch to look after him. He is merely momentarily confused. I will personally bring him to apologize later. The elder lady of the Chu family remained displeased, her expression cold as she ordered, There is no need for an apology. Henceforth, there should be no contact. Grandmother, please return with me. Are you not ashamed of your old face? Chu Mushiwa, seeing her grandmother's genuine anger, lowered her head and ceased her protests. The matriarch of the Gu family watched the two leave, raising her cane as if to strike Gu Beisheng, but Shen Mujin hurriedly stepped in front of him. The cane struck heavily against Shen Mujin's back, causing her to stagger and nearly fall. Gu Beisheng, filled with concern, helped her regain her balance, his expression darkening significantly. He was genuinely enraged, addressing his grandmother sternly. Grandmother, if you have grievances, let them be directed at me. The matriarch had not anticipated that the previously wild and impudent Shen Mujin would stand up to defend her grandson, leading to a slight shift in her perception of the young woman. Before she could ponder this change, Su Yu's anger flared. Unfilial child, how dare you speak to your grandmother in such a manner? Apologize at once. Gu Beisheng coldly asserted, I have done nothing wrong. Shen Mujin quickly squeezed his hand discreetly, signaling him to comply. Reluctantly, Gu Beisheng managed to utter a half-hearted apology to the matriarch. She shook her head in resignation, taking a seat. The child has grown up, and I can no longer control him. Su Yu, witnessing this, hurried to comfort her. Mother, regardless of the circumstances, your words are always paramount. Madame Gu sighed deeply as she turned her gaze toward Shen Mujin, saying, The purpose of summoning you back this time is to address a few pressing matters. Please ask away, Grandma. First, Are you harboring resentment towards Mu Shui for her past involvement with Beisheng, which led you to deliberately set her up in the film crew? Second, what is the nature of your relationship with that young man from the Sidhu family? Third, were you the one who got drunk in the middle of the night and fought with a rogue? Shen Mujin inwardly massaged her temples. The first two questions were manageable, something she could clarify. But the last one was indeed a predicament. It was true that she had been drinking and had acted out, but the incident had been blown out of proportion and reached Madame Gu's ears. It seemed she would have to tread carefully in the future to SUU. Noticing Shen Mujin's prolonged silence, impatiently interjected, Shen Mujin, your grandmother is asking you a question. Shen Mujin quickly regained her composure and responded thoughtfully. Grandma, the first question is truly a misunderstanding that I accidentally fell into the lake, and someone with ulterior motives took photographs to deliberately distort the truth and sow discord between me and Miss Chu. As for the second question, it is utterly baseless. I am merely friends with Sidhu Feng, and our bond is slightly stronger than with other friends due to Beisheng that it just so happened that he saved me. Which led to some speculative gossip from tabloid reporters. Regarding the third, before she could finish, Gu Beisheng stepped in to provide an explanation. The third question pertains to Mujin acting in defense of the helpless. Acting in defense of the helpless? Shen Mujin's face darkened. The president of the Gu family was lying without a hint of hesitation. How could her scuffle with a rogue be reframed as an act of heroism? Madame Gu, however, remained unconvinced. Shen Mujin, you need to answer for yourself. Shen Mujin's mind raced, and a light flickered in her eyes as she replied, It's like this, Grandma. That day, I was at a gathering with friends, and indeed drank a bit too much. The rogue was bullying the owner of a food stall, and I couldn't stand by idly, so I stepped in to defend him. Madame Gu furrowed her brows as she scrolled through the photos on her phone. Is this truly how it happened? Shen Mujin nodded vigorously. Yes, that rogue was lifting a chair to smash the owner, and I was merely standing up for what was right. That SU leaned in to view the photos alongside Madame Gu. And indeed, there were two images depicting the rogue brandishing a chair at the owner, while Shen Mujin stood behind, holding a bottle. The origin of these photos was unknown, but Shen Mujin's explanation, when compared to the images, held some weight. Madame Gu reluctantly nodded and glanced at Suyu. Understanding her cue, Suyu cleared her throat and coldly declared, regardless of the circumstances, based on Shen Mujin's behavior during this period, it is evident that she is not suited to be our Gu family's daughter-in-law. Given the gravity of the matter, I will speak plainly. Both my mother and I advocate for your divorce. Shen Mujin felt a pang of sadness as she cast a glance at Gu Beisheng, realizing that no matter how much she changed, his family would never accept her. Gu Beisheng wrapped his arms around Shen Mujin and looked up at his mother, stating firmly, Mom, I have told you before, this matter is non-negotiable. Essie, you had anticipated this outcome and pressed on. Are you certain you wish to be with Shen Mujin? Gu Beisheng nodded decisively. Absolutely. Regardless of the cost? This made Shen Mujin anxious, and she looked at him worriedly. But he nodded without hesitation, no matter the cost. Essie cast a glance at Madame Gu, who nodded in agreement before she continued. We have discussed this. If you refuse to divorce Shen Mujin, you may have to relinquish your position as the head of the Gu family. Shen Mujin's heart tightened at these words, and she shook her head vehemently. She could not be the reason for Gu Beisheng's loss. Gu Beisheng, however, unbothered, replied, It matters not. The Gu family is worth less than a penny compared to Mujin. His willingness to relinquish the Gu family for Shen Mujin left Suyu momentarily incensed. She had painstakingly raised her son, yet he showed no empathy for her struggles, casually discarding the vast wealth of the Gu family for a woman of humble origins, provoking discontent within the entire clan. Suyu had been working diligently to secure the Gu family's wealth for her son, hoping he would marry Chu Mu Shui, thereby ensuring the family's stability with the Chu family's backing. But now he had chosen to marry a woman of lesser standing, inciting dissatisfaction among the family, and it was only a matter of time before someone with ill intentions would seize the reins of power from him. With Madame Gu's own daughter and granddaughter posing threats, not to mention the lingering ambitions from the second uncle's lineage, the position of head of the Gu family was far from secure. If Gu Beisheng remained obstinate and unyielding, Suyu would have no choice but to sacrifice him and strategize for her elder son's future. The power struggles within the aristocracy were fraught with treachery. and Suyu had to prepare for every eventuality. Madame Gu shook her head with a sigh. Gu Beisheng was the most promising of the younger generation, and when he was initially chosen as head of the family, it was with unanimous consent. Yet now, he was willing to forsake the Gu family for Shen Mujin, leaving Madame Gu at a loss for what to do. She could only turn to Shen Mujin as a means of leverage. Asking, "Shen Mujin, I must know, is your refusal to divorce Beisheng motivated by his wealth?" With tears glistening in her eyes, Shen Mujin gazed earnestly at Gu Beisheng and shook her head. "Grandma, it is for him as a person. Even if he possesses nothing, that's so. You love him?" "Yes, Grandma, I love him deeply." Madame Gu offered a resigned smile, tinged with bitterness. "But if you truly love him, how could you bear to see him sacrifice everything for you?" Overwhelmed with emotion, Shen Mujin suddenly realized the gravity of her situation. How could she allow Gu Beisheng to forfeit the Gu family for her sake? Feeling his grip loosen, Gu Beisheng quickly tightened his hold, declaring, "You are my everything." Tears streamed down Shen Mujin's cheeks instantaneously. She believed in Gu Beisheng's love for her, but she had not anticipated the depth of his feelings. The affection he bestowed upon her was overwhelming, and she felt the urgent need to transform herself into the woman worthy of his love. Grasping his hand tightly, she vowed, "As long as you do not leave, I will never abandon you. Grandma, Beisheng and I are truly in love. I beseech you to grant us a chance. That I acknowledge that I have been willful and immature in the past, but I promise to change and strive to become a woman deserving of Beisheng." Before Madame Gu could respond, Suyu scoffed, "Do you think our Beisheng is so easily matched? What gives you the audacity to make such claims?" After a moment of contemplation, Shen Mujin proposed, "How about a wager? If I succeed, you will accept me." "Such arrogance," Suyu retorted. "What? Mom, are you afraid to bet against Mujin?" Madame Gu, feeling a headache coming on, interrupted their exchange. "What do you wish to wager?" "I bet that within a year, my worth will rise to 10 million. Suyu dismissed her with disdain. "A mere 10 million? I can give you that amount. Just leave my son," Shen Mujin calmly explained. "Mom, while 10 million might not be significant to the Gu family, I am still a university student who has yet to graduate. Earning 10 million by my own efforts within a year is already a monumental challenge." "A mere student, and you think you can accumulate 10 million a year?" "So you seem to gain some confidence. You must ensure that you do not rely on the Shen family or Beisheng's connections." Shen Mujin raised her hand in assurance that a year is fraught with uncertainties. For instance, they would have numerous opportunities to try and separate the two, or perhaps she would find it impossible to earn such a fortune. Madame Gu was still hesitant when Suyu interjected, "Mom, since Shen Mujin has made her claim, why not give her a chance? We wouldn't want her to malign the Gu family should a divorce occur." Suyu exchanged a knowing glance with Madame Gu, who eventually nodded in agreement. "Dinner is ready." Suyu glanced at Gu Beisheng and said nonchalantly, "Let us all dine together." However, Gu Beisheng refused, stating, "No need. I have urgent matters in my company." Suyu reminded him, "You have only 1 year. If Shen Mujin loses, you must divorce her, or else you will relinquish the entire Gu family. Shall we sign an agreement? In case you refuse to honor the terms later?" "Preposterous." Gu Beisheng did not reply further. Taking Shen Mujin's hand and leaving the ancestral home, Gu Beisheng's expression was cold as he drove Shen Mujin back to the north residence. Ignoring Aunt Feng's greetings and dragging Shen Mujin straight to their room, Shen Mujin helplessly smiled and reached out to smooth the frown etched on his forehead. "What's wrong now?" Without a word, Gu Beisheng began to remove her clothing. Shen Mujin gasped in shock. "What are you doing? Is this public indecency?" Ignoring her struggles, Gu Beisheng swiftly tore her white shirt to shreds, revealing a red mark on her smooth back that pierced his heart with pain. "Does it hurt?" Shen Mujin nodded. "Of course it did. If you know it hurts, why did you charge in? If it were to strike you, my heart would ache even more." The words of Shen Mujin proved more potent than any sweet nothings. Gu Beisheng leaned in to kiss her lips. The fervent affection exchanged between their lips carried a tinge of heartache. He had not anticipated that Shen Mujin would shield him from the cane, nor that she would wager with his mother on his behalf. 1 million was no trivial sum for Shen Mujin. It posed a formidable challenge. To Gu Beisheng, Shen Mujin was nothing short of a delightful surprise. especially when she professed her deep love for him, shattering all prior doubts. The wounds of the past were tended to by Gu Beisheng himself, and the two lingered together for an entire afternoon. Gu Beisheng inquired how she envisioned realizing her dream of never leaving him. Shen Mujin smiled, explaining that although her current role offered modest pay, it still amounted to approximately 1 million. That she jested. If I take on 10 roles, wouldn't that solve everything? Gu Beisheng chuckled. I shall grant you 1 million as your fee. 1 role would suffice. No jesting. I speak earnestly. He continued. I shall not allow you to leave me. Shen Mujin nodded, reassuring him. Rest assured, I shall not leave you either. I intend to start my own venture, just a bit earlier than planned. Moreover, with the pressure from my mother and grandmother, I shall strive even harder. Starting a business? Shen Mujin sat up, seriousness etched on her face. I have considered it thoroughly. My major is directing, and now that I'm acting, I could establish a studio and sign a few newcomers. Gu Beisheng pondered. An entertainment company? Not quite. Initially, it would merely be a studio that I planned to finish this project and use the earnings as startup capital. Gu Beisheng fell silent, lost in thought. I asked something troubling you? Why the silence? She asked. You need not feel obligated to do this. You can trust me completely. Even if you forego the Gu family fortune, I possess other assets to ensure your lifelong security. Shen Mujin feigned indignation. Am I so covetous of wealth? I merely desire to carve out my own path. I have reiterated this to you countless times. Should you contest it again, I shall disregard you. Gu Beisheng tenderly stroked her hair. I am merely concerned for you. Ultimately, Gu Beisheng assigned Shisheng to handle matters pertaining to the production team. That evening, the director called Shen Mujin, informing her to return to the set the following day to resume filming. As Gu Beisheng, who had been affectionately draped over Shen Mujin, grew solemn, he inwardly lamented. Had I known, I would have let Shisheng handle it later. Once my wife enters the set, I shall not see her for several days. Rumors circulated that the aloof and stately CEO of the Gu family was gradually morphing into a devoted husband. Another night of intimacy ensued. Shen Mujin pleaded for mercy, yet Gu Beisheng was determined to compensate for the days ahead. Such passions once tasted foster an insatiable craving, especially for Gu Beisheng, who was already addicted to Shen Mujin. The following day, at 6 a.m, Shen Mujin felt as though she had just drifted off to sleep when the alarm jolted her awake. Downstairs, Situ Feng awaited her arrival. Shen Mujin adjusted her high-neck sweater, feeling drowsy. What brings you here? She inquired. Tio take you back to the set, he replied. Shen Mujin smirked, while claiming to fetch me for work. You are truly here for a meal, aren't you? A large food container sat on the dining table, and Shen Mujin surmised it was undoubtedly a culinary creation from Aunt Feng, courtesy of Situ Feng. She felt a pang of sympathy for Aunt Feng and inquired, Aunt Feng, what time did you rise? Aunt Feng smiled. Not too early, young madam. Please have a seat. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Shen Mujin lazily leaned against Aunt Feng's shoulder and gestured towards the food container. Aunt Feng, please don't exhaust yourself so that I am not weary. Your enjoyment brings me joy that I prepared many of your favorites. I'll have Situ Xiao take some over later. It's a nice treat now and then. Shen Mujin cooed. Aunt Feng, you are the best. After breakfast, Gu Beisheng gave Situ Feng a series of instructions, showered Shen Mujin with unabashed kisses, and then allowed her to depart. Once in the car, Shen Mujin's cheeks remained flushed. Situ Feng chuckled. Little sister-in-law, are you still shy? Shen Mujin shot him a glare. If you persist, you can forget about Aunt Feng's cooking in the future. Oh dear, the fierce demeanor of little sister-in-law is unveiled. Just a few meetings ago, she was nothing but gentle and demure. What has happened now? Shen Mujin nodded. Indeed, you must have heard of my previous conduct. Petulant and unruly, I was. Situ Feng quickly surrendered. All right, little sister-in-law. You are formidable. I yield. Are you tired? You should catch a bit more rest. Finally, Shen Mujin closed her eyes. Recalling the events of the previous night, her face flushed deeper. Thoughts of Gu Beisheng further diminished her sleepiness. She had little confidence in the wager she had set for herself, yet she yearned to leverage her experiences from her past life, in her previous existence. She remembered the surge of various talent shows, such as Cheer Up, Boys, and Girl Power 100, among others, that a slew of programs aimed at crafting fresh idols rapidly rose to prominence within the next 2 months. That new generation idols became well known through these shows, swiftly ascending to the entertainment industry's mid-tier. She recalled that many of these shows had scoured their school for talent, with Song Cici having once auditioned, only to be eliminated early on. If she could sign these budding stars before they participated in the shows, her studio would gain fame once the broadcasts aired. Possessing several new idols would undoubtedly increase her wealth. Upon returning to the set, the observant Wang Miao immediately spotted Shen Mujin descending from Sidu Feng's RV. She slapped her face, donned a sugary smile, and approached, seizing Shen Mujin's hand. "Mujin, are you all right?" Shen Mujin grimaced, retracting her hand and shaking her head dismissively before walking away. Sidu Feng attempted to follow, having made a promise to Gu Beisheng that his little sister-in-law must remain unscathed. However, Wang Miao boldly obstructed his path. "Hello, Sidu. I am Wang Miao, Mujin's classmate, being classmates and doormates." Sidu Feng felt obliged to show courtesy to Shen Mujin's friend. He extended his hand to grasp Wang Miao's delicate fingers, greeting her with politeness and grace. "Hello, Wang. Since you're Mujin's friend, you are also mine." Wang Miao's smile widened. "I didn't expect the illustrious Situ Feng to be so approachable." "Not at all. I still have a scene to prepare for," he replied casually. Wang Miao nodded eagerly. "All right, let us grab a meal together sometime." Situ Feng nodded absent-mindedly as he quickened his pace to catch up with Shen Mujin. "Come out." Song Cici emerged from a corner, handing her phone to Wang Miao. Wang Miao glanced at it smugly, only for her smile to fade. "What is this? Can you even take a proper photo? How can I post such an unflattering picture?" Song Cici, feigning innocence, explained, "The lighting was poor, but we can edit it. Your silhouette is still beautiful." "Where is it beautiful? With such a splendid figure, even in profile, it exudes a mysterious allure. Just look at how Situ Feng gazes at you with such delight. He must be captivated by your beauty." Song Cici's insincere flattery pleased Wang Miao, who opened a photo editing app and began making adjustments, casually asking, "What about Qianlinger? The director said she would arrive this afternoon to film." Song Cici responded, "Once she gets here, have her come find me immediately." Song Cici nodded, gingerly handing over a cup of hot coffee. "Miao, since Linger isn't here right now, should I check on Mujin?" "Do not go," Wang Miao snapped. "Understand this. You are my assistant. If you dare sneak off, don't blame me for being harsh." Song Cici's hands clenched tightly. Without visiting, how could she glean information about Gu Beisheng? Without going, how could she strategize her plans? While Wang Miao might not be a significant threat, she had become a stumbling block, and removing her would require effort. Reluctantly, she conceded, "Miao, I only saw Sidu Feng accompany Shen Mujin, and I thought I could help you gather some intel on him." Wang Miao's eyes suddenly lit up. "Then you go and bring me Situ Feng's WeChat ID." "This is asking too much," Song Cici protested. "How could Situ Feng possibly give her his WeChat?" "What do you mean, this is asking too much? If you cannot obtain his WeChat ID, I will leak your and Zhang's information today." "Miao, you? What do you mean you? Hurry up and go." Song Cici walked away with her head bowed. Wang Miao often threatened her regarding President Zhang, and it just so happened that President Zhang was someone she could not afford to offend within the Shalon film industry. With Wang Miao's aunt backing her, even her benefactor, President Zhang, had to give Wang Miao some face. Moreover, Cici knew that she was at a disadvantage, as Wang Miao held a piece of leverage over her. As she walked, Song Cici secretly contemplated that it was time to find an opportunity to completely eliminate this troublesome Wang Miao. She searched around the production crew, yet there was no sign of Shen Mujin in the makeup room or the rest area. As she passed by Situ Feng's exclusive lounge, she noticed Situ Feng's assistant just as he was delivering 2 cups of hot coffee inside. 2 cups? Shen Mujin must be in Situ Feng's lounge. After a moment of hesitation, Song Cici gathered her courage and knocked on the door. Situ Feng's assistant opened the door and coldly inquired, "What do you want?" In this day and age, countless starlets knocked on Situ Feng's door, and his assistant showed no kindness to them. However, to his surprise, Song Cici was an exception. She was not there to seek Situ Feng. "Hello. I apologize for the intrusion. That I am a good friend of Mujin's, and came to visit her upon hearing she was back." Inside, Shen Mujin heard Song Cici's voice and rubbed her temples, saying, "Let her in." Only then did Song Cici humbly bow to the assistant, saying, "I apologize for the trouble." Her beauty and gracious demeanor immediately changed the assistant's perception of her. Sidu Feng had been driven out by Shen Mujin and was wandering around the production set with a sullen expression. Holding the coffee, Chu Mushiua, looking aggrieved, called out to him, "Brother Situ." Sidu Feng immediately became alert. "Mushiua, what is it?" "Brother Situ, I want to talk to you." Inside the lounge, as soon as Sidu Feng stepped out, Song Cici immediately sat down beside Shen Mujin. "Mujin, how are you? You scare me to death. I rushed over as soon as I heard you fell in the lake, but you were already taken away by Sidu Feng. You can't swim. How could you be so careless and fall into the lake?" Shen Mujin looked at her worried expression and found it amusing that it's nothing. "I just swallowed a couple of mouthfuls of lake water. Online, they say you intentionally fell into the lake. Is that true?" Shen Mujin shot her a cold glance. "Aren't you the one who knows me best? Do you think I, Shen Mujin, would harm myself while trying to harm others?" Song Cici quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I believe you that it's just that everyone is saying that online." "All right. What did you want to talk to me about?" Song Cici hesitated for a moment before whispering, "The rumors online about you and Sidu Feng are all over the place. Don't you fear that Gu Beisheng will come looking for trouble?" Shen Mujin silently laughed to herself. How could Gu Beisheng possibly trouble her? He would rather have Sidu Feng by her side at all times to take care of her. However, in her previous life, Shen Mujin had never had the opportunity to know Gu Beisheng's good friend, and naturally, Song Cici was unaware of the relationship between Sidu Feng and Gu Beisheng. Understanding Song Cici's mindset, Shen Mujin replied, "Do I care about Gu Beisheng's thoughts? Sidu Feng is wealthy, handsome, and, most importantly, gentle and considerate. I'm very happy with him. You and he are together." Song Cici's mouth dropped open in surprise. Shen Mujin, however, ambiguously hummed in acknowledgement, effectively cutting off any further inquiries. Chapter 61. Humiliation. Song Cici found it somewhat difficult to decipher Shen Mujin's thoughts. In the past, Shen Mujin had been entirely devoted to Mo Yinji. Could it be that she truly looked down upon him? After all, Mo Yinji was merely a pawn in her plans. If Shen Mujin were to get involved with Sidu Feng, her plans would become significantly more complicated. After all, Sidu Feng was not someone she could easily ensnare, nor would he be as compliant as Mo. It seemed that she would have to maneuver through this situation, even if Mo Yinji became a useless pawn. Before discarding him, she needed to maximize his utility. Noticing Song Cici's contemplative expression, Shen Mujin understood she was plotting something against her. "What are you thinking?" "Ah, nothing." Shen Mujin suddenly spoke up, startling Song Cici. "Let us go. Isn't Wang Miao Miao going to make things difficult for you if you stay here for too long?" Mentioning Wang Miao Miao reminded Song Cici of the task that Miao Miao had assigned her, to obtain Situ Feng's WeChat ID. But how could she approach Shen Mujin to successfully acquire it? Ultimately, with no other option, she resorted to her tactic of feigning vulnerability. "Mujin, I need your help with something." Her pitiful, tearful demeanor made Shen Mujin feel a wave of nausea. Yet she maintained a concerned expression. "Speak, what is it?" "Mujin, could you give me Situ Feng's WeChat ID?" This surprised Shen Mujin. "What do you need his WeChat for? Don't tell me you have a crush on him too." Song Cici quickly waved her hands. No, you misunderstood. It's for Wang Miao Miao." Shen Mujin flatly refused. No. Song Cici awkwardly grasped Shen Mujin's hand, pleading, "Mujin, you know Miao Miao has a bit of a temper if I don't get it for her. She will definitely make things difficult for me. Just help me out, please." Shen Mujin frowned. "Does she like Sidu Feng?" Song Cici hurriedly shook her head. No, she merely said Sidu Feng is her idol and just want a WeChat ID. Moreover, given her aunt's influence, she could get one easily, but then she would definitely make things hard for me. "Mujin, consider a favor. Please help me." Feigning thoughtfulness, Shen Mujin finally nodded reluctantly. "But let us get this straight. I would not do this if you weren't my good friend." Song Cici repeatedly expressed her gratitude. "I knew you were the best, Mujin." Shen Mujin then said, "Hurry back. When Sidu Feng returns, I'll send you his WeChat ID." Song Cici nodded in agreement and stood up to leave. Meanwhile, in Chu Mushiua's private lounge, Sidu Feng was secretly messaging Gu Beisheng, feeling a headache coming on. "Big brother, Gu Beisheng found me and is currently crying and complaining that Gu Beisheng quickly replied with a single line. No need to pay her any mind. Looking at the tearful Gu Beisheng, Situ Feng found himself at a loss for how to comfort her and simply handed her a tissue. Stop crying. You can't force feelings that you're so beautiful. You shouldn't have trouble finding someone to marry that. If not, I can introduce you to some decent friends in the industry. Brother Situ, we grew up together. My heart has always belonged to Brother Sheng. And you should know this. Situ Feng rubbed his temples. What does that matter? Big brother only has eyes for little sister-in-law. You're just a surplus. Brother Situ, can you help me? How can I assist with your relationship issues? Gu Beisheng wiped her tears and said, Actually, all you need to do is persuade Brother Sheng for me. We have been betrothed since childhood. I don't believe he doesn't care for me. His marriage to Shen Mujin must have some unspoken reason. I don't blame him. I will wait for him forever. Situ Feng quickly nodded. All right, I'll help you with this and I'll talk to him properly. Don T cry. There's still a play later. I'll take my leave now. When Song Sisi returned to Wang Miao's side, Qianlinger had already come back, uncertain of what Wang Miao had said. Qianlinger was wiping her tears. Upon seeing Song Sisi return, Wang Miao immediately ordered her to leave. Remember what I told you. If this happens again, just roll out of the production team. Qianlinger nodded and left in tears. Wang Miao instantly transformed her expression and asked Song Sisi, So, did you get the WeChat ID? Seeing Song Sisi nod, her smile broadened. What are you waiting for? Quickly give it to me. Song Sisi looked at her phone, feeling somewhat conflicted. I still have to wait a bit. Situ phone was here earlier. Mujin said she would send it to me when he returns. Upon hearing that it would take longer, Wang Miao angrily threw the remaining coffee in her hand onto Song Sisi. What is this? If you have it, then you have it. If not, then you don't. Are you playing with me? Her shrill voice pierced Song Sisi's eardrums, and she clutched her fingers tightly, forcing herself to endure. Miao, you have to believe me. Mujin said she would definitely give it. Wang Miao grew even angrier. Standing up and shoving Song Sisi. Are you her dog? How can you trust her so much? Why don't you just go find her instead? I'm sure she can help you with President Zhang's matter. Get lost. Miao ding. Song Sisi's phone chimed, and she quickly opened it to find a QR code sent by Shen Mujin, with a note saying it was from Situ phone. Wang Miao snatched the phone from her hands, excitedly plopping back down as she eagerly scanned the code. After confirming the friend request was sent, she promptly deleted the message from the chat. Oh dear, Sisi, how did your clothes get like this? Wang Miao returned the phone and casually pulled out a cashmere coat from her suitcase, handing it to her. Here, wear this. I've only worn it once or twice, and it's nearly brand new. Song Sisi waved her hands. No need. I brought my own clothes. What? You don't like it? This is an Italian custom brand worth 100,000. Giving it to you is a sign of respect. Song Sisi had no choice but to take over. She watched as Wang Miao gleefully clutched her phone, and the anger swelling within her nearly caused her to explode. Wang Miao epitomized the spoiled rich girl, throwing tantrums at the slightest displeasure, while anything could amuse her when she was happy. The sticky residue of coffee clung to Song Sisi, making her feel nauseated, with no background, no strength, and being at the mercy of others. A sense of helplessness gradually gnawed at her sanity. Chapter 62. Qianlinger's helplessness with Sheng covertly maneuvering between her and Situ Feng. Life in the film crew had settled into a semblance of stability for a while. The filming at the film city was nearing completion, and barring any unforeseen events, it was expected to wrap up by the following afternoon. Coincidentally, it was Friday, and the director waved his hand to announce a 2-day holiday for everyone, instructing them to gather again on Monday to head to the Bahang grasslands. Upon hearing the news of the holiday, everyone was elated, but Qianlinger remained troubled after visiting Wang Miao. That afternoon, her scenes with Shen Mujin had been interrupted by the director multiple times. Although Qianlinger's phone was on silent, the persistent vibrations still reached Shen Mujin's ears, observing Qianlinger's dwindling focus. Shen Mujin spoke up, Director, how about we take a break and shoot the others first? Situ Feng quickly echoed her suggestion, glancing at the director, who slammed the script down in frustration and nodded heavily. Prepare for the next scene. Qianlinger, adjust yourself quickly. We will make up for it tonight. Qianlinger deeply bowed to everyone and rushed out. Shen Mujin, curious, followed her. In the most secluded corner of the crew, Qianlinger slumped down on the ground. Her phone on speaker mode beside her feet. As soon as the call connected, a sharp, furious voice erupted. "You wretched girl, how dare you not answer my call?" Qianlinger wiped her tears and forced her voice to steady. "Mom, I'm filming. Stop with the nonsense, send money back. Last month, you only sent 5,000 yuan. This month, I'm really out of money." Her mother didn't believe her. "You're telling me you're out of money? You're a big star now, and they say filming one episode earns hundreds of thousands. How can you claim you're broke? Are you trying to fool me?" Qianlinger helplessly hugged her arms, crying silently. "Speak up, you wretched girl. Your brother is getting married, and the bride's family wants a house and a car in the city. Plus, renovations won't cost much. 1 million will suffice." Qianlinger was on the brink of collapse. "Mom, I am not worth 1 million even if you sold me." "Rubbish, you ungrateful daughter. Now that you're doing well outside, you neglect your family? Just think about it. For you to attend university, your brother dropped out of school and middle school to earn money for you. You heartless thing. Your brother is already 30, finally meeting a good partner, and you can't even help? Mom, I've told you, I have no money. I don't have more than 1,000 yuan to my name. What can I give you?" There was a moment of silence on the other end before the call was picked up by someone else, a voice filled with weariness and resignation. "Daughter." "It's Dad, Dad." Just that one word had Qianlinger in tears. After a heavy sigh, he asked, "Daughter, how much is the crew paying you for filming?" Qianlinger patiently explained, "Dad, I'm just a minor supporting role. And as a newcomer, I only earn about 1,000 yuan per episode, and my scenes combined don't exceed a dozen episodes. And after taxes, I'll only take home a little over 10,000. There was a prolonged silence on the other end, and her mother's shrill voice could still be heard in the background. "Liar. Daughter, you know our family's situation. Your brother's getting married, and we need at least several 100,000. Can't you at least get the payment from the crew back?" Qianlinger tightened her arms helplessly. "The payment is only given after filming is complete. I genuinely have nothing." That a rustling sound indicated that the phone had returned to her mother's hand. "Wretched girl. Who do you think you're fooling? You earn over 10,000 just for filming. Who would believe that? Regardless, you have 1 month to gather 1 million. Mom, do you only care about my brother? Are you willing to drive me to death for money?" Qianlinger's accusations did little to shake her mother's resolve. "What do you mean, death? Don't you have a wealthy friend? Befriend her and let her lend you some. You can pay her back slowly later." Qianlinger was so distraught she could hardly speak, and after her mother admonished her a few more times, she hung up. She sat there, burying her head in her knees and crying hysterically. As her sobs gradually subsided, Shen Mujin approached, gently patting her shoulder and offering her a tissue. Qianlinger seemed startled, pushing herself back a bit and gazing at Shen Mujin in astonishment. "Shen Mujin?" Without pretension, Shen Mujin sat cross-legged beside her. "Did you hear everything?" "Indeed, I heard all." Qianlinger managed a bitter smile. "Well, it doesn't matter. Let them mock if they wish." Shen Mujin shook her head. "If you need a vent, I can be your sounding board." Qianlinger regarded Shen Mujin, silent for a long time. Just when Shen Mujin thought she wouldn't speak, Qianlinger finally opened up. "I was born in a remote, impoverished village cut off from the world, and my family is quite traditional. As you've heard, I have an older brother who is 30 and still unmarried due to our family's poverty. My mother has favored him since childhood, indulging him while I feel like nothing more than a cash machine." Shen Mujin rested her chin on her hand, listening intently. She knew all the answers lay in Qianlinger's forthcoming words. "Since entering university, I became good friends with Wang Miao Miao. Rather than a friend, I was more like her lackey. Being with her afforded me many benefits, tea the very least. I saved on food expenses. And nearly everything I own, clothes, bags, etc., comes from what Wang Miao Miao no longer wanted. During my free time, I took on tutoring and worked in a CAF, and every month, aside from saving for my own living expenses, I had to send 3,000 yuan home. This situation persisted throughout my university years, adding up to about 100,000 yuan. That I know my mother has used that money for my irresponsible brother. She claims he dropped out to earn money for my education. But I know it was because he was expelled for fighting. Moreover, throughout these years, his instances of working outside have been few and far between. He has not earned a cent, yet each time he goes out, He expects us to send him several thousand. I heard from Dad that he has a girlfriend now, and she is pregnant with a esteemed. Why mother is eager for a grandchild, treating her like royalty. And when she demands a house and a car, my mother readily agrees. All that money is being counted against me. Chapter 63. An olive branch. Initially, Wang Miao Miao had promised me a spot in the crew as her assistant, offering 5,000 yuan a month, but later she handed that opportunity to Song Cici. While filming, I couldn't take on other jobs, so I stopped sending money home, which led to my mother calling me for fun from time to time. She believes that being an actress means being a star, easily earning hundreds of thousands, but little does she know what life is like for me outside. For me, hundreds of thousands is an astronomical figure. Shen Mujin patted her shoulder in comfort. She had never realized that Qian Linger bore such burdens. After a moment, Qian Linger suddenly knelt. Mujin, I'm sorry. It was me who pushed you into the water. It was Wang Miao Miao who forced me. If I didn't push you, she would have kicked me out of the crew. I had no choice. I'm so sorry. Shen Mujin was already aware of this. She had long since ceased to pursue the matter, recognizing that Qian Linger had taken the fall for her. I live in constant remorse. Shen Mujin smiled, helping her back to a seated position. There is no need for apologies. I've already forgiven you. While it was you who pushed me, you also showed your conscience by shielding me from harm. I knew then that you were not inherently ill-natured. Qian Linger bowed her head. I will always remember your words. If I can distinguish right from wrong, I have always known, yet I harmed you out of selfishness. Realizing one's mistakes and striving to amend them is of utmost importance. Furthermore, Qian Linger is inherently kind. Her actions were merely a result of her circumstances. The drama they participated in was destined to become a hit. Although Qian Linger played a minor character, her role had ample screen time and a favorable setup, promising to attract a wave of fans upon release. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Mujin scrutinized Qian Linger. Her complexion was a healthy wheat tone, her figure well-proportioned and firm. Her face may not be exquisite, but it was charming enough. With a little enhancement, her path in the entertainment industry could be quite promising. With so many talent shows emerging, guiding her to participate could yield unexpected rewards. Shen Mujin aspired to establish her own agency, necessitating the selection of suitable and promising artists. Though Qian Linger was not her first choice, offering her an opportunity could resolve her current predicaments. Qian Linger, do you trust me? Suddenly, Shen Mujin posed this question, leaving Qian Linger momentarily stunned. Shen Mujin clarified, after we finish this drama, I plan to open an agency, and I want to sign you as one of my artists of me. Shen Mujin nodded. Yes. It is you that I possess no remarkable talents. Why would you choose to sign me? Shen Mujin chuckled. Who said you lack talent? Your acting skills are exceptional. You immerse yourself into your roles with remarkable speed. Given more opportunities, I have no doubt you will excel. But I am aware of what you wish to express. In the early stages of the studio's establishment, opportunities are scarce. However, everything comes gradually that I have confidence in my abilities. It all hinges on whether you have faith in joining us. Qian Linger fell into deep contemplation. For someone like her, lacking connections, entering the entertainment industry necessitated the backing of a company. She had initially planned to seek Wang Miao Miao's assistance after the completion of this drama, hoping to join her aunt's Shilon Film Company. Yet now, Wang Miao Miao persistently pressured her into actions that contradicted her conscience and morals, leaving her apprehensive about the prospect of joining her aunt's company under such duress. Now, with Shen Mujin extending an olive branch, she found herself at a crossroads, unsure whether to accept. After all, in her mind, Shen Mujin and Wang Miao Miao were not dissimilar. Both were capricious heiresses. Signing would entail a detailed contract. Why don't I have someone draft it tonight? You can review it before making a decision. Moreover, as the first signed newcomer in my studio, you will receive a signing bonus of 100,000 yuan. 100,000? Qian Linger gasped in astonishment. To her, it was a substantial sum, whereas for Shen Mujin, it was merely a trivial amount. Sending that 100,000 home could indeed alleviate her family's current predicament. I will manage the studio diligently. The income you earn in the future will far exceed that initial 100,000. This amount is merely the signing fee. Subsequent activities will yield profit-sharing arrangements, which is certainly preferable to your aimless pursuits. Finally, Qian Linger lifted her gaze and asked, Why do you want to sign me? If it is out of pity, I do not desire that. Shen Mujin stood up and pulled Qianlinger to her feet. It is simply because I recognize your potential. Qianlinger felt a stir of emotions. Shen Mujin seemed different from Wang Miao. The last time, although Shen Mujin was aware that she had pushed her into a precarious situation, she still chose to conceal the truth. This time, despite knowing the harm she had caused, Shen Mujin was willing to offer her another chance, and no longer hesitating. Qianlinger nodded affirmatively. I agree to sign. Shen Mujin extended her hand. Welcome aboard. The two exchanged smiles and returned to the set together. During the evening reshoots, Qianlinger's performance was exceptional, completing her scenes in one take. Shen Mujin returned to her room and called Gu Beisheng to discuss legal and contract matters. Gu Beisheng, visibly displeased, remarked, after such a long silence, "You called just to discuss contracts." Shen Mujin playfully replied, "Primarily, I missed you," which prompted this call. Her soft and sultry tone made Gu Beisheng's stomach tighten. He shut down his office computer and stood up. "Wait for me." "Wait, are you coming to the set?" "Yes." Shen Mujin rubbed her forehead. "Darling, I am returning tomorrow afternoon. IT is quite late. Do you really need to make the trip? What's the matter? Do you not want me to come?" "No, I just worry it may be too tiring for you. I'm leaving tomorrow afternoon." After all, Gu Beisheng smiled warmly. "Don't worry, I have nothing urgent tomorrow that I will wait for you at the set and take you home afterward." "All right, I will wait for you." After hanging up, both of them shared a knowing smile, filled with sweet affection. Meanwhile, in Song Cici's room, a passionate scene unfolded. The man atop her, fervently engaged, was Mo Yinji, who had not been in the limelight for a long time. After his previous misdeeds against Shen Mujin were exposed, Gu Beisheng had ruthlessly driven his faltering company to declare bankruptcy. Furthermore, he had leveraged his connections to have Mo Yinji confined by his father for a month. Now that he had just regained his freedom, he received a call from Song Cici, and without hesitation, he rushed to the set, eager to indulge after a month of deprivation. Song Cici clung to his neck. Her tone sultry. "Mo Xixiang, be patient. Tomorrow promises even more excitement." Chapter 64. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Gu Beisheng booked a presidential suite and sent the room number to Shen Mujin. Dressed impeccably, she hurried over. Upon opening the door, Gu Beisheng swiftly pulled her inside, pinning her against the wall. "Did you miss me?" Shen Mujin blushed and retorted, "Do you miss me?" In response, he showered her with fervent kisses. The next day, Shen Mujin's scene was scheduled for 10 o'clock. She awoke at 9:30, while Gu Beisheng had already been working on his computer. Frustrated, she scratched her head and complained, "Why didn't my alarm go off?" Gu Beisheng smiled. "I turn it off? What? I have a scene to perform. How could you turn off my alarm? What if I am late? Rest assured, I will ensure you are not late." Gu Beisheng pointed to the side. Where clean clothes were already prepared, you still have time for breakfast. The breakfast spread was lovingly prepared by Gu Beisheng. Heart-shaped fried eggs, warm milk, and toast. Shen Mujin quickly washed up, changed, and sat at the table. Upon seeing the heart-shaped egg, she couldn't help but recall the time she had made him a culinary disaster by mistakenly adding the wrong seasonings. Yet he had consumed it all with a blissful expression. Perhaps that was what love truly meant. As Shen Mujin took a bite of the fried egg, she was pleasantly surprised by its delightful taste and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. She hadn't anticipated that President Gu could cook. While drinking her milk, she suddenly remembered something and scolded, "I intended to consult you about the signing contract. It's all your fault. Last night." Gu Beisheng had kept her preoccupied with love until she had fallen asleep, completely forgetting about the contract. She had promised Qianlinger to show her the contract today. Alas, it seemed she would have to break that promise. Shen Mujin's face scrunched up in distress. Gu Beisheng found her adorable and handed over his laptop. "Here, take a look yourself." Shen Mujin glanced over and immediately perked up. "You completed it? Check if there are any changes or additions needed." Shen Mujin shook her head vigorously. How could there be any need for modifications to a contract prepared by President Gu? Gu Beisheng chuckled indulgently. "I will send you the electronic version shortly." He glanced at the time and then at Shen Mujin, pulling her close to lick the milk remaining on her lips before kissing her gently. "If you don't leave now, you truly will be late." Blushing, Shen Mujin dashed out but turned back at the door. "Thank you. Darling, I can't return for lunch. Remember to eat by yourself. I'll be done by 3 o'clock, so wait for me." Gu Beisheng nodded. Shen Mujin donned her hood and, as she was about to leave, blew him a kiss. Once the door closed, Gu Beisheng sat at the table, satisfied, devouring the remains of Shen Mujin's breakfast. His heart brimming with love. Even leftover food tasted delightful. On set, Song Sisi stood behind Wang Miao Miao, her eyes scanning the surroundings. When she spotted Shen Mujin's arrival, she hurriedly messaged him. He swiftly entered Shen Mujin's room with a rune card Song Sisi had procured. After locking the door, he stripped off his shirt and slipped under Shen Mujin's covers, taking a few selfies before editing a post for Weibo. Visiting my girlfriend on set. Feeling incredibly happy. He sent it out along with the photos. Once done, he dressed and quietly departed Shen Mujin's room. Following Song Sisi's instructions, he returned in the afternoon bearing a large bouquet of vibrant roses and dozens of cups of hot coffee. Boldly entering the SET that moment, Shen Mujin was filming a scene with Sidu Feng. Upon seeing him, Song Sisi signaled, and he proceeded to distribute coffee to the crew, expressing gratitude for their care of Shen Mujin. Everyone gathered in small groups, discussing how Mo Yinji truly knew how to take care of his girlfriend. As Shen Mujin wrapped up her scene, Mo Yinji rushed over, holding the roses Mujin before Shen Mujin could react. Sidu Feng stepped in protectively, glaring at the roses in Mo Yinji's hand. "Who are you? What is happening?" Shen Mujin's real boyfriend was facing off against a big star. Was Sidu Feng truly involved with Shen Mujin? The onlookers quickly took out their phones, capturing the unfolding drama. Some even gathered around Wang Miao Miao and Song Sisi, questioning, "Aren't you all from the same school? What is going on with Shen Mujin?" Wang Miao Miao scoffed. "Is it not obvious? The one with the flowers is Shen Mujin's boyfriend. Everyone at school knows he came to the set to flirt with a big star, clearly looking down on a previous boyfriend." Song Sisi smirked inwardly, convinced that Gu Beisheng would not remain indifferent. This situation would undoubtedly make headlines, and the Gu family would not tolerate their daughter-in-law's flirtations. Shen Mujin leaned towards Sidu Feng, whispering about Mo Yinji's identity. "Ignore him. Let's go to Sidu Feng," known for his fiery temper, immediately threw a punch at Mo Yinji upon hearing that he had drugged his sister Dash in Dash Law Mo Yinji. Feigning patience, wiped the blood from his mouth and knelt on one knee, pleading with Shen Mujin. "Mujin, I was wrong. It was all my fault. I beg you to forgive me. Please don't break up with me." Shen Mujin glanced around at the prying eyes and quickly deduced that it was Song Sisi's doing. With a cold glint in her eyes, she replied indifferently, "Mo Yinji, if you know what's good for you. Get lost?" She then leaned closer, her voice low enough for only him to hear, warning, "Do you want to test my patience? The last incident where you drugged me remains unresolved. If you provoke me again, it won't just be you who suffers. The entire Mo family will bear the consequences." Mo Yinji froze momentarily. "Get lost," he repeated, feigning reluctance as he stood and took 2 steps back. "Mujin, no matter what happens, I will always love you and wait for you." Sidu Feng raised his fist once more, prompting Mo Yinji to turn and leave quickly, a triumphant smile spreading across his face as he did so. Chapter 65. Walking a Tightrope. After Sidu Feng and Shen Mujin finished filming, they were free for a break. Wang Miao Miao rushed to catch up with Sidu Feng before he left. "Hello, Sidu. I added you on WeChat earlier. Could you please accept my request?" Sidu Feng hesitated and looked at Shen Mujin, who nodded. Only then did he smile and agree. Wang Miao Miao, with a playful grin, turned to Shen Mujin. "Ah, Mujin, I truly envy you. Mo Shige is so devoted to you. Speaking of which, you two have been together for quite a while now. Are you really breaking up?" Shen Mujin, uninterested in her antics, turned to leave. Wang Miao Miao called out loudly, "Mujin, you really need to think carefully about such a wonderful man like Mo Shige." Sidu Feng frowned at her words and was about to leave when Wang Miao Miao stopped. "Si2. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Wang Miao Miao, the niece of President Wang from Shilon Film Industry. My aunt told me you're an exceptional artist, and since we're working on the same project, she insisted I invite you to dinner. How about tomorrow evening?" Sidu Feng's frown deepened. Was this sister-in-law's classmate too pretentious? Not wanting to offend her, he reluctantly pushed his assistant forward. "You contact him, but if he doesn't have a schedule tomorrow evening, you can arrange the dinner." Wang Miao Miao beamed with delight as she exchanged contact information with the assistant. After C2 Feng departed, Song CC emerged from the shadows, handing her phone to Wang Miao Miao. Wang Miao Miao looked at the photos on the screen, her smile widening. Upon returning to her room, Shen Mujin noticed her quilt haphazardly thrown on the bed, which surprised her momentarily. However, she assumed it was left unmade from the previous night and picked up her suitcase to head to Gu Beisheng's room. He was there, and as she entered, they were both engrossed in something on the computer. Tu Feng awkwardly greeted her, little sister-in-law, you're here to, What are you looking at? C2 Feng vacated his spot, and Shen Mujin leaned in to take a glance, rolling her eyes. Another trending topic? How boring. Little sister-in-law, this trending topic is a bit troublesome. You should take a closer look. Shen Mujin tilted her head to see a Weibo account trending. The username being Mo, family's young master. Could it be Mo Yinji? She opened his Weibo, and the post had garnered an overwhelming number of likes. Visiting my girlfriend on set. So blessed. While the words seemed innocuous, the accompanying photo held deeper implications. Keen-eyed individuals had magnified the image, revealing Mo Yinji taking a shirtless selfie with a picture frame on his bedside table that unmistakably featured Mo Yinji and Shen Mujin together. Their poses intimate. She frowned, recalling that this was a photo Song CC had taken of her and Mo Yinji before her rebirth at that time. Her focus had solely been on Mo Yinji, resulting in their close demeanor during the photo session. The Gu Beisheng's expression soured as he sensed the room's atmosphere growing colder while she scrutinized the photo. Feeling guilty, she playfully wrapped her arms around his, murmuring, "Darling, back then, was I blind? Besides, this photo is quite old." Gu Beisheng pulled her into his embrace and tossed his phone to C2 Feng. "Take a picture." C2 Feng chuckled. "Big brother, is your dark expression due to not having a photo with your little sister-in-law?" "Isn't that so? They don't even have wedding photos." Gu Beisheng grumbled, putting the issue of wedding photos on the agenda. "Big brother, you should smile." Frustrated, Gu Beisheng managed a forced smile just as C2 Feng clicked the shutter. Capturing the moment, Shen Mujin planted a kiss on Gu Beisheng's cheek. "Wow, little sister-in-law, you're amazing. Your profile is stunning. This photo is so sweet." Gu Beisheng couldn't suppress his smile, using his fingers to change his phone's wallpaper and lock screen to that very photo. "You should change yours too." Shen Mujin hesitated. "Darling, I can only change the wallpaper, all right? Many people can see the lock screen, and our relationship isn't something we can publicly acknowledge just yet." Gu Beisheng pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Tu Feng interjected, acting as a massive third wheel. "Big brother, little sister-in-law, could you consider my feelings as a single dog still present? Can't you showcase your affection privately? Don't shatter my fragile heart." Gu Beisheng showed no mercy. "You can leave. Big brother, don't be like that. I'm here for little sister-in-law. And we should discuss how to handle this trending topic that if little sister-in-law goes out now, she will likely be besieged by my fans." Shen Mujin looked at Gu Beisheng with innocent eyes. "Darling, I was at your place last night. You must help me." Song CC and Mo Yanji's plans had backfired. Originally, Song CC intended for this news to surface, making Gu Beisheng believe Shen Mujin was secretly meeting with Mo Yanji. Little did they know, Shen Mujin was already in Gu Beisheng's embrace. However, their scheme had tarnished Shen Mujin's reputation, leading to widespread condemnation online, branding her as someone who straddles two boats. Shameless and a white lotus. The public's perception of Shen Mujin didn't concern her, as long as those she cared about believed in her. That was enough. However, as a public figure, the negative impact of this incident was significant and needed resolution. Shen Mujin turned to Gu Beisheng for assistance. "Darling, what should we do?" Gu Beisheng glanced at C2 Feng and then at his wife, decisively stating, "You two should remain ambiguous. Neither confirm nor deny anything." C2 Feng grinned mischievously at this. "Big brother, you're not thinking of using little sister-in-law to create a scandal, are you?" Dream on. On Mo Yinji's end, he planned to release the surveillance footage from the second brother's side. What? He had failed his marriage proposal, and the timeline was clear. He had openly stated they were already separated. This was a deliberate act of revenge, leading to this scandal. Would anyone believe it? Find reliable paparazzi to release the information and coordinate from your end. That should resolve the issue. Reliable? Shen Mujin suddenly thought of Qian Tuesday since she intended to open a studio. Sharing this news with her could also serve as a launchpad for her new venture. She decided to pass this matter on to Qian Tuesday before they could leave. The phone from the Gu family, as old residence, rang again. As Tu Feng shrugged helplessly. Your troubles are back. Chapter 66. Killing with kindness. Tu Feng exited through the hotel as front door, drawing the attention of gossip reporters, while Gu Beisheng discreetly led Shen Mujin out the back. Once in the car, Sheng reminded, Mr. Gu, there's a national meeting tonight that requires your leadership. Realizing Gu Beisheng had been accompanying her at the set, Shen Mujin quickly interjected, You should go to the company. I can return to the old residence by myself. However, Gu Beisheng firmly stated, return to the north residence, that he knew that without him, the old residence would be akin to a den of lions for Shen Mujin. There was no way he would allow his wife to face such danger alone. Moreover, with the news frenzy outside, returning would undoubtedly lead to another onslaught of criticism. You should rest at the north residence. Shen Mujin understood he was looking out for her, but avoiding the old residence would only complicate matters further. Don't worry, I can handle it alone, Gu Beisheng insisted. You're going to the north residence. Once I finish my business, we'll return together first thing in the morning. But Gu Beisheng gently ruffled her hair, stating simply, behave. Shen Mujin nodded obediently. Aunt Feng had already prepared Shen Mujin's favorite dishes, intending to pamper her that evening. After greeting Aunt Feng, Shen Mujin went upstairs, took a shower, changed into comfortable clothes, and collapsed onto the large bed she shared with Gu Beisheng. Life on set was exhausting, requiring early mornings to study scripts and memorize lines, followed by late-night shoots. Once back at the north residence, a place that made her feel secure, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. However, her slumber was short-lived. An incessant ringing jolted Shen Mujin awake, and she answered the phone, irritation evident in her voice. Hello, what is going on? Having been disturbed from her dreams, she was understandably displeased, but the voice on the other end was even angrier. Get back here right now. A roar filled with fury jolted Shen Mujin from her slumber. She glanced at the caller ID on her phone, and her expression darkened instantly. How absurd. Where do you expect me to go? What a disgrace. How could someone like you emerge from the Shen family? The voice on the other end was clearly furious, brimming with unrestrained anger. Shen Mujin merely chuckled. What of it? Perhaps you should consider removing my name and my mother's from the Shen family genealogy. It's just the Shen family. Do you think Shen Mujin would be so easily swayed? The call was abruptly taken over by another woman. Mujin, do not hold a grudge against your father. The Gu family has sent someone, and their attitude is quite unpleasant. Your father is somewhat upset, but we still have faith in you. Why not come home for dinner tonight and clarify things? If you've been wronged, the Shen family can support you. Can't we? Shen Mujin sneered coldly. Support her? When has the Shen family ever supported her? They had only ever demanded she support them, forcing her to marry a disabled man to save the family. And now they believed they had found her a good match and wanted to play the benefactors. She had no desire to return to the Shen family. Yet her mother's memorial tablet and belongings still resided there. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Mujin resolved to go back and retrieve her mother's possessions. Before hanging up, her stepmother Wang Lin hastily inquired, Mujin, is your husband with you? You haven't returned home since your marriage. Why not bring him along for dinner this time? Shen Mujin replied coldly, He's not here, and promptly ended the call. Rising to her feet, she deliberately chose an exquisite designer outfit from her wardrobe and selected a limited edition handbag. If she was to return, she would not squander this opportunity. Her stepmother Wang Lin and stepsister Shen Yuner had been eagerly anticipating her struggles in the Gu household, but she would defy their expectations by returning as a refined woman, making them regret their past decisions. She descended the stairs. Aunt Feng had already prepared the meal. Aunt Feng, I must return home. Please do not trouble yourself with cooking, she said apologetically. Home? To the old residence? Aunt Feng questioned. Shen Mujin smiled awkwardly. Just a trip back to the Shen family. Aunt Feng quickly comprehended and asked, Will you return tonight? If not, I won't prepare your favorite dishes. Shen Mujin pondered for a moment and nodded. Although they claimed to invite her for dinner, she doubted she would even get a bite to eat. The Shen family's villa lay in the southern suburbs, a considerable distance from the northern residence. Separated by an entire district, one in the far south, the other in the far north. After hailing a taxi, Shen Mujin found herself caught in rush hour traffic, taking over 2 hours to reach the Shen family home. The villa's gate stood firmly closed. Shen Mujin extended her hand to press her fingerprint against the access panel, but a mechanical voice echoed. Beep, 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 fingerprint error. Frowning, she exhaled on her finger and tried again, only to receive the same erroneous message. How laughable! She had only been married for a short while, and the Shen family was so eager to revoke her access, a wave of desolation washed over Shen Mujin. This place had once held her childhood memories. When her mother was still alive, it had been a haven of joy. Everything changed after that fateful summer when she turned 5. Her mother passed away barely 6 months later, and her father brought home his current wife, Wang Lin. She vividly recalled that Wang Lin had given birth to Shen Yuner just 5 months after entering the household. That time, she had naively thought it was merely gaining a playmate. It was only after she matured that she realized her father had been clandestinely involved with Wang Lin even while her mother was still alive. Wang Lin had doted on her during those early days, granting her every wish without hesitation, even indulging her whims regarding Shen Yuner. Whenever Shen Mujin quarreled with Shen Yuner, Wang Lin would always comfort her, scolding Shen Yuner instead. Even when her father attempted to discipline her, Wang Lin would intervene, claiming she deserved to be spoiled since she had lost her mother at such a young age. With time, Shen Mujin became increasingly willful and tempestuous, while Shen Yuner blossomed into a refined and graceful young lady. It was no surprise that their father favored the demure and elegant second daughter over the headstrong first. Only after Shen Mujin's rebirth did she grasp the intricate web Wang Lin had woven. A trap set for her since she was 5, aptly named The Art of Suffocation. Chapter 67. Returning to the Shen family, the doorbell was within reach, and Shen Mujin scoffed, raising her hand to knock forcefully. A servant soon opened the door, their face a picture of astonishment upon seeing her. Miss, you've returned. Shen Mujin nodded, stepping inside without bothering to change her shoes. Yes, she had anticipated. Her father, Shen Guowei, sat on the sofa, seething with anger. Upon seeing her, he immediately reprimanded. No manners. Feigning innocence, Shen Mujin retorted. Am I to knock before entering my own home? Who exactly lacks manners here? Shen Guowei furrowed his brow. Glancing at Wang Lin, who quickly explained, the previous access system was outdated and had to be upgraded. We haven't had the chance to input your new fingerprint yet. We will do so shortly. Shen Mujin replied coolly, no need. I won't be returning anymore. In a fit of rage, Shen Guowei hurled his teacup at her feet, the scalding tea splattering her clothes and burning her skin. Yet the pain paled in comparison to the sorrow swelling within her. Once, her father had cherished her like a precious gem, but ever since Wang Lin and her daughter arrived, his gaze was filled only with disdain. Viewing her merely as a tool to salvage the Shen family, Shen Mujin felt that merely standing there was a considerable concession to her father. Let us speak plainly. I still have to leave. Shen Guowei understood his daughter's obstinacy, but was taken aback by her increasing disregard for decorum after her marriage. Does the Gu family lack for your presence? How absurd. Aunt Feng's cooking is exquisite. How could they be missing you? Does the Gu family fail to provide for you? Shen Guowei continued. Not to mention the black card from Gu Beisheng. Even the savings left by your mother are sufficient for your whims. How could you lack for funds? Seeing Shen Mujin shake her head dismissively only fueled desire. If he had a teacup at hand, he might have hurled it at her once more. You lack neither sustenance nor money. Why then do you insist on entering the entertainment industry, provoking discontent within the Gu family? Do you have any idea how lowly we had to bow and how shamelessly we had to plead to secure your marriage to Gu Beisheng, the most illustrious man in Lincheng? You've climbed a high branch. This is a blessing you've earned over several lifetimes. Shen Mujin laughed. Should I then express my gratitude to you? Wang Lin interjected hastily. Gratitude for what? We are family. Your happiness brings us joy. Shen Mujin shot her a cold glance. Is that so? The chill in her eyes made Wang Lin shiver involuntarily. Shen Mujin had changed. Previously, her defiance had been mere petulance. But now it bore a calculated depth. Even someone as cunning as Wang Lin found herself momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately redirecting the conversation. Dinner is prepared. Let us discuss any matters after we eat. Shen Guowei sighed deeply and rose to head for the dining room. Seeing Shen Mujin remain seated, Wang Lin approached to assist her. You haven't been home in a while. I prepared your favorite dishes. Come along. Shen Mujin took a step back, evading Wang Lin's grasp, and proceeded to the dining room. Shen Guowei observed the scene, slamming his chopsticks onto the table, admonishing, Wang Lin is your mother. What is this attitude? My mother. Have you forgotten that my mother has been gone for over a decade? How dare you? Wang Lin quickly urged Shen Guowei, let's not bring up painful memories for the child. At that moment, Shen Yuna returned. After the Gu family had departed, she had gone out for a beauty treatment. Upon entering, she sweetly greeted Shen Mujin, hello, sister. Then her eyes scanned the room, immediately falling into disappointment. Isn't brother-in-law with you? Ignoring her entirely, Shen Mujin sat down. Shen Yuna nearly exploded in indignation, but was restrained by Wang Lin, who signaled to her father. Shen Yuna begrudgingly adopted a demure demeanor. Sitting beside Shen Mujin, and inquired, Sister, how is life in the Gu family? Have you faced any grievances? Is brother-in-law treating you well? Shen Mujin merely glanced back, coldly uttering 5 words, What does it matter to you? Instantly, Shen Yuna felt aggrieved. Wang Lin quickly interjected, Yuna, your sister is in a mood today. Do not disturb her. Yuna obediently nodded and got up to help Aunt Feng serve soup, personally delivering it to Shen Mujin's table. As soon as the soup bowl touched the table, Shen Yuna swayed, spilling the greasy broth all over herself. Shen Mujin managed to dodge just in time, stunned. Shen Yuna was quite adept, managing to avoid splattering Shen Mujin directly. As expected, Shen Guowei erupted in fury, overturning the dining table, sending plates and cups crashing to the floor, food scattering everywhere. Shen Mujin, if I do not teach you a lesson today, I shall cease to be your father. Yuna, teary-eyed, rushed to intervene. Dad, please do not blame sister. It was my clumsiness, not her pushing me. Wang Lin and Aunt hurriedly fetched towels to wipe the stains from Shen Yuna's clothes. Shen Mujin, however, could not be bothered to offer an explanation. She simply extracted a wad of 100 yuan bills from her pocket and threw it at Shen Yuna, declaring, This should suffice for you to purchase an entirely new outfit. Yes, she took out the money. She deliberately displayed Gu Beisheng's black card for Shen Yuna to see. And indeed, jealousy flared in Shen Yuna's eyes. Upon entering, she had already noticed that Shen Mujin was adorned in the latest limited edition from a luxury brand that she had long coveted. Although the Shen family was not impoverished, and Shen's father had no shortage of money to spend, their financial standing could only afford high-end garments from more commonplace brands. The luxurious items that Shen Mujin wore were purchases that Shen Yuna could only occasionally acquire during seasonal sales. The casually discarded bag, a high-end limited edition valued at 3 million, represented Shen Yuna's entire annual living expenses. Even the money Shen Mujin carelessly tossed at her was enough for Shen Yuna to buy 2 decent outfits. Consumed by jealousy, Shen Yuna felt that all of this was rightfully hers. It had been she who was meant to marry into the Gu family, yet through a series of unfortunate events. It was Shen Mujin who benefited. She had long forgotten that it was her own reluctance to marry the limping heir that had forced Shen Mujin to take her place. Now, as Shen Mujin found fortune in marrying the second heir, Shen Yuna believed it was Shen Mujin who had stolen what was rightfully hers. Chapter 68. The initial visit Shen Mujin's act of throwing money at Shen Yun thoroughly enraged Shen Guowei. In a fit of fury, he slapped Shen Mujin across the face with such force that her cheek instantly swelled. Time seemed to freeze for a moment as Shen Yuna and her mother Wang Lin exchanged glances filled with triumph. Shen Guowei's hand lingered in the air, having never laid a hand on his child before. He had momentarily lost control in his anger, but now regret washed over him. That slap could very well sever the bond between father and daughter. Indeed, Shen Mujin laughed. Her laughter was frigid, devoid of warmth. Father, consider that slap as repayment for your nurturing. Today, I will take my mother's belongings, and as for the Shen family, I shall never return. Scoundrel! Shen Guowei was taken aback by Shen Mujin's resolute demeanor. Yet, as a father, he could not show weakness and resorted to a harsh reprimand, hoping it would intimidate Shen Mujin into submission. However, to Shen Mujin, it was all inconsequential. She could not forgive her father. At times, she pondered whether her mother had sensed her father's infidelities, leading to her illness and untimely death. Her father was neither a good father nor a good husband. Her mother kept a diary, which Shen Mujin had glimpsed, detailing her mother's life with her father, including the sacrifices made to elope with him. Yet her father had betrayed her mother, which filled Shen Mujin with deep sorrow for her mother. Today she intended to remove her mother's memorial tablet and belongings, determined to liberate her mother from this cold, unwelcoming home. As Shen Mujin ascended the stairs, Shen Guowei, in a fit of rage, blocked her path. The household servants and drivers, following Shen Guowei's orders, hurriedly positioned themselves at the foot of the staircase to prevent Shen Mujin from proceeding. "Move aside," Shen Mujin said coldly. The two men remained steadfast. Turning back with icy eyes, she demanded, "What? Am I not even allowed to take my mother's belongings?" Shen Guowei, exasperated, retorted, "Your mother was a member of the Shen family in life, and in death, she is still a ghost of the Shen family. You, an already married, unfilial daughter, have no right to take anything." The atmosphere between them grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. The cook wiped her hands and opened the door to find two men outside. The one in front carried several boxes of high-end supplements, impeccably dressed in a suit and tie, while the man behind him exuded a regal presence, strikingly handsome. After a brief assessment, the cook inquired, "May I ask whom you are looking for?" Unfamiliar with Gu Beisheng's identity, she could not recognize him. The man in front, Shi Sheng, politely replied, "We are here for a valued guest. Please lead the way." Hesitating momentarily, the cook noticed the extraordinary demeanor of the man behind, and, not wanting to delay the arrival of a guest of the master, gestured for them to enter. Shi Sheng stepped aside, allowing Gu Beisheng to enter. As he turned down the corridor, he spotted his wife, her eyes glistening with tears and a defiant expression, standing at the foot of the stairs. Meanwhile, her so-called father was seething with rage. As though he were about to charge at her, Gu Beisheng's countenance darkened instantly. Shi Sheng, startled, quickly stepped forward, respectfully informing Shen Mujin, "Madam, the young master has arrived." Shen Mujin's body stiffened. She did not look up at Gu Beisheng, but hurriedly lowered her head and turned away. Shen Guowei was equally shocked, scolding the cook, "How could you not announce that young Master Gu has arrived? I should have gone to welcome him personally." With a forced smile, he approached Gu Beisheng and said, "Young Master Gu, your visit is a great honor. Please, make yourself comfortable." Gu Beisheng merely stood there, his gaze fixed on Shen Mujin. Shen Guowei, feeling awkward, added, "My daughter is headstrong and has caused a bit of scene. She just overturned the dining table. Please excuse the chaos." Gu Beisheng glanced at the dining room, which was in disarray, and Shen Yuna, smiling ingratiatingly, greeted him, "Hello, brother-in-law." Gu Beisheng ignored her and turned his attention back to Shen Mujin. Wang Lin frowned and whispered to her daughter, "Quickly go upstairs and change your clothes." Wang Lin had faith in her daughter. She believed that by creating more opportunities for Shen Yuna and Gu Beisheng, she could easily oust Shen Mujin and reclaim what was rightfully hers. Shen Yuna hurried upstairs, and the servants and drivers quickly stepped aside for the second young lady. Shen Mujin attempted to follow, only to be blocked again. "Miss, the master does not permit you to go upstairs. Please do not make it difficult for us." Upon hearing this, Shen Guowei broke into a cold sweat. He quickly explained to Gu Beisheng, "My youngest daughter is ungrateful and insists on taking her mother's memorial tablet. I had no choice but to have her stop." Gu Beisheng's deep-set gaze revealed no emotion, an icy aura enveloping the Shen household in shadows. He slowly approached Shen Mujin, reaching out to pull her closer. When she turned back, the clear imprint of a hand upon her cheek struck Gu Beisheng like a bolt of lightning. His furious gaze swept over Shen Guowei. "Who did this?" Shen Guowei trembled, speechless for a long moment. Wang Lin hurried forward to support Shen Guowei, explaining, "Mujin has always been headstrong. In a moment of anger, her father struck her. He only meant to discipline his daughter. Please do not take offense. Headstrong? Discipline? A slap is merely discipline." Gu Beisheng scoffed, "Isn't this a slap in my face?" Shi Sheng, sensing the tension, quickly interjected, handing over the gift boxes. "Mr. Shen, Mrs. Shen, these are special gifts from our young master. A small token of respect for a first visit." Wang Lin eagerly accepted the boxes, saying, "We are all family. There is no need for such formality." Shen Mujin, feeling the insincerity, coldly interjected, "Am I now permitted to go upstairs to retrieve my mother's belongings?" Wang Lin quickly attempted to placate her. "Mujin, your father's actions were indeed wrong, but you must not be too headstrong. Your sister's memorial tablet has been honored in our home for over a decade. Taking it away suddenly would disturb her peace in the afterlife. Be silent. What right do you have to speak of my mother?" Shen Mujin's suppressed fury was palpable. If looks could kill, Wang Lin would have long since faced her demise. Chapter 69. Teaching a lesson to the unseeing servants. Gu Beisheng was all too familiar with Shen Mujin's confrontational demeanor since their marriage. She had often displayed such a forceful side. Her eventual transformation had led him to doubt whether she was truly the same person. Seeing her like this now made him realize that she had merely changed in her relationship with him. The haughty and willful behavior was merely a facade she had donned to protect herself. In his presence, she was her true self, with a singular focus on retrieving her mother's belongings. Shen Mujin disregarded the objections of others and pressed forward. In a moment of desperation, the servants and drivers pushed her back. Gu Beisheng swiftly intervened, sending the two men tumbling to the ground. Shi Sheng sighed, witnessing the two writhing in pain on the floor. He could only shrug, lamenting their lack of awareness. They had witnessed Shen Guo's subservience to Gu Beisheng, yet still dared to push Gu Beisheng's wife in front of him. Were they seeking their own demise? As the two lay on the ground, Shen Guo and Wang Lin were startled. None of them had anticipated Gu Beisheng would take action in their home with such disregard. Sweat trickled down Shen Guo's brow as he stammered. "Mr. Gu," Gu Beisheng coldly replied, "just teaching a lesson to the blind servants." "What? Does Mr. Shen think I am unqualified?" Could Shen Guo dare to say otherwise? He could only agree. Mr. Gu is right. They should quickly leave. The two departed. Gu Beisheng turned to Shen Mujin and asked, "Is there anything you wish to retrieve? Do you need me to accompany you?" Shen Mujin shook her head. "I will go myself. Go ahead. Take your time. Bring everything you wish to take. I will be waiting for you downstairs to find it." I watched Shen Mujin ascend stairs. Gu Beisheng took a seat on the main sofa, casting a casual glance at Shen Guo and his wife. "Please, have a seat." Only then did they sit down, appearing somewhat apprehensive. As if, at that moment, Gu Beisheng were the true master of the Shen family, he sat there nonchalantly, exuding an aura of authority, as if he were the sovereign of the world. Shen Guo swallowed nervously, trembling as he reached for the tea. "Please, have some tea." There's no need for such trouble. The coldness of those 4 words only heightened his tension. Shen Guo feared that a single misstep in his words might provoke Gu Beisheng's ire, especially since the Shen family's company was still afloat solely due to the financial support from the Gu family. The Gu family had long harbored discontent towards Shen Mujin. Today, Madame Gu, Su Yu, had come, and her words were laced with insinuations, hoping that Shen Mujin would take the initiative to divorce Gu Beisheng. Shen Guo knew his daughter's character all too well. He was filled with frustration, believing that leveraging her relationship with the Gu family could elevate the Shen family's status. However, barely a year into the marriage, Shen Mujin had already turned the Gu family's old residence into a chaotic scene. Their marriage had not been publicly announced. Should a divorce occur now, the Shen family would reap no benefits. This thought made Shen Guo wish he could firmly knock some sense into Shen Mujin's stubborn head. The Gu family was a household of considerable wealth, with assets in the billions. She should know to court favor and cherish such a connection. Instead, she went out and associated with disreputable individuals, generating negative gossip. It would be a miracle if the Gu family tolerated her antics. Wang Lin had mentioned him earlier that if Shen Mujin truly proved inadequate, they could consider replacing her with Shen Yun heir. With Shen Yun heir's amiability, she would undoubtedly thrive within the Gu family. Initially opposed to the idea. After all, how could 2 sisters marry the same man? Wang Lin had wept and pleaded, asserting that she too cared for her daughter. But for the sake of the Shen family, a small sacrifice from Yun heir was acceptable. Moreover, Yun heir had a fondness for Gu Beisheng, while Shen Mujin's heart belonged to another. Contemplating the situation, Shen Guo decided to summon Shen Mujin to discuss matters. If her heart truly lay elsewhere, he could make a trip to the Gu family. After all, what he sought was a connection with them. If Shen Mujin was unworthy, then Shen Yun heir would suffice. However, to his surprise, upon Shen Mujin's return, she was confrontational, threatening to take her mother's spirit tablet. In a fit of anger. The two were at an impasse. Now, with Gu Beisheng present, Shen Guowei found himself at a loss. It was said that Shen Mujin had fallen out of favor with Gu Beisheng. Their relationship strained, but upon observation, it seemed Gu Beisheng held a certain regard for her. The contrast between rumor and reality left Shen Guowei momentarily bewildered. Meanwhile, Wang Lin appeared more astute. Managing to maintain a semblance of cordiality with Gu Beisheng. Mr. Gu, have you been busy with work lately? Are Mujin isn't particularly adept at taking care of things? If there's anything amiss in your life, do let us know, and we shall educate her. Gu Beisheng remained expressionless. There's no need. Everything is quite satisfactory. Wang Lin forced a smile and continued, Mujin has always been a bit unruly. I heard she's off filming again. As a young lady, how can she gallivant about so much after marrying? If you disapprove, we shall certainly prevent her from going. She may do as she pleases. Wang Lin's comments elicited no response from Gu Beisheng, leaving her feeling somewhat awkward. After taking a sip of tea, she stood up. You two stay here. I shall check upstairs for anything that may require assistance. Shen Mujin entered the room where her mother's belongings were stored. The spirit tablet was prominently placed in the center. After lighting incense and bowing her head, she began to tidy up. There wasn't much to sort through, but she distinctly remembered her mother owning a jewelry box, which she had searched for extensively to no avail. The jewelry box, painted red, had become quite worn over the years, usually resting in a corner on the table. This room, aside from her and her father, was likely untouched by anyone else. Where could the jewelry box have gone? After much contemplation, she could only conclude that Wang Lin and Shen Yun heir must have taken it. Shen Mujin marched directly to Shen Yun heir's room, kicking the door open with a loud bang. Shen Yun heir, mid-application of lipstick, was startled, causing the lipstick to smear across her face. Shen Mujin, what do you think you're doing? Do you have no manners? Can't you knock before entering someone else's room? Facing Shen Yun heir's hysterical outburst, Shen Mujin merely rolled her eyes. Uninterested in engaging in a verbal spar, she bluntly inquired, where's the jewelry box my mother left behind? Shen Yun heir's gaze flickered, and she lowered her head to wipe the lipstick from her face. How would I know? Chapter 70. She's the most important in our family. When Wang Lin arrived upstairs, she found Shen Yun heir looking aggrieved. Mom, what's going on? Hurry and clean yourself up. Go downstairs and talk to Mr. Gu for a while. Wang Lin had merely come to urge her daughter, and as for Shen Mujin wanting to take her mother's spirit tablet, she would have applauded such a decision. Yin Wanqing was dead, yet still occupied a room, making these past years uncomfortable for Wang Lin, who often found herself haunted by dreams of the woman with disheveled hair drifting toward her. The past still filled her with dread. If one were to closely examine Yin Wanqing's death, it would be inextricably linked to her. However, having finally secured a connection with Shen Guowei, what was morality to her? As Shen Yun heir prepared to leave with a proud stride, Shen Mujin yanked her back. Shen Mujin, what are you trying to do? Shen Mujin coldly asked. Where's my mother's jewelry box? Wang Lin offered an awkward smile. That jewelry box, Mujin, Yin heir truly doesn't know. Let her go down. I'll fetch the jewelry box for you. Only then did Shen Mujin release her grip, and Shen Yun heir rubbed her arm before hastily heading downstairs. Wang Lin called out to her. Yun heir, make sure to entertain Mr. Gu well. She winked at Shen Yun heir, who nodded in understanding. Only Shen Mujin and Wang Lin remained upstairs. Shen Mujin was disinclined to engage in further conversation, simply stating, bring it to me. Wang Lin nodded. Wait for me a moment. I'll go get it in just a minute or two. Wang Lin returned, holding the old jewelry box. Mujin, please don't misunderstand that I was afraid valuable items might be lost. So I kept it safe. Open it and see. Your mother's jewelry is all inside. Shen Mujin took the box, opened it, and glanced inside. There were a few rings, necklaces, and pairs of earrings. She took a cursory look before closing it again. This jewelry box had never been opened by Shen Mujin. Her mother had passed away early, and she could hardly recall what jewelry her mother possessed. However, she trusted that Wang Lin wouldn't take anything belonging to the deceased. Shen Mujin placed the diary and jewelry box together and picked up her mother's spirit tablet, ready to head downstairs. Wang Lin suddenly stopped her. Mujin, have you thought this through? Are you truly taking your mother's spirit tablet away? Shen Mujin coldly swatted Wang Lin's hand away. Isn't that just what you desire? It's not like that. Mujin, you know that all these years, I've treated you like my own daughter, even better than Yun Er. Silence, you hypocrite. Wang Lin reached out again, but Shen Mujin forcefully pushed her away. Though her strength was considerable, it was not enough to send Wang Lin sprawling. Yet, Wang Lin fell to the ground with a thud, groaning in pain. From behind, Shen Yun Er's worried voice called out, Mom, are you all right? Wang Lin, assisted by Shen Yun Er, shook her head. I'm fine. Don't blame your sister. She didn't do it on purpose. Shen Yun pleaded, wearing an expression of grievance. Mom, she pushed you down, and you're still defending her. This has always been the case. Every time she bullies me, you're on her side. Now she is even bullying you, and you still want to defend her? This mother-daughter duo was quite the performers. Shen Mujin let out a cold, disdainful laugh and turned to leave. But turning back, she found Gu Beisheng standing right behind her. He had witnessed everything. Would he believe Shen Yun Er's claims? A moment of anxiety washed over Shen Mujin. What would she do if Gu Beisheng believed them? However, it was merely a fleeting thought. Gu Beisheng reached out to take the items from her arms, inquiring with concern, Are you hurt? Shen Mujin suddenly smiled. Gu Beisheng believed in her. She shook her head. No, let us go. The two descended the staircase together, ignoring Wang Lin's scheming, which had yielded no results. Frustrated, she stamped her foot and dragged Shen Yun down the stairs. Gu Beisheng and Shen Mujin did not linger. They exited the house, ready to leave. Wang Lin exchanged a glance with Shen Guowei, who mustered the courage to advise. Mujin, your mother's spirit tablet has been here for over a decade. Where do you intend to take it? This is her home. If you continue to act recklessly, do not jest with your mother's memory. Shen Mujin merely caressed her mother's spirit tablet. Remaining silent, Shen Guowei turned to Gu Beisheng. Mr. Gu, my daughter is headstrong. I hope you can counsel her. There's no need. In our family, she holds the highest authority. Her word is final. With that, he disregarded the astonished expressions of the Shen family, took Shen Mujin's hand, and turned to leave. Once outside, Shen Mujin wore a radiant smile as Gu Beisheng placed the items from his arms into the trunk. She leaped into his embrace. Thank you. Gu Beisheng gently tousled her hair and affectionately whispered in her ear, I am your mountain. You may lean on me without hesitation, should any similar troubles arise in the future. Wait for my return, and we shall face them together. It is often said that a father is a daughter's mountain. Yet her own father had long since become another's mountain. Gu Beisheng's words stirred an inexplicable emotion within her. Now, she too had someone to rely on, and she no longer needed to feign strength or adorn herself with thorns for self-protection. Upon returning to the Bay residence, Gu Beisheng personally prepared a sunlit guest room to enshrine the memorial tablet of Shen Mujin's mother. Shen Mujin, cradling her mother's tablet, spoke softly, There is no need for this. I can place my mother at the cemetery. Gu Beisheng arranged the table and took the tablet from Shen Mujin's hands. Placing it reverently, the cemetery is cold and unwelcoming. Mother would not find comfort there. Let us enshrine her here, closer to you, so she may witness your happiness and rest peacefully. Having said this, Gu Beisheng lit incense and knelt down, praying, Mother, Mujin is in my care. Please rest assured, I will ensure her happiness and well-being throughout her life. He then rose and pulled Shen Mujin close, My dear wife. Before Mother, I vow to love, cherish, and protect you. You may trust in me completely. In the Bay residence, love and tenderness abounded, while the Shen household was in disarray. Shen Yun wept uncontrollably. Wang Lin was in a fit of rage. And Shen Guowei sat silently in a corner, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. He had loved Yun Wanqing for many years, yet the guilt that plagued him had never waned. The mistakes of his youth had led to irreparable consequences. And now he could barely maintain a relationship with his own daughter. The smoke stung his lungs, causing him to cough violently. But he understood that the seeds he had sown would yield bitter fruits for him alone. The following day, Shen Mujin found herself unable to sleep early, as the trending news about her had exploded overnight. Alongside her, Mo Yinji was thoroughly scrutinized. It was an undeniable fact that they had once been in a relationship. Numerous classmates had shared photographs, and concrete evidence had surfaced. The tide of public opinion had swiftly turned, with many expressing sympathy for Sidu Feng, claiming he had been toyed with by a newcomer, while others mockingly suggested that he was being manipulated by a woman. The Gu family had even sent someone to personally invite her back to the old residence, leaving Shen Mujin feeling quite overwhelmed as she absent-mindedly raked her fingers through her hair. Gu Beisheng embraced her from behind, and his warm breath instantly calmed her agitated heart. "Are you worried?" Shen Mujin non-committally nodded. "Yes, after all, I was truly involved with Mo Yinji in the past, and the photos circulating are authentic. Mo Yinji has been persistent, making this matter difficult to resolve. Why not publicly announce our relationship?" A warmth surged within Shen Mujin, but then she turned to him playfully and punched his chest. "Don't joke around. Our relationship cannot be exposed. That was a condition for our marriage, do you not remember?" Gu Beisheng certainly had not forgotten, yet to completely quash the rumors surrounding his wife, revealing their relationship seemed the only viable option. After all, he was Gu Beisheng, the most eligible bachelor in Lincheng. With him as her husband, no man would dare approach her. Yet Mo Yinji was an exception, boldly venturing into perilous territory. It appeared the previous warning to the Mo family had not been sufficiently severe. Should Mo Yinji truly threaten the family's core interests, he was confident that the Mo family would take matters into their own hands. After making a phone call, Gu Beisheng cast an assuring glance at Shen Mujin. After having breakfast at the Bay residence, they set off for the old residence. Unsurprisingly, Chu Mushue still had the audacity to cling to the elderly matriarch, demonstrating a massage device she had brought back from abroad as a gift for the old lady. Jiang Xier was also nearby, singing Chu Mushue's praises. "Grandma, Mushue is truly wonderful to you, even more so than I, your own granddaughter." She then affectionately linked her arm with Chu Mushue's and inquired, "Did you bring back the signed photo I asked for?" Chu Mushue playfully tapped Jiang Xier's nose, laughing. "How can I not bring back what our little ancestor desires? Not only did I bring it, but I also secured a signed photo from your favorite appa." "Wow. Thank you, Mushue." Jiang Xier, a naive young girl just stepping into adulthood, was easily swayed by flattery, with a helpless glance toward Gu Beisheng. Shen Mujin muttered softly, "It seems that winning over your family is truly no easy feat." Gu Beisheng raised an eyebrow, smirking. "All you need to do is win me over." The implication was clear. His wife need not abase herself to please anyone. Their playful banter drew the ire of the elderly matriarch once more. Chu Musha, however, feigned innocence, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she stood and bid farewell to the old lady. "Grandma, I must take my leave." "Leave? I still hold sway in this residence. Stay for lunch, and you can depart after dinner," the old lady insisted. Chu Mushua lowered her head, fidgeting with her fingers. "But Gu Sheng, do not mind him. One day he will understand your worth. Sit down and chat with Xier," the matriarch reassured her. Only then did Chu Mushu bite her lip and cast a glance at Gu Beisheng before taking a seat beside Jiang Xier. Seeing that Chu Mushue was upset, Jiang Xier felt compelled to defend her, glaring at Shen Mujin and exclaiming, "Oh, you've already slept with another man, yet you still have the audacity to return to our Gu family? I say, cousin, your wife truly possesses talent. While she flirts with other men, she still manages to keep you under her thumb. When it comes to seducing men, she must be unrivaled." Her words were as cutting as a knife. And Shen Mujin's fingers instinctively tightened. Though she constantly reminded herself not to stoop to the level of a child, Jiang Xier's venomous words pierced her heart deeply. The power of gossip had never felt more palpable to Shen Mujin than it did now. In this second life, Gu Beisheng would not allow his wife to suffer indignities. He coldly reprimanded Jiang Xier. "Apologize." Jiang Xier, raised in indulgence, defiantly retorted, "I won tea. Why should I apologize? I merely spoke the truth." Shen Mujin is a harlot. The sound of a crisp slap echoed throughout the hall, startling not only Jiang Xier but also Shen Mujin, who was taken aback by Gu Beisheng's sudden action. "Apologize," he demanded, his voice devoid of warmth. Jiang Xier, now in tears, ran to the elderly matriarch's side, exclaiming, "I won tea. I refuse to apologize. Cousin struck me for the sake of an outsider. Grandma, you must stand up for me." As she spoke, her cries grew louder. Upstairs, Su Yu and Jiang Xier's mother, Gu Yanru, heard the commotion and hurried downstairs. Jiang Xier flung herself into her mother's arms. "Mom, cousin hit me." Gu Yanru's heart ached for her daughter, who bore a distinct red mark from Gu Beisheng's slap. "Beisheng, she is still so young. How could you resort to violence?" With Gu Yanru now furious, Su Yu quickly approached Gu Beisheng, reproaching him. "What were you thinking? You re an adult. How can you stoop to a child's level?" "Apologize to Xier." Gu Beisheng continued to glare coldly at Jiang Xier, stating, "Grandmother, Aunt, Xier has been spoiled by you both." The words she uttered today were unbecoming of a lady. If she is not corrected now, she will grow into a shrew. The elderly matriarch sighed heavily, having heard Jiang Xier's remarks. While she had her own grievances against Shen Mujin for her past petulance, she now found her granddaughter's behavior equally disheartening. Feeling a sense of defeat, she declared, "Go upstairs and do not embarrass yourselves here." Gu Yanru's expression was one of disbelief. "Mother, do you not understand? Take Xier upstairs." The sight of Gu Yanru leading her daughter away in indignation brought a flicker of amusement to Su Yu's eyes. "Su Yu, go and summon Nan Yuan." Su Yu frowned. "Mother, why must we summon Nan Yuan? He has been engrossed in his studies lately, locked away in his room." The elderly matriarch was decidedly displeased. "Must I explain myself to you?" Su Yu fell silent, her expression turning wooden as she ascended to call for Gu Nan Yuan. Chu Mushue, sensing the old lady's frustration, hurriedly offered a cup of tea. "Grandma, please do not be upset. Take care of your health." The elderly matriarch accepted the tea but placed it aside. "Mushue, I apologize for the disturbance. You should head home now and visit again another day." Chu Mushue obediently nodded, rising as she continued to reassure, "Grandma, everything will be resolved in time. Do not worry. Indeed, good child, I will have Nan Yuan escort you home." The matriarch insisted. Chu Mushue quickly waved her hands. "No need, Grandma. I can return by myself. Go on. Nan Yuan will ensure your safe return home. Only then will I feel at ease." Chu Mushue believed that the old lady Gu held her in high regard, and thus did not decline further, nodding her head and departing with Gu Nan Yuan, who had just come down the stairs. In reality, the old lady Gu had witnessed time and again how Gu Beisheng staunchly defended Shen Mujin, even reprimanding Jiang Xier on her behalf. She had already come to realize that persuading Gu Beisheng to abandon Shen Mujin was a rather implausible endeavor. Since this was the case, why waste time? It would be more prudent, as Su Yu suggested, to facilitate a union between Chu Mushue and Gu Nan Yuan. She merely cherished the young girl Chu Mushue, yet she understood that forcing love would yield no sweetness. Gu Beisheng, as the head of the Gu family, possessed his own thoughts and life. If he truly loved Shen Mujin, why should she play the villain and disrupt their romance? However, Shen Mujin's conduct was undeniably unworthy of the Gu family. And should Gu Beisheng genuinely commit to her, the old lady Gu would need to provide Shen Mujin with some guidance. Make a tea present. The most pressing matter was to put an end to Shen Mujin's bizarre rumors. The old lady Gu sent Su Yu upstairs, leaving only herself and the Gu couple in the hall. "Shen Mujin, do you have anything to say about yesterday's events?" Shen Mujin replied candidly, "Grandmother, what is said online is all false. The night before last, Beisheng visited me on set, and we stayed together. The photos were merely taken by Mo Yinji, who sneaked into my room and captured them intentionally." The old lady Gu glanced at Gu Beisheng, who nodded in agreement with Shen Mujin's words, prompting her to inquire, "What exactly is your relationship with this Mo Yinji? Did he cause any disturbances in the Gu family before?" Shen Mujin nodded affirmatively. "Yes, grandmother, prior to marrying Beisheng, I was in a relationship with Mo Yinji. However, shortly after marrying Beisheng, I made it clear to him, yet he continues to persist. Yes, that's so. Did you not give him any hope?" Shen Mujin shook her head. No, at that moment, Gu Beisheng produced his phone, opened a video, and handed it to the old lady Gu. "Grandmother, please take a look. It shows the time." The video was sent by Fu Minglin. depicting Mo Yinji's proposal at his bar, where it was evident that Shen Mujin rejected him and even cast his roses aside. The old lady Gu furrowed her brow. This does not definitively prove that you two have no ties. Shen Mujin glanced at Gu Beisheng and nodded. Yes, grandmother, a single video indeed cannot prove much. However, do you not trust Beisheng? If I had done anything to betray him, do you think he would still tolerate me? Gu Beisheng continued. Grandmother, please believe in me. I have long since determined my feelings for Mujin, and I am fortunate that she has chosen me as well. We wish to receive your blessing. The old lady Gu lowered her head. Remaining silent for a long while, Gu Beisheng and Shen Mujin exchanged glances, realizing that their grandmother's heart was gradually accepting the situation. Nonetheless, in the end, the old lady Gu still reminded Shen Mujin to remember her promise. If she could indeed achieve a net worth of 10 million through her own efforts within a year, she would no longer oppose their union. After resolving matters at the ancestral home, Gu Beisheng returned to the company, while Shen Mujin arranged to meet Qian Tuesday when they met. Qian Tu was laughing heartily. You were so well disguised that I almost didn't recognize you. Shen Mujin helplessly removed her sunglasses. I had no choice. I didn't want to get beaten. Qian Tu continued to smile. How brave of you to risk a beating to meet me. Speaking of which, you really attract trouble, don't you? Shen Mujin retorted playfully. What of it? I have brought you some juicy gossip. Upon hearing the word gossip, Qian Tu's eyes immediately sparkled, and she leaned closer to Shen Mujin. Quick, tell me, what's the scoop? Seeing Qian Tu so excited, Shen Mujin felt a bit shy. Oh, it's not that big of a deal that I just want to clarify my relationship with Mo Yinji. We broke up a long time ago, and I have a video that needs to be released. Qian Tu nodded eagerly. That's no problem. Shen Mujin then waved a voice recorder in front of Qian Tu. An exclusive interview with Situ Feng, addressing my relationship with him. Interested? Qian Tu snatched it away. Absolutely. Thank you, Mujin, that I know you entrusted me with this important matter for the sake of my little studio. Shen Mujin tapped her on the head. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. A fruitful collaboration. However, after some hesitation, Qian Tu eventually handed Shen Mujin an envelope. Shen Mujin, sipping her milk tea, smiled. What's this? Are you compensating me? Qian Tu shook her head gravely. It's photos. I was thinking of using them to clarify your situation. You still need them? As Shen Mujin opened the envelope, photos tumbled out. She glanced at them, her eyes narrowing with coldness. Release them. It's high time they witnessed the consequences of their actions that I in the stillness of midnight. Qian Tu, clutching her computer, meticulously reviewed the prepared video and images once more before clicking send. An account named Qian Lai Qian Wang Studio quickly emerged in the visibility of countless internet users. Upon receiving news of the young mistress, Shisheng directly assisted Qian Lai Qian Wang in purchasing a trending topic and arranged for the official account of Haitian Entertainment to like the post. Initially, the onlookers who were merely spectating were soon propelled into a frenzy of sharing when they saw Haitian Entertainment's endorsement. After a night of fermentation, when Shen Mujin awoke the next day, the trending topic regarding her and Mo Yinji had already vanished, replaced by the explosive headlines labeling Mo Yinji as a scoundrel and Song Sisi as a false friend. Last night, Song Sisi had dutifully catered to General Zhang, who, pleased with her service, had given her a card worth 100,000, instructing her to select 2 upscale outfits for upcoming promotional events following her drama filming. Elated with her newfound fortune, she strolled through the mall, growing increasingly jubilant. After all, with Mo Yinji having thrust Shen Mujin into the public eye, she believed that even if Gu Beisheng turned a blind eye, the Gu family would never accept Shen Mujin. Confidently, she thought that as long as she could find the right opportunity to approach Gu Beisheng, she would undoubtedly replace Shen Mujin. With such delightful thoughts in her mind, she held her head high, striding confidently as if she were already MRS.GU.AS Song Sisi passed by an upscale lingerie store, a place that embodied countless women's fantasies, including her own. She had long envisioned possessing a perfect set of lingerie to envelop her self-proclaimed flawless figure. Now, with a card in her bag, her dream was finally within reach. When the sales associates noticed her entrance, they whispered amongst themselves. Song Sisi mistakenly assumed it was due to her role in the drama. Feeling quite pleased with herself, She promptly selected a set of alluring red lace lingerie and requested the sales associate to fetch her size. While checking out, the sales associate regarded her with a peculiar expression, prompting Song Cici to frown. "I'm here to pay." The sales associate finally snapped back to reality. "Hello, that will be 12,700 yuan. Song Cici handed over her card, astonished. She usually only wore affordable lingerie, costing mere dozens of yuan, making this outfit's price equivalent to her total expenditure throughout her life. In a matter of moments, a crowd had gathered outside, all snapping pictures of her. Confused, Song Cici knew she hadn't reached the level of fame that would make her the center of such attention while shopping. What could possibly be happening? With a gracious smile, she waved at the onlookers in greeting. However, to her shock, someone in the crowd hurled an egg that struck her head with a resounding thud, drenching the meticulously adorned Song Cici in a cascade of yellow yolk, leaving her feeling both repulsed and disheveled. Before she could comprehend the situation, the crowd surged toward her, tossing an array of items, water bottles, eggs, and even vegetable leaves, toward her, leaving her with no means to defend herself or escape. "What are you doing? Stop. If you throw more, I will call the police." Regardless of how loudly she shouted, not a single person paid her any heed, compelling her to retreat into the fitting room of a lingerie store. Only once she had closed the door did she manage to block out the cacophony outside. She hastily wiped the grime from her face, and, just as she was about to call the police, received a call from Zhang, her superior. He was clearly displeased and directly inquired about her whereabouts. She merely replied that she was dining out. Zhang reprimanded her for her lack of decorum, expressing his discontent that, while conversing with him, she was entangled in a murky affair with her best friend's boyfriend. He bluntly stated that she had chosen the wrong person and advised her to be cautious before abruptly hanging up. A thunderous realization struck Song Cici. She understood Zhang's implication all too well. There was a high likelihood that her relationship with Mo Yinji had been exposed. She opened the entertainment news. Her worst fears came to fruition. Various intimate photos of her and Mo Yinji flooded her screen, alongside a video of Mo Yinji proposing to Shen Mujin, which vividly documented how Shen Mujin had rejected him. Even surveillance footage from the hotel where they were filming was leaked, revealing Mo Yinji sneaking into Shen Mujin's room, staging a scene of a boyfriend visiting his girlfriend on set. The rumors surrounding Shen Mujin quickly crumbled. Situ Feng personally released a statement clarifying their friendship and even encouraged fans to appreciate Shen Mujin's acting skills, urging them to trust his judgment in friendships. In an instant, Shen Mujin transformed from a reviled figure, branded as a two-timer, into a pitiful victim bullied by her best friend's scoundrel boyfriend. While the public extended their sympathy, they also vowed to seek justice on her behalf. Yinji's account had already been deactivated, while Song Cici's social media was inundated with hundreds of pages of vitriol directed at her. After a mere glance, she hurled her phone to the ground in frustration. Why was this happening? Despite her meticulous planning, Shen Mujin had managed to turn the tables beautifully. Now, she had not only offended her benefactor, but also tarnished her image as a duplicitous woman. Fuming, Song Cici stomped her feet in the cramped fitting room as the noise outside gradually subsided. A store attendant knocked on the door. "Miss, the police have arrived. You may come out now." Taking a deep breath, Song Cici picked up her phone, carefully tidied her appearance in the camera, and then grabbed her bag to step outside. The crowd that had caused the commotion had long since dispersed, leaving the lingerie store in disarray. The police officer wore a stern expression. "Name?" Song Cici frowned. "My surname is Song." "Miss Song, could you elaborate on the situation?" Frustrated yet restrained, she replied, "It was just some fans causing a ruckus. You are a public figure." Song Cici nodded. "Yes, I won't pursue this matter, and I haven't called the police. Thank you for your assistance." The officer surveyed the chaos in the store and glanced at her attire before turning to the attendant. Public figures aren't short on funds. Calculate the damages, and she should compensate accordingly. Negotiate amongst yourselves. The attendant gratefully saw the officer out before turning back to tally the damages. They counted at least a dozen sets of lingerie soiled by the fans. After a lengthy calculation, the attendant approached Song Cici. "Miss Song, purchasing more than 10 sets at once qualifies you for a 20 discount, which brings your total to 150,000 yuan. 150,000. For Song Sisi, this sum was exorbitant. How could she possibly accept such a loss? Are you out of your mind? Those are just ruined by the people who barged in. Why should I pay? Already irate, she spoke without restraint. The attendant, momentarily taken aback, scoffed and retorted, "Those people came for you that if you hadn't engaged in such disgraceful conduct, they wouldn't have stormed in to throw eggs at you. That aren't you a public figure? Aren't you a star? Surely you can afford this amount." With a resounding slap, Song Sisi struck the attendant. The attendant, momentarily stunned, retaliated with a slap of her own. "How dare you hit me? You vile creature, thinking being a star makes you special? You're just trying to steal your best friend's boyfriend." The attendant, fiercely defiant, charged at Song Sisi, and in a matter of moments, Smo Yenji was merely a pawn in her game. Their relationship was one of mutual benefit, yet he was nothing more than a bastard of the Mo family. His finances paltry compared to the likes of Gu Beisheng, rendering him less than an ant in comparison. Chapter 75, A Hefty Compensation. Song Sisi, undeterred, attempted to contact Mo Yenji once more, but he refused to answer. Left with no other choice, she sought another target. Aside from Mo Yenji, the only source of financial aid available to her was her benefactor, Zhang Zong. However, the news that had recently surfaced had evidently angered him. After pondering for a moment, she meticulously prepared her words before dialing his number. Yet her efforts were in vain. Zhang Zong had already added her to his blacklist. As time slipped away, Song Sisi found herself without a single cent, her pride shattered, and her pent-up rage and jealousy flowed silently in the form of tears in her current state of despair. Can she truly blame anyone but herself? She scoured her contacts repeatedly, realizing that only Shen Mujin and Wang Miao Miao remained as potential lenders. Her gaze fixated on these two names, and after much deliberation, she decided to call Wang Miao Miao. Wang Miao Miao had long enjoyed mocking her, so this instance was no different. As long as it alleviated her urgency, she would endure whatever ridicule Wang Miao Miao dished out. The call connected swiftly, and as anticipated, Wang Miao Miao's caustic voice cut through the line, mercilessly belittling her, accusing her of being a scheming vixen, even daring to covet her best friend's man. Nonetheless, Wang Miao Miao harbored her own animosity towards Shen Mujin, and Song Sisi's predicament, albeit begrudgingly, aligned with her desires. Upon learning of Song Sisi's need for money, Wang Miao Miao promptly transferred 10,000. Declaring it an advance on her assistant's wages. Song Sisi wished to request more, but Wang Miao Miao's cold retort cautioned her against being greedy. She was still short by 25,000. Her finger hovered over Shen Mujin's name, yet she could not bring herself to press it. The store manager, having waited outside for a considerable time, knocked on the door. "Miss Song, are you ready?" Song Sisi hastily replied, "My stomach is a bit upset. Please wait a moment longer." Money can drive one to desperation, and Song Sisi had learned this lesson more than once. Suppressing her jealousy, she called Shen Mujin, feigning concern. "Mujin, how are you?" Shen Mujin replied cheerfully, "I'm fine. Thank you. I must thank you for sacrificing yourself to take the heat off me in the trending news." Song Sisi quickly explained, "No, it's not like that. I and Mo Shixiang. There's no need to explain." Shen Mujin interrupted, "That I've already told you. It's impossible between us. If you like him, then go ahead and be together. Mujin, I really didn't. I hope you can believe me. You are my best friend." Shen Mujin responded lightly, asking if there was anything else, sensing her intention to end the call. Song Sisi hastily mentioned money. "Mujin, I've run into some trouble and need 30,000. Can you lend it to me just for a while?" Fearing rejection, she quickly added, "I'm truly in urgent need. Aside from you, I don't know who else to ask. That I promise to repay you once the cruise payment comes in. 30,000 was hardly a significant amount for Shen Mujin. Song Sisi adopted a pleading tone, terrified that even Shen Mujin might turn her down, leaving her utterly clueless about where to acquire that sum. Shen Mujin, aware of Song Sisi's current predicament, inquired, "I'm wandering around Ku Li Si building. Where are you?" Upon hearing this, Song Sisi's heart leapt with joy. "That I'm here too. Send me your location, and I'll come find you." Finally relaxing her furrowed brow, she quickly sent her location in the restroom to Shen Mujin and then stepped outside. The store manager, ever respectful, offered her the clothes. Miss Song, would you like to change? Just as she was about to accept, she hesitated. With Shen Mujin arriving, she knew she would receive clothes from her at that point. She could select a high-end outfit to mitigate her losses slightly. No need. My friend is coming to pick me up, she replied. The store manager nodded respectfully, waiting patiently by her side. Shen Mujin arrived swiftly, pausing near the restroom to lean against the mall's railing while on the phone. Hello, I'm here. Come out. Ecstatic, Song CC rushed outside, only to recoil in panic as she saw Gu Beisheng standing next to Shen Mujin, clad in an expensive suit, with his hands casually behind his back. Immediately, Song CC hung up and retreated back into the restroom. The reflection staring back at her was a wretched sight. Her hair, matted with egg wash, clung stubbornly to her scalp, and her clothes were stained with various substances. She resembled someone who had just emerged from a garbage heap. How could she possibly face Gu Beisheng in such a state? In a frenzy, she poured water over her head, but the egg wash had dried, and no amount of tugging could cleanse it away. The phone rang urgently again. It was Shen Mujin's voice. CC, where are you? Glancing at her reflection, she could only lie, Mujin. There were reporters here just now, so I had to leave first. Don't come over. Hurry back. What about your situation? It's temporarily resolved. Thank you, Mujin. After hanging up, Song CC hid in the shadows. Observing as Shen Mujin and Gu Beisheng departed without any suspicion. Feeling utterly drained, she slid down against the wall. The store manager, displaying concern, asked, Miss Song, are you all right? After a long pause, she took the clothes from the manager and retreated into the fitting room. Outside, Shen Mujin, wearing oversized sunglasses, couldn't hide her joyful demeanor. She playfully patted her companion's shoulder, grinning. Sure, assistant. You performed quite well. Sure Sheng, feeling awkward, replied. It's mainly due to President Gu's commanding presence. Here you go. Sure Sheng immediately beamed, knowing that President Gu's clothing was custom-made, and having worn it briefly, the comfort level was incomparable to his usual suits. Madam really is generous. Let us go. Take me back to Beijing. In stark contrast to Shen Mujin's light-hearted steps, Song CC bore a face of distress. Upon returning to the store, she retrieved the long-desired red outfit she had recently purchased and handed it to the manager. Please return this. Miss Song, this outfit suits you very well. Are you sure you don't want it? Song CC shot the manager a cold glare before shifting her gaze to the large bundle of soiled clothing. There's too much. I can't wear them all. The manager understood and processed a return. Miss Song, you'll still owe 12,000 in total. Chapter 76. Sending Jiang Xier abroad. With a frosty expression, Song CC tossed her card onto the counter. There's only 11,000 here. Take the clothes as payment for the rest. Yet, Song CC was unwilling to engage further. She swiped her card, selecting 6 or 7 items that fit her from the numerous outfits, and tossed the remaining 6 or 7 sets to the staff. Take these for dry cleaning. They can still be sold at a discount. They should be worth a few thousand, right? The manager nodded in agreement. That will be fine. Have a safe journey, Miss Song. Song CC hurried away, as if fleeing, fearing the manager might change her mind and demand that extra 1,000. With only small change left in her pocket, she dared not take the bus, lowering her head as she hailed a taxi straight to the school but on her way back to Beijing. Shen Mujin received a text from Gu Beisheng, instructing her to go directly to the old residence, without elaborating on the matter, simply stating that he would be waiting for her there. Since it was Gu Beisheng, Shen Mujin had no reason to doubt him and instructed Sher Sheng to turn around and head to the old residence. Sher Sheng frowned but didn't press further after hearing it was a directive from President Gu. Indeed, Gu Beisheng was at the old residence, but he had returned to address matters concerning Jiang Xier. Jiang Xier still harbored resentment from that slap, her eyes filled with hostility as she looked at him. Seated at the head of the table, the old Madame Gu sighed deeply before speaking. I've discussed this with Beisheng. We'll be sending Xier abroad next week to AT this announcement. Jiang Xier burst into tears, shaking her head as she clung to the old madam. Grandma, I don't want to go abroad. I don't want to. The old madam's heart ached. But she had watched her beloved granddaughter grow increasingly unruly. If she didn't send her away for proper discipline, She feared Xier might grow up spoiled and unruly for the sake of the child. She had a heart in her heart and turn away. Seeing her grandmother's resolution, Jiang Xier turned and rushed in her mother's arms, sobbing. Mom, I don't want to go abroad. I don't want to leave you. Gu Yenruo's hands trembled slightly as she forced herself to remain calm, soothing Jiang Xier while glancing at the old madam. Mom, you must be joking. Xier is still so young. Why do we need to send her abroad? The old madam merely sighed in response, and Gu Beisheng interjected to explain. Aunt, sending Xier abroad is entirely for her own good. She has been spoiled by you and Grandma in the old residence, and her behavior has become increasingly arrogant and unruly. If we don't discipline her now, she may develop a bad temperament in the future. Gu Yenruo felt anger rise within her at Gu Beisheng's words. She pointed an accusatory finger at him, scolding. Beisheng, your aunt has watched you grow up. She has treated you like her own child. Even if Xier has been disrespectful to your wife, you shouldn't resort to sending her abroad. Xier is my daughter. The My family, Jiang Lin, has long passed away, and Xier is my only child. Even if I spoil her, what concern is it of yours? As she spoke, Gu Yenruo pulled Jiang Xier down and kneel before the old madam. Mom, I am your daughter, and after losing my husband at a young age, I have relied entirely on Xier to survive. Can you truly bear to send her away? Jiang Xier wept bitterly, exclaiming, I do not want to leave my mother. I do not. Grandmother, I beg you, I will never anger Shen Mujin again. I will yield to her from now on. Please, grandmother, do not drive me away. Tears streamed down the weathered cheeks of old Lady Gu as she lamented the misfortunes of her daughter, thus disregarding the opposition from the entire Gu family. She brought her daughter and granddaughter back to the old residence to care for them. However, she was now advanced in age and could not protect the two of them for a lifetime. Her daughter was inherently lacking in capability, and if she did not cultivate Xier now, who would they rely on once she was gone? Though her heart ached with reluctance, she had to consider the future of the children. Beisheng had arranged for her to attend the finest aristocratic school in England to study design. With all her needs taken care of, she merely had to focus on her studies. If she could earn her diploma through her own efforts in 3 years, she would be able to return. Jiu Yenru was still weeping, saying, Mother, 3 years, over 1,000 days. Can you truly bear to let Xier go to that strange land all alone? Do you not worry for her? Old Lady Gu's resolve was firm, and she replied coldly, If you are concerned, you may accompany her. I will have Beisheng arrange a residence for you. Jiu Yenru's sobs ceased abruptly. With reluctance, she embraced her daughter and asked, Is there truly no chance for a reversal? Old Lady Gu shook her head. Her tears flowed even more profusely as Jiang Xier clutched her hand and asked, Mother, will you accompany me? Gu Yenru resolutely shook her head. Grandfather and grandmother are advanced in age. I must stay behind to care for them. Jiang Xier pushed Gu Yenru away, crying out, Then what about me? Who will take care of me? Gu Yenru felt equally pained. But if she accompanied Xier, all that she had fought for at home over the years would likely come to naught. She had returned to her family's home with the intention of securing an inheritance for the two of them. Yet now it seemed someone was deliberately trying to drive them away, and the old lady had fallen into their trap. Compared to all this, she could only prioritize Xier's well-being for the time being. Mother will come to see you. Do not cry. Jiang Xier glared at everyone present with fury before shouting, I hate all of you, and stormed upstairs. Jiu Yenru wiped her tears and stood up, saying, Mother, since we are leaving next week, I will go prepare some things for the child. Old Lady Gu nodded. Go on. Watching her daughter's suddenly weary figure, her heart ached as well. She could only hope they would understand her good intentions. Gu Beisheng poured tea for the old lady, stating, Xier will understand when she grows up. Let us hope so, she replied. Gu Beisheng nodded and departed, driving away. Just as his vehicle was about to exit the villa area, security stopped him, saying, Mr. Gu, there's been an accident ahead. The road is temporarily closed. Please take a detour around the back mountain. Gu Beisheng peered ahead and vaguely spotted 2 cars that had collided, but it did not seem serious. The back mountain route was not far, so he turned around and headed back. Just as his car rounded the corner, the 2 cars on the road cleared the way and drove off. In less than 5 minutes, Shi Sheng arrived, bringing Shen Mujin with him. Upon entering the old residence, Shen Mujin stepped out of the car and unexpectedly encountered Gu Nanyuan, who seemed to be waiting for her. Uve arrived, he said. Shen Mujin awkwardly nodded and greeted. Elder brother, Gu Nanyuan glanced back at Sheng, saying, "Let us go. Your MR, the Gu, is hosting a family dinner tonight." Shen Mujin nodded at Sheng, who then drove off to the company. Chapter 77. Elegant residence. Gu Nanyuan scrutinized Shen Mujin for a long while, making her feel uneasy. "I will go in first," she said. Gu Nanyuan called her back. "I will lead you." Beisheng and father are in the elegant residence at the back courtyard, seemingly discussing matters concerning you. The elegant residence? Shen Mujin had never heard of it. However, her visits to the old residence were limited. Apart from the bedroom she shared with Gu Beisheng, she had not explored the other areas. Since Gu Nanyuan offered to guide her, she thanked him and followed. Gu Nanyuan leaned on a cane, his leg slightly limping, yet he seemed in a hurry, walking swiftly. Shen Mujin, with her fully functional legs, found it somewhat difficult to keep up. The old residence was a sprawling villa, with the backyard alone as large as several basketball courts. The elegant residence, newly constructed, was situated at the far end of the backyard, appearing somewhat solitary. As Shen Mujin walked, her unease grew. "Elder brother, how come I have never heard of this elegant residence before?" "It looks newly built." Gu Nanyuan nodded. "Indeed, it was specially constructed. It was built specifically for him. After his leg was injured, he had withdrawn from socializing for a long time, requesting this elegant residence for his solitary dwelling, devoid of even a cleaning servant." Shen Mujin was unaware of all this. Upon reaching the door of the elegant residence, Gu Nanyuan entered the access code, deliberately concealing it from Shen Mujin. The residence had 2 floors. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of a bed, suggesting it was a bedroom. Shen Mujin stepped back a couple of paces, but Gu Nanyuan turned back, saying, "Their essay study upstairs. Please wait here while I inform father of your arrival." As he ascended the stairs, Gu Nanyuan pointed to a bottle of mineral water on a nearby shelf, saying, "Help yourself. I will not be entertaining you." Once Gu Nanyuan was upstairs, Shen Mujin dared to survey the elegant residence. The spiral staircase spiraled upwards, but she saw nothing beyond. The first floor was spacious, with a massive floor-to-ceiling window behind the bed, covered only by sheer curtains, revealing a grove of bamboo outside, sunlight filtering through, casting dancing shadows. It was beautiful, yet carried an eerie quality. Suddenly, Shen Mujin felt a wave of fear wash over her. She reached for a bottle of water, as people tend to drink when anxious. A row of bottles was neatly arranged, and she carefully selected one, checking the seal to ensure it was new before opening it and taking a few sips. The cool water glided down her throat, soothing her nerves somewhat. Gu Nanyuan had been upstairs for a while, and as she neared the end of her bottle, he still had not returned. Bored, Shen Mujin picked up her phone to message Gu Beisheng. But upon attempting to send her prepared message, it displayed a failure notification. She shook her phone and tried again, but the message failed to send once more. It was then that she realized her phone had no signal. Turning her gaze back to the elegant residence, she suddenly spotted Gu Nanyuan's belongings on the bedside table. The presence of his items indicated that this was Gu Nanyuan's bedroom. Alarm bells rang in Shen Mujin's mind, and she hurried to the door, but it was locked tight. No matter how she twisted the doorknob, it would not budge. "Where did—" Nanyuan's voice suddenly echoed from behind her. Shen Mujin spun around, her heart racing at the sight of his eerie smile fixated upon her, causing her back to break out in a cold sweat. She gripped her phone tightly, feigning calmness. "There's no signal in here. I just wanted to send a WeChat message." Shen Mujin had taken a few taekwondo classes, but seeing Gu Nanyuan's demeanor, she feared that if he had ill intentions, her skills would be ineffective. She forced a nervous laugh. "Elder brother, could you help me open the door?" Gu Nanyuan nodded. "Step aside. I will open it." Shen Mujin, feeling suspicious, retreated further into the room to give him space. Perhaps she had misjudged him. Gu Nanyuan genuinely bent down to unlock the door, but after a long while, he exclaimed, "What is going on? Did you touch something?" Shen Mujin quickly shook her head. No, I just touched the doorknob." Gu Nanyuan frowned at her, then returned to the room, discarding his cane and sitting on the bed. Shen Mujin's palms were slick with cold sweat as she asked, "What about Beisheng and father?" "They left. They must have waited too long and returned to the main residence." He replied, "What should we do now?" "We wait. Wait until they realize we are missing and come looking for us. Shen Mujin pressed herself against the wall, anxious, while Gu Nanyuan chuckled, "What is so terrifying? I may have a limp, but I am not disfigured." He patted the space beside him. "Come sit." Shen Mujin hesitated, remaining still. Gu Nanyuan continued, "If I hadn't fled on our wedding day, you would be my wife now." His words sent a jolt of panic through Shen Mujin. "What do you mean?" He then asked, "Are you getting along well with Beisheng?" Shen Mujin nodded absent-mindedly. Gu Nanyuan's expression suddenly darkened with anger. "You may be doing well, but have you considered how others are faring? Not well." Shen Mujin realized she was in a very precarious situation. Gu Nanyuan must have deceived her into coming here. Mu Shui loved Beisheng, and if it weren't for you, she would have married him. Upon hearing the name Chu Mu Shui, Shen Mujin began to piece together the situation. "So, elder brother, are you seeking justice for Chu Mu Shui?" Gu Nanyuan nodded. "Divorce Beisheng. If you value the title of Mrs. Gu, I will grant it to you." Shen Mujin was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of anger and amusement. So, Gu Nanyuan had lured her here with the intention of forcing her to divorce Gu Beisheng. But if he hadn't run away from their wedding, they wouldn't be in this situation now. Suddenly, a thought struck her. "Do you have feelings for Chu?" Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Nanyuan, furious, slammed his cane down. "Nonsense. Mu Shui grew up with us. I regard her as a younger sister." As Gu Nanyuan's reaction grew increasingly intense, Shen Mujin became more convinced of her thoughts. Gu Nanyuan must be deeply in love with Chu Mu Shui to be willing to assist her in such a manner. Shen Mujin felt no longer afraid. She approached and softly said, "Love is not this way. To love someone is to wish for their well-being. To desire to be together with them. It is not about knowingly doing wrong while helping them. Do you think that by aiding her in obtaining what she desires, you're doing her a kindness? Not at all. Love cannot be coerced." Gu Nanyuan lowered her head in silence. Shen Mujin continued, "Beisheng and I are truly in love. Even if we are forcibly separated, our hearts remain united. Would you really wish for Mu Shui to marry a man whose heart lies solely with another? If you love her, then why not use your love to warm her, instead of pushing her towards someone else?" Gu Nanyuan's shoulders began to tremble, as if she were about to cry. Chapter 78. Call her sister-in-law. Shen Mujin was momentarily taken aback. Gu Nanyuan was the esteemed young master of the Gu family, a position of great respect. Yet his inferiority stemmed from deep within, especially when it came to mentioning Chu Mu Shui. Seizing the opportunity, while Gu Nanyuan was immersed in her sorrow, Shen Mujin glanced around, seeking a chance to escape. The bedside cabinet was ajar, revealing a set of keys. Upon entering, Shen Mujin had seen Gu Nanyuan inputting a password. Was the electronic lock also operable with a key? Shen Mujin squinted her eyes, carefully observing the doorknob, and indeed discovered a keyhole. Regardless of the outcome, she resolved to give it a try. There was a half-empty bottle of mineral water on the bedside table. She stood up and walked over, saying, "Let's have some water." After obtaining the water, she turned her back to the bedside cabinet, shielding Gu Nanyuan's line of sight, and swiftly grasped the key with her other hand. "Perhaps I should fetch you a new bottle," she suggested, taking the opportunity to move towards the entrance. Gu Nanyuan made no attempt to stop her. It was only when the key in her hand touched the door that Gu Nanyuan softly remarked, "It's of no use." Shen Mujin jolted and turned around. Gu Nanyuan sat there, staring at her with an oddly enigmatic gaze. "Are you feeling dizzy?" Shen Mujin frowned. He had not said she felt that way. But his sudden question made her head spin, and her eyelids began to flutter. "What exactly have you done?" Gu Nanyuan replied with a faint smile. "Nothing much, just took a nap. When I wake up, everything will be resolved." After leaving the old residence, Gu Beisheng did not go to the company, but returned directly to the Bay residence. After all, Shen Mujin was set to join the crew again tomorrow, heading to the buying grassland for 10 days to half a month, during which they would not see each other. However, upon reaching the Bay residence, Shen Mujin had not yet returned. When he left the old residence in the morning, Shen Mujin had borrowed Shisheng from him, saying she needed to handle some matters and would return shortly. As lunchtime approached, and she still had not come back, he set aside his coat and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, calling Shen Mujin. After several attempts, the call indicated she was out of service range. Furrowing his brows, a sense of unease began to rise within him. He redirected his call to Sheng, who answered promptly. President Gu, how can I assist you? Where is Madam? Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Isn't the young mistress with you? Tell me, where did you both go today? Sensing the shift in Gu Beisheng's tone, Sheng hurriedly explained that they had only gone to the Curly's building and that upon receiving his message, they had sent Shen Mujin to the old residence to meet him. Gu Beisheng hung up and reviewed his text message history. He had not sent any messages to Shen Mujin, but he found a message in the recycle bin.it had been sent while he was in the old lady's room discussing Jiang Xier's matters. Leaving his phone on the tea table outside, with a cold gaze, Gu Beisheng rose and headed outside. The old lady had clearly agreed to give them time, so why had she secretly deceived Shen Mujin into returning to the old residence? Fearing that Shen Mujin might be at a disadvantage, he pressed the accelerator, racing through red lights towards the old residence in the hall. Only the old lady sat alone, sipping tea, her expression forlorn. When confronted by Gu Beisheng's inquiries, she appeared equally bewildered, lost in her thoughts regarding Jiang Xier, unaware of Shen Mujin's presence. Gu Beisheng had no choice but to check the surveillance footage. Together with the old lady, he observed Shen Mujin following Gu Nanyuan into the backyard, prompting her to angrily strike the ground with her cane. Beisheng, your wife is utterly inadequate. You should heed your grandmother's advice and divorce her. Gu Beisheng's face darkened as he scrutinized the surveillance video. It seemed Gu Nanyuan had deliberately awaited Shen Mujin's arrival. As soon as she stepped out of the car, they exchanged words, and Shen Mujin willingly followed Gu Nanyuan. Moreover, the footage revealed that she had accompanied Gu Nanyuan to your residence. Her residence, the chill radiated from Gu Beisheng's eyes as he turned towards your residence. The old lady sighed, muttering about the calamity, and hurried after him, while Su Yu and Gu Yanrua exchanged glances and followed suit. Gu Beisheng strode ahead, and the closer he got to your residence, the lower the pressure around him became, as if he could freeze everything with a mere lift of his leg. The door stood slightly ajar, no longer tightly shut. The Gu Beisheng kicked it open with a forceful blow, causing it to shake violently and fall to the ground. Stepping inside, the sight before him ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. Gu Nanyuan. In stark contrast to Gu Beisheng's clenched teeth, Gu Nanyuan merely smiled calmly. Your temper is quite fierce. Did my door offend you to warrant such destruction? The hatred in Gu Beisheng's eyes blazed fiercely as the arriving Gu old lady. Su Yu and Gu Yanrua all gazed at Gu Nanyuan in disbelief. Su Yu was the first to react, angrily rebuking Nanyuan. What are you doing? Gu Nanyuan maintained her placid smile. As you can see, her hand even caressed Shen Mujin's smooth shoulder, inch by inch. Shen Mujin appeared to be asleep, offering no response. Gu Beisheng glared at Gu Nanyuan's hand, quickly advancing and snapping her wrist with a sharp crack. Gu Nanyuan's complexion turned pale instantly, yet she stifled a cry, gripping Shen Mujin tightly with her other hand. What? Are you angry? She was meant to marry me, and now she willingly climbed into my bed. I treat her well. Why don't you two just go and collect your divorce certificate and start calling her sister-in-law? With a resounding thud, Gu Beisheng's fist struck Gu Nanyuan's face, sending him tumbling off the bed with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. What? You still want a woman who has been with me? Gu Nanyuan, undeterred, taunted Gu Beisheng further, inciting him to fury once more. Su rushed to intervene, tears streaming down her face, while the old lady pounded the floor, exclaiming, Calamity! Calamity! Stop! Stop! Gu Nanyuan wiped away the blood from her mouth, yet continued to smile. Grandmother, I have never asked you for anything. I simply like Shen Mujin. Please grant me this. Shut your mouth. Su Yu seized the moment, delivering a sharp slap to Gu Nanyuan's face. She had been strategizing to have him marry Chu Mu Shui, but now found him entangled with Shen Mujin as well. The old lady glanced at the still sleeping Shen Mujin on the bed, then at her two feuding grandsons, and suddenly felt her vision darken before fainting. Chapter 79. I believe in you, Beisheng. Beisheng. Shen Mujin lay on the bed, furrowing her brow as she murmured Gu Beisheng's name. Gu Beisheng sat beside her, gazing at her with profound eyes that concealed his thoughts. No. Shen Mujin suddenly screamed and bolted upright. Upon recognizing the person beside her, she burst into tears, throwing herself into Gu Beisheng's embrace. Is it really you? Beisheng, I'm so scared. I in that moment of fainting. She had been terrified, fearful of what Gu Nanyuan might do to her. If that were the case, she could never face Gu Beisheng again. Realizing this, Shen Mujin abruptly pulled away, anxiously lifting the blanket to check herself, only to find herself completely bare. A thunderclap reverberated in her mind, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Her expression shifted from fear to anguish as she clutched the blanket, inching backward with stiff, defiant movements, and Gu Beisheng gently called her name. Shen Mujin shuddered, retreating hastily to the foot of the bed, clutching the blanket without lifting her gaze, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Mujin got on the brink of collapse. Shen Mujin cried out in anguish, "Don't call me. I want a divorce." She realized she could no longer face Gu Beisheng. She lacked the courage to even look at him. Gu Beisheng continued to call her name. Shen Mujin, cradling her head, screamed in pain, "Why is it like this? Why? I am no longer pure. I am not worthy of Gu Beisheng anymore." "Mujin, wake up!" Gu Beisheng shook her shoulder urgently. Shen Mujin suddenly opened her eyes, falling into Gu Beisheng's embrace. That it had all been a dream. She was drenched in sweat. Looking up at the close proximity of Gu Beisheng, she hurriedly glanced at her own state, still without clothes. Her body stiffened in an instant, and she tried to escape Gu Beisheng's embrace, but he pulled her back tightly. "Did you have a nightmare?" "Don't be afraid. I'm here with you." Shen Mujin found herself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to explain how she ended up here. Before she fainted, Mingming was at the elegant residence, with Gu Beisheng holding her in one arm while offering her a cup of warm milk with the other. "Drink this and speak slowly," he urged. The warmth of the milk settled in her stomach, gradually calming Shen Mujin. "I received a message and came to Beijing, but Gu Nanyuan said he would take me to find you, so I followed him to the elegant residence. After drinking a bottle of water, my phone had no signal, and then I fainted." Gu Beisheng nodded, indicating his understanding. Shen Mujin anxiously gazed in his eyes. "What I said is true. I was deceived by him. I believe you," he replied. With those words, tears unexpectedly streamed down Shen Mujin's cheeks, yet her heart remained heavy with concern. "Did you find me before I—" "No." Gu Beisheng's resolute eyes met hers. "You belong to me alone." Shen Mujin suddenly wrapped her arms around Gu Beisheng's neck, her lips finally curling into a smile, her arms tightening around him, filled with happiness. Just moments ago, she had contemplated how she would face Gu Beisheng if Gu Nanyuan had touched her. Now, all her worries dissipated. Gu Beisheng's warmth pressed against her chest, his heartbeat intertwining with hers. For the first time, she felt truly grateful for his presence. Her grip on him tightened, as if she wished to merge herself into his very being. Gu Beisheng held her closely, this incident making him acutely aware of Shen Mujin's significance in his heart. The moment he kicked the door open and saw Gu Nanyuan lying beside Shen Mujin, he nearly lost his mind. At that instant, he wished he could eliminate Gu Nanyuan. Shen Mujin questioned him. "Why do you trust me? Have you never doubted?" Gu Beisheng pointed his heart. "There is no reason. Just because you are you, today, tomorrow, for a lifetime, and beyond, in every life." Madame Gu awoke and called for Shen Mujin to change her clothes. Taking a deep breath, she followed Gu Beisheng to the hall. Gu Nanyuan had already tended to his fractured wrist, now bandaged, with bruises on his face revealing how fierce Gu Beisheng had been. Seeing Gu Nanyuan in such a sorry state, Shen Mujin felt a flicker of sympathy. After all, he too was ensnared by love. The entire family, led by the matriarch, wore somber expressions, looking at Shen Mujin as if she were an evil presence, wishing to expel her from the Gu family immediately. Gu Beisheng held her hand firmly, carefully protecting her. Exasperated, glanced at her two sons, neither living up to her expectations, her resentment towards Shen Mujin intensifying. Meanwhile, Gu Yinru sat nearby, unable to suppress a smirk of satisfaction. The Gu family, a large clan, had its various branches with their own agendas. On the surface, they appeared harmonious, yet beneath that facade, turmoil brewed. Madame Gu was the first to speak, demanding an explanation from the parties involved. Suyu shot Gu Nanyuan a fierce glare, signaling him to remain silent. It was evident to anyone with eyes that Gu Beisheng was indifferent. Gu Nanyuan's actions would only sow discord between the brothers, giving outsiders an opportunity to exploit. Madame Gu sighed, her head aching as she glanced at Shen Mujin, her disdain resurfacing. Leave. This matter is too disgraceful. Name your price. I will give you whatever I can. As long as you divorce and leave the Gu family. Gu Beisheng stepped forward, still gripping Shen Mujin's hand tightly. Grandmother, I will say this one last time. No one can force her to leave me. Even if it means abandoning the entire Gu family, I will not forsake her. Chapter 80. Jiang Xie's leap. Gu Beisheng unwaveringly chose Shen Mujin, even wagering the entire Gu family. You had merely suggested a point. Not anticipating that Gu Beisheng would use it to threaten her, that Gu Nanyuan had yet to be properly guided. If Gu Beisheng renounced his position as head of the family now, the Gu family would surely descend into chaos. She had her concerns, and in that moment, she could no longer afford to harbor any dislike for Shen Mujin. Hastily interjecting, Mother, Nanyuan was momentarily confused. Besides, he hasn't truly done anything. Since Beisheng isn't bothered, we shouldn't say too much. After all, they are a married couple. Are we really going to force Beisheng? Madame Gu sighed heavily, momentarily lost in thought. She had originally promised to give Shen Mujin a chance, but with such a ruckus. Regardless of Shen Mujin's character, it was a fact that her presence had turned the Gu household upside down. She feared that if she allowed Shen Mujin to stay, further complications would arise in the future. Yet if she did not allow it, Gu Beisheng would not relent. Gu Nanyuan, adopting a broken pot-breaking attitude, was unreliable. Did she really have to shoulder the burden of the entire Gu family as an old woman? After a moment's hesitation, a maid upstairs suddenly screamed, Madam, it's bad. It's bad. The young lady has jumped. Gu Yanru was the first to rush upstairs, while Madame Gu's heart raced, causing her to faint into her chair. Suyu hurried to support her, urgently administering medication until she regained her composure. That moment. No one paid any attention to Shen Mujin. Everyone rushed outside. Gu Nanyuan feigned disinterest, merely watching Shen Mujin. Shen Mujin, worried, nudged Gu Beisheng. Aren't you going to check? What if Sierra is in trouble? How could Grandma bear it? Gu Beisheng ruffled Shen Mujin's hair and replied calmly, Don't worry, she's on the second floor. If she truly wanted to die, she wouldn't jump from here. It's merely a threat. A threat to you? Gu Beisheng explained the situation regarding Jiang Xie, a potential study abroad. Shen Mujin frowned. Is it really necessary? If she doesn't want to go, we shouldn't force her. After all, she is still just a child. Gu Beisheng had to clarify. As you saw, Sierra is innocent and spoiled, easily manipulated. If we don't send her away for proper education, she may fall prey to those with ulterior motives in the future. Shen Mujin quickly understood and nodded, looking up at Gu Beisheng with admiration. You really think ahead. While they exchanged tender glances, several maids were already bringing Jiang Xie back. As Gu Beisheng had anticipated, she had only sprained her ankle. Jiang Xie was being helped back, limping and crying, shouting, I want to live. You all don't want me. Rather than let you send me away, I might as well die. Suddenly, upon seeing Shen Mujin standing there, she lunged at her like a wild animal. Shen Mujin, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my cousin wouldn't send me abroad. I'm going to kill you. You heartless vixen. Gu Beisheng quickly shielded Shen Mujin, his gaze icy as it fell upon Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie hesitated, pulling her hand back, then collapsed onto the sofa, crying, I don't want to go abroad. If you really send me away, I'll jump off the building. You can only take my corpse. Shen Mujin frowned and gently tugged on Gu Beisheng's hand, whispering, Why is Sierra so resistant to going abroad? Gu Beisheng shook his head. Studying abroad was a good thing, yet he expected Jiang Xie to resist so fiercely. Shen Mujin, observing the sorrowful Jiang Xie, suddenly spoke, Grandma, Aunt, let me talk to Sierra alone. Before Madame Gu could respond, Gu Yanru, her eyes red, tightly protected Jiang Xie. Don't you dare touch my daughter. Gu Beisheng shook his head at her. Understanding that Jiang Xie was merely throwing a tantrum and wouldn't truly resort to drastic measures, being firm would suffice. Yet Shen Mujin nodded at him, indicating that he should trust her. Aunt, don't worry. This is the Gu family. Even if I had ill intentions, I couldn't escape your reach, that I hope you can give me a chance to talk to Sierra alone. After all, we are close in age and have no generational gap. Without waiting for Gu Yenru's consent, Gu Beisheng swiftly scooped Jiang Sierra into his arms and turned to Shen Mujin. Let us go to her room. Gu Yenru attempted to intervene, but Madame Gu interjected, it's just a few words. No one is going to die. Ignoring Jiang Sierra's protests, Gu Beisheng placed her on the bed, then lightly patted Shen Mujin's shoulder before closing the door behind him. Inside the room, only the two of them remained, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Jiang Sierra, fuming, held a pillow before her face. I don't want to go abroad, even if you talk until your mouth is dry. I want to go. Shen Mujin surveyed Jiang Sierra's room, adorned with pink carpets, pink curtains, and stuffed animals scattered everywhere, revealing her fondness for the color. She casually picked up a pink tiger and sat cross-legged on Jiang Sierra's bed. Jiang Sierra, like a cat with ruffled fur, shrieked at her to get off. Shen Mujin scratched her ear. Stop yelling. I'm just sitting on your bed. Don't you remember? You slept on my bed at Beijing. Jiang Sierra glared at her in fury. What do you want? Just a chat. Tell me why you don't want to go abroad. Perhaps I can help you. Jiang Sierra retorted. You'll help me? What gives you the right to help me? You'd love for me to go abroad. Shen Mujin shook her head with a smile. Whether you go abroad or not has no bearing on me. You know your cousin listens to me most. If you're willing to talk to me, perhaps I can persuade him. Jiang Sierra was momentarily taken aback. Shen Mujin sat there with an air of composure, a smile adorning her face, which reminded Jiang of her last visit to the northern residence. She had gone there with the intention of confronting Shen Mujin, yet found herself asleep in her bed by the end of it. Shen Mujin did not seem as detestable as Chu Mushua had described. On the contrary, she exuded an irresistible allure that made one wish to draw closer. However, Jiang had witnessed Shen Mujin's demeanor when she first entered the Gu family, arrogant and unruly, especially given her disdain for Gu Beisheng. With a furrowed brow, Jiang Sierra suddenly inquired, what caused your transformation? Shen Mujin, aware of her confusion, pointed to her heart and replied, it is love. Your cousin loves me, and his affection has transformed me. Chapter 81. Jiang Sierra's little secret. Can love truly change a person? Certainly. Shen Mujin noticed a glimmer of youthful affection in Jiang Sierra's eyes, filled with love yet tinged with shyness. Do you have someone you fancy? Jiang Sierra stiffened for a moment, shaking her head fervently. What nonsense are you talking about? Shen Mujin leaning closer to Jiang Sierra, saying, having someone you like is nothing to be ashamed of. You can confide in me. After all, I have traversed that age as well, and perhaps I can offer you some advice. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Sierra cautiously asked, you won't tell anyone, will you? Shen Mujin raised her hand in assurance that I promise. The innocent yearning of youth longs for someone to confide in. Eventually, Jiang Sierra lowered her guard and opened her heart. At T18, she had just stepped into adulthood and was in her third year at an elite international school. As the name suggested, it was a prestigious institution where only the brightest students were admitted, often including children from wealthy families who had used special means to gain entry. Jiang Sierra was one of those fortunate few. Despite her lackluster academic performance and haughty demeanor, she was quite well known at school. Everyone was cautious around the Gu family, treating her with respect, even subservience. Anything she desired, except for grades, was readily provided. She was accustomed to having her wishes fulfilled. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred at the start of her third year when a transfer student named Moe arrived. With his buzz-cut, perpetually faded canvas shoes and school uniform, he bore an ethereal yet melancholic appearance. He even worked part-time in the school cafeteria. Having grown accustomed to the sons of affluent families, Jiang Sierra was immediately captivated by Moe. Shen Mujin probed, did you pursue him? Jiang Sierra nodded proudly. Did he not agree? This time, she nodded dejectedly. How did you pursue him? Jiang Sierra sat up straight, frowning as she recounted. I spent all my pocket money on him, declaring that I would support him from now on. Shen Mujin burst into laughter. Did he not turn around and scold you for being delusional? Jiang Sierra nodded vigorously. How did you know? Shen Mujin playfully ruffled Jiang Sierra's disheveled hair and chuckled. You silly girl. Jiang Sierra momentarily lost her train of thought before quickly swatting Shen Mujin's hand away. This is my first crush. I saw him working and realized he was in dire need of money. So I offered him some that not considerate. Dear child, that is not what it means to be considerate, Shen Mujin replied with a smirk. What would you call it then? Suppressing her laughter, Shen Mujin said. That is an insult. Jiang Xier grew agitated. You're talking nonsense. I did not insult Mo.E. I genuinely like him. She attempted to stand, only to wince in pain from her injured leg. Shen Mujin quickly comforted her. Sit down, sit down. Speak to me calmly, and I'll help you analyze this. What followed was Jiang Xier's relentless pursuit. She bought clothes, shoes, backpacks, workbooks, and even food and flowers for Mo.E., yet he consistently refused her offerings. Growing increasingly averse to her, Jiang Xier's eyes brimmed with sorrow as she lamented, I offered him everything, yet he rejected it all. She pointed to a pair of canvas shoes by the bedside. Look, I even bought the same pair of canvas shoes, but no matter how much I scrubbed them, I could never make them as worn and comfortable as his. They hurt my feet, yet he loves them and wears them every day. Shen Mujin examined the shoes in her hand. They were a simple street-style pair, costing no more than 30 to 50 yuan. Only the wearer knows if shoes fit well. Having been pampered since childhood, Jiang Xier found the rigid canvas shoes painfully uncomfortable. However, for Mo.E., a child from a poor family, having such shoes was a treasure, and he naturally found them comfortable. Shen Mujin affectionately ruffled Jiang Xier's hair and advised, sometimes love requires compatibility in social standing. But you and my cousin are not a perfect match either. I am a girl. My position is less precarious. But Mo.E. is a boy, with his pride intact. How can he accept your offer to support him? Jiang Xier, perplexed, frowned. But I truly like him. When you like someone, should you care about anything else? What is wrong with giving him what he lacks? But he cannot provide you with what you do not have. I don't need it. Shen Mujin laughed. It is precisely because you are naive that you are still so young. You do not yet grasp many nuances. You simply have a childish crush on him, while he carries the weight of life's pressures and dares not dream of love. You must grant him time to grow strong enough to embrace a relationship. When will that be? Shen Mujin shook her head. I do not know. However, I can meet him. At the very least, I can help explain things to him so he no longer harbors disdain for you. If I go abroad, I may never see him again. You understand? Shen Mujin nodded again. The matter of going abroad is for your own good. You know, relationships also require space. How about I accompany you to meet Mo.E.? You can hear his thoughts. Jiang Xier felt a flicker of hope. When? This afternoon, perhaps. Today is Sunday, and we have time. Tomorrow, I will be busy again. Jiang Xier reached for her phone and dialed. Shen Mujin listened as a cold voice on the other end repeatedly declined Jiang Xier's request. With a sense of resignation, Shen Mujin took the phone from Jiang Xier. O.E. I am Xier's guardian. We are preparing to send her abroad, and she wishes to meet you. After a prolonged silence, the voice on the other end finally provided an address. Jiang Xier glared at Shen Mujin. I will not go abroad. Shen Mujin smiled. First, let us tend to your injury, and I will accompany you this afternoon. As they left, Jiang Xier wrapped her arm around Shen Mujin's shoulder, and Shen Mujin wore a smile. Following Shen Mujin's suggestion, Jiang Xier informed Elder Gu, Grandma, this afternoon, I will be going to the northern residence with Shen Mujin. I am craving Aunt Feng's cooking. Elder Gu exchanged a worried glance with Gu Yanru. Jiang Xier reassured them, don't worry, I get along quite well with her. Chapter 82. A sense of protection. Gu Beisheng drove the two of them with a frown etched on his face. His wife was to enter the studio again tomorrow, and this precious afternoon alone together was meant for intimacy, yet she had invited along the little troublemaker, Jiang Xier. Shen Mujin clung to Gu Beisheng's shirt, playfully coaxing him, darling, just drop us off at her school. Why go to school on a Sunday? The CAF near where Mo.E. suggested meeting. Though Shen Mujin could not disclose this in front of Jiang Xier, as she had promised to keep it confidential, she added, we're just visiting my cousin S school to get acquainted. You needn't worry so much. The softness in her tone melted Gu Beisheng's heart, causing him to tighten his grip on the steering wheel. And more than an hour. I will wait for you in the car. With a smile, Shen Mujin leaned over and planted a kiss on Gu Beisheng's cheek. Hey, focus on driving. If this gets caught on camera, we'll be in trouble. Shen Mujin blushed, momentarily forgetting Jiang Xier was in the back seat. Displaying affection in front of her cousin was bound to irk Jiang Xier. especially since she viewed Chu Mushiwe as the ideal sister-in-law. The two alighted from the car at the school entrance, with Shen Mujin reminding Gu Beisheng to find a parking spot and wait for them. Jiang Xiao led Shen Mujin to the CFMO. He had mentioned IT was merely a modest, budget-friendly CF catering primarily to college students, its bright neon sign declaring, "Fate awaits you." Shen Mujin glanced back and chuckled. The name of this CAF is quite poetic. Jiang Xiao was too busy craning her neck in search of a MOE to pay much attention to Shen Mujin's comment. "There he is," Jiang Xiao exclaimed excitedly, grabbing Shen Mujin's arm and pointing straight ahead. "That one. The one over there." Jiang Xiao's grip was so tight that it caused Shen Mujin discomfort. With a resigned smile, she gently extricated her arm and affectionately brushed Jiang Xiao's hair aside, saying, "Which one?" Unbeknownst to her, she had unconsciously begun to regard Jiang Xiao as her own sister. Until that moment, Jiang Xiao resembled the younger version of herself. Innocent, straightforward, and a little foolish. Shen Mujin instinctively felt the need to protect Jiang Xiao, wishing to shield her from encountering the same kind of disappointment she had faced. Jiang Xiao once again tugged at Shen Mujin's arm, dashing toward the CAF.be graceful. A young lady must be composed. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Xiao suddenly slammed on the brakes, coming to a halt, and extended her petite hand in an exaggerated manner to greet a boy in a coffee shop uniform with a casual hi. The sight was so off-putting that Shen Mujin felt nauseous at the very thought. It was needless to say that MOE wore a similarly awkward expression. Fortunately, MOE was polite enough to nod at Shen Mujin, saying, "You two can find a place to sit for a moment. I'll ask the manager for some time off." Jiang Xiao gazed dreamily at MOE's retreating figure. "Miss, mind your image. You might drool." Shen Mujin chided her. Jiang Xiao, unfazed by Shen Mujin's teasing, wore a lovesick expression, resting her chin on her hand and grinning foolishly. Shen Mujin sighed. Indeed, MOE appeared quite unique. In terms of looks, he could be considered handsome, but he possessed a distinct melancholic aura that was undeniably captivating. It was no wonder Jiang Xiao was infatuated. Even Shen Mujin, after a prolonged observation, felt that the boy carried a story within him, compelling her to delve deeper. After changing out of his uniform, MOE approached, clad simply in a white shirt and jeans, balancing 2 cups of coffee. Shen Mujin recalled Jiang Xiao mentioning that MOE came from a humble background, and quickly reached for her wallet to pay, but MOE waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need, it's a staff benefit, free of charge." MOE appeared to have something weighing on his mind, his eyes betraying a hint of urgency. "If you have something to say, please go ahead," Shen Mujin encouraged. With a smile, she added, "We are preparing to send Sierra abroad for her studies, but she absolutely refuses to go because of you." MOE looked exasperated. "I believe you have misunderstood. I am simply an ordinary classmate of Jiang. Her decision to study abroad has nothing to do with me." Jiang Xiao, feeling a pang of sadness, clasped her hands tightly and hurriedly explained, "Who says it doesn't matter? If I go abroad, I won't be able to see you anymore. You are you, and I doubt we are destined to walk different paths. So what difference does it make whether we meet now or later?" MOE replied in a steady voice. Yet Shen Mujin could see the helplessness hidden in his eyes. Perhaps he felt a certain way about Jiang Xiao. But he understood that their disparate backgrounds would yield no favorable outcome. Knowing the result, he chose not to engage in the process. This was his way of self-preservation, as Jiang Xiao's tears threatened to spill. Shen Mujin quickly reassured her, "Be good. Go to school and pack your things. I need to have a word with MOE." Reluctantly, Jiang Xiao complied, casting glances back as she left. Once she was gone, MOE's previously upright posture seemed to slump, resembling a deflated balloon. His whole demeanor noticeably diminished. Shen Mujin extended her hand for an introduction. "I am Shen Mujin, Sir, Sister Dash and Dash Law." MOE paused for a moment, then politely shook her hand, replying, "I am MOE." Shen Mujin glanced at the time and got straight to the point. "Sierra has feelings for you. She is quite serious, but I do not share her feelings." MOE countered. Shen Mujin remained silent, regarding him with a scrutinizing gaze until he added, "I am not worthy of liking her. I am someone who cannot even envision my own future. What right do I have to have feelings for anyone? Let alone Jiang Xie. Do you understand the chasm that exists between us? It's akin to the gulf between humanity and ants. Mo poured out his heart, sadness evident as he held his forehead in despair, his melancholic aura intensifying. Can you sing? Shen Mujin abruptly asked, catching Mo off guard. After a moment, he replied, Yes, I can play the guitar that I perform at a music restaurant during winter and summer breaks. That's splendid, Shen Mujin exclaimed, surveying him with satisfaction, even urging him to stand and turn around for her appraisal. Mo complied out of politeness, yet his expression revealed his indignation that I refused to partake in such endeavors. Shen Mujin quickly urged, You possess great potential. If you're willing to enter the industry, your future is limitless. Her words seemed to strike a nerve with Mo, who suddenly stood up, his expression cold as he declared, Leave. I said I want to do it. I will not sell myself for money. After a moment's pause, she quietly added, Everything is negotiable, and I believe earning a living through one's talent is not selling oneself. What? Moe was taken aback. Shen Mujin quickly reassured him, Sit down. Let us discuss this calmly. If you truly do not wish to enter the entertainment industry, I can also recommend you for behind-the-scenes music work. There is no harm in exploring. He looked embarrassed. The entertainment industry? Oh, I am currently filming a drama. And after this, I plan to establish a studio, and am looking for suitable talent. He scratched his head and sat down. I apologize. I misunderstood. I'm sorry. Shen Mujin raised an eyebrow, instantly comprehending he seemed to be a promising candidate who might have been introduced for some sort of talent agency work. She awkwardly chuckled and quickly shifted the topic by pulling out her phone. Look, this is the preliminary model of my studio. IT hasn't been implemented yet, but I've already signed a suitable young lady that if you're interested, you can have a look at. He furrowed his brow. Examining the information on Shen Mujin's phone before returning it, he smiled somewhat helplessly. I'm not suitable. Why not? You possess great qualities. Since you can sing, why not leverage your strengths to support yourself? There is no shame in that. He lowered his head. That I know this is a good opportunity, but I feel quite average. I don't think I am worthy. Shen Mujin smiled. I'm quite average too. I studied directing and suddenly transitioned to acting. That I've faced many challenges, but I've overcome them gradually. That I believe if you set your mind to it, you can too. She was genuinely interested in this promising talent. If she could sign Mo and arrange for him to participate in upcoming talent shows, his future would indeed be bright. That Mo hesitated, but Shen Mujin was not in a rush. She provided her phone number, saying, Take your time to think it over. Add me on WeChat, and after you return, I'll send you a draft of the contract for your consideration. That I'm also new to this. And this is my first time establishing a studio. That I hope you can give me a chance, and we can pursue our dreams together. After saying this, Shen Mujin nearly burst into laughter, but to motivate Mo, she pressed on Mo, added her as a friend, and nodded in agreement to consider it. Shen Mujin then turned her attention back to Jiang Xie. If one day you are strong enough to pursue the girl you like, do you think Xie will have a chance? Mo seemed to ponder this deeply before nodding earnestly. With that affirmative response, Shen Mujin felt a sense of relief that we will send Xie abroad for her studies. During her time abroad, that will be your opportunity. That if years later, she still wholeheartedly likes you, and you're capable, I hope you'll treat her feelings well. That the school gate, Shen Mujin ran into Jiang Xie, who had been waiting anxiously. How did it go? What happened? Shen Mujin smiled and nodded. It worked. Does that mean Mo agreed to be with me? Really? Jiang Xie joyfully twirled around Shen Mujin. Shen Mujin chuckled helplessly. Not exactly. It's more that Mo agreed to let you go abroad. Agreed to let me go abroad? Jiang Xie's expression plummeted, akin to falling from heaven to hell, a devastating shock. Shen Mujin, I should never have trusted you. Shen Mujin laughed heartily. What's wrong with me, silly girl? Mo means that you can go abroad to study without worry. He will work hard and wait for your return. What does that mean? Jiang Xie's tears still clung to her eyelashes, her expression turning blank. Wait for my return. What does that even mean? Shen Mujin explained in detail her plans for Jiang Xie to sign with Mo. And Jiang Xie was taken aback. Is that really possible? Shen Mujin nodded proudly. Absolutely. Mo doesn't dislike you. He just feels unworthy of you. So I'll address that by improving his circumstances, allowing him to be worthy of you. Then the issues between you two will be resolved. 1T they. Are you sure this 1T backfire on him? Shen Mujin playfully poked Jiang Sierra's forehead. Do you think your MOE is so easily swindled? He.S. definitely not. He.S. a top student. As Shen Mujin observed Jiang Sierra's protective demeanor, she was reminded of Gu Beisheng. Indeed, they seemed to share a family resemblance in temperament. However, her plan came with conditions. You must study hard while abroad, striving to be the best version of yourself to match the MOE you admire. Although Jiang Sierra was still reluctant, she found Shen Mujin's reasoning sound. Since MOE said he would wait for her, she now had motivation and hope that I promise. Shen Mujin raised an eyebrow. There's one more thing you must agree to. If you do, I'll sign the contract with MOE tonight. What is it? Shen Mujin flipped her hair proudly. From now on, you must stop trying to get your cousin Chu Mushua's attention. Remember, I am your sister-in-law. What? You're threatening me. Shen Mujin grinned triumphantly. Call me sister-in-law. Biao Biao's sister-in-law, Jiang Sierra, wore a look of frustration that elicited hearty laughter from Shen Mujin. All right, dear sister-in-law will surely do her utmost to bring you and classmate MOE together. You can rest easy and focus on your studies. Once I secure classmate MOE, I will send you his handsome pictures every day. How about that? Then I must return during the holidays to see MOE. Agreed. It's a deal. Shen Mujin was merely 3 years older than Jiang Sierra. Were it not for her rebirth, she would be just as innocent and carefree as Jiang Sierra. The two quickly formed a bond, playfully chasing and teasing each other like a pair of close sisters. Gu Beisheng, seated in the car, was taken aback, nearly dropping his jaw. He was all too familiar with Jiang Sierra's temperament and could hardly fathom how his wife managed to deal with that little tyrant. After dropping Jiang Sierra back at the old residence, they did not exit the car, but drove straight back to the northern residence. That on the way, Gu Beisheng could not help but ask, how did you manage to handle that girl? Top secret. Gu Beisheng's expression darkened. Laughter and joy echoed within the vehicle. However, upon arriving home, Gu Beisheng clung to Shen Mujin, yearning for intimacy, while Shen Mujin busied herself with her computer, reviewing contracts to sign with MOE. Standing nearby with a sullen expression, Gu Beisheng complained, I would rather you hadn't dealt with Jiang Sierra. At least then, you could be warming the bed with me right now. Seeing her usually stoic husband transformed into a pouting little wolf dog, Shen Mujin felt a wave of happiness. Chapter 84. One's own actions lead to ruin. Once she finalized matters with MOE, Shen Mujin finally threw herself into Gu Beisheng's embrace. Her voice trembled as she tightly clung to his neck, sincerely expressing, thank you. Gu Beisheng ruffled her hair. Thank me for what? With teary eyes, Shen Mujin replied, thank you for protecting me and believing in me. The past few days have been overwhelming. First, the scandal with MOE Yinji broke out on set. Then she returned to the Shun family to retrieve her mother's ashes. And finally, trouble brewed at the old residence thanks to Gu Nanyuan. One issue followed another, leaving her with no respite. Without Gu Beisheng's unwavering support, protection, and trust, Shen Mujin feared she would have crumbled under the pressure. Since her rebirth, her sole focus had been on revenge, intent on punishing the scoundrels who had deceived her in her previous life. That Gu Beisheng had become an unexpected variable in her plans, and the trajectory of events strayed further from her expectations. Now, he occupied the foremost place in her heart, and all she desired was to live a fulfilling life with him, as for the rest. As long as they did not provoke her, she could afford to turn a blind eye to the past. Yet, reality proved far less idyllic than she had envisioned. Just as they turned off the lights and prepared to delve into matters of the heart, her phone rang incessantly. Gu Beisheng, filled with irritation, silenced her phone, but soon after, the doorbell at the northern residence rang insistently. Aunt Feng answered the door, revealing a distraught Song Cici, tears streaming down her face. Miss Song, it's quite late. The young master and mistress have already retired. If you have matters to discuss, please return tomorrow, Aunt Feng stated coldly, cutting off Song Cici before she could speak. However, driven to desperation, Song Cici was determined to see Shen Mujin, despite Aunt Feng's clear dismissal. Upon returning to school from the shopping mall, she had become the subject of ridicule, with peers openly branding her a pathetic homewrecker who had stolen her best friend's boyfriend. No matter how she tried to explain, no one believed her. Wherever she went, she was met with scorn and insults. Even in her dormitory, she was expelled, her roommates collectively petitioning the school to remove her. No one wanted to share a roof with someone so hypocritical and morally corrupt. Song Sisi sought help from teachers and the school administration, only to be told to manage her private life better. If she continued to attract such negative publicity, her expulsion would be considered. In that moment, she felt like a rat scurrying through the streets, hunted by all change or dire circumstances. She had no choice but to approach Shen Mujin, the victim of the entire fiasco. If Shen Mujin would stand up for her and declare that she had already broken up with Mo Yinji, then her relationship with him would not be seen as an intrusion on her friend's romance. Moreover, Shen Mujin had long since lost interest in Mo Yinji, having stated her breakup well before these events. Although the photos had been taken prior to her announcement, as long as she did not mention the timing, there was still hope. Faced with Aunt Feng's dismissal, Song Sisi broke down, wailing, "I want to see Mujin. If I can't see her today, I will throw myself at your doorstep." Aunt Feng, startled by her display, had no choice but to go upstairs to consult. Gu Beisheng, interrupted during an intimate moment, was understandably irritable. "Call the police that if she wants to die, let her die. Call the police to collect her body." Aunt Feng hesitated. "Young mistress, this..." Shen Mujin, feeling helpless, pushed Gu Beisheng aside and stood up. "I'll handle this." Gu Beisheng's expression darkened to the point of rivaling the bottom of a pot, but Shen Mujin leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Be good. Wait for me." Donning a nightgown, Shen Mujin opened the door without any intention of inviting Song Sisi inside. Though Song Sisi felt resentment, she could only feign a conciliatory demeanor. "Mujin, I'm so sorry. So sorry that my relationship with Mo Shixiang is not what you think." Seeing Song Sisi weep as if her heart were shattered, Shen Mujin couldn't help but feel a smirk of amusement. "You think I don't know what your relationship with Mo Yinji is like? I am not exposing you because I have no interest in him, as long as you don't set your sights on Gu Beisheng. I can choose to ignore you. Didn't I tell you? You don't need to explain your relationship with him to me. I've severed ties with Mo Yinji. If you like him, take him." There's no need for an apology. She had already conveyed this during their previous phone call. However, now that the situation had escalated, she understood that Song Sisi must feel utterly humiliated, especially with the label of a homewrecker attached to her name. All of this was merely a consequence of her own actions. Had she not foolishly allowed Mo Yinji to take those photos on set, thrusting her into the spotlight, she would never have exposed their scandal. As the saying goes, it's not that retribution is absent, but rather that the time is yet to arrive. Song Sisi continued to sob uncontrollably, even kneeling before Shen Mujin. "Mujin, we're the best of friends. You know me best. That my family's financial situation is challenging, and they rely on me to graduate and improve our lives. That I cannot ruin everything now. That one's own actions lead to ruin." Shen Mujin yawned lazily. "What can I do about it? I'm powerless in this situation. The netizens are so relentless. If they want to dig into your past, I can't help you." Song Sisi reached out, grasping the hem of Shen Mujin's nightgown, pleading, "No, Mujin, you have a way. Please help me. Since you no longer care for Mo Yinji, help me clarify this. Otherwise, I truly won't be able to live." The school had issued a final notice. If she did not resolve the matter, she would be expelled. "Mujin, I beg you. The production team is also warning me. Mujin, you're my best classmate. Given how well I've treated you in the past, please lend me your voice and help me." With no other options, Song Sisi swallowed her indignation, her face a picture of sorrow as she implored Shen Mujin. If Shen Mujin refused to help her today, she knew her life would spiral into ruin. Chapter 85. Asserting dominance, a heavy cough echoed from within the room, causing Song Sisi to tremble. Shen Mujin realized Gu Beisheng was growing impatient. Looking at the still kneeling Song Sisi, she relented. "All right, tell me how I can assist you." "It's a long story, Mujin. May I come in?" Shen Mujin frowned. "I'm sorry, but you should leave. That Gu Beisheng is here. I cannot invite you in without permission. As for your long story, it will be better for you to write a report and send it to me. I will cooperate with you as needed." A flicker of resentment flashed in Song Sisi's eyes, but she had no choice but to comply, knowing she needed Shen Mujin's favor. With her understanding of Shen Mujin, she knew that once she agreed to help, It would be difficult for her to retract her promise. For now, she still needed to handle MOAS soon as Shen Mujin stepped back inside. Gu Beisheng eagerly swept her off her feet. Aunt Feng lowered her head, a look of satisfaction on her face. Aunt Feng, please inform the security that this woman is not to be allowed entry in the future. Aunt Feng nodded vigorously. Understood, young master. You can rest assured, in front of Aunt Feng. Gu Beisheng embraced Shen Mujin, causing her ears to flush with warmth. Once inside, Gu Beisheng tossed Shen Mujin onto the soft bed. And before she could react, he leaned in, pinning her down. Dear wife, you won't be getting any sleep tonight. Shen Mujin trembled, pleading, husband, I have an early flight tomorrow. In response, he silenced her with a passionate kiss. Holding her tightly as if wishing to merge their beings, midnight. Husband, is it all right now? Still able to speak? I must not be trying hard enough. 3 in the morning, in a state of desperate exhaustion. Husband, please let me go. I can't take it anymore. I see you can still manage to the break of dawn at 5 o'clock. Shen Mujin succumbed to slumber in an utterly shameful manner. Gu Beisheng, filled with compassion, tenderly attended to her needs before firmly enveloping her in his embrace. This parting would stretch for another 10 days to half a month, and he suddenly found himself regretting the decision to let her pursue her acting career. The life of an artist inevitably involves traveling across the nation, and how could he bear the thought of his beloved wife being absent from the warm hearth so frequently? Gu Beisheng began to seriously contemplate whether to invite her to become his personal secretary, the kind that would allow them to be inseparable for 24 hours a day. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Shen Mujin gradually awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, she found Gu Beisheng gazing at her with profound affection. The sun's warm rays caressed her face, and for a fleeting moment, she was taken aback, suddenly bolting upright. Oh no, have I missed my flight? The plane booked by the production crew was scheduled to depart at 7 this morning, and she needed to rise by 5 to prepare and head to the airport. T5, she had just succumbed to sleep. She fumbled for her phone, only to discover it was already 10 o'clock. The plane must have already landed, and here she was, still in her own bed. Oh dear. Gu Beisheng, you are utterly indulgent. Gu Beisheng let out a chuckle, thoroughly amused by the adorable series of reactions displayed by his wife upon awakening. He leaned in once more, feeling compelled to live up to the affectionate title she had bestowed upon him.